Chapter 1. The egg is about to crack. In the vast expanse of the Yinluo mountain range, an abundance of spiritual energy has accumulated over countless years, rising to form a realm of spiritual currents and thunder above the peaks, where thunder rumbles ominously, as if a thunder dragon is softly lamenting, adding an air of mystery and inaccessibility to the place. For millennia, innumerable cultivators have ventured into this locale, seeking the fabled opportunities of their dreams. Some have reaped unexpected fortunes, while many others have become a permanent part of these mountains. At the foot of the Yinluo mountain range lies a lowly forest, where within the canopy, an inconspicuous protrusion exists. This is a exceptionally well-concealed nest. Its placement coincides perfectly with the densest junctions of the tree's branches, rendering it an unremarkable bump from any angle. Even the keen-eyed second-tier demon beast, the Mingjing Yanbao, would struggle to discern its presence. Within the nest lies but a single egg. The surface of this egg glistens with peculiar patterns, surrounded by undulating currents of spiritual energy. From the outside in, this egg resembles the center of a vortex, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy present in the air. They say when a person dies, they become a ghost. Why is it that I, Yi Chun, upon my death, have transformed into an egg? Yi Chun, who lay quietly in the nest, sighed. Yi Chun was originally an ordinary university student from Waterblue Star, an avid rock climber who had earned amateur accolades in extreme outdoor sports. For Yi Chun, the towering mountains were far more fascinating than the steel and concrete of cities. The perilous peaks were the true pursuit of his life, far more appealing than sitting in a classroom like a mere bookworm. Standing atop lofty summits, gazing down at the earth, how exhilarating it felt. However, in his third year, his mother was diagnosed with a brain tumor, urgently requiring exorbitant hospitalization fees. In desperate need of funds, the penniless Yi Chen opted for a perilous route to earn money unprotected high-rise climbing. Atop skyscrapers, he climbed and jumped between buildings, recording the process to upload his videos online for monetary compensation. Having traversed the clouds for years, Yi Chun was acutely aware of the dangers involved. Unprotected extreme challenges carried the risk of a fatal fall with a moment's inattention. Yet, upon hearing the potential earnings, he wavered. With compensation based on video views, each extreme challenge video could yield thousands, sometimes even tens of thousands. A mere video could bring in 10,000? Thinking of his mother in the hospital bed, Yi Chun ultimately signed a contract with the Rotund website operator. Yet life is no game. During the recording of his sixth video, death inevitably caught up with Yi Chun, who had been toying with fate. In that moment of plummeting, Yi Chun felt an unusual calm. He had already learned that as an emerging industry, the laws surrounding extreme challenges were still underdeveloped, placing it in a gray area. Given this, the personal safety contract he signed with the video company, coupled with his accident insurance, would sufficiently cover his mother's medical expenses. What he never anticipated, however, was that death would not signify an end, but a second life as an egg. Could it be that in my past life, I was too restless, that I could not remain grounded, prompting the heavens to grant me wings and transform me into a bird? Yi Chun chuckled bitterly. He attempted to peck at the eggshell with his fuzzy little head, yet the shell merely swayed twice, showing no signs of cracking. When will I be able to break free from this shell? This damned eggshell is far too hard. Damn it! Yi Chun cursed, but soon calmed down. Since his rebirth, Yi Chun estimated he had been in this desolate nest for nearly a year, which astonished him. One should note that the incubation period for ordinary birds does not exceed a month. Domesticated chickens take around 20 days, while pigeons hatch in a mere 10 days. 6 months? What kind of egg is this? A phoenix egg? Regardless, it was certainly not a creature of Waterblue Star. So, I must have arrived in another world? I wonder if there are legendary creatures like dragons here? I long to venture out and explore this world. Must be truly fascinating. From the feathers on his body, it seemed he belonged to the avian family, which relieved Yi Chun. At least he was not reborn as a lizard or a snake. The thought of those crawling, cold-blooded creatures made Yi Chun feel somewhat nauseous. Just as he was lost in thought, movement stirred above him in the tree canopy. Russell, a great bird, adorned with a crimson crown and possessing 4 scarlet wings, descended not far from the nest. This was an unusual red falcon. Having spent years outdoors, Yichen possessed a fair amount of knowledge about various beasts and birds. The creature before him bore a striking resemblance to a hawk, but was significantly larger and appeared rather peculiar. A four-winged red falcon? The strange bird scrutinized Yi Chun with its extraordinary red eyes. In turn, Yi Chun beheld it as well. Strangely, even without breaking the shell, Yi Chun could perceive everything outside this remarkably sturdy eggshell possessed a one-way glass effect, allowing the unhatched chick to react to external stimuli. To think that a bird's shell could evolve to such an extent, the beings of this world are indeed extraordinary. Yi Chun murmured, but the four-winged red falcon moved. It leisurely approached Yi Chun and plopped down beside him, then closed its eyes as if completely at home in its nest. Throughout, it never cast Yi Chun a second glance, as if his presence was as inconsequential as grass. This fellow is treating this place like its own nest? Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle, ruefully reborn as an egg. He had yet to meet the bird that laid him, only to encounter a domineering creature instead. Gazing at the motionless bird squatting in the nest, Yi Chun suddenly realized something. It's laying an egg, that means. The term cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest sprang to mind. On Water Blue Star, there exists a bird known as the turtle dove, which is inherently incapable of building its own nest. Through evolution, it has developed the ability to usurp the nests of other birds, which is how the term cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest originated. A chill ran down Yi Chun's spine. One must know that the domineering turtle dove, after seizing another bird's nest, would push the original eggs out to ensure the survival of its own offspring, then depart. When the original owner returned, it would mistakenly nurture the turtle dove's eggs as its own, raising its enemy's young. The plight of the poor mother bird, having suffered the loss of its own offspring while raising the spawn of its foe, illustrates the turtle dove's malevolence. This is bad. If I'm not mistaken, this strange bird will push me out after laying its egg, replacing me with its own offspring. Recalling the cold, indifferent gaze of the four-winged red falcon, Yi Chun's feathers bristled with fear. Though the eggshell was incredibly sturdy, Yi Chun could not guarantee that he would not shatter upon falling. More critically, this was an alien world. Even if Yi Chun were fortunate enough to survive a fall, what if a strange beast happened to stroll beneath the tree, mistaking him for a snack? How infuriating! Rage surged within him. Yet Yi Chun sadly realized he was utterly powerless. What can Egg do? Could it be that he could only watch helplessly as this thieving bird pushed him down? The evolution system has been activated. A cold voice echoed, startling Yi Chun. Detected a lethal threat. The system is now operational. Commencing data import. Data is being imported. A dazzling purple light flashed, revealing a wondrous scene to Yi Chun. System host, Yi Chun. Evolution stage, Egg. Physical strength, 0.01. Spiritual power level, none. Skills, none. Hatch value to unlock evolution upon reaching juvenile stage, 20100. After reviewing the data, Yi Chun came to understand the meaning of being as weak as a chicken. With a physical strength of 0.01, although he did not know the basic unit of measurement, it was sufficient to illustrate how feeble Yi Chun's current strength was. Then he gazed toward the glimmering hatch value. Hatch value? Does that mean once it's filled, I can break free? Why is it only at 20? Yi Chun exclaimed in shock. Originally, estimating based on time, Yi Chun felt he should be able to hatch soon. Yet, with the current progress at merely 1/5, it implied he would need to wait another 4 years to escape this egg. Given the current circumstances, he might not even live to see tomorrow. Analyzing lethal threat. Analysis complete. Task has been issued. First tier task, protect the nest. Task description, drive away the demon red falcon and safeguard your nest. Task reward, hatch value 10, draw 1 random talent. Task supplement, host's physical strength is too low to eliminate the lethal threat. A supplementary item has been granted. 1 punch scroll. The system's voice was cold, yet its indifferent tone instilled a glimmer of hope in Yi Chun. A 1-punch scroll? Yi Chun fixed his gaze on the item description on the panel, and the next moment, shimmering text appeared. 1-punch scroll, 1 time, consumable. Temporarily grants the host 1 point of physical strength after charging. Delivers the punch of an ordinary cultivator. Only one punch? That means I only have one opportunity to strike. Yi Chen's expression turned grave, but he cast his gaze upon the enchanting crimson falcon, scrutinizing it with utmost care. The peculiar bird appeared utterly indifferent to its still embryonic self, keeping its eyes firmly shut as it prepared to lay an egg. Yi Chen cautiously nudged, causing the diminutive eggshell to roll forward slightly. The shell grazed the fine grasses within the nest, producing a soft, rustling sound. Coo! The crimson falcon, alert, opened its eyes and fixed its gaze upon Yi Chen. Instantly, Yi Chen held his breath, daring not to exhale. The falcon stared intently for a considerable duration, seemingly in doubt. Had the position of the egg shifted? Yet, after but a moment, it closed its eyes once more. Perhaps it believes that a mere little egg poses no threat? Yi Chen scoffed. With this thought, his courage swelled a tad, and slowly, he inched closer to the crimson falcon. The distance, though mere inches, felt as if it spanned 100 meters. At long last, Yi Chen found himself less than a breath away from the falcon. At that moment, a change flickered within the falcon's gaze. Could it be that it has sensed something amiss? Yi Chen's heart raced. The falcon cooed twice, then positioned itself perfectly to confront Yi Chen. It is about to lay its egg. What an opportunity! Without hesitation, Yi Chen unleashed a punch scroll. In the next instant, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, akin to an eagle soaring into the heavens. Crack! With a sharp sound, a palm-sized egg erupted with astonishing spring, hurtling toward the crimson falcon. At this very moment, as the falcon was poised to lay its egg, it let out a shriek after being struck by Yi Chen's powerful blow. Cool! The falcon's vibrant red body tumbled from the edge of the nest, and moments later, a heavy thud echoed from below. Yi Chen, on the other hand, felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. Mission accomplished. Reward: egg break value 10. Random talent extraction in progress. A cold notification rang out, and Yi Chen sensed something awakening within him. Talent Fortitude activated. Chapter 2: Coexistence. After a brief respite, Yi Chen finally recovered from his state of exhaustion. I am truly too feeble now. Even a mere bird could claim my life. In the civilized world, rules exist to protect the weak, but in this foreign realm, strength is the only law. Yi Chen's most pressing concern was to evolve swiftly. Strength. With this thought, he opened the System Attribute panel. System Host, Yi Chen. Evolution Stage, Egg. Physical Strength, 0.15. Spiritual Power Realm, none. Skills acquired, Fortitude. Egg break value unlocks evolution value upon reaching maturity, 30,100. After completing a primary task, Yi Chen's physical strength had risen from 0.01 to 0.15. He surmised this was the result of activating the talent Fortitude. Completing tasks grants me egg break value and enhances my physical strength. It seems I must diligently complete more tasks. According to the system's prior notifications, a physical strength of 1.0 is the foundational power for practitioners in this world. To survive in this mountainous region, Yi Chen must elevate himself to this level as swiftly as possible. What is this? As Yi Chen pondered, he noticed a peculiar object at the edge of the nest. Another egg, much like himself. Is this the crimson falcon's egg? Yi Chen gasped. Before being struck down, the falcon had fortuitously laid an egg. Detecting innate spiritual energy, the cold voice resounded once more. Yi Chen observed that the crimson falcon egg bore a absorbable indication. He then noticed wisps of pale, purple energy emanating from within. This was the innate spiritual energy of a living being. For reasons unknown, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming hunger. Drawing a deep breath, he inhaled, extracting a strand of spiritual energy from the falcon egg into his own. Spiritual energy intake detected devouring evolution function activated. The system's voice echoed suddenly. Host growth rate increased by 300. Spiritual energy consumption increased by 300. As the system prompt concluded, Yi Chen was engulfed by a terrifying hunger, as if he were being hollowed out. Next, he felt his breathing quicken, as though he were on the brink of suffocation. This is bad. My spiritual energy consumption has surged several-fold. I lack sufficient reserves. Without further thought, Yi Chen pressed closer to the egg. Strands of strange purple spiritual energy were drawn from the falcon egg, entering Yi Chen's body. Egg break value 0.5. Physical strength 0.01. The notification chimed, and Yi Chen felt a newfound sense of satiety. How marvelous! It turns out that absorbing the innate spiritual energy of other eggs can enhance my physical strength and increase my egg break value. This is far more efficient than simply sitting idly by and absorbing spiritual energy. It seems I must take the initiative to seek out other beast eggs to absorb, otherwise I may very well perish from a lack of spiritual energy. Yi Chen had never considered himself a passive individual. Furthermore, after the recent attack from the Crimson Falcon, he had come to realize that in this perilous mountain range, absolute safety was a mere illusion. Even in the utmost concealment, this nest had been inadvertently discovered by the falcon. Who could say a more formidable beast wouldn't find him in a few days? Now that I possess the ability to move, if the opportunity arises, I must certainly attempt to escape and absorb the innate spiritual energy from other beast eggs. In the following days, Yi Chen remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. With the growth of his physical strength, he had acquired sufficient power to move about, albeit limited to the confines of the nest. Through careful observation, he had surmised his position to be within the crown of a peculiar giant tree. Beneath the canopy, a shallow stream meandered. On several occasions, Yi Chen had considered leaping into the stream, yet prudence won out, and he refrained. Days passed. Yi Chen awaited the opportune moment. At long last, the day arrived. One moment, the mountains basked in sunshine, the sky a brilliant blue, the sun shining brightly. The next, ominous clouds enveloped the skies, and fierce winds roared. As Yi Chen enjoyed the sun's warmth, he sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated to the nest's most concealed corner. It is time! As the external weather grew increasingly tempestuous, Yi Chen's resolve solidified. He could feel the spiritual energy absorbed from the falcon egg gradually depleting. In the past 2 days, he had begun to experience a sense of suffocation roughly every 2 hours, and the sensation intensified, now diminishing to about an hour. If he did not absorb the eggs of other beasts soon, he would perish from a lack of spiritual energy. Rumble! A torrential downpour ensued. Wind howled, lightning flashed, and the entire forest was battered by the tempest, affecting countless beasts. The tree Yi Chen inhabited was sturdy, yet it could not withstand such a calamity. Creak! Yi Chen felt his body jolt, and he was abruptly swept to the other side of the nest. At that moment, he glimpsed the scene below the great tree. The once shallow stream had transformed into a vast expanse due to the torrential rains. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen exerted all his strength and charged toward the nest's edge. A small egg, riding atop the nest, slid gracefully from the tree's summit, landing securely upon the surface of the stream. Casting his gaze in another direction, Yi Chen discovered that, apart from himself, numerous broken eggs littered the ground not far away. However, they had all shattered to pieces. Words failed Yi Chen as he beheld the crushed eggs. Yet a flicker of relief washed over him. Had he not been resolute in his decision to leave and adequately prepared, he too might have met a similar fate. Not even a corpse remained, only some liquid remnants. Another crucial factor was that he had activated the talent Fortitude, thus sustaining minimal damage. After a while, Yi Chen sensed he was being carried away. The deluge was so fierce that it formed small streams on the ground, gradually expanding and merging with other rivers. The nest he occupied floated upon one such river. With a splash, the nest was overturned by a wave, and he tumbled into the water. As an egg, he could breathe through the myriad tiny holes in his shell, allowing air to enter. However, those openings began to produce small bubbles as air escaped. Yi Chen felt as though he was suffocating. Water began to infiltrate the shell through the tiny holes, forcing the air within out. Yet, perhaps due to being an egg, Yi Chen sensed that his ability to hold his breath had significantly improved. Time passed, and Yi Chen felt he had drifted far from his original position. Yet he remained conscious, not slipping into unconsciousness. Suddenly, he noticed a dark shape rushing toward him. With a splash, something collided with Yi Chen, pulling him from the water. Upon realizing the appearance of his so-called savior, he found himself face-to-face with a water otter-like beast. It was considerably larger than Yi Chun, its small black eyes gleaming with an unusual light. A sudden realization struck Yi Chun, sending a tremor through his heart. Having just escaped the tiger's mouth, one inadvertently falls into the wolf's den. The otter, by nature, delights in feasting upon bird eggs. Yi Chun became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the otter joyfully emitted a couple of calls, seemingly celebrating the unexpected bounty that had befallen it. Yi Chun could almost hear the creature swallow in anticipation. Then, he witnessed the otter open its mouth wide, preparing to bite down on him. Yi Chun could vividly envision the gruesome scene of being devoured alive. Clang! The otter's teeth made contact with Yi Chun, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Surprised, the otter released him. It scrutinized the egg from top to bottom, perplexed as to why it was so remarkably hard. After a moment, the otter took another bite, yet once again, it met with failure. At this juncture, Yi Chun remained on high alert, activating his talent for fortification, and it appeared he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This talent proves quite effective. Even the otter cannot breach my defenses. Arg! The otter seemed somewhat vexed. In its frustration, it seized Yi Chun and struck him against a nearby rock. Crack! The collision of the eggshell and the unyielding stone produced a crisp sound that made Yi Chun wince inwardly. The otter pounded a few more times before inspecting Yi Chun again, discovering no change from before, and it erupted in fury. With its gaping maw, it unceremoniously stuffed Yi Chun into its mouth, chewing vigorously. However, the otter soon expelled him, accompanied by some blood and bits of teeth. Strangely, the blood from the otter began to seep into the eggshell, gradually disappearing. Ding! Second tier hidden mission activated. Initiating second tier hidden mission. Subjugate a servant. Second tier mission. Subjugate a servant. Mission description. Through the blood ritual, subjugate a first tier demon beast, the spirit tooth otter. Mission reward. Egg break value 10. Blood ritual. As Yi Chun sensed the spirit tooth otter's blood being absorbed into himself, he felt a tangible connection. I can control the demon beast through the absorption of its blood. Through this sanguine link, the spirit tooth otter sensed the impending doom. It let out a piercing howl and began to struggle, attempting to break free from Yi Chun's soul control. It's merely a small otter. Feeling the tremors deep within his soul, Yi Chun snorted disdainfully. Even reborn as an egg, his soul remained incredibly resilient, gradually gaining the upper hand amidst the clash of the blood ritual. Once the spirit tooth otter ceased its struggles, Yi Chun finally relinquished the tug of his soul thread. Now, I urgently require this power. However, this control seems contingent upon the strength of my soul. Should I wish to dominate more formidable demon beasts in the future, I, too, must become sufficiently powerful. Though they existed in a symbiotic relationship, Yi Chun's will was paramount. In essence, it appeared that Yi Chun could indeed manipulate the otter. Once the situation stabilized, Yi Chun first examined his own information. System host, Yi Chun. Evolution stage, egg. Physical strength, 0.16. Spiritual power realm, none. Skills acquired, fortification LV1. Egg break value unlocks evolution upon reaching juvenile stage, 40.5100. At present, Yi Chun was significantly stronger than an average egg. He could move, and his shell was hard. Yet, fundamentally, he remained quite feeble, still lacking in comparison to a mortal cultivator with a physical strength of 1.0. Chapter 3. The egg theft. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and Yi Chun directs his underling, the otter. As they meander through the forest, he senses his consciousness growing increasingly foggy, on the verge of succumbing to exhaustion. His breaths come in rapid gasps. If he cannot find an egg to absorb soon, he will meet his end. This forest is vast, and Yi Chun has been adrift in the river for an indeterminate length of time without making any progress. It is home to a multitude of demonic beasts, some even smaller than the otter. After wandering for quite some time, Yi Chun resolves to steal bird eggs as he himself is an egg. He understands well that among all types of eggs, bird eggs are the easiest to pilfer. Time waits for no one, that although the spiritual essence in bird eggs is thin, given his current predicament, Survival is the priority. On the afternoon the mission was announced, Yichen successfully stole his first egg that he instructed his underling to place the two eggs together, and under the influence of the system. He drained one of them completely. Gasp. Yichen felt the spiritual energy within him gradually restoring, the sensation of impending suffocation dissipating. Thankfully, he finally regained his composure. With a crack, the bird egg shattered, revealing an empty interior, which appeared somewhat eerie. Yet after absorbing this egg, Yichen comprehended the formidable challenge of breaking free from his shell that he checked his information. System host. Yichen evolution stage. Egg physical strength, 0. 18 spiritual power level. None skills acquired. Firmness hatching value. To be activated upon reaching juvenile stage 40.7100. An egg still provides 0.01 of physical strength, identical to Yichen's initial physical strength. However, this time, he surprisingly only gained 0.1 in hatching value, that he recalled that when he first absorbed the egg of a demonic red falcon, he had obtained a full 0.5 in hatching value. Could it be that consistently absorbing eggs from lower-tier demonic beasts results in diminishing returns? Yichen pondered to Tio evolve. He indeed needs to continuously conquer stronger foes. Perhaps next time he should attempt to absorb the eggs of more powerful demonic beasts. As his hatching value increased, other aspects of his being also saw improvement. That Yichen was no longer as disheartened as before. He had begun to shine. However, the change in appearance was of little consequence. What he truly cared about was when he could break free from the egg and discover what species he would become. Throughout an entire afternoon, Yichen and Xiaohei managed to gather 5 bird eggs. Xiaohei is the name Yichen gave to the spirit-toothed otter. These 5 eggs provided Yichen with half a hatching value, and his physical strength gradually increased to 0.23. Xiaohei's physical strength, though not particularly high in this forest teeming with demonic beasts, still surpassed Yichen's, boasting a strength of 0.56 that the two of them could only steal a few bird eggs when the birds were away. They dared not venture elsewhere. The next day, Yichen even spotted an enormous egg that made him salivate with desire. If he could devour that egg, he would not need to worry about a lack of spiritual energy for at least half a month. Unfortunately, the beast guarding the egg appeared far too powerful. Though he could not discern its exact nature, Yichen was acutely aware that it was beyond his current capabilities to provoke. This world is far more perilous than I had imagined. Yichen's heart grew heavy. The shock from that unseen creature left him reeling, and it cast a shadow of fear over Xiaohei. Even when commanded by his symbiotic master, Xiaohei hesitated to approach and steal that massive egg. Seeing this, Yichen had no choice but to abandon the idea and redirect his focus elsewhere. In the days that followed, Yichen gained a reputation, at least among the avian demonic beasts in this forest. Many were now aware of the 2 shameless interlopers constantly lurking to pilfer bird eggs. Although the avian beasts became more vigilant about guarding their nests, they could not entirely thwart Yichen's clandestine efforts. After all, if he did not steal eggs, he would perish. Fortunately, as a former outdoor enthusiast, Yichen was well versed in the habits of various birds. Thus, after some calculations, he consistently led Xiaohei to successfully filch bird eggs. After much effort, Yichen's hatching value finally surpassed 50 and began to steadily rise. When Yichen's hatching value reached 60, he absorbed the essence of yet another bird egg, only to discover that his hatching value had not increased at all, not even by 0. One, that the response from the system was cold and unyielding. The innate purity of his spiritual energy was too low to gain any hatching value. It appears the hatching value I can absorb from bird eggs has reached its limit. It is time to seek new targets, higher-tier demonic beasts. Yichen was eager to try, while Xiaohei seemed somewhat apprehensive. After all, Yichen was merely an egg. He could only give commands, and when it came to direct action, Xiaohei had to take the lead. On the first attempt, Xiaohei made an error. Yet it was not entirely his fault. Yichen understood that larger demonic beasts are far more protective of their eggs than those avian creatures. What puzzled him, however, was that many of the demonic beasts in this forest bore a striking resemblance to the mammals of Blue Star, yet they were oviparous. Nevertheless, this worked to Yichen's advantage, providing him with hatching value. After a harrowing chase, the otter, utilizing its nimble frame, managed to evade the predator. Yichen sensed a hint of resentment in their shared emotional bond, but he said nothing and continued guiding them toward the next egg. This time, they exercised greater caution. After surveying the area and confirming that the beast was absent, they successfully pilfered the egg. Upon absorbing the egg, which was significantly larger than himself, Yi Chun was elated to discover he gained a full 0.3 in hatching value, substantially more than from the previous bird eggs. Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. At this rate, he would not be long in breaking free from his shell. The demonic beasts in this forest began to suffer as many discovered their eggs missing. Initially, in the first few days, the beasts failed to grasp what was happening, leading to Yi Chun frequently reaping rewards and causing his hatching value to soar to 80. However, as the days passed, many demonic beasts began to grow wary of Yi Chun and his underling, making their endeavors increasingly challenging. That a single misstep could invite deadly pursuit. Yi Chun reveled in the thrill, while Xiao He faced the brunt of the consequences. Slowly but surely, Xiao He received some compensation for its efforts. Initially, it had worked tirelessly without commendation. However, once Yi Chun's hatching value reached 50, Xiao He noticed that each time it absorbed an egg, its physical strength would also increase in tandem with Yi Chun's hatching value. Now, Xiao He's strength had significantly improved compared to before, perhaps due to the blood ritual. As Yi Chun's strength grew, Xiao He benefited as well. That if this little fellow were to train on its own, it might take quite some time to achieve noticeable progress. The duo hid and scurried about, living a life of petty thievery. Yet they found joy in it. Xiao He gradually became more spirited. Previously at the bottom of the food chain in this forest, it now dared to target the offspring of larger demonic beasts. Under Yi Chun's guidance, Xiao He consistently found escape routes from the predator's clutches. Although Xiao He suffered injuries on a few occasions, it remained unscathed in terms of life. This lifestyle did not last long. Yi Chun's hatching value surpassed 89, and he could feel the pure, innate spiritual energy filling his being, creating a sense of mild discomfort, an indication of a potential transformation. One day, they set their sights on 2 eggs belonging to the magical water crocodile. Cautiously, they advanced, acutely aware of the need for vigilance. They dared not let their guard down. After all, the magical water crocodile was a top-tier existence among first-tier demonic beasts that in the past, Xiao He would not have had the courage to even meet its gaze. Yet now they were poised to steal its precious eggs. When Yi Chun laid eyes on the 2 eggs, his heart raced. In his view, these magical water crocodile eggs were approaching a deep purple hue, containing the richest innate spiritual energy he had ever encountered. I must acquire these 2 eggs. Chapter 4. I seek revenge. Has that creature truly departed? Yi Chun stood atop Xiao He's head, surveying the surroundings. Ultimately, he was convinced that there was no immediate threat. Xiao He crept stealthily, moving soundlessly as it approached the 2 crocodile eggs. As they drew near, Yi Chun, hidden in the nearby underbrush, watched anxiously. With a sudden splash, the unexpected occurred. A magical water crocodile surged from the water, its gaping maw wide open, poised to snap at Xiao He. Had it not been for Xiao He's recent strength increase and enhanced speed, a single bite would surely have claimed its life. This creature is truly patient. Yi Chun couldn't help but express his frustration. He had been observing for quite some time and had even deliberately chosen the moment when the demon water crocodile was out and about to take action. Yet he still fell into the opponent's trap. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun leapt into the water, creating a splash that echoed like thunder. He intentionally made a considerable commotion to attract the demon water crocodile's attention. The small black creature, being pursued, seized the opportunity to dart away to the side. Yi Chun, his heart racing, hurried towards the shore. Strangely enough, as an egg, Yi Chun found himself able to swim, and at a surprisingly swift pace. Meanwhile, the small black creature, noticing the crocodile's distraction, hurriedly completed its task, clutching 2 demon water crocodile eggs in its mouth and fleeing down a different path. After a while, the 2 finally met at their usual rendezvous. The small black creature spat out the 2 eggs, and Yi Chun was surprised to find that they were even larger than he had anticipated. Well done, little black. Yi Chun gently patted the creature's large head. Sensing the energy within the demon water crocodile eggs, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement as he devoured them. A voice resonated within his mind. Break egg value reached 90. Activating talent. Disguise. Yi Chun glanced at his information and was intrigued by the newly acquired talent. Disguise. Able to mimic the aura of various living beings. Yi Chun felt a wave of delight wash over him. In a world teeming with fierce beasts, survival was exceedingly difficult for weaker creatures. Just as various strange abilities had evolved among the beings on Waterblue Star, Yichen desperately needed a life-saving skill. The activation of disguise was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Then he noticed, beneath the bold text, a line of small print. There are restrictions. Can only mimic beings the host has seen and closely interacted with. What a pity! The requirement for close contact significantly limited the potential of this talent. However, Yichen pondered if utilized wisely, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. That moment, the small black creature beside him remained still. Yet its life force was vibrant. Through their connected auras, Yichen sensed that the small black creature was undergoing a breakthrough. His break egg value had reached 90, enhancing various aspects, while correspondingly, the water otter had completed its own transformation. After what felt like an eternity, they were fortunate that no other fierce beasts had passed by, allowing the water otter to quietly undergo its metamorphosis and ultimately become a true demon beast. Yichen immediately detected this new aura, which resembled that of certain fierce beasts he had encountered in the forest, confirming his realization. Only by condensing a demon core could one truly be considered a first-tier demon beast. Now, the small black creature was merely a first-tier demon beast, still too weak. Although it was vastly stronger than before, it remained at the very bottom compared to other demon beasts. Nonetheless, it had achieved a breakthrough that seemed impossible, accomplishing what would typically take decades with Yichen's assistance. Seeing the small black creature transform, Yichen felt immense joy as he stayed by its side, watching it nurture its gradually forming demon core. Each demon beast possessed its own core, which in many ways was as vital as the head. Some demon beasts could survive even without their heads, but if their demon core were to be taken, they would die instantly. Connected by their minds, Yichen felt the significance of the demon core, which could be described as the core that governed the demon beast's body. Not long after, the demon core was nearly fully formed, and the small black creature's aura was calm. This breakthrough was remarkably perfect, with no unexpected incidents. Just as Yichen entertained this thought, an unforeseen event occurred. Whoosh! With Yichen's keen eyesight, he could barely discern what it was as it surged from the nearby bushes. Charging towards the water otter, Squeak, faced with this ferocious attacker, the small black creature was no match. Having just completed its breakthrough, its aura was still unstable, and its demon core was wide open, exposed for all to see. The assailant targeted this very core. With a swift, slicing sound, in an instant, a creature resembling a monkey had eviscerated the small black creature. Damn it. The assailant leisurely extracted the demon core that Yichen witnessed. Horrified, as the small black creature's aura vanished in an instant, while the demon core was swallowed by this monkey-like beast. Warning. A lethal threat detected. Devour a monkey. A chilling notification rang out, and Yichen's vision displayed information about the giant monkey demon beast. The beast was known as the Devourer monkey, fierce and brutal. Even though it was not the strongest in this forest, its infamous reputation among human cultivators was notorious. From the moment a Devourer monkey was born, it was destined to battle its own parents. Typically, on the day of its birth, its parents would meet their demise, consumed by their offspring. Thus, this terrifying demon beast grew, increasingly potent with each generation. After the Devourer monkey devoured the small black creature's demon core, it brazenly feasted before Yichen's eyes, leaving him seething with rage, his entire shell trembling. Yet he understood that, in his current state, he lacked the strength to confront it. His fury stemmed from the fact that the Devourer monkey had clearly noticed him afterward, recognizing that this egg was different, but deemed Yichen no threat, completely disregarding his presence. Right before him, it had consumed his companion entirely. Suppressing his rage, he turned and leaped into the lake. He glanced back at the shore, where the satiated Devourer monkey did not pursue him. Its savage gaze bore a trace of disdain. As if Yichen were merely a pest it could extinguish in this moment of disregard. It was simply uninterested in Yichen's existence. After finishing off the water otter, the Devourer monkey wiped its lips and turned its grotesque, menacing face towards Yichen, revealing a terrifying grin before swaggering away. Even for it, consuming a first-tier demon beast was not an everyday occurrence. It was only due to the water otter's lack of vigilance after its recent breakthrough that it had been so easily devoured. Now, the creature could find a place to rest and digest its recent meal. Such was the helplessness of the weak. Drifting on the lake's surface, Yi Chen's fury surged. During this time, the small black creature had been his companion for quite a while, although it was merely a low-level demon beast with budding intelligence. Yi Chen, as a human, possessed emotions. What tormented him even more was that, due to the blood ritual, he could vividly sense the small black creature's despair and agony before its death through the strands of their souls. "This grudge shall be avenged," Yi Chen declared coldly. "Did I end his memory? There existed a definitive overlord within this forest, a second-tier demon beast, a being even the devourer monkey dared not provoke. Yet, Yi Chen could instigate such a confrontation. The talent he had just acquired, disguise, could now be put to use. The distance between him and the devourer monkey had been sufficient for him to deeply imprint its aura in his memory. From here on, he merely needed to be cautious, ensuring that the forest's overlord did not detect his presence, and he could make the devourer monkey pay the price. Chapter 5. Drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. After several attempts, Yi Chen finally succeeded in mimicking the aura of the devourer monkey. If one were to overlook his appearance, his aura was indistinguishable from that of the beast. Be prudent. Yi Chen did not immediately seek out the location of the second-tier demon beast, but chose to test his mimicry on other wild beasts first. Coo coo coo. Yi Chen stealthily approached a bird's nest. However, before he could draw near, the two birds sensed the unique aura of the devourer monkey, panicking and hastily fluttering their wings to take flight. It was indeed effective. Yi Chen did not perceive any significant change in his own aura, but it seemed that other wild beasts were exceedingly sensitive to it. Even without visual confirmation, they could genuinely sense the aura of the devourer monkey. And their instincts did not deceive them, prompting them to evade this vicious creature. The infamy of the devourer monkey was not mere hearsay. Even though its strength was not at the pinnacle of this forest, and it did not even rank within the top 10. When it came to notoriety, it undoubtedly topped the charts. Even though slightly stronger than it generally preferred to avoid interaction with such a beast, that Yi Chen made several more attempts, discovering that some demon beasts, while aware of his rolling presence, were unable to discern the truth due to the aura of the devourer monkey masking his own. Having completed his experiments, he resolved to pursue his true objective. Yi Chen was determined to avenge the small black creature. After all, it had been his first companion in this world, only to meet a tragic end. Its remains completely devoured, that if this grudge goes unavenged, he shall remain an egg for eternity. Not long after, Yi Chen discovered the sole second-tier demon beast within this forest. That it was a magnificent golden lion, surrounded by faint golden flames of spiritual energy emanating from its majestic mane. It lay leisurely in a clearing, causing all nearby demon beasts to retreat in fear, not daring to make a sound. This was indeed the second-tier demon beast known as the Golden Flame Lion, a name that truly lived up to its reputation. As Yi Chen beheld the golden-maned lion, he couldn't help but gasp, feeling a tremor run through his very shell. The creature's sheer size was not its only formidable aspect. The energy radiating from its body sent shivers through him. Even from a distance, he could sense its overwhelming power. The second-tier demon beast possessed the ability to release spiritual energy, manifesting as flames. And thus, the golden flames of the Golden Flame Lion were derived. However, Yi Chen's intent was not to engage in battle with this creature, but rather to provoke it. That he stealthily approached the golden-maned lion, believing himself to be exceedingly clever in concealing his presence, not allowing even a hint of his aura to escape. Yet, to his astonishment, when he was still more than 10 zhang away, he noticed the lion had lifted its head. Not only had it raised its head, but it was also gazing directly in his direction. Yi Chen was certain they had locked eyes, or rather, the golden lion had undoubtedly spotted his moving shell. For reasons unknown, Yi Chen observed a hint of confusion on the lion's face before it simply lowered its head and resumed its slumber. It seemed the creature did not regard him as a threat. Yi Chen had grown accustomed to being overlooked by other demon beasts. This was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to approach the lion without difficulty. Seeing the lion gradually drift into sleep emboldened Yi Chen, who no longer made an effort to conceal himself and rolled towards the golden beast. Of course, he did not roll directly up to the Golden Flame Lion. Even if the lion showed no interest in him, a casual swipe of its paw could be fatal. And despite Yi Chen's innate resilience, he doubted he could withstand such an attack. The Yi Chen was exceedingly cautious, striving to suppress his aura while simultaneously observing the lion to determine when it would fall into a deep slumber. He exhibited remarkable patience, waiting for an indeterminate length of time, until the sky began to darken, yet he remained motionless at last. He faintly heard the rhythmic sound of the lion's deep slumber, and his heart surged with joy as he quietly rolled closer. Presently, he possessed a measure of strength and speed, coupled with his innate resilience, sufficient to inflict some harm. His objective was to make the lion believe that a monkey demon was attempting to ambush it. Under the cover of night, the trees loomed thick and robust, the recent storm having wrought little change to this area. The darkness was so profound that even the moonlight struggled to penetrate. Yi Chun made not a sound as he carefully maneuvered his position. Eventually, he drew near, his nerves taut. He recalled the sharp claws of the monkey demon. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered only a few sharp stones. Yet they would suffice. With a deep breath, he summoned an unknown force, causing the stones to adhere to his shell. This was a discovery Yi Chun had made upon his arrival, despite its smooth exterior. His shell possessed a unique gravitational pull. Then, Yi Chun leaped high, releasing the aura of the monkey demon in an instant as he descended upon the golden flame lion, striking down with force. The sound of tearing flesh echoed painfully in his ears. He had exerted all his strength, positioning the stones perfectly. The lion, entirely unprepared, felt the sharp stones cut through its fur, leaving behind a trail of blood. The golden flame lion awoke with a start, feeling the sudden pain in its back, unleashing a thunderous roar. Nearby trees trembled in response to its mighty cry. Yet curiously, the lion turned around, fully aware of the monkey's presence and the wound on its back. However, it found no trace of its assailant. That it was astonishing that the monkey demon could flee so swiftly. A low growl escaped the lion's throat, for it was truly incensed, having lived in this forest for so long. The lion was well aware of the monkey's existence, yet had previously chosen to ignore it, believing it would not dare to provoke him, at least. That was the golden flame lion's assumption before this incident. Unexpectedly, during this period, the golden lion had refrained from bothering other demon beasts, merely enjoying its territory, basking in the sun, or dozing off. Yet now, a foolhardy creature dared to provoke him, underestimating the might of this king. Even in the dead of night, while many demon beasts were fatigued and drowsy, the golden flame lion set forth that as the only second-tier demon beast in this forest. Every action it took commanded the attention of the entire woodland, rousing many demon beasts from their slumber as they cautiously observed the unfolding events that in the forest. From time to time, the roars of demon beasts could be heard, seemingly testing the waters. However, with the furious roar of the golden flame lion, those hostile auras fell silent, retracting their presence and retreating to their lairs to rest. The azure lake in the heart of the forest, the spiritual energy was rich, and various spiritual plants thrived, creating a natural habitat. Yet few demon beasts dared to roam this area. Upon a massive rock, a fearsome giant monkey with terrifying claws rested contentedly, since its arrival in this forest and settling by the lakeside. Numerous demon beasts had attempted to seize this territory. Most of them had perished at the hands of the monkey's lethal claws, while a fortunate few who managed to flee lost all courage to return to this lakeside. Thus, the monkey had long claimed dominion over this area, with few daring to disturb its peace. Even now, it enjoyed a carefree existence, occasionally venturing out to hunt, devouring one or two demon beasts, for instance. Just yesterday, it had consumed a freshly advanced first-tier demon beast, the spirit tooth otter, whose tender flesh was delectable. Yet, unbeknownst to it, this night was destined to be sleepless. A deafening roar reverberated through the forest. Before the monkey could react, it was suddenly pounced upon by a colossal golden figure. The life and death struggle between demon beasts required no words, yet it was profoundly bloody. In the shadowy corners of the forest, several curious demon beasts watched the unfolding battle. Among them, the well-concealed Yi Chun he observed silently, his gaze fixed on the clash of the two beasts. The skirmish by the lakeside did not last long, as there was a significant disparity in strength between the two combatants. Ultimately, after a final, exhausting strike, the monkey relinquished its prideful claws, succumbing to defeat. Blood pooled around the great stone, staining the ground. After the golden flame lion had killed the monkey, it roared dozens of times, once again proclaiming its sovereignty over this forest. All demon beasts were to regard it with reverence, and none could defy the will of the golden flame lion. Those who dared to challenge would meet a similar fate. Witnessing the demise of the monkey, those demon beasts that had contemplated challenging the golden lion to become the ruler of the forest fell silent. They finally comprehended that the gap between first-tier and second-tier demon beasts was not merely a matter of words. The ferocity of the monkey had been swiftly quashed by the overwhelming might of the golden flame lion, leaving no chance for retaliation that if they were to engage, they would likely meet a similar fate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Tier 3 task. Revenge. At that moment, Yi Chun, watching from a distance, heard something resonate within his heart. Chapter 6. Hatching. Having witnessed the monkey's demise at the jaws of the golden flame lion, Yi Chun departed from the lakeside of the forest. Xiao Hei's vengeance had been fulfilled, and now he had more pressing matters to attend to. Why Yi Chun ascended a small hill and rolled down the slope. After tumbling for a while, he landed in a rocky cave, a carefully chosen refuge. This small cave was just large enough for him to conceal himself, free from the concern of being discovered by larger demon beasts. Once he confirmed his safety, Yi Chun opened the system panel. System host. Yi Chun evolution stage. Egg physical strength, 0. 4 spiritual power realm. None skills acquired. Resilience LV2. Disguise LV1 hatching value. To be unlocked upon reaching juvenile stage 100. Hatching possible. It was time to hatch. Without hesitation, Yi Chun selected the option to hatch. With a crack, the once impenetrable shell of the egg began to fissure, and simultaneously, Yi Chun felt all the spiritual energy he had absorbed in recent days begin to converge and surge into his body. The hatching process did not take long. Soon, a fluffy little life emerged from the shell that a gentle breeze swept by, and Yi Chun felt a chill, as if he had been stripped bare. Why Yi Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly as he gazed at his reflection on the system panel. System host. Yi Chun evolution stage. Gray bird juvenile phase. Physical strength, 0. 7 spiritual energy realm. None skills possessed. Camouflage LV1. Danger perception LV1 elemental power. 01000 at this moment. Yi Chun bore a striking resemblance to an ugly duckling, his body covered in downy feathers, with a gray exterior that barely hinted at his nature as a fledgling bird. The shattering of his egg had led him to lose the skill of fortification. However, in compensation, he sensed an increase in his physical strength. It appeared that the spiritual energy from the egg had been completely absorbed by him. With this absorption, Yi Chun felt as if his feathers had become slightly more resilient. What thrilled him further was the addition of a new innate skill. Innate skill, danger perception, the ability to sense the physical strength of beastly creatures within a certain radius. As Yi Chun attempted to employ this skill, he was not disappointed. His vision shifted dramatically, and he distinctly sensed that within a 50-meter radius around the small cave where he was concealed, there were over 10 luminous points. The colors of these points varied, predominantly green and yellow, seemingly categorizing the beasts by their danger levels. Green indicated no danger, while yellow signified mild peril. Moreover, Yi Chun detected a red silhouette at the edge of his perceptive range. It was a rounded form rolling on the nearby ground that he recognized it as an anteater, a creature often seen in the vicinity, which appeared to have solidified a beast core, marking it as a genuine first-tier beast. Currently, he knew he was ill-equipped to confront such a creature. It was evident that he needed to find a way to solidify his own beast core, despite being aware of the anteater's presence. Yi Chun felt no trepidation regarding being discovered. Even if it did find him, he believed it would hold little interest in him. He attempted to move his body slightly, although his physical strength had not increased. He felt an unusual lightness, as if some form of constraint within him had been released. He could clearly sense his body's hunger, indicating a need for substantial nourishment. At this juvenile stage, the creatures of Water Blue Star experienced rapid growth. He was confident that the beings in this alternate world would follow suit. Yi Chun muttered to himself. A chilling voice echoed once more. Host has reached the juvenile phase. Task has been issued. 4th rank task. Solidify Beast Core task description. Through consumption, collect 1,000 points of elemental power to solidify the first Beast Core. Task reward. 1,000 evolution points. Evolution points? The mere sight of these words piqued Yi Chun's curiosity, leaving him wondering about their significance. However, the task of solidifying the beast core was imperative. Under the dim moonlight, wisps of clouds loomed above the forest at the foot of the mountain. The night brought an eerie silence to the woods. as many beasts were diurnal, though some smaller ones ventured out after dusk. This was precisely why Yi Chun chose to forage under the cover of night, that as he wandered just beyond the cave. He frequently lowered his head in search of something. Upon flipping a small stone, a tiny black insect scurried out. Without hesitation, Yi Chun snapped it up, swallowing it whole. Earth Element 1 Physical Strength 0. 3 moments later, Yi Chun stumbled upon another insect. Fire Element 1 Physical Strength 0.2 Initially, Yi Chun was quite reluctant to consume such creatures, but after several attempts, he gradually came to appreciate the taste of these little insects. Tender and with a hint of sweetness. Moreover, each consumption yielded elemental value, which was crucial for solidifying the beast core, the AT present. Yi Chun could only be regarded as an ordinary juvenile beast, still a considerable distance from becoming a true beast. As he lacked a beast core, that he continued along the path, diligently searching for more insects, while his physical strength and elemental value steadily increased. Throughout this journey, he remained vigilant, utilizing his danger perception to evade many perilous beasts. On one occasion, he even spotted a diminutive first-tier beast, a terrifying ghost-faced spider. Hiding behind a large tree, despite its small size, it had solidified a beast core. Without his innate danger perception, Yi Chun would likely have overlooked its presence, serving as a reminder that danger did not solely correlate with size. After 2 hours of foraging, Yi Chun discovered a patch of grass and began to assess his bounty. Physical strength, 1. 2 elemental value. Fire element 77 points, earth element 32 points, water element 12 points, light element 1 point. With his physical strength reaching 1.2, Yi Chun had noticeably grown larger. His once sparse down now appeared denser, and the hue had deepened considerably, endowing him with a more formidable demeanor. Alas, he remained merely a fledgling. Upon reviewing his haul, Yi Chun noted that he had gathered the most fire elemental value, likely due to the abundant spiritual energy in the vicinity, which produced numerous fire-affiliated beings. Realizing this, he resolved to hone in on this direction, striving to amass fire elemental value in hopes of solidifying his beast core. He came to the realization that elemental value could be gathered not only from consuming insects, but also by ingesting spiritual plants. Many plants rich in spiritual energy offered greater value than insects. On one occasion, he even consumed a striking red fruit, which significantly boosted his fire elemental value by 20 points. However, Yi Chun remained cautious about excessively consuming spiritual plants, as he was uncertain of their composition. If he inadvertently ingested something toxic, he could very well meet his demise to expedite the accumulation of elemental value. Yi Chun devised a clever strategy. Dense smoke billowed and flames roared in this secluded area of the forest at the mountain's base, where a modest lava pit lay hidden. Yi Chun peeked out from the underbrush, excitement bubbling within him as he gazed at the lava pit, having tracked the red heart bug to this location. The red heart bug was known to increase fire elemental value upon consumption. While searching for these insects, Yi Chun had kept a mental note of the distribution and density of various elemental insects he encountered, discovering that the closer he got to the forest's edge, the more red heart bugs he found. Thus, he boldly conjectured that somewhere in this direction, a rich source of fire elemental energy must exist. His hypothesis proved accurate. Yi Chun's excitement surged as he licked his beak in anticipation. The lava pit ahead bubbled with molten magma, the thick black smoke rendering it unapproachable. Yet at the center of the pit, a peculiar plant flourished, a dazzling red flower with 9 petals. The 9th petal was notably smaller than the others, just beginning to emerge. Spirit herb, Yi Chun thought gleefully. The 9-petaled flower emanated a potent spiritual energy, seemingly awaiting harvest. However, as the energy wafted toward the pit's edge, it was dispersed by the swirling black smoke. The spiritual energy, released by the 9-petaled flower, was shielded from the beasts by the fiery currents of the lava pit, allowing it to thrive to such an extent that Yi Chun had encountered this 9-petaled flower during previous foraging expeditions, but had only come across 3 or 4-petaled variants, having never even seen a 6-petaled flower. This 9-petaled flower, thriving behind the natural barrier of the lava pit, was truly remarkable. Sensing the rich fire spiritual energy emanating from the 9-petaled flower, Yi Chun excitedly flapped his small wings. Absorbing single attribute elements could solidify the most powerful and pure beast core. And this 9-petaled flower contained an immense quantity of pure fire element. Suppressing his elation, Yichen cautiously approached, ensuring he counted the petals once more to confirm their number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Indeed, it had 9. Alas, the ninth petal appeared not yet fully developed. Yi Chun sighed with a hint of regret. Despite his disappointment, he resolved to pluck it without delay. In this forest of beastly creatures, everything was unclaimed. If he hesitated out of pity, another beast might discover it the following day. He carefully approached the flower. Since it grew in the center of the lava pit, Yi Chun had to leap down and navigate across the exposed rocks above the molten layer. This was a perilous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could lead to his transformation into a roasted bird. Fortunately, with a physical strength of 1.2, Yi Chun had surpassed the capabilities of ordinary mortals, even in the absence of a beast core. Before long, he found himself before the 9-petaled flower that a final leap across 2 stones would allow him to harvest it. However, just as he flapped his wings to make the jump, Yi Chun froze. He sensed a breath beneath the last slab of lava, and his danger perception informed him that this presence posed a threat of the highest degree. Red, to his astonishment, a beast was capable of surviving within the lava. Yecheng felt a sudden jolt of shock, and every feather on his body bristled. But if he were but an ordinary demon beast, he would almost certainly have stepped onto the last patch of lava without a second thought. Yecheng no longer had the disposition to ponder the identity of the demon beast lurking within the molten rock. Without hesitation, he jumped backward. In that very instant, a stream of lava shot forth from below, aiming directly at Yecheng. It was the first-tier demon beast's innate skill, lava breath. Even though Yecheng had acquired a leaping ability comparable to that of a mortal, he did not expect his opponent to possess such a formidable attack. Splash! The erupting magma splattered against Yecheng's back, burning a large patch of feathers in a charred gray. Instantly, a tearing pain surged through his back. Under the assault of such agony, Yecheng felt as if he might slip and plunge into the lava below. Yet survival instinct prevailed. He gritted his teeth against the pain and managed to stabilize his descent, swiftly leaping out of the lava pit. The figure beneath the magma also surfaced. It was a red silhouette, squinting its eyes in delight as it observed Yecheng's torment, reveling in the sound of his anguished cries. Clearly, it was thoroughly pleased with its own attack. After all, who could have anticipated that a first-tier demon beast could conceal itself within the molten depths? In the throes of suffering, Yecheng realized that the presence within the lava pit must have discovered the 9-petaled flower long ago. It was evident that this being possessed considerable intelligence. Rather than consuming the flower immediately, it had opted to establish a lair within the lava pit, waiting for any demon beast that dared to covet the flower. Thus, it patiently awaited the flower's maturation while utilizing the lava pit to hunt. For the red figure, this was its natural domain, while for any unwary intruders, it was a graveyard. The red figure's gaze remained calm and ruthless, exuding confidence in its magma spouting ability. Such temperatures were lethal. Even a second-tier magical beast would suffer grievous burns upon contact. It had no doubt that Yecheng would not survive. Since discovering this lava pit years ago, countless demon beasts had perished at its hands, many of them far stronger than itself. Hiss! The red figure flicked its long tongue, eyeing the nearly unconscious Yecheng as it approached step by step. This is bad, Yecheng thought, realizing the gravity of his situation. If he were to endure another blast of lava, his demise would be inevitable. While he pondered, the red figure prepared for its second spout. Instinctively, Yecheng leaped to the side. The searing lava struck the ground, corroding it and producing a thick cloud of white smoke. Not daring to linger, Yecheng flapped his wings and sprinted into the thicket. Moments later, he vanished among the trees. The lava pit fell silent once more. The red figure, witnessing Yecheng's escape, appeared displeased but ultimately did not pursue him beyond the confines of the lava pit. With a splash, it submerged itself once again into the molten depths, awaiting its next prey. Beneath a small mound, Yecheng curled up, emitting pain cries. This was the most excruciating torment he had ever endured. Wherever the scalding lava splashed, feathers and flesh were seared to black. Just wait until I grow stronger, and I shall return. Yecheng gritted his teeth against the pain, consuming a red heartworm. The tender flesh slid down his throat, its spiritual essence absorbed by Yecheng, alleviating the pain at his wounds slightly. At present, although his physical strength was not high, his recovery ability was remarkably robust. With sufficient nourishment, he estimated his wounds would heal within 3 days. Yecheng glanced at his charred back. Alas, it seemed he would bear scars from this ordeal. For the following days, Yecheng refrained from venturing deep into the forest. Given his injuries, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing other demon beasts. Even while foraging for food, he did not stray far from his safe zone. For a full 10 days, Yecheng quietly consumed sustenance and recuperated. Occasionally, he would recall the red figure. The attack had come so swiftly that he had not clearly discerned its appearance. Yet, Yecheng had resolved that once he grew powerful, he would certainly seek retribution against that red silhouette. It was not in his nature to leave a grudge unaddressed. After several more days, Yecheng felt that his wounds were nearly healed, although his back still ached somewhat. It did not hinder his movements. During this time, Yecheng's abilities had once again progressed, and his physical strength had notably increased. Opening the system panel, he found System Host, Yecheng Evolution Stage, Gray Bird Juvenile, Physical Strength, 2. 0 Spiritual Power Level, None Skills Acquired, Disguise LV1, Danger Perception LV1, Elemental Power, 285, 1000, Fire Element 195, Earth Element 65, Water Element 11, Light Element 7, Wind Element 6, Dark Element 1. Yecheng's body had grown to over a meter tall. No longer resembling a diminutive gray bird, his dark yellow beak had hardened considerably, allowing him to easily shatter rocks with it. Yecheng's vision had also sharpened dramatically. He could clearly see any object within 1,000 meters. My physical strength remains at 2.0. I recall achieving that last night, yet it has not increased since. Perhaps I have reached the limit of my current state? Yecheng thought for a moment, arriving at a conclusion. It seemed that condensing the demon core was now imminent. However, acquiring elemental energy had slowed considerably. Relying solely on consuming red heartworms was far too sluggish. Remembering the 9-petaled flower made his feathers itch. Yet the guardian demon beast was far too powerful, leaving him with little hope of obtaining it. Alas, it appeared that he was fated to be estranged from the 9-petaled flower. He might as well seek other targets. Yecheng dashed swiftly through the forest. Since hatching, he had become increasingly adept at running and jumping, resembling a gray ostrich flitting through the woods. Before long, he spotted a target on a patch of grass. He discovered a red-black fruit. Upon swallowing it, he felt a surge of rich fire spiritual energy. Fire Element 4, it was several times more potent than the red heartworm. Yecheng lifted his fluffy little head and indeed saw a peculiar large tree, densely adorned with vibrant red-black fruits, exuding a rich spiritual aura, numbering in the dozens. Yecheng was thrilled. This was far more efficient than consuming insects. However, he soon faced a dilemma. The extraordinary tree was exceptionally tall, rendering Yecheng's small frame akin to that of a chick in comparison. What to do? Ding. Task has been issued. Second-tier task. Flight task description. Learn a fly task reward. 200 Fire Elements Chapter 8. Flight. A cold voice resonated, igniting Yecheng's excitement. Yes, I can learn to fly. Suddenly, Yecheng recalled that the strength of a demon beast was not solely determined by its rank. For instance, the red figure from the lava pit, despite being only first tier, could effortlessly hunt other demon beasts by leveraging its terrain advantage. Were it not for Yecheng's danger perception, he would have undoubtedly fallen prey to its ambush. Utilizing one's inherent strengths and capitalizing on geographical advantages. Yecheng repeated this thought, and a vague idea began to form. To the east of the forest at the foot of the mountain lay a cliff known as the Windy Cliff, notorious for its howling winds, frequently referenced by human cultivators. Yecheng stood at the edge of the cliff, casting a glance down into the abyss below, shivering in trepidation that it was an excellent place to learn to fly. Feeling the chilling winds at the cliff's edge, Yecheng's previously resolute spirit wavered slightly. The sensation was simply too terrifying. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to attempt flying in a small valley adjacent to the cliff, where the height was significantly lower, making it relatively safer. Arriving at the valley's edge, Yecheng flapped his wings. Now standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters, his wings were adorned with neatly arranged, shimmering feathers. Quite a sight to behold. Yecheng felt a thrill of excitement. In his past life as a human, he had adored rock climbing and cherished the feeling of standing atop a peak. The greatest aspiration back then had been to soar like the birds above. Little did he expect that in this new life, he would truly have the opportunity to experience the sensation of flight. With a shout, Yeqing leaped down, harnessing the power of the raging winds. His wings flapped in the high altitude, the air currents rising along his elongated form, creating a vortex that lifted him upward. This was the essence of flight. Yeqing felt a sense of tranquility within. So this was the feeling of being a bird. Task completed. Reward: 200 fire elements. He glided along the valley's edge, descending to the bottom before soaring upward once more. At the valley's base, a leopard-shaped demon beast was tearing into a deer. Upon spotting Yeqing descending from the sky, it momentarily froze in shock that Yeqing's figure floated above it, and the enraged second-tier leopard demon let out a furious roar. Yet, it could only roar impotently, seeing that even the second-tier demon beast could only watch him in frustration. Yeqing felt a mix of excitement and pride. However, he soon realized he was becoming a bit overconfident. The higher he flew, the more strenuous it seemed to become. Yeqing shook his small gray head, a reaction prompted by the spiritual pressure in the air. Due to the presence of spiritual energy, flying demonic beasts ascend higher and faster, thus enduring greater spiritual pressure. With Yeqing's current physical strength, he could only achieve about half the flight speed of an ordinary bird. As he soared past the peak of Foam Cliff, Yeqing charged ahead, moving beyond the forest at the mountain's base and gradually entering the canyon region deep within the mountains. Before long, he spotted in the distant sky dozens of flying figures. One terrifyingly massive silhouette, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, was ruthlessly pursuing a flock of birds. Its head resembled that of the legendary winged dragon. Moving with lightning speed, the birds flitted in all directions, yet none could evade the predator's grasp. Just then, a smaller white bird narrowly escaped the clutches of the winged dragon, but before it could catch its breath, it plummeted rapidly toward the ground. The winged dragon unleashed a torrent of white flames, reducing the birds to ashes. In the aftermath, a cacophony of demonic cores was consumed by the winged dragon. After dispatching the birds, the winged dragon turned its gaze toward a distant corner. Moments later, it seemed to lose interest and took flight elsewhere. Hidden among the thickets, Yeqing was drenched in cold sweat. In his heightened sense of danger, he had not perceived the familiar hues of green, yellow, or red. Instead, he was confronted with a daunting black. The threat posed by this winged dragon had far surpassed Yeqing's expectations. Even more terrifying was the fact that he could feel the soul pressure emitted by the winged dragon from dozens of miles away. The might of the soul, a first-tier demonic beast equated to a human cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, while a second-tier demonic beast, with its spiritual energy externalized, was referred to by cultivators as being in the spirit fire stage. This winged dragon, from such a distance, was capable of exerting the soul pressure of a third-tier demonic beast, indicating its true rank was at least 5th tier or higher. Yeqing's initial exhilaration at having learned to fly dissipated entirely, that he had anticipated that mastering flight would grant him the ability to evade danger, only to discover that in the realm of demonic beasts, the sky was far more perilous than the ground. For a creature like Yeqing, devoid of a demonic core, soaring freely in the sky was akin to courting death. Alas, indeed, strength was paramount. Without power, even the skill of flight could not embolden him to soar boldly. Yeqing began to long for that 9-petaled flower, that if he could consume it, he would undoubtedly become stronger. Regrettably, that fire lizard was far too formidable. After much contemplation, Yeqing resolved to return to the forest at the mountain's base. The depths of the mountains were too terrifying, teeming with entities that posed fatal threats to him. Throughout the journey, Yeqing remained cautious, only daring to glide low in slightly open areas. Upon reaching the forest at the mountain's foot, he finally exhaled in relief. The shock brought on by the winged dragon had been overwhelming, and Yeqing now aimed to solidify his demonic core within the safety of the forest. As for the mountain canyons, he would only explore them once he had grown stronger. Having recovered from his astonishment, Yeqing adopted a more optimistic outlook. First, he would locate the peculiar giant tree and consume all its fruits. Excitedly, he envisioned an influx of elemental values surging toward him. Before long, he arrived beneath the colossal tree. The crimson-black fruits at the top glistened enticingly. Yeqing flapped his wings and soared upward, reaching the once unreachable fruits in an instant. 1 fruit, 2 fruits. Yeqing opened his mouth and devoured them all, feeling a satisfying fullness in his belly. However, upon consuming the 20th crimson black fruit, a sudden, sharp pain surged through his stomach. Could it be that these fruits were toxic? Yi Chun was on the verge of tears. Dying from eating a fruit would be an injustice indeed. Yet he soon realized that this was not the case. Following the initial agony, his feathers began to change color, one by one, transforming into a vivid red. Consuming the crimson fruit activated his talent. Flame resistance. The system's notification sound echoed, and Yi Chen's expression shifted from confusion to exhilaration. Flame resistance? Did that mean he could be immune to fire attacks? The creature from the lava pit would no longer pose a threat. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement as the system chimed in once more. Talent Flame Resistance LV1 can significantly reduce fire damage. Only a slight reduction? Yi Chen inquired, can the talent for flame resistance be upgraded? The system panel responded, initiating a search.to enhance talent levels. The following methods are available. 1. Consume evolution points for evolution. 2. Frequent practice of the talent will elevate its level. 3. Through the consumption of spiritual herbs to activate the talent. After consuming a certain quantity of spiritual herbs, it may upgrade once more. Upon hearing the system's reply, Yi Chen fell into deep thought. Currently, he had not yet solidified his demonic core, making the first method unviable. Thus, only the second and third methods remained. With that in mind, he resolved to seek out more crimson fruits and find a suitable place to hone his heat resistance. Determined, Yi Chen continued to consume several crimson fruits, filling his belly to the brim, to the point where he could barely take flight. These crimson fruits seemed to be difficult to digest. After eating, Yi Chen transformed into a plump bird, relegated to resting beneath the tree to slowly digest. It appeared he would need several days to fully process the fruits in the days that followed. Yi Chen remained active near the peculiar giant tree, digesting the crimson fruits while refining his flying skills. Unbeknownst to him, 10 days passed, while Yi Chen's mastery of flight grew ever more proficient, and the benefits of flying exceeded his expectations. Now he could utilize his wings to traverse the skies while simultaneously scanning the ground for targets, significantly increasing his hunting speed. Small beasts were no longer a match for him. The crimson fruits on the peculiar giant tree had been consumed, and Yi Chen's talent had indeed evolved that he had now reached the second level. Talent Flame Resistance LV2 can significantly reduce fire damage. It was time to depart, enhance his flame resistance, and then venture into the lava pit. Yi Chen silently resolved. Chapter 9. The Training of Flame Resistance. Whoosh. A rustling sound echoed through the woods as a faint red shadow darted by. Yi Chen flapped his wings, diligently searching among the trees. At last, amidst a cluster of ancient trees, he discovered another crimson fruit tree. However, the quantity of fruits on this tree paled in comparison to the first he had encountered, and its height was considerably less. Yi Chen adeptly swooped down, gripping the treetop with his claws, and using a sharp beak, he pecked at the crimson fruits. Nearby, 2 small monkey demons clung to a high branch, curiously approaching, eager to partake in the bounty. Yi Chen decisively flapped his wings a couple of times, issuing sharp cries at the monkeys. Having consumed a substantial number of crimson fruits, his light gray feathers had gradually transformed into a striking red, appearing both dazzling and sharp. The 2 small monkeys, frightened, scampered away in a frenzy. Now, Yi Chen could digest the crimson fruits swiftly, but he surmised this was due to his increased consumption, allowing his body to adapt. After devouring these crimson fruits, a vast array of feathers began to tremble, quickly changing to a light red hue, while some of his already light red feathers transformed into a brilliant crimson. Yi Chen squinted his small eyes. Birds possess extraordinary vision, and he could now effortlessly spot tiny insects on distant tree trunks. Scanning the area, he found no trace of crimson fruits. It seemed unlikely he would find any in the near future. The method of enhancing flame resistance through fruit consumption was no longer feasible. Only practice remained as a viable option. How could he train his flame resistance? Yi Chen has already formed an idea. Ever since he activated his flame resistance, he discovered that when sunlight bathed his body, the delicate crimson feathers absorbed the fiery essence from the sun. Now, while basking in the sun, he felt no sensation of heat, as the feathers absorbed the fire essence to augment his own flame resistance. However, the fiery essence in sunlight was too feeble, nearly negligible. To rapidly enhance his flame resistance, he needed to seek a location with significantly higher temperatures. Gurgling sounds echoed through the expanse of towering trees, leading to a natural hot spring. Here, there were over a dozen hot spring pits of varying sizes, the coldest akin to an icy spring. While the hottest brimmed with flowing magma, bubbles occasionally broke the surface, rising to the large leaves above, which had turned black from the heat, that Yi-chan approached the edge of the hot spring. Testing the temperatures with his claws, that he dared not venture into the two pits of molten lava. Yet he noted a considerable improvement in his feather's heat resistance compared to before. After comparing several hot spring pits, Yi-chan selected one that seemed ideal. The steam rising from this particular pit was a faint white, shrouded in a thick mist that as he submerged himself within, a soothing warmth radiated from the tips of his feathers. How delightful! He never expected that being a bird could afford such a delightful bathing experience. Yi-chan's mood lifted significantly. However, unbeknownst to him, the temperature in this hot spring exceeded what an ordinary human could endure. The comfort he felt stemmed entirely from his feathers absorbing the fiery essence. Had he still possessed a human body, he would have likely been boiled alive by now as Yi-chan immersed himself. He sensed wisps of faint red aura being drawn from the hot spring, absorbed by his feathers. Intriguingly, this aura formed an intricate network within his plumage, connecting to the meridians of his body. With a deep breath, Yi-chan began to exhale, and as the aura continually refined his meridians and feathers, his breathing gradually grew heavier, culminating in an involuntary sharp cry that a small azure sparrow, flitting above the hot spring, was startled by this piercing cry, nearly plummeting to the ground. The cry bore a resemblance to that of a hawk, explaining the bird's fright, that as the essence circulated within him, Yi-chan's mind began to swirl with extraordinary thoughts. According to the system, this world indeed harbored cultivators. Undoubtedly, the human cultivators here possess cultivation methods akin to those in the legendary tales of his past life, that if human cultivators could cultivate their techniques, could not the beast kind do the same? This thought ignited a greater curiosity within Yi-chan. He etched the route of the fiery essence's circulation in his mind, and, after approximately 40 cycles, he consciously guided the essence through his meridians. To his astonishment, this attempt resembled a dam bursting. The speed of the fiery essence's circulation surged 3 to 4 times faster. It turned out that beasts could cultivate as well. Yi-chan was elated, repeatedly directing the flow of essence, resulting in smoother meridians and increasingly vibrant plumage. However, after a while, the flow of essence abruptly ceased. Yi-chan observed that the once faint white-hot spring had transformed into a deep black. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the charred feathers on his back, previously burnt by magma, had completely fallen away, replaced by new plumage. The hot spring appeared to have been drained of its energy. Resembling a stagnant pool of water, filled with excitement, Yi-chan flapped his wings and soared into the air, plunging into another hot spring pit. This new pit was a pale azure, significantly hotter than the previous one. The moment his feathers touched the water, he felt the fiery essence seeping in like potent liquor, refining his meridians, completely overshadowing the comfort he had previously experienced. Nevertheless, the speed of the essence's flow had increased considerably, and Yi-chan could distinctly sense his body merging with the fiery essence. Enduring the initial discomfort, he flapped his wings a few times, splashing water everywhere, but gradually, it seemed his body adapted to the high temperature, and the sensation of comfort returned. Engrossed in his rejuvenating soak, he remained oblivious to the approach of a baboon-like beast. This creature, known as the Benway monkey demon, reveled in hot springs, often establishing its lair near natural thermal waters. As the monkey demon approached the hot spring, it stretched languidly, preparing to leap into the pit, only to notice an unfamiliar figure. Roaring with fury, the Benway monkey demon was enraged to find its territory occupied by a gray bird. With a furious bark, it glared at the polluted black hot spring and unleashed a series of sharp cries, startling Yi-chan from his reverie. Upon meeting the monkey demon's gaze, Yi-chan did not hastily flee. Through his innate sense of danger, he discerned that the creature's hue was a pale yellow, indicating a mild threat. Seeing that Yi-chan exhibited no fear only intensified the monkey demon's aggression. It thumped its chest and charged forward. With a roar, the Benway monkey demon unleashed its signature attack, a pair of fist-sized crimson fists that swung towards Yi-chan's side, intending to crush him flat. This attack was deemed a signature move because, unlike typical beasts, The Benway monkey demon possessed unique abilities due to its physique. While most beasts could not harness essence until they formed a core, some, like the Benway monkey demon, were innately endowed with elemental attacks. The monkey demon's furious punch struck with considerable force, yet it was insufficient to injure Yi Chun. Soon after, a surge of fiery essence rushed towards the point of impact. The monkey demon, grinning malevolently, quickly realized that its strike had no effect on the large gray bird. Roaring in frustration, the creature soon turned tail and vanished into the woods, leaving Yi Chun somewhat embarrassed. It had barked so fiercely he had expected a fierce confrontation, only to find that even beastkind could engage in empty threats. That why Yi Chun joyfully rose, shaking off the droplets of water from his feathers. At that moment, he noticed that his plumage had transformed into a brilliant crimson. The system template displayed a dark golden notification. Talent Flame Resistance LV3 significantly reduces fire damage, nearing complete immunity within the same tier. Chapter 10. Fire Demon Lizard. Deep within the molten pit, a figure lurked amidst the magma, a red silhouette adorned with glimmering red crystals on its back. This was the Fire Demon Lizard. A first-tier beast, its thick hide endowed it with formidable heat resistance, enabling it to endure harrowing temperatures, thriving in lava. The terror of the Fire Demon Lizard lay in its extraordinary heat tolerance and its adept camouflage. Years prior, it had emerged as a hatchling from its shell. All its kin had been devoured by a powerful second-tier beast, leaving it to narrowly escape to this sanctuary. Surviving such peril promised fortune. It discovered this natural habitat and the 8-petaled flower. Having escaped a deadly predator, the awakening of its intelligence had elevated the Fire Demon Lizard's wisdom beyond that of its peers, resisting temptation. It utilized the 8-petaled flower as bait, capturing numerous beasts over the years. In just over 3 years, it transformed from a hatchling into a peak first-tier beast. Meanwhile, the 8-petaled flower had ascended to 9 petals. For the Fire Demon Lizard, this was monumental news. Its lineage was inherently limited to the first tier. However, through the pure fiery essence of the 9-petaled flower, it could surpass its bloodline constraints and evolve into a second-tier beast. At that point, it would possess the strength to contend with the golden lion king of the forest at the mountain's foot. Gazing at the burgeoning 9-petaled flower, the Fire Demon Lizard's eyes sparkled with increasing delight. After breaking through its bloodline shackles, it might even further evolve, aspiring towards the legendary bloodline of the Fire Lizard King. In the realm of beasts, ascension remained an eternal theme. Only the strong could ensure the continuation of their lineage. Yet, to grow powerful, mere talent was insufficient. Sometimes, a stroke of luck outweighed both talent and effort combined. Since the awakening of its intelligence, the Fire Demon Lizard had sensed an unparalleled fortune protecting it. Just as the Fire Demon Lizard indulged in dreams of grandeur, a sudden rush of wind swept through the AI. It was a gray firebird. Disdain filled the Fire Demon Lizard's eyes. A beast without a core dared to provoke it. It contemplated how to shred its opponent to pieces and subsequently devour and digest them within the maw of the Fire Demon Lizard. A surge of black lava was gathering as it lay hidden beneath the magma, intending to strike when least expected. Observing the gray bird standing motionless, the Fire Demon Lizard's gaze turned cruel. It was akin to a living target. Once the lava stream had coalesced within the Fire Demon Lizard's mouth, it was unleashed upon the gray bird's form. That moment, the gray bird remained utterly still, while the lava flow approached with alarming speed. Contrary to the Fire Demon Lizard's expectations, the anticipated scene of the opponent merging into a mass of black and gray did not materialize. Instead, the lava flowed over the gray bird's body like ordinary water, leaving no discernible impact whatsoever. The gray bird merely twisted its body slightly. Such a degree of flame dares to defeat me? The Fire Demon Lizard had no time to react, as the gray bird's figure suddenly surged beside it in the wake of an explosive breath. Whoosh! Before the Fire Demon Lizard could comprehend the situation, Yi Chun extended his claws, firmly grasping the 9-petal flower. Success! The fully matured 9-petal flower. Yi Chun excitedly flapped his wings and soared towards the forest. The Fire Demon Lizard emitted a roar of frustration. Yet it could only watch helplessly as Yi Chun departed on a tranquil patch of grass. Yi Chun placed the 9-petal flower imbued with pure energy. Upon the ground, to his astonishment, he discovered that the final undeveloped petal had also fully blossomed, releasing an aura of natural perfection. Haha, lost and found, I have finally acquired it. Before preparing to consume it, he meticulously surveyed the surrounding grassland. After confirming the absence of other beasts, Yi Chen promptly swallowed it whole. Upon ingestion of the 9-petal flower, Yi Chen felt his entire being quiver with energy. The demon core within him greedily absorbed the pure energy contained within the flower, enveloping his form in a radiant red glow. Moments later, as Yi Chen completely digested the 9-petal flower, a system notification chimed in. Acquired fire element, 700 points, a full 700 points of fire element. Yi Chen opened his attribute panel. System host. Yi Chen evolution stage. Gray bird juvenile, physical strength, 2. 0 spiritual power realm. None skills acquired. Disguise LV1. Danger perception LV1 elemental power. 16151000. Fire element 1315. Earth element 135. Water element 84. Wind element 48. Light element 32. Dark element 1. The elemental power is sufficient. Yi Chen exclaimed. The higher the purity of the demon core, the greater the enhancement it brings to the demon beast. Finally, I have gathered a full 1,000 fire elements. I can now condense my demon core. The pursuit of extremes is Yi Chen's life creed. Even as a demon beast, he yearned to become the most formidable one. Clicking on the system panel, Yi Chen selected the option to condense the demon core using the elemental power. Do you wish to consume 1,000 points of fire element to condense the demon core? Yes, a surge of formidable energy coursed through Yi Chen's body as countless pale red light particles coalesced within him. These were all the fire elements he had previously collected. The essence of the elements is the innate spiritual energy after differentiation. Purer and more chaotic, Yi Chen could feel a point of energy in his abdomen gradually growing larger and condensing. The searing sensation made his feathers tingle with warmth. This warmth was entirely different from the pain of being scalded by lava. It felt as if the flames were merging with him. An embrace of rebirth that was exquisitely comforting. This comfort compelled Yi Chen to involuntarily let out a cry. Whoosh! This cry stirred considerable commotion in the forest at the mountain's foot. Countless demon beasts turned their gazes towards a particular direction, most filled with envy and trepidation, while others remained alert. The sentient demon beasts realized that within this forest, a true demon beast had emerged. Amidst the flames, Yi Chen's feathers gradually shed their former hue. The once grayish-white plumage transformed into a delicate red, shimmering with a luminous sheen. Each feather sharp and formidable, he could sense his body burgeoning anew as the fresh flesh healed the wounds along his back. After approximately a quarter of an hour, this transformation finally ceased. Yi Chen approached the marsh, gazing at his reflection on the water's surface. There stood a 3-meter-tall fire phoenix, its plumage seemingly branded with the marks of raging flames. Long, sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light. From the perspective of avian demon beasts, Yi Chen now appeared as a burgeoning youth, radiating strength and authority. System host. Yi Chen evolution stage. Fire Phoenix, juvenile, physical strength, 4. 7 spiritual power realm. Condensation stage skills acquired. Disguise LV1, danger perception LV1, fiery claws LV1 elemental power. 6151000, fire element 315, earth element 135, water element 84, wind element 48, light element 32, dark element 1. The demon core has been successfully condensed. Acquired innate skill, fiery claws. Task completed. Acquired evolution value, 1,000 points. The 9-petal flower's vitality has activated an ancient blood drop. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Ancient blood is the essence of a demon beast's vital fluid. It is said that every 1,000 drops of blood can yield a drop of vital essence. And from every 1,000 drops of vital essence, there exists a minuscule chance to produce a drop of ancient blood. Ancient blood allows demon beasts to transcend evolutionary limits, striving for higher realms. Indeed, the 9-petal flower is a treasure. It not only provided me with the elemental value required to condense the demon core, but also activated the ancient blood. Yi Chen joyfully shook his head, curiously regarding the ancient blood on the system panel. System, what is the function of this ancient blood? System notification. Defeating high-tier demon beasts may yield a small chance of obtaining ancient blood. Absorbing ancient blood grants the opportunity for body mutation. The host has not yet fully absorbed the ancient blood. Please cultivate diligently to integrate it. That I see that why Ichun resolved to absorb the ancient blood as swiftly as possible to initiate his body mutation. Time flowed swiftly in the forest, and before long, another month had passed. Wai-Chan now felt confident that, with a modicum of caution, no demon beast in this mountainous forest posed a lethal threat to him. Even if he were to encounter the Golden Flame Lion King, he had means to escape. During these days, Yi-Chen had made the lava pit his new home, as the original cave could no longer accommodate his form. Moreover, the pure fire spirit energy from the lava pit was a tremendous boon for him, while Yi-Chen had initially believed that such tranquil days would persist indefinitely. However, a band of uninvited guests shattered his reverie. The wind howled, and ominous clouds loomed. This day, the mountain's foot forest appeared particularly eerie, that a powerful aura approached from the western side of the forest, emanating from another mountain range near the Yanluo Mountain. Generally, demon beasts seldom traverse from that direction due to the insurmountable gorge between the two mountains. Yet this group of auras traversed the chasm with ease, as if walking on level ground. That at the forefront of this gathering was a figure exuding a terrifyingly savage gaze. Possessing a singular azure eye. This was a one-eyed wind-silver wolf king. The azure light was not only the unique hue of the wind-silver wolf's eye, but also the color of ethereal flames. In the blink of an eye, its figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before a startled mountain goat, which had scarcely time to cry out before being claimed as a soul. With a howl, the wind-silver wolf king summoned 3 figures that transformed into a tempest, swiftly slaughtering the goats before them. The eyes of these 3 figures also burned with azure ethereal flames, reminiscent of hellfire. They became 3 sides of death, reaping the demon beasts within the gorge. Behind them lay countless pairs of azure-green wolf eyes, ravenous and bloodthirsty. The wind-silver wolf king advanced leisurely along the gorge, leaving a trail of countless bones in its wake. The entire gorge echoed with the cries of despair. At the edge of the gorge, the wolf king and its guards emerged first, surveying the tranquil forest with cold, arrogant eyes. A lone wolf's howl echoed, seemingly heralding an impending tempest. Chapter 11. The Calamity of the Wind Wolves. The wolf's cry announced the arrival of a storm. At this moment, the silver moon hung high in the sky, casting an otherworldly ambience over the forest at the mountain's base. Upon hearing that haunting howl, countless demonic beasts began their frantic flight. Fluffy rabbits, horned sheep, fire mice, and giant-mouthed crows, regardless of whether they were land dwellers or aerial creatures, all raced about in a frenzy. Some bolder beasts chose to defend their lairs, while others, gazing at the unripe treasures nestled within their nests, flickered with reluctance but ultimately decided to remain. However, it wasn't long before these hidden sanctuaries were discovered by several azure figures. Moments later, the remnants of a torn carcass lay strewn about what had been a well-concealed den. Within a cavern at the mountain's base, a golden monarch lifted its head. Yet this time, its gaze was devoid of arrogance. Instead, it bore a weight of solemnity. Behind it stood a weakened lioness and a litter of mewling cubs. The Lion King contemplated for a long while before arriving at a resolution. That it approached the newly born cubs, nudging them toward the lioness, and then turned to exit the den without a backward glance, leaving the lioness with a look of terror and yearning in a certain lava pit within the forest. It was deep night, and Yi-Chun was also resting. Although demonic beasts could harness the essence of heaven and earth to maintain boundless energy, they still required sleep. Curled up, Yi-Chun was suddenly roused by a wolf's howl. A wolf? He recalled that the mountain's base forest seemed devoid of wolf-like demonic beasts. From whence did this howl originate? Yi-Chun was acutely aware that wolves were pack animals, and this held true in the realm of demonic beasts as well. The mountain's base forest lacked the presence of wolf-like creatures, and even if a solitary wolf occasionally wandered in, it would swiftly be besieged by other beasts. Wolf demons were perilous. Their innate cruelty and penchant for coordinated attacks left a trail of corpses in their wake. Thus, solitary wolves were notoriously reviled in the forest, even more so than the domineering man-eating monkeys. Each time a lone wolf appeared, it was viewed as a common enemy by the other beasts. And at times, the Golden Flame Lion would intervene personally to exterminate them. Yet this howl seemed different from the rest. As Yichen pondered, he noticed the surrounding thickets rustling with a delicate sound. He became alert, preparing for confrontation. To his astonishment, moments later, a massive horde of beasts erupted from the underbrush. Younglings yet to coalesce, as well as aged demonic beasts, rushed forth indiscriminately, fleeing for their lives. Among them were many who had once been natural enemies, now united in their flight towards a common direction. What on earth was happening? Yichen wondered. For Yichen, the lava pit was an excellent sanctuary, and his strength had grown to a level of self-preservation. However, should a threat to his life arise, he would not hesitate to flee. As he mulled over this, a series of wolf howls echoed from the distance, growing steadily nearer. The first figure to emerge was a golden silhouette. "The golden flame line?" Yichen exclaimed. But moments later, he realized something was amiss. No, it was not the golden flame lion king. This one was smaller, and of the opposite gender, a lioness. The lioness appeared injured, stumbling forward with a hind leg marred by bite marks. Blood and flesh and tatters, that on her back were two cubs, seemingly just opening their eyes, possessing only the most basic of mobility, clinging to their mother to avoid falling. The lioness limped onward, the howls of wolves growing ever closer. 3 azure-green figures leapt from the thickets. 3 first-tier wind silver wolves. Their cunning and brutal gazes held no trace of compassion as they closed in on the lioness, gradually encircling her. Despair flickered in the lioness's eyes as she found herself trapped at the center of the encirclement. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 wind silver wolves lunged, roared despite her injuries. The lioness retained the dignity of a monarch. Faced with the assault of 3 wolves, she did not waver, her massive claws slashing through the air, releasing a wave of golden spiritual energy. 1 wind silver wolf was struck, yelping in pain before rising to attack with even greater ferocity. Under the relentless assault of the 3 wolves, the lioness gradually exhausted her strength. Roar! More wounds were inflicted upon her, blood cascading freely. And soon, the lioness collapsed. The 3 wind silver wolves did not immediately finish her off. It was clear she was doomed, a mere matter of time. They turned their gazes toward Yichen. The fiery red bird before them radiated a rich aura that was more enticing than the dying lioness. Greed and bloodlust filled their eyes. Did they see me as an easy target? Yichen's fighting spirit ignited. The wolf demons truly were the scourge of the forest, born killers. Once they confirmed their prey was down, they would immediately set their sights on the next target, and that target was undoubtedly the fire bird emanating pure fire essence. The wind silver wolves drooled with anticipation, their eyes glinting with desire for the fire bird's flesh. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. In the blink of an eye, the foremost wolf lunged toward Yichen, seeking to consume me. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Yichen felt no fear in the face of the 3 first-tier beasts. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Now he could test the extent of his growth in strength. 1 wind silver wolf approached first, opting not to attack directly. It circled the left side of the lava pit, gradually enclosing Yichen in the center, seeking to employ the tactic again. Before the wind silver wolves could complete their encirclement, Yichen flapped his wings and charged directly toward the leading wolf. The wolf failed to react in time. Most prey would choose to flee when faced with such a surround, but Yichen was unique in his desire for battle, engaging in close combat with the innate killers. The wind silver wolves? How audacious! The wolf selected by Yichen as his target bore a vicious expression and leapt to meet him, executing its signature attack. First-tier innate skill. Wind howl kill. The sound of claws rending flesh echoed, causing the other wind silver wolves to halt in their tracks. This was a sound they knew all too well. Evidently, this arrogant firebird had paid a price. As they cautiously approached, a collective shiver ran through them. The wind silver wolf that had faced off against the massive firebird collapsed, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Kill. Evolution value 33. The wind silver wolf had lost to a mere bird in direct confrontation. Yichen joyfully waved his claws. The power of the fiery claws exceeded his expectations, defeating a first-tier beast in a single encounter. The remaining 2 wind silver wolves felt no fear. Instead, they were filled with rage, letting out a howl in unison. 2 figures advanced simultaneously, like 2 stabbing daggers. Yichen remained calm, once more gathering the spiritual energy within him. He recalled the technique he had employed in the hot springs, and the flow of energy within him quickened significantly. Facing two opponents, he prepared for a direct assault. The azure-yellow claws clashed head-on with the fiery claws. At the moment of impact, a crisp metallic sound rang out. The crimson bird, resembling a gallant hero in red, chose to stand firm against the two assailants. Bang, bang, both bodies fell to the ground. Kill. Evolution value 26. Kill. Evolution value 43. Yi Chen steadied his breath and maintained his stance, executing a flawless charge. Before he could retract his claws, however, an even stronger presence surged toward him from a distance. A first-tier major beast? The source of the aura emerged from the thickets, its size significantly larger. Upon seeing the four fallen comrades on the ground, it narrowed its eyes and turned its icy gaze toward Yi Chen. Its ferocity intensifying. It was one of the Wolf King's elite guards, a leader among the Wind Silver Wolves. Each Wolf King guard possessed their own Silver Wolf attendants and typically operated independently when hunting singular targets. However, when facing formidable foes, they coordinated their efforts under the Wolf King's command. Upon hearing the cries of its subordinates, it had rushed over, only to discover their lifeless bodies in the span of mere breaths. The Wolf King guard fixated its gaze on Yi Chen, seemingly attempting to pierce through the fiery bird's essence. After a prolonged silence, Yi Chen adjusted his feathers, his sharp eyes glinting with an intelligence far beyond that of ordinary birds. What a clever creature! Even with strength surpassing mine, it chose to bide its time, waiting for its companions to arrive, seeking a foolproof encirclement to eliminate me. Chapter 12. The Wolf King Wei stood motionless, seemingly resolute in his decision. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, pierced only by the faint sounds of whimpering. It was the young lion cub, weeping over the lifeless body of its mother. As Yi Chen gazed at the cub, he noticed that it had just crawled out from beneath its mother's corpse. Another cub lay still, having suffocated to death, judging by the marks on the back of the lioness. It was evident that this little one had siblings, several of whom had tragically perished while attempting to flee. The offspring of the Golden Flame Lion had dwindled to this last remaining cub. While the Wolf King Wei awaited reinforcements, Yi Chen dared not make a move. However, if he continued to wait, with more Wind Silver Wolves arriving, his own safety would be at stake. These wolf demons were relentless in their pursuit. The Wolf King Wei fixated on Yi Chen, not yet prepared to attack, but closely observing his movements. Then the flaming bird took action. Its crimson form surged forward like a bolt of lightning, prompting Yi Chen to leap into the air and opt for an aerial assault. The sharp claws, accompanied by a slicing wind, descended upon him, and the aura surrounding the Wolf King Wei shifted. The spiritual flames in its eyes coalesced towards its claws, unleashing two pale azure streaks of spiritual energy aimed directly at Yi Chen in midair. First tier innate skill, Wind Howl Kill. The wind blades released by the Wolf King Wei were incomparable in both range and might to those of the three ordinary Wind Silver Wolves. The flaming bird moved with astonishing speed, and the pale azure streaks raced even faster. The two forces intersected, and no second-tier demon beast could react in such a brief moment. An extraordinary maneuver. The flaming bird twisted its body mid-flight, narrowly evading the deadly wind blades. Nevertheless, despite pushing its limits, the flaming bird sustained a gash from the wind blade, shedding a multitude of feathers. Yet, Yi Chen did not halt. He quickened his pace, clutching the young cub tightly, soaring higher with frenzied urgency. The Wolf King Wei watched with increasing ferocity as the flaming bird's fiery figure vanished into the woods. Moments later, another 7 or 8 Wind Silver Wolves emerged from the thicket, their keen eyes fixated on the 3 lifeless wolf bodies, erupting into a chorus of howls. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, soaring through the air, felt his feathers bristle at the sound of the wolf howls. The wolf demons were not only brutal, but also vengeful. Having slain 3 Wind Silver Wolves, he was now regarded as a sworn enemy by the pack. The animosity between him and the wolf demons had escalated to a point of no return. After an indeterminate flight, Yi Chen spotted a towering ancient tree and ascended directly into its embrace. Using his wings, he placed the young cub within the canopy, crafting a modest nest from several large leaves. Turning to face the cub, he noted its initial fear, which soon dissipated as it sensed his benign intentions. The cub ceased its whimpering, fixing its large, watery eyes upon Yi Chen. The youthful golden flame lion bore none of the imposing aura of its adult counterpart. Its small, kitten-like form, adorned with peculiar golden stripes, was undeniably adorable, especially since it was a little female. This golden cub, sensing the potent fire energy within Yi Chun, nestled against him, seeking warmth. "Little one, I save you out of a sense of debt to that golden flame lion. Do not grow too familiar that I have no intentions of raising a cub," Yi Chun remarked, though he made no effort to dislodge the affectionate creature. The soft, fluffy head brushed against him, leaving a trail of faint golden light, radiating warmth that in truth, Yi Chun felt a pang of sympathy for this little one. "That very well, little one. Consider yourself fortunate. You shall be called Meower, like a playful kitten." Meower, the restless cub, rolled about in the nest. Yi Chun caught a couple of wild rabbits, tearing them into morsels to feed her. The cub devoured the offerings with delight, her large, glistening eyes brimming with satisfaction. Once Meower had dozed off, Yi Chun departed the treetop nest. Before leaving, he carefully covered the nest with several large leaves. Ensuring it was well concealed, the Yi Chun plunged into the forest, retracting his wings. Now the entire forest at the foot of the mountain teemed with wolf demons, and many beasts had already fallen victim. Choosing not to fly, he crouched low, darting through the underbrush. Whether running on the ground or soaring through the air, Yi Chun had mastered both. Now, he moved with a grace surpassing that of an ostrich, though he kept his speed moderate to minimize noise. Passing through clusters of sparse trees, Yi Chun's gaze fell upon several deep yellow auras, wind silver wolves. Silently invoking his disguise skill, he felt his aura shift, becoming fierce and menacing, nearly indistinguishable from that of the wolf demons. Since employing this skill to avenge Xiaohe, Yi Chun had seldom used it, having focused on foraging with little need for stealth. Now, however, his disguise proved invaluable. On the other side of the woods, several wind silver wolves dragged the carcasses of various beasts, leaving a bloody trail in their wake. Suddenly, they sensed an unfamiliar aura behind them. All the wolves perked up their ears, and as the presence became clearer, they caught a whiff of a familiar scent, allowing their guard to drop as they continued on their way. That was close. The flaming bird, being a creature of the skies, differed significantly from the wolf demons. Had any of them harbored even a hint of suspicion and approached to investigate, Yi Chun would have been exposed. Cunningly, Yi Chun followed the pack of wolf demons, masking his presence with the aura of a wind silver wolf, remaining undetected along the way. The wolves had no inkling that the companion trailing behind them was, in fact, a flaming bird. The pack of wolves made their way toward the edge of the forest at the foot of the mountain, halting at the brink of a steep ravine. This chasm was perilous, with sheer cliffs separating the forest from the depths below. That a multitude of wolf demons congregated here, while at the center, beside a pile of white bones, a massive wind silver wolf feasted ravenously on the flesh and blood of various beasts. The Wolf King in Yi Chun's sight. The Wolf King's color was a deep crimson, signifying immense danger, indicating that he was outmatched. Along the sides of the ravine, wolves sporadically emerged, dragging the carcasses of slain beasts to present before their king. Clearly, these wolf demons were on a rampant hunt, gathering sustenance for their monarch. Concealed within the underbrush, Yi Chun's keen eyes quickly discerned an anomaly on the Wolf King's body. That a deep, dark red wound marred its chest, and its aura was unstable, suggesting it had recently endured a fierce battle. Yi Chun comprehended swiftly. This Wolf King had likely engaged in a fierce conflict with other beasts not long ago, sustaining severe injuries and retreating to this location. The wolf demon's relentless hunting was a means to gather food to aid their king's recovery. Despicable. These wolf demons have completely blocked the sole entrance to the forest at the foot of the mountain. It's nothing short of a massacre. Yi Chun gritted his teeth in frustration, though, unfortunately, as a flaming bird, he possessed no teeth. With the Wolf King gravely injured, the wolves were already this savage that if the king were to recover, the forest at the foot of the mountain would likely face utter annihilation at the hands of these wolf demons. Casting a glance at the Wolf King guarding the ravine's entrance, Yi Chun felt a surge of determination. Eliminate the Wolf King. He must act before it regained its strength. Yet, he was merely a first-tier flaming bird, incapable of defeating even a low-tier second-tier Wolf King. The chasm between first and second tiers was vast. However, hope flickered within Yi Chun's eyes that he recalled a latent power that he had yet to unleash. Ancient blood. Chapter 13. Activating the ancient blood, carefully distancing himself from the wolf pack, Yi Chen returned to the hot spring where he had previously practiced. Upon arrival, he found no sign of the original monkey demon. Only a large pool of blood remaining that a wave of melancholy washed over him. The once arrogant baboon had been dragged away by the wolf demons. Truly, they were the scourge of the forest. Yet, Yi Chen quickly steeled himself. System, is there any way to expedite the fusion of ancient blood? I require its power. The cold, unfeeling system remained oblivious to Yi Chen's fervent emotions, responding in its usual monotone, querying. Ancient blood represents the essence of a demon beast lineage, containing a trace of its ancestral origin. To merge with ancient blood, one must emulate the ancestral traits and behaviors of the demon beast. The deeper the understanding, the more conducive it is to the fusion of ancient blood. Emulating the ancestral origin of the demon beast. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. So, what is the ancestral origin of this drop of ancient blood within me? The system fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly engaged in its own inquiries before providing an answer. 3 potential ancestral origins have been identified. After conducting a bloodline assessment, it is determined that the ancient blood within the host bears a 72.65 similarity to the thunder eagle, a 63.55 similarity to the holy light 9-headed bird, and a 99.97 similarity to the flame dragon eagle. 99% similarity. This is undoubtedly the correct answer. My ancestors were originally the flame dragon eagles. As Yi Chen contemplated, he imagined the characteristics of an eagle, a natural predator, sharp-eyed, swift, and graceful. Unlike the sinister wolf, the eagle possesses an innate pride. In the past, there were experts in falconry who spoke of the arduous process of taming an eagle. It is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Gradually, a vague outline began to form in Yi Chen's mind. Without further hesitation, he soared toward the opposite side of the forest. This area was a lush swamp, abundant with water and plant life, teeming with a multitude of fish. Usually, a great number of magical beasts frequented this place, primarily avian creatures, drawn here to fish. That moment, the swamp was eerily quiet. Perhaps due to the disturbances caused by the wolf demons, as scarcely a bird could be seen, save for the leaping fish, with no other magical beasts in sight. Yi Chen perched upon a branch at the edge of the swamp. Envisioning himself as an eagle, he observed several small fish swimming in the shallow waters, alongside a few greenish insects leaping about. None of these, however, were worthy targets for an eagle. I am an eagle. A proud eagle. I must choose the largest and most succulent prey. After standing on the branch for quite some time, Yi Chen's claws grew numb, yet he reminded himself to remain unwavering. Soon enough, he entered a focused state. With the blood of the flame dragon eagle coursing through his veins, it signified that he possessed an innate affinity for the eagle's nature, coupled with his unyielding character. He quickly became serious, his gaze sharpened, his body still as a mountain. At last, a plump fish rolled over in the swamp, creating ripples in the water. The fiery red bird spread its wings wide, soaring forth like an arrow, swift, precise, ruthless. The sharp claws sliced through the water's surface, and a large fish leapt from the depths, ascending into the sky, flapping and thrashing, despite the fish's desperate struggles in his grasp. Yi Chen remained fixated, sensing its life force waning. With a decisive bite, he crushed the fish. Simulation complete. Mimicry level 63. The system chimed in. Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had believed he had executed the task flawlessly, only to discover the system rated his performance at just over 60%. It seems I must concentrate more, he mused undeterred. With more attempts, I shall surely succeed. During the hunt, Yi Chen sensed something within him beginning to awaken. Although the response was faint, he was certain he felt a change in the ancient bloodline. Especially at the moment of his strike, that drop of ancient blood reacted as though it had been ignited. The second attack commenced swiftly. This time, Yi Chen did not consciously repeat the affirmations that had previously calmed him, but he spread his wings, adopting the eagle's perspective, allowing himself to truly feel the experience without forced emphasis. After identifying his target, a surge of impulse welled up within him. It is said that eagles invest their utmost effort in each hunt, as if each strike might be their last. Yi Chen gradually began to sense this very impulse. In that moment of intensity, his eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, his claws becoming extraordinarily agile and unpredictable. With a swift plunge, his sharp talons no longer merely grasped the fish. Instead, they pierced through it with lethal precision. One strike, one kill. A rush of exhilaration surged within him. Simulation complete. Mimicry level. 82 to once more. As he ascended again, Yi Chun did not return to the branch but dove down once more, consumed by the primal urge to hunt. Another fatal strike. Again. Yi Chun felt himself entering a strange state. Unbeknownst to him, this was the essence of momentum that in the realm of human cultivators, there exists the concept of enlightenment and artistic conception. And similarly, magical beasts possess their own essence. The might of the soaring eagle is worlds apart from that of a sparrow. To transform into a soaring eagle, one must embody the spirit of the eagle. After an indeterminate number of strikes, mimicry level 96, to ancient blood fusion in progress. Immersed in the thrill of the hunt, Yi Chun felt a surge of vitality, an energy erupting within him. He quickly slowed his descent. Gliding toward the ground, his claws trembling, nearly losing his grip. The crimson hue of his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The feathers along his wings shed rapidly, expanding his wingspan at an astonishing rate. Those once elegant wings now exuded strength, their lines shifting from delicate to robust. The claws at the tips of his feet sharpened, becoming capable of springing forth with ease. His body swelled rapidly. The blood within igniting. Impurities within his blood were purged, and the pure essence flowed through him. The purification of this essence continued, and subsequently, a dazzling red point seemed to emerge within his magical core. Simultaneously, something elongated began to extend from his body. A long, majestic tail feather, its tip adorned with a flickering flame. What is this? Ancient blood activated. Flame dragon eagle tail. The system's notification echoed, and Yi Chun's heart surged with elation. Gazing at the formidable tail feather, he sensed its potential for mastery. When he attempted to fly, he discovered that his speed and control had escalated to an entirely new level. How powerful! In the face of threats I cannot confront, I now possess a safeguard for my life. With this speed and control, I could even hold my own against second-tier magical beasts. The system panel underwent a transformative change. System host, Yi Chun evolution stage, Flame Eagle growth phase, physical strength, 12. 5 spiritual energy realm. Mid-stage first tier, core formation realm, skills acquired, disguise LV1. Danger perception LV1. Fiery claw LV2. Flame immunity LV3, elemental power. 875-1000. Fire element 415. Earth element 185. Water element 134. Wind element 68. Light element 62. Dark element 1. Yi Chun soared into the sky, a clear and resounding cry escaping his beak. The entire forest reverberated with the sound of his eagle call. My physical strength has reached 12.5, a full 4 times that of the early first tier. The skill level of Fiery Claw has also increased, all thanks to this transformation of my body. Yi Chun flew toward the distant forest, leaving behind countless astonished magical beasts at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the forest, when did such a majestic eagle emerge? Chapter 14. The Wolf King, the formidable flame eagle, glided over the mountain's foot, attracting the attention of numerous magical beasts. The Wind Silver Wolf Pack, currently engaged in a slaughter, paused in awe. This resplendent flame eagle was heading toward the gorge the gorge. The Wolf King ravenously devoured the flesh and blood of various magical beasts, its wounds slowly healing. The Wolf King's gaze was cold and ruthless. To it, the magical beasts here seemed exceedingly weak, their flesh merely averaged. It hailed from the Silver Moon Forest on the other side of the mountains. The Wind Silver Wolves had once been the undisputed rulers of the Silver Moon Forest until another pack of wolf demons arrived. Among magical beasts of the same tier, only another pack of wolf demons could defeat them. After the Wind Silver Wolf King was vanquished, its territory was seized by other wolf packs, forcing it to lead its subordinates to flee here. Yet it was clearly unwilling to accept this fate. After gathering its wolf guards, it commanded a massacre of the entire forest, intent on recovering its strength and making a comeback in the shortest time possible. At this moment, a single eagle threatened to shatter its dreams. A crisp eagle cry resonated from the sky. The majestic flame eagle perched upon a tall tree before the Wolf King, surveying it with a frigid gaze, devoid of any emotion. Merely the gaze of a predator assessing its prey. The Wolf King was enraged that in the forest, wolf demons were accustomed to being invincible, wielding power over others. That it was always the wolf demons who bullied the other magical beasts. How could a magical beast dare to intimidate a wolf demon? The Wolf King felt that this fiery eagle was practically courting death. Uru, the Wolf King howled, and the surrounding pack of wolves assumed a defensive posture. The flame eagle showed no signs of retreat. After ruffling its pristine feathers, the flame eagle launched its attack. Swish! Before the pack of wolves could react, a wind silver wolf lay slain in a pool of blood, its neck cleanly severed in a swift and decisive strike. The Wolf King howled again, and the pack began to gather their spiritual energy. Whoosh! Blades of wind flew furiously, aimed at the figure in the sky. The flame eagle remained calm, deftly dodging as if the attacks were non-existent. After merging with the ancient bloodline, Yi Chen's speed and reflexes ascended to an unprecedented level, and the strength of his physical form had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once numerous and formidable wolf pack now appeared to him as a disorganized rabble, devoid of any coherent strategy to that moment. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed solely upon the Wolf King. The flame eagle soared towards the Wolf King, accompanied by a resplendent tail feather that trailed behind it, a manifestation of the transformation brought forth by the fusion with the ancient blood of the flame dragon eagle. This tail feather resembled that of a true flame dragon eagle. However, Yi Chen was merely a flame eagle, not the genuine article, for the true flame dragon eagle bore within it a trace of dragon blood, a dragon, the most ethereal of beings, an existence that Yi Chen could scarcely fathom at this point. With the assistance of the tail feather, Yi Chen's velocity was such that the wolf pack could scarcely perceive him. The Wolf King, infuriated, charged forward, unleashing a thick blade of wind. This gust was far beyond the capabilities of the wolf pack. Its width and shape resembled that of a massive crescent moon axe. Yi Chen's body shifted, for he dared not meet such an assault head-on. With a swift motion, he darted past, leaving the Wolf King in a state of furious disarray. The pack, witnessing the flame eagle toy with their leader, erupted into howls of confusion. They could not comprehend how this first-tier beast dared to provoke their king. It was sheer folly, the wolves roared, eager to see their leader swiftly rend this arrogant challenger to shreds. Yet the situation did not unfold as they anticipated. After a few exchanges of attacks, the Wolf King began to pant, its injuries still unhealed, while the flame eagle's speed remained overwhelming. Before the Wolf King could regain its wits, Yi Chen's body shot forth like a dagger, piercing through the Wolf King's form. The already unhealed wound was torn asunder, and the Wolf King let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. The pack was left in stunned silence, each member frozen in disbelief. Their leader had been defeated. It was unclear who initiated the retreat, but the wind silver wolves began to flee in panic. With their leader vanquished, they realized they stood no chance against the flame eagle. The cunning wolves scattered in all directions that Yi Chen did not relent in his pursuit, that he dove and pounced repeatedly, claiming the lives of one wind silver wolf after another. In the end, the once mighty pack was decimated, reduced to mere remnants, with system notifications rapidly appearing. Target eliminated, evolution value 43. Target eliminated, evolution value 33. Target eliminated, evolution value 41. Before long, the notorious wind silver wolf pack that plagued the forest at the foot of the mountain was thoroughly eradicated by a single flame eagle, after ensuring the wolves were completely vanquished. Yi Chen returned to his treetop nest. Meow Air slept soundly, blissfully unaware that its nemesis had been slain. Yi Chen gently placed it on his back and departed from the treetop dwelling. More accurately, he left the forest at the foot of the mountain. There was little left to cherish in that place, as Yi Chen now set his sights on grander aspirations. Under the silvery moonlight, his fiery silhouette soared swiftly through the night. Yi Chen's vision had sharpened to such an extent that he could perceive details from a kilometer away, allowing him to navigate effortlessly even in the darkness. The dim night sky served as an excellent cover, facilitating his escape without concern for the wind silver wolves pursuing him. After traversing several low-lying thickets, the vegetation ahead grew sparse. Soon, vast expanses of exposed rock appeared on the ground, and the terrain became increasingly intricate and varied, with bizarre rock formations rising and strong winds sweeping through. Upon reaching the canyon region, Yi Chen descended to the ground and folded his wings. He recalled that the skies here harbored the terrifying presence of pterosaur beasts that I in the canyon. He could not afford to be as ostentatious as in the forest at the mountain's base. Yichen attempted to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, which was significantly denser than that in the forest below. The beasts in this region were undoubtedly much stronger than those he had encountered before. He placed the young golden flame lion, Meow Air, upon his back. The young lion seemed to possess an innate ability to latch onto its mother's back with its claws, effortlessly following her movements. Despite the stark difference in their feathers and manes, Meow Air held on securely that a new mission was issued. Grade 5 mission. Find a new nest mission description. Locate a suitable new dwelling in the canyon. Mission reward. 500 evolution points. The system notification suddenly chimed, igniting excitement within Yichen. 500 points. Coupled with my current evolution points, I can enhance my abilities once more. After eliminating the wolf pack, Yichen had amassed nearly 1,700 evolution points. With the Wolf King alone contributing a substantial 500 points, as he traversed the open ground at the canyon's edge, he approached the rocky area within. Cautiously, Yichen navigated along the rock face. Aware that the rocky terrain, while seemingly desolate, concealed countless beasts within its depths that a moment's carelessness could summon a host of troubles, the Yichen ascended along the rock wall, finding himself in a crevice several meters high, ample enough to accommodate his form. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a multitude of similar rocky cavities, densely clustered. Looking further afield, Yichen noted that, from the perspective of the beasts, the entire canyon seemed to consist solely of these rocky dens. It was indeed fascinating. The beast slayers in the canyon resembled human communities from his past life. The beasts in the forest at the mountain's base concealed their nests with great secrecy. None wished for their homes to be easily discovered. Upon the arrival of intruders, most beasts would resolutely abandon their lairs and flee. Yet, the habitats in the canyon were altogether perplexing. Could it be that the beasts in the canyon had learned to coexist peacefully? Despite entertaining such a notion, Yichen found it hard to believe that the thin spiritual energy of the forest at the mountain's base. Competition among the beasts was fierce. What could it be like in the canyon? There must be some secret he was yet to uncover. Yichen was not in a hurry to delve deeper. Time was on his side. Now that he had settled in the canyon, he had ample opportunity to uncover the reasons behind this peculiar coexistence. Once he had made himself comfortable, Yichen accessed the system panel. System host. Yichen evolution stage. Flame Eagle, growth phase, physical strength, 13. 7 Spirit Realm, mid-first tier condensation stage, skills acquired, disguise LV1, danger perception LV1, fiery claw LV2, flame resistance LV3, elemental power, 905, 1000, fire element 555, earth element 145, water element 104, wind element 58, light element 42, dark element 1, evolution points. 2232. Yichen attempted to click on elemental power, which prompted a system notification. Consume 5,000 fire elements to enhance the flame beast cores tier. Consume 1,000 of other elements to condense a new beast core. Yichen was taken aback that he could condense multiple beast cores. What a fearsome ability. If he possessed sufficient elemental power, he could manipulate several cores in battle. Under equal conditions, no other beast would stand a chance against him. The caveat was that he needed an immense amount of elemental power. Upon reading the first notification, Yichen understood. The benefits of condensing multiple beast cores were self-evident. However, the drawback was that he required far more elemental energy than an ordinary beast. Moreover, the energy required to elevate each core's tier increased exponentially, with the elemental value needed for the next tier skyrocketing fivefold. Chapter 15. Cultivation of Goo. As dawn broke, Yichen was abruptly awakened. He cautiously peered outside the rocky den, only to discover that a multitude of beasts were circling overhead. There were hundreds. These beasts were predominantly avian, all flying creatures. They soared above the canyon, moving in unison towards a singular direction without a hint of conflict or bloodshed. The beasts in the canyon appeared to be acting collectively. Could it be that these diverse species had a unified commander? Since arriving in the canyon, Yichen's curiosity had only intensified. How could such different species of beasts heed a single command to act in unison? If this were true, what sort of powerful beast could wield such control? As Yichen pondered, he suddenly noticed 3 figures approaching him from the sky. 3 enormous bat-like beasts came to a halt at the entrance of his rocky den. The leading bat glimmered with a yellowish light, clearly a beast of the spirit fire realm. This bat did not attack Yi Chun, but instead regarded him with a cautious demeanor, while Yi Chun remained still. Uncertain of the canyon's circumstances, faced with these unexpected guests, he chose to observe. The three bats regarded Yi Chun with peculiar expressions. He sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. The lead bat scanned Yi Chun's rocky den, and upon spotting the young lion meow air, it revealed a menacing glint in its eyes that as the demon bat trembled its wings, preparing to strike. Yi Chun also made his move. He spread his wings wide, shielding the young lion meower behind him, while energy surged between his claws, ready to unleash at any moment. The formidable demon bat paused, seemingly taken aback that a mere first-tier beast would dare to confront it. Although the demon bat refrained from launching a further attack, it nonetheless cornered Yi Chun. After a brief standoff, a sense of foreboding gripped Yi Chun. Not far off, 5 figures halted at the cave's entrance, 3 of which emanated the potent aura of second-tier spiritual fire realm. For second-tier, demon bats roared in dissatisfaction at Yi Chun's defiance. The situation was dire, yet the demon bats did not immediately assault him, offering Yi Chun a slight reprieve. They encircled him, and Yi Chun signaled Meower to cling tightly to him. The young lion promptly leaped onto Yi Chun's back. Tucking its head in fear, the leading demon bat pushed Yi Chun outward, urging him to fly away. In an instant, Yi Chun understood. These demon bats intended for him to follow the other beasts. As Yi Chun remained still, several demon bats grew increasingly aggressive, their roars escalating in fervor. Ultimately, Yi Chun opted to exit the cave, that a bird beneath the eaves must bow its head. Yi Chun steeled himself and resolved to observe these creatures' intentions. The soaring demon beasts flew high, gradually reaching the depths of the canyon. Here, the bizarre stones were even more abundant than those on the canyon's periphery, stark and devoid of any cover. The term stone forest aptly described the terrain. The demon beasts halted at the heart of the stone forest, landing one after another. Yi Chun noted that despite the multitude of beasts, none emitted a sound. They remained eerily silent, barely moving. Just as Yi Chun pondered this, an overwhelming aura surged from behind the stone forest, an immensely powerful presence. As this aura manifested, the beasts on the ground began to tremble. That a first-tier black crow demon, overwhelmed by fear, lost control of its form upon sensing the presence. Cawing in terror, it quivered uncontrollably. The moment its cry echoed, the aura from behind the stone forest shifted. A soundless blade of wind cleaved through a towering stone, hurtling toward the black crow demon. Without a whimper, the creature was cleaved in two, and the surrounding demon beasts were splattered with its blood, yet they dared not utter a sound. The master of this aura was at least of third-tier cultivation, perhaps even higher. Yi Chun quickly crouched down, striving to diminish his presence. After a considerable time, the beasts on the ground ceased their silence, seemingly appeased by the aura. From behind the stone forest, a pair of enormous wings unfurled, casting a vast shadow over the ground, enveloping the demon beasts in darkness. Under the shadow, Yi Chun cautiously peered, finally discerning the figure's form. That it was a colossal demon bat, akin to those encountered in the cave. Yet this bat was vastly more powerful. That a profound sense of helplessness welled up within Yi Chun. Facing such a creature made mere self-preservation a daunting challenge. The demon bat king gazed down upon the assemblage of demon beasts, akin to a sovereign surveying its subjects. Its profound eyes scanned over the creatures, ultimately settling upon Yi Chun. Locking onto his gaze, Yi Chun felt a wave of dread wash over him. The next moment, several second-tier demon bats surged forth from the throng, propelling Yi Chun into the open. The demon bat king folded its wings and scrutinized Yi Chun intently. Then, emitting a chilling cry, it unleashed a terrifying soul pressure. Unlike the pressure of mere aura, the soul pressure from a spirit realm beast directly assailed the sea of consciousness. Yi Chun felt as if needles were piercing his mind, a searing agony that prompted a muffled groan, nearly rendering him unconscious. You think you can make me submit? In your dreams. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, though his body began to involuntarily convulse under the oppressive force. The demon bat king's gaze revealed a hint of peculiarity. It had not encountered a low-tier beast capable of withstanding its soul pressure for so long in quite a while. More intriguingly, this bird was merely a first-tier beast that, of course, the Demon Bat King could not fathom that the fiery hawk before it harbored a human soul. Finally, the Demon Bat King withdrew its soul pressure, approaching Yi Chun with an expression of admiration. Though this admiration quickly morphed into coldness, that it suddenly faced the sky and let out a wild cry. In the next instant, the submissive demon beasts began to convulse in unison, not in the manner of Yi Chun's struggle against pressure, but rather like puppets manipulated by invisible strings. Subsequently, the demon beasts opened their mouths, unleashing countless tiny blood-colored insects that swarmed forth, seemingly imbued with the essence of the demon beast's life force. These insects coalesced into a mass, converging toward the Demon Bat King's mouth, absorbing the blood essence until its form turned a deep crimson. Its eyes filled with ecstasy. The Demon Bat King was indeed replenishing its vitality through this grotesque means. Was this not enslavement? The Demon Bat King screeched again, sending forth a multitude of blood insects, one of which darted directly towards Yi Chun. Just as Yi Chun contemplated a response, the Demon Bat King unleashed its horrific soul pressure once more that Yi Chun's heart plummeted, feeling as if it had plunged into an ice cavern. The blood insect burrowed into his mouth, and Yi Chun felt an unsettling itch in his abdomen. Soon, he realized his essence blood was being siphoned away. A wave of weakness washed over him, and he gasped for breath. The Demon Bat King screeched 2 more times before ascending into the sky, vanishing from sight. As the overwhelming soul pressure dissipated, the demon beasts were finally liberated, yet their eyes quickly filled with compliance and fear. The demon beasts scattered from the stone forest, fleeing in all directions. Deprived of their vitality, they needed to replenish fresh sustenance immediately. Otherwise, they would be drained dry by those blood insects. Yi Chun came to a realization. No wonder the canyon's demon beasts appeared so harmonious. It turned out a Demon Bat King was enslaving them from the shadows. That a sense of crisis surged within Yi Chun's heart. From this moment forward, he too would have to scavenge for survival. Yi Chun did not wish to endure such a life. A task had been issued, the 5th-tier task. Liberation task description. Find a way to break free from the control of the blood demon bat. Task reward. 5,000 evolution points. 1 fragment of spiritual breath. As the system's notification resounded, a flicker of hope ignited within Yi Chun's chest. That I must remain composed. With the system's assistance, I can surely escape this dire predicament. Chapter 16. Parrot Abu. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Chun gradually steadied his emotions. With the system's aid, he felt confident in freeing himself from this life of servitude. Suddenly, a wail emanated from his back. Yi Chun's heart sank to, oh no. He turned to see Meower's diminutive form. That a crimson spot had appeared on Meower's belly, and its aura had become alarmingly feeble. The young lion lay limply on Yi Chun's back, its once bright eyes now dull, and its fur lost much of its luster. This is bad. The blood insects released by the Demon Bat King parasitize indiscriminately. Meower has been infected. Yi Chun's claws clenched in anger. Meower was merely a young lion, not yet an adult, far from coalescing a beast core, and lacked sufficient energy reserves. At the rate the blood insects drained its vitality, it would soon become a lifeless husk. Based on the blood insect's draining speed, I can last 3 days without food, but for Meower, exceeding 2 hours without sustenance poses a fatal threat. System, is there no way to escape the Demon Bat King's control? The system's cold prompt resonated, searching. According to the findings, once the host reaches 2nd tier, they can activate their inner spiritual fire to expel the blood insects. 2nd tier. Yi Chun felt despondent that he was still a considerable distance from that level. To ascend to 2nd tier, he would require a substantial amount of flesh and blood. Since beasts consolidate their cores, even in the growth phase, they need vast quantities of flesh and blood to ensure ample vitality. The injured Wind Silver Wolf King slaughters demon beasts, while the Demon Bat King enslaves the flock, all for this reason, that I must devise a way to procure ample food. Meow, the young lion suddenly called out, extending a tiny paw as if to touch Yi Chun. Its weak expression tugged at Yi Chun's heart. The immediate priority was to survive. Demon Bat King, just you wait. In the southeastern expanse of the canyon lies a desolate wasteland. Here, vegetation is sparse, with scarcely a hint of green, yet countless monstrous beasts swirl in the air above. The reason for this phenomenon is the rich spiritual energy abundant in this area, coupled with the plentiful sustenance hidden within the sandy soil. A fiery bird swoops down, its beak clamped tightly around something, and when it ascends once more into the sky, it bears a plump sandworm in its grasp. The concentration of spiritual energy here is remarkable. Despite the arid desert, it conceals an array of food and spiritual materials. Dawai Chun is among the myriad of beasts seeking sustenance. After being ensnared by the demon Bat King's curse, he finds himself compelled to forage alongside other creatures. After a considerable search through the sands, he finally uncovers a sizable sandworm, its hue of vibrant pale yellow. Having toiled throughout the morning, Yichun has gained a fair understanding of these sandworms. For his physical form, a pale yellow sandworm can sustain him for an hour, while a vibrant yellow one can provide nourishment for 2 hours. The rarest of all is the golden sandworm, which can replenish the energy drained from him by bloodworms over an entire day. However, these golden sandworms are notoriously elusive, encased in a hard shell that requires significant effort to breach. Upon discovering the vibrant yellow sandworm, Yichun does not consume it immediately. Instead, he turns and offers it to the creature named Meower. Perched upon his back, the Meower, however, seems disinclined towards the worm, turning away much like a reluctant infant refusing to eat. "Come now, eat, and you shall feel better." After several attempts to coax her, he finally manages to place the sandworm into Meower's beak. As she chews, her initial resistance gives way to delight, clearly pleased by the novel flavor. With her newfound energy from the fresh flesh, her demeanor appears significantly improved, granting Yichun a sense of relief. Not far away, a sudden cacophony of cries erupts from the beast. Yichun gazes in that direction to see a group of creatures encircling a diminutive beast. This petite creature is a parrot beast, emaciated and withered, evidently a victim of prolonged parasitism by bloodworms. Leaving it drained of vital energy, in its beak, it clutches a hard-shelled golden sandworm, while several bird-like beasts eye it hungrily, their eyes burning with desire. This golden sandworm could replenish a day's worth of energy, making it a coveted prize for these oppressed avian beasts, especially since the parrot appears so frail, with impatience. The bird-like creatures advance, and the parrot, outnumbered, can only emit desperate cries. Yichun shakes his head, lamenting the insatiable desires that arise in the struggle for survival, particularly embodied by the vile demon Bat King, who revels in the blood energy of lower-tier beasts, subjugating their wills and spirits. The presence of the demon Bat King has forged a brutal survival code within the canyon. Yichun, however, has no intention of intervening in this matter. The struggles among beasts for supremacy are a commonplace occurrence, and he sees no reason to embroil himself in such conflicts. Just as he resolves to depart, the parrot is driven to the brink. Surrounded by 4 bird-like beasts, 2 fixate on the golden sandworm, while the other 2, resembling vultures, gaze hungrily at the parrot itself. Their terrifying stares suggest their intent is not solely on the sandworm, but also on the parrot's life. Sensing the imminent threat, the parrot panics. 2 vultures could easily rend it asunder. Clutching the golden sandworm tightly, the parrot understands just how vital the replenishment of energy is for its survival. Even more alarming is the realization that these vultures are intent on taking its life. The parrot glances towards the distant sands and cries out, "Abu! Abu!" This peculiar call soon reveals itself to be a summons directed at Yichun. Yichun is taken aback. How does this parrot perceive my presence without even possessing a demon core? The only explanation lies in its innate ability, far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Narrowing his eyes, he flexes his sharp claws. Such a companion would be invaluable. Meanwhile, the vultures, driven by insatiable hunger, can no longer restrain themselves and launch their assault on the parrot. In a dazzling display, a crimson figure hurtles down from the heavens, tracing an exquisite arc in the air. Just as the vultures prepare to eviscerate the parrot, they find themselves engulfed in a blur. And in a brief flurry, the 2 vultures fall lifelessly to the ground. Yichun halts before the parrot, his gaze a mix of curiosity and intrigue. The parrot, momentarily stunned by the swiftness of his intervention, looks from him to the corpses on the ground, realization dawning. It was the flame hawk that saved it. Faced with the overwhelming power of Yichun, the parrot cowers, appearing reluctant to approach. The formidable flame hawk retracts its claws, adopting a more amiable demeanor, which assuages the parrot's fears. Abu! Abu! The parrot emits its strange call once more. An idea strikes Yichun. If that is the case, shall I name you Abu? Chapter 17. Breath of Flames in the vast expanse of the desert. The horizon stretches endlessly, that a crimson flame hawk and a diminutive parrot circle above the arid landscape. That Abu, do you truly believe there is a bountiful supply of food in the sandy terrain? Yi Chen inquires, his sharp eyes scanning the ground. The parrot, Abu, responds with a series of affirming coos. After rescuing Abu, Yi Chen has established a blood pact with it, and Abu has officially become his second companion. Abu! The parrot exclaims with a peculiar call, prompting the flame hawk to slow its pace. Not far off, the sandy ground is shrouded in yellow mist, where several yellow hawk beasts are foraging for food. The concentration of spiritual energy here is extraordinary, and the sands teem with sandworms that in no time. The yellow hawks uncover a golden sandworm, causing Yi Chen and Abu to salivate at the sight. Indeed, the food here is abundant. Yi Chen claps his wings in excitement, that if he could forage in such sandy territories daily, he would never have to worry about a lack of nourishment. Yet, as he dreams, a sense of dread creeps in. Through his eagle vision, he perceives that these yellow hawks are all second-tier beasts, their blazing yellow spiritual flames indicating they are formidable adversaries. Seizing territory from such powerful foes presents a daunting challenge. Suddenly, the yellow hawks cease their foraging, their gazes fixed upon the crimson figure in the sky, revealing their predatory intent. Realizing that he may soon be besieged, Yi Chen urges, Abu, we must depart. Though reluctant, he understands that sheer size and strength dictate the rules of survival. He must retreat for now. The yellow hawks emit proud cries, clearly mocking the first-tier flame hawk. Feeling slighted, Yi Chen cannot help but be vexed. Yet he recognizes the nature of the beast world. He and Abu leave the yellow misty sands behind, embarking on a prolonged search for another food-rich area. Regrettably, after an entire morning of searching, they remain unsuccessful. Indeed, prime locations do not come easily. Yi Chen's spirits dampen as he reflects on his pressing need for a stable territory to forage, one that is abundant in sustenance. However, these prime locations are already claimed by other beasts. And as a mere fledgling flame hawk, he lacks the strength to contest with second-tier foes. Moreover, these beasts often band together to seize their territories. Although Yi Chen, having merged with the ancient blood of the flame dragon hawk, possesses the confidence to challenge a second-tier beast alone, he is still at a disadvantage against multiple foes. Furthermore, Abu, while possessing exceptional scouting abilities, is utterly lacking in combat prowess. After wandering fruitlessly for most of the day, Yi Chen finds himself frustrated, having narrowly escaped skirmishes with territorial beasts on 3 separate occasions, each time fleeing in disarray, that if only I possessed a skill that could allow me to face multiple foes at once. Yi Chen laments bitterly. Suddenly, he recalls that he has evolution points yet to be utilized. I remember that evolution points can be exchanged for special skills. Why not acquire a powerful skill? With this thought, Yi Chen eagerly accesses the system interface. Current evolution points, 2,289 points. System, what skills can I exchange for at this moment? The system rapidly processes the inquiry, based on the host's strength level and the level of demon cores. The first-tier fire skill shop is now available for exchange. The following skills are currently available for redemption. 1. Magma Explosion LV1 2. Fire Treading Technique LV1 3. Breath of Flames LV1. Yi Chen activated 3 skills. Bringing up the system's introduction, Magma Explosion, requiring 1,000 evolution points for exchange, is a first-tier fire-type skill that accumulates internal fire energy and releases a detonable fireball after charging. It boasts a formidable single-target attack power, capable of severely injuring second-tier demon beasts. However, it is unfortunate that this skill necessitates prolonged charging time, rendering it somewhat unstable. Yi Chen wave his wings across the system panel, decisively abandoning this option. Battles among demon beasts often entail life-and-death struggles, where a mere second can dictate the fate of the combatants. While Magma Explosion appears immensely powerful, its excessive charging time presents a fatal flaw. More importantly, Yi Chen already possesses the Fire Claw as a single-target attack skill, and the second-tier Fire Claw is sufficient to contend with individual second-tier demon beasts, making it unnecessary to learn another skill of the same type. The Fire Treading Technique requires 1,500 evolution points for exchange, and is a first-tier fire-type skill that controls internal energy to release flames upon the feet of demon beasts, adding fire damage to their stomps and kicks. Yi Chen squinted, intrigued by this fire-treading technique. Enveloping his claws with high-temperature flames sounded incredibly cool that if he mastered this skill, he would transform into a fire-treading flame eagle, creating a fiery current merely by soaring through the sky. How dazzling. Yet, this skill seems more suited to colossal, brute-force demon beasts, such as the fire-type Flame Bull Demon, whose powerful stomps enhanced by fire treading could crush enemies underfoot. Although Yi Chen's eagle claws are sharp, they ultimately belong to an agile type of demon beast and cannot generate the overwhelming force that would instill fear in opponents. Thus, despite his keen interest in fire treading, he reluctantly decided to forego it. The Blazing Breath, unranked, requires 2,000 evolution points for exchange. Unranked. Upon seeing these words, Yi Chen's curiosity was piqued at a fire-type, wide-area destructive skill that condenses internal flames into breath, unleashing it externally. Its range and lethality depend on the level and purity of the fire demon core within the beast. Hence, its unranked status, dependent on the purity of the fire demon core. Yi Chen became excited. He possessed a 100 pure fire demon core. The Blazing Breath skill seemed tailor-made for him. I choose to exchange for Blazing Breath. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen made his choice. The cost of Blazing Breath was steep, consuming a full 2,000 evolution points. Yet Yi Chen deemed it worthwhile. Host has learned the skill, Blazing Breath. At last, he possessed a formidable wide-area skill, filling him with immense joy. This was a breath, a skill reserved for dragons. Although Yi Chen was merely a flame eagle and had not fully inherited the powerful lineage of the flame dragon eagle, he had now learned the dragon clan's breath that a fiery red figure swiftly darted through the air as Yi Chen descended into a shallow sandpit. He was here to experiment with his new skill. After learning the skill, the method of using this innate ability was directly imprinted in Yi Chen's mind, allowing him to utilize Blazing Breath without complex practice, feeling the flow of flames within him. He gradually drew the energy into his mouth. Then, an intensely scorching flame erupted from his beak, filling the entire sandpit as he turned his body. What a powerful skill! Yi Chen gleefully ruffled the feathers beneath his wings. Coupled with Yi Chen's pure fire energy, this Blazing Breath was nothing short of miraculous. He beckoned his subordinate Abu and soared into the sky. Now, Yi Chen possessed ample confidence to confront those demon beasts occupying the coveted terrain. Chapter 18. Rapid Predation on a Yellow Sand Dune. Two Yin-Yang flame hounds were scouring the sand for food. The Yin-Yang flame hound is a peculiar and bizarre demon beast, often found living in pairs like many other demon beasts. Their uniqueness lies in their dual heads, one male and one female, existing as a symbiotic entity. However, their reproduction requires the cooperation of another symbiotic entity, meaning each Yin-Yang flame hound has two sets of parents. These two Yin-Yang flame hounds had long since claimed the Yellow Sand Dune, possessing early-stage second-tier strength. This morning, when Yi Chen arrived, he had barely landed before being attacked by the two Yin-Yang flame hounds. Yi Chen reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding their sharp claws. Unfortunately, Abu, the naturally non-combative parrot, was not so fortunate that he lost a significant patch of feathers to the two Yin-Yang flame hounds, nearly being torn apart, though both birds ultimately escaped by the skin of their teeth. Yi Chen firmly remembered these peculiar creatures that he recalled the time when he was still an egg, watching helplessly as his little brother, Xiaohei, was devoured by another demon beast. That painful experience had instilled a vow in him never to be bullied by other demon beasts again. However, time had passed, and Yi Chen had now coalesced his demon core, transforming into a dashing flame eagle. Yet some dared to set their sights on his little brother. It was time for them to understand why flowers bloomed so red. Yi Chen stealthily circled at a considerable distance with Abu. This was the edge of what the Yin-Yang flame hounds could perceive, and Yi Chen was unconcerned about being discovered. The two Yin-Yang flame hounds had captured a sand dog from somewhere. Though both were canines, the Yin-Yang flame hounds showed no mercy. They skillfully tore the sand dog apart, devouring large chunks of flesh with evident satisfaction that a fierce glint began to emerge in Yi Chen's eyes. These two cruel creatures treated their own kind as if they were demons. Truly dangerous foes, that he dove down, his fiery red form weaving through the air, the sound of his flight causing the Yin-Yang flame hound's pupils to constrict. With claws imbued with nearly air-rending force, he struck at the yin-yang flame hounds, who nimbly evaded his attack. They rolled in the sand and stood up, roaring twice. Yet, just as they regained their footing, a towering blaze engulfed the entire sand. Dune de Wai Chen's eyes glimmered with flowing runes as scalding flames erupted from his beak, completely enveloping the two yin-yang flame hounds. Their anguished howls echoed as the pure fire demon core allowed the blazing breath to reach its peak temperature. Were it not for Yi Chen's third-tier fire resistance, such intense flames could have incinerated him before they claimed the lives of his foes. Point 1. Can only imagine how terrifying this heat was. The two yin-yang flame hounds roared in desperation, attempting to escape the fiery domain. However, the range of blazing breath was too vast. Before they could flee far, both collapsed to the ground, their bodies charred beyond recognition. Blazing breath is incredibly powerful. Yi Chen marveled at the charred remains of the demon beasts, his voice slightly weakened. This was the sole drawback of blazing breath, since its use required drawing upon the pure spiritual fire within the demon core. Each activation resulted in a significant depletion of fire energy. Even though Yi Chen's demon core had reached perfection, it could not sustain such a massive expenditure of spiritual energy. After dispatching the yin-yang flame hounds, Yi Chen began to survey his new territory with his subordinate. Abu de Yi Chen waved his right wing, and Abu seemed to receive a signal, soaring into the sky. Abu released his celestial spirit. Through the blood ritual with Abu, Yi Chen clearly perceived countless tiny light points buried within the sand. Dune de Yi Chen's eyes brightened. They were all golden sandworms. With this bountiful locale, he need not worry about the source of food. Yi Chen called out to Abu, urging him to descend. The two birds began joyfully foraging in the sand for sustenance. Abu cawed loudly, swallowing two golden sandworms he had just discovered. His eyes brimmed with admiration and gratitude for his elder brother. The celestial spirit parrot was inherently unsuited for combat. In the past, Abu had been bullied by countless demon beasts in his quest for food, often having to fight for a meager meal. Yet now, he could effortlessly locate several golden sandworms that it was a rhythm of a lavish feast. Eating one and discarding another. Hey, Abu, we are destined to become the kings of demon beasts, perhaps even legendary divine beasts. Just look at how happy these little worms make you. Yi Chen remarked to Abu. In truth, Yi Chen was equally exhilarated, wanting to dance with joy, but he had to maintain the demeanor of an aristocratic flame eagle, especially now that he had a subordinate. After replenishing some energy with the flesh, Abu's complexion improved significantly, the previously gaunt skin gradually regaining some color. Even his calls sounded less feeble than before. The two large birds foraged in the sand for quite some time, their bellies full. Yi Chen also attempted to use blazing breath to capture the sandworms. With a burst of flame, the moisture in the sand was instantly evaporated, producing a crackling sound. One by one, the sandworms emerged from the ground, their heads barely surfacing before being seared into a golden brown hue, exuding an enticing aroma. The results were remarkable. Abu, try the charcoal-grilled golden sandworms I prepared. Abu swayed his body and gurgled as he devoured two sandworms, then let out a series of raucous cries. Yi Chen understood that this was Abu's way of expressing excitement. Cooked food is indeed more nutritious. When properly controlled, high temperatures can render the meat tender, allowing for better absorption of its energy. The little cat also poked its head out, keenly eyeing the fragrant sandworms, eager to partake. With a nod of approval from Yi Chen, the cat eagerly pounced, chirping joyfully. Meow meow. Yi Chen too hastily sampled the roasted sandworms. The delectable flavor and rich texture of the crispy worms sent waves of delight through him, raising his feathers in sheer pleasure. It is worth noting that since Yi Chen transformed from a beast egg, he had yet to taste human food. Indeed, cooked food is the most nourishing. It seems he should prepare more roasted beast meat in the future. Yi Chen mused happily. After satisfying their hunger, Abu suddenly let out a loud caw, and feathers began to fall from his body in great clumps. Yi Chen was taken aback. This clearly signaled that Abu was on the verge of condensing his beast core. Yi Chen quickly took to the skies, circling above Abu to keep watch. Having learned from previous experiences, Yi Chen had become a remarkably vigilant and astute fire eagle. The more one advances, the more one must remain cautious during these moments of joy, as it is all too easy to let one's guard down and fall prey to other beasts. turning a celebration into a calamity. Abu cawed, shedding his feathers entirely, transforming into a plump, bare bird that a gust of wind swept by, causing Abu to shiver, which was quite comical. However, soon new, fine feathers began to sprout from beneath his skin, distinct from his original dark brown plumage. These new feathers shimmered in vibrant hues of red, blue, green, and yellow, resembling a splendid floral garment. At this stage, the process of Abu condensing his beast core was nearing completion, prompting Yichun to descend from the skies. With sharp eyes, Yichun quickly noticed the numerous changes occurring on Abu's body. The current Abu was far more striking than when Yichun first encountered him, evoking a sense of transformation akin to that of a beggar turning into a wealthy youth. Strangely, a dark red orb had appeared on Abu's forehead. Intrigued, Yichun gazed at it for a few moments. Abu chirped twice, and Yichun nodded. Is this your species' unique heavenly soul eye, capable of unleashing soul attacks? Abu wiggled his colorful rear, shaking off feathers and exuding pride. Yichun found this talent of the heavenly soul parrot to be immensely fascinating, even somewhat unbelievable. Typically, beasts can only unleash soul attacks upon reaching the third tier, yet the heavenly soul parrot can do so upon condensing its core. Even at the first tier, I wonder how formidable this soul attack truly is. Abu, now unleash your soul attack and test it on me. Abu widened his eyes, gazing at Yichun, somewhat bashful, though Yichun quickly understood the implication. Ah, are you afraid that your attack might injure me? Yichun chuckled, though he became serious. For a first-tier novice beast like Abu to believe it could inflict significant harm on him, a mid-tier beast, suggested that the heavenly soul I was indeed extraordinary. Fear not, just attack. My soul is anything but ordinary. Seeing the earnest expression on his leader's face, Abu finally nodded in affirmation. Closing his eyes, an eerie atmosphere enveloped Yichun in an instant. The orb on Abu's forehead shifted from crimson to a demonic black, as if a malevolent eye had opened, sending chills down one's spine. In the next moment, a powerful soul attack surged towards Yichun. He felt something attempting to penetrate his mind, momentarily freezing him in place. Ka. Abu, witnessing his leader's predicament, called out in concern. Yet in the following instant, Yichun broke free from the soul's grip, regaining his freedom of movement. Ka. Abu chirped several times, seemingly relieved that Yichun waved his claws, somewhat shaken. The attack from the heavenly soul I was indeed remarkable. Had Yichun's soul not vastly surpassed that of other beasts of the same tier, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness from the blow. Against a mere first-tier beast, this move could potentially shatter their soul entirely, rendering them a fool. Well done, Abu. Your combat prowess has significantly increased, and you even look more handsome now, though. Of course, still a tad short of my level. Upon hearing Yichun's words, Abu leaped with joy, though grew somewhat speechless at the latter remark. Abu, should any beast dare to bully you again, use this move to teach them a lesson. Abu nodded, recalling the beast that had previously tormented him, his expression turning fierce. Yet upon realizing that his advancement was thanks to his leader, his fierce demeanor softened into gratitude, that Yichun felt a newfound curiosity towards the heavenly soul parrots. They seemed to be quite a rare breed, that he deemed it necessary to nurture this little brother, allowing Abu to fully harness the talents and strengths of his lineage, with a companion adept in soul attacks and mental probing. Yichun felt elated. The two grand birds soared into the sky, venturing further afield. Initially, they intended to remain here, akin to the other beasts guarding their territory, but Yichun persuaded Abu that their combat strength had grown formidable enough to not worry about finding food. Leading Abu to reluctantly follow Yichun into the sky, that a red and a colorful silhouette swiftly ascended into the distance. The two birds lost track of how far they had flown. The desert seemed endless, stretching infinitely into the horizon. The little cat on Yichun's back had fallen asleep, yet its claws remained firmly clinging to Yichun's sharp feathers. Yichun's motivation for flying so far was to seek out a suitable habitat. The flying beasts in the valley refrained from leaving because they had been cursed by the demon Bat King, forced into servitude. However, with the system's assistance, Yichun knew the method to break the bloodworm curse. He merely needed to find a location rich in food and relatively safe to successfully advance to the second tier, thus resolving his predicament that Yichun had no intention of returning to the Great Canyon. He aspired to become the Eagle King, not a beast enslaved by others to at last, The barren expanse ahead came to an end, gradually fading into a deep gorge. This gorge was immensely wide, resembling a rift in the earth, leading to an abyss of another world. Compared to the forested gorge at the mountain's foot, this one felt like a mere pit. "Abu, let us descend and take a look." Abu responded with a soft coo, following Yi Chun downward. Upon landing, Yi Chun felt the sheer terror of this gorge more acutely. A glance down revealed nothing but inky darkness. However, on the opposite side of the gorge lay a lush, verdant prairie stretching to the horizon. The sight of the distant grassland left both birds awestruck. Compared to the desert, it was nothing short of paradise, Yi Chun's ideal habitat. With his fiery red wings unfurled, he soared towards the gorge. This abyss-like gorge might be an insurmountable barrier for other beasts, but as a fire eagle, the most skilled flyers among avian beasts, Yi Chun felt confident that it would not hinder him. Yet, just as Yi Chun took to the air, he sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy crashing against his wings. Yi Chun swiftly adjusted his tail feathers, attempting to balance himself. But the torrent of spiritual energy was akin to a merciless hurricane, relentlessly battering his wings, rendering even his proud fire dragon eagle tail motionless. Moreover, the gusts of spiritual energy felt like icy spikes piercing his flesh, excruciatingly cold and painful. Yi Chun struggled for barely 10 breaths before he began to plummet toward the ground. The little cat on his back cried out in fear, prompting Yi Chun to grasp it tightly with his beak, desperately striving to control his wings in the nick of time, just moments before crashing to the ground. The fire eagle, the most adept flyer among birds, managed to stabilize itself and landed clumsily on the ground. "Cuckoo!" Abu approached with concern, relieved to see Yi Chun uninjured. Struggling to rise, Yi Chun stared blankly at the Great Canyon. What to do now? He had never anticipated that the tempest within this stormy gorge would be so formidable. Even with the ancient blood infusion, he found himself unable to fly within it. Gazing longingly at the verdant plain across the gorge, Yi Chun was unwilling to concede and opened the system panel. "System, is there any way for me to fly across?" Searching. Search complete. The analysis indicates that the gorge ahead is filled with dense wind-type spiritual energy, interspersed with the chilling power emanating from the gorge's depths. Beasts below the third tier are unable to pass. Third tier. Yi Chun felt utterly deflated that if he could reach the third tier, he would have long torn that detestable demon Bat King to shreds, rather than scurrying here to develop in stealth. Are there any alternative methods? Currently searching, I have discovered method 2.by condensing a wind elemental core. One can overcome the obstacles posed by the currents of wind elemental energy, significantly increasing the host's probability of traversing this deep valley. A wind elemental core. Yi Chun immediately opened the system panel to inspect. Elemental power 985-1000, fire element 585, earth element 185, water element 104, wind element 68, light element 42, dark element 1. The wind element is a meager 68 points. There is still a vast chasm of 1,000 points to reach the required amount to condense the elemental core. Yi Chun felt as though he were a pauper. If it were a matter of evolution points, Yi Chun could gradually hunt various beasts to accumulate them bit by bit, but elemental values are not so easily obtained. In order to condense the fire elemental core, Yi Chun had exerted considerable effort to gather the 9 petals of the flower to amass the required fire elemental energy, not to mention that a significant portion of it was due to sheer luck. To gather nearly 1,000 points of a single elemental attribute is indeed a formidable challenge. Though it is slightly difficult, at least there is a concrete direction now. Yi Chun quickly rallied his spirits. "Abu, let us return to the desert sands." Yi Chun resolved to forage in the sandy terrain for a while, temporarily putting aside thoughts of the stormy valley. Just then, Abu suddenly emitted a cry of distress. "Goo-goo!" Yi Chun hurriedly approached Abu, who was writhing on the ground, seemingly enduring immense pain. The cat behind him also began to whimper pitifully. Soon, Yi Chun understood the cause, for he too felt a similar agony. It felt as if something within his belly had been torn apart, a searing pain threatening to render him unconscious. A chilling visage surfaced in Yi Chun's mind. The face of the vampire Bat King. Chapter 20. The Greed of the Vampire Bat. The torment of the bloodworm curse was unbearable. Yi Chun felt a relentless cramping in his abdomen, to the point where he almost wished to claw his own belly open. Besides the pain, Yi Chun was engulfed in confusion. According to what Abu had previously told him, the blood curse implanted by the vampire Bat King would only manifest once a month. This was precisely why Yi Chun had contemplated fleeing the valley. With the system's assistance, he might evolve into a higher form of beast after a month. Yet he never anticipated that merely 7 days had passed, and the bloodworm curse would manifest. There must be some underlying reason for this. After a bout of intense suffering, the sensation gradually subsided. Abu let out a goo-goo sound, urging Yi Chun to hasten back. Once the bloodworm curse began to act up, it would recur every hour, intensifying the agony that if they did not heed the vampire Bat King's command to return, the worms would tear apart the internal organs of the beasts. Thinking back to that excruciating feeling, Yi Chun could not help but shudder. "Abu, we must go." Without a moment's hesitation, the two birds set off on their return. The white Yi Chun gazed at the unfathomable depths of the stormy valley, his eyes sharpened with thoughts of the detestable vampire Bat King. In the clearing of the monster stone forest, a large gathering of beasts assembled, much like last time. The summoned creatures lay trembling on the ground, afraid to make a sound. The vampire Bat King stood atop a steep boulder, its eyes burning with madness that in the next moment. Without any warning, the head of a beast exploded, and the vampire Bat King pounced, devouring the creature before the assembly. The other beasts remained motionless, not daring to utter a single cry upon witnessing the death of their kin. The vampire Bat King appeared exceedingly irritable and unstable. Anyone who dared to provoke it at this moment would surely meet a grim fate. Suddenly, a cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. Yi Chun, with his fiery red form, descended, capturing the attention of the beasts below. They were now filled with dread, wishing they could turn to stone to avoid the vampire Bat King's gaze. This flaming eagle, however, made an ostentatious entrance, displaying a reckless disregard for its safety. The vampire Bat King fixated its gaze on Yi Chun, who did not shy away, locking eyes with the creature. The vampire Bat King seemed particularly intrigued by this fiery eagle. What could this creature possibly want? Yi Chun felt a sense of curiosity. He was unaware that the vampire Bat King was bewildered by the significant surge in Yi Chun's aura, that recalled that this striking flaming eagle was merely a first-tier beast, while most of those it enslaved were second-tier. The aura emanating from this little flaming eagle was remarkably steadier than that of the other beasts. It is known that beasts infested by the bloodworms often remain feeble for extended periods. Many first-tier beasts succumb to the parasites within a fortnight, with their conditions deteriorating to a pitiful state, emaciated and drained of vitality. Yet, Yi Chun not only appeared lively, but also emanated a stronger aura. This was nothing short of astonishing. The vampire Bat King, a third-tier spirit realm beast, was now fully aware of Yi Chun's extraordinary nature. Suddenly, it let out a strange cry, sharp and eerie, as if summoning something. In the next moment, the beasts opened their mouths wide, and bloodworms began to emerge, flying towards the vampire Bat King's maw, infused with pure blood energy. Compared to the last time, these bloodworms were less vividly red, evidently due to insufficient blood energy intake. The vampire Bat King smacked its lips, seemingly savoring the exquisite blood energy, yet its expression turned somewhat sinister, Yi Chun observed with perplexity. The vampire Bat King appeared to be severely lacking in blood energy. However, Yi Chun did not quite understand why a third-tier beast would need so many enslaved creatures to sustain its blood energy over the years. More critically, the vampire Bat King's aura was exceedingly unstable, as if it were suffering from immense distress. The vampire Bat King was extremely unsatisfied with this harvest. It roared, and countless bloodworms surged forth again, a ravenous swarm darting towards the beasts. The beasts regarded their tormentor with pained expressions. Each infestation meant the commencement of yet another grueling struggle for sustenance. Yet they dared not resist, for they had long grown accustomed to this life of servitude. The intelligence of the beasts was low, and most had long since lost the will to fight back due to their prolonged adaptation to this enslaved existence. Moreover, any hint of reluctance or attempts to flee would result in immediate execution at the hands of the vampire Bat King. A third-tier beast possesses such power as the bloodworms invaded their bodies. The beasts flapped their wings weakly and flew away. "Abu, we must go." Just as Yi Chun intended to leave, a powerful aura radiated from the vampire Bat King. Yi Chun felt himself immobilized, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. The vampire bat king gazed at Yi Chun with arrogance. Leaping from one boulder to another, it opened its mouth, and two blood worms emerged. Flying towards Yi Chun, a dreadful sensation coursed through Yi Chun, rendering him cold all over. Sure enough, those two blood worms were aimed at him. The vampire bat king must have deemed him insufficiently parasitized and sought to extract more blood energy from him. How despicable! Yi Chun was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Even his feathers bristled. He suddenly realized that in the eyes of the vampire bat king, he was merely a pawn of utility, as long as he retained the capacity for movement. The vampire bat king would unhesitatingly drain him of his worth and vitality until he was but a withered corpse. Watching the two bloodworms approach, an intense urge surged within Yi Chun. One bloodworm was already enough to inflict excruciating pain upon an ordinary beast, that if three bloodworms were to infest him, he would be reduced to nothing more than a tool for survival. In such a case, it would be better to confront the vampire bat king in a fight to the death, just as Yi Chun resolved to fight with the mindset of facing inevitable demise. The small cat on his shoulder let out a faint whimper. The little feline was utterly frail, its expression tugging at Yi Chun's heartstrings that he could not afford to succumb to despair. Yi Chun coldly glared at the vampire bat king, allowing the two bloodworms to approach. Yi Chun understood that since transforming into an egg, his survival to this point had been fueled by an indomitable spirit. This resilience had taught him to arm himself with wisdom, striving to become a more formidable beast. It was this very tenacity that had birthed his willingness to fight to the bitter end. Yet now, he needed to remain composed as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not worry about a lack of firewood. Times. Endurance requires more courage than an outburst. The nobility of the human spirit lies in its ability to carve a path through suffering. After departing from the vampire bat king, Yi Chun remained silent, akin to a hawk weathering the storms of adversity. Its spirit forged in ice that he faced a life-threatening crisis. 3 bloodworms. Only by advancing to the second tier could he resolve this predicament. To bear such pressure and break through to the second tier, was it even possible? It is said that the majestic eagle, in its twilight years, experiences an extraordinary elongation of its talons due to prolonged disuse, rendering it incapable of grasping normally. Its beak becomes encased in a thick layer of callus, making even the act of feeding a formidable challenge. In order to survive, the eagle must seek the steepest peaks and the sturdiest rocks. In a frenzy, it strikes its beak against the stone and claws at it relentlessly, until its beak shatters and its talons become bloodied, and that moment, a new beak emerges, and its talons regain their sharpness and agility. Thus, the eagle is reborn. Yi Chun unfurled his wings and soared into the desert, with Abu, his parrot companion, closely trailing behind. Yi Chun was resolute. Regardless of the difficulties that lay ahead, he was determined to break through to the second tier within the next month. Chapter 21. The breathing technique. In the ensuing days, Yi Chun and Abu embarked on a frenzied quest for sustenance. The terror of being parasitized by 3 bloodworms was overwhelming. Merely a first-tier flame eagle. He was not a legendary beast, and ultimately relied on the consumption of flesh and blood energy to sustain his life. Yi Chun could feel a terrifying force within him, consuming his vitality with every passing moment. If he went even an hour without food, he could sense his life force waning. The only solace was that, as a flame eagle, he did not require excessive sleep. Otherwise, he feared awakening to find himself a mere husk of a bird. Damn it! Yi Chun cursed, acutely aware that the few sandworms he had just consumed were quickly drained of their energy the moment they transformed into flesh and blood vitality. The agony of laboring only to furnish another was unbearable. System, is there truly no other solution besides advancing to the second tier? Assistance from the omnipotent system was his only hope. Querying, according to the findings, among human cultivators, there exists a technique known as internal breathing, which can adjust one's inner energy and alter the flow of spiritual energy within the body. If the host could master this human technique, perhaps it could slow down the bloodworm's consumption of flesh and blood energy. Human techniques? Yi Chun glared with incredulity. I am an eagle. Where am I to learn human techniques? Our species is entirely different. How could I possibly learn? Just as he was about to voice his frustration, a thought struck him. The internal breathing technique. I remember a peculiar method of spiritual energy circulation that I seemed to grasp while at the hot spring in the forest at the foot of the mountain. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Could it be that this extraordinary method of energy circulation was the internal breathing technique the system spoke of? Abu, we must find a tranquil place. Yichen called out without hesitation. Abu, still busy digging in the sand, shook off the grains upon hearing Yichen's call. The duo, one red and one colorful, ascended into the sky, venturing further afield. After a prolonged search, Yichen discovered an immense dark yellow rock. Having dealt with the nearby beasts, he settled atop the boulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to channel that strange internal breathing method within him. A faint white mist emanated from the monster core, flowing into Yi Chen's meridians. This mist resembled a gentle stream, cleansing impurities from his channels. However, as it reached his lower abdomen, 3 blood-red auras, akin to beasts drawn to carrion, ensnared the flowing spiritual energy. The bloodworms seized the energy flow and began voraciously consuming it, diverting it from its intended path and into their own bodies. Now it became clear. The bloodworms siphoned his flesh and blood energy through this very method. Yi Chen's understanding deepened, realizing the significance of the internal breathing technique, that by altering his internal energy, he could redirect the spiritual energy away from the bloodworms, rendering them incapable of extracting his vitality, similar to how one might navigate treacherous mountain paths to avoid bandits. Yi Chen felt invigorated that if this method proved effective, it could undoubtedly resolve his immediate predicament. The fiery red flame eagle held its breath, appearing merely as a fatigued bird napping. Yet within, Yi Chen's body engaged in a wondrous dance of energy circulation. Akin to the cultivation practices of human cultivators, that he carefully extracted the spiritual energy from the monster core, this time with heightened caution, that as it traversed his lower abdomen. Yi Chen directed the energy to flow sideways. Unfortunately, the 3 bloodworms seemed to sense this fleeing energy, and as it slipped into the adjacent meridians, the 3 auras pursued relentlessly. Realizing the impending danger, Yi Chen hastily urged the energy to accelerate, hoping it could escape. However, the bloodworms, like 3 swift red threads, ensnared the energy flow, shattering it and devouring it in an instant. Failure. The first attempt ended in disappointment, prompting Yi Chen to emit a frustrated cry towards the heavens. His sharp eagle call startled the surrounding beasts, forcing them to veer away. That a single failure did not merely cost him a bit of energy. Each attempt at this internal breathing technique required him to extract a substantial portion of energy from the monster core. Though it appeared as a mere wisp of mist, it represented energy equivalent to what Yi Chen would consume over 3 days. That I refuse to accept this. Yi Chen fumed. 2 days. If I can rid myself of these bloodworms, I would expend a month's worth of energy if need be. I'll just replenish it later. With renewed determination, Yi Chen resolved to try again. That he felt no discouragement. Instead, he was invigorated. Thus commenced the second attempt at the energy flow escape plan. Yet, it concluded almost as swiftly as it began, lasting even less than half the time of the previous attempt. This time, Yi Chen had taken a risk, guiding the energy flow perilously close to the bloodworm's territory. Damn it! Yi Chen erupted in frustration, his talons thrashing wildly in the sand, sending up a cloud of dust. Nearby beasts froze, watching the furious flame eagle as if it had been bitten by an unseen foe. They were acutely aware of Yi Chen's strength. Earlier that morning, he had descended from the sky and engaged in a fierce battle with a second-tier sand badger that had long claimed this territory. In mere moments, the badger was reduced to ash by a wave of scorching flames, and the fertile sands became his dominion. Yet this new sovereign seemed perpetually irate, quick to anger. These beasts could not comprehend Yi Chen's plight. After 2 failures, 6 days' worth of food had been squandered, leaving him in anguish over his wasted efforts. After venting his frustrations, Yi Chen curled up in the sand, continuing to experiment. The internal breathing technique was merely a makeshift remedy born of his own ingenuity. Far from the true mastery of the internal breathing arts, that he had only constructed a unique method tailored to the flame eagle, and thus its efficacy was significantly diminished. As time passed, Yi Chen repeated the process, encountering failure again and again. Once, twice, 5 times, 6 times. Unbeknownst to him, he had failed 11 times in total, equivalent to a month's worth of energy. Yi Chen's condition appeared dire. The scarcity of energy from the monster core had rendered him pallid, and his once robust wings and muscles had withered, resembling an aged flame eagle nearing its end. Yet, Yi Chen gradually lifted his head. His keen eagle eyes remained sharp and alert, just moments ago. During the 11th attempt, the energy flow he controlled had nearly evaded the grasp of the bloodworms. That it was only at the last juncture that the encroaching red threads had shattered it. This latest failure filled him with hope that it was achievable. Beside him, Abu watched Yi Chen's state, calling out in concern. "Boss, are you all right?" This sight not only worried Abu, but also filled it with an eerie sense of foreboding. Each time Yi Chen entered that meditative state, he would soon erupt in fury, his vitality diminishing rapidly thereafter. Observing Yi Chen, Abu fretted, fearing that should this continue, its master might meet his demise on the spot. Yet at that moment, Yi Chen embarked on yet another attempt. Abu anxiously squawked, but Yi Chen paid no heed to his companion's worries that he focused intently on controlling the flow of energy within him. With each successive failure, Yi Chen had become intimately familiar with the trajectory of the internal breathing technique. As the energy flowed past his lower abdomen, the three red threads pursued once more. It seemed the bloodworms had grown increasingly sensitive. Possessing a degree of intelligence, they sensed the peculiar trajectory of the energy, reaching a point where they struggled to ensnare it. This time, upon witnessing the energy flow re-emerge, they preemptively launched an attack, intent on quashing this escape attempt at its inception. Within Yi Chen's meridians, a white aura and three red auras began a relentless chase. Yi Chen skillfully maneuvered the energy, deftly altering its path to evade the bloodworm's grasp. This exhilarating yet tense pursuit unfolded within Yi Chen's meridians, a scene of peculiar intrigue. Yi Chen's concentration reached an unparalleled height, that he felt as if his consciousness had merged with the flowing energy, moving as effortlessly as controlling his own breath. This the essence of internal breathing. As Yi Chen experienced an epiphany, the pursuit reached its impending conclusion. In the final meridian, the ethereal mist skillfully evaded the entanglement of the red threads on 3 occasions, ultimately securing its place within the meridian pathway. Retracing its origins, after traversing an entire cycle, it liberated itself from the suffocating grip of the bloodworm's aura and successfully broke free. Chapter 22. Roasting the pangolin. At the moment the stream of spiritual energy successfully broke through and returned to the demon core, Yi Chen sensed a surge of energy rapidly surging from the core. Following the route traversed by the ethereal mist, it swiftly permeated the meridians, forming a closed-loop circuit. Wow! Yi Chen felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment and clarity bursting forth from his chest, making even his breathing feel significantly more effortless. This was the inner breath technique. He had succeeded. The breakthrough of the spiritual energy flow indicated that the construction of his internal breath pathways was complete. Yi Chen no longer needed to forcefully control the flow of energy. The spiritual energy within him would now circulate autonomously along the internal pathways, completely evading the bloodworm's siphoning. The effects of consolidating the inner breath were not limited to this. He also discovered that he could now exhale impurities from his body with each breath. He could cultivate on his own. As an eagle, Yi Chen couldn't help but want to let out a triumphant cry. Indeed, this was a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Beside him, Abu sighed in relief upon witnessing his leader's demeanor. While it was unclear what exactly had transpired, its heightened senses indicated that its leader had grown stronger. Just then, 3 earthy yellow figures stealthily peeked out from beneath the rocks. Yi Chen immediately sensed their presence. Judging by the aura, one was a second-tier demon beast, accompanied by 2 first-tier ones. Their small eyes were exceptionally keen, greedily fixated on Yi Chen. The territory beneath the massive rock was a fertile sandy expanse, and these 3 pangolin demon beasts had long coveted it. Unfortunately, they were unable to contend with the second-tier sand badger guarding this area, and having sustained injuries, they had been forced to seek food elsewhere. Now that one of their own had broken through to the second tier, they had returned to settle the score with the sand badger. However, instead of encountering the badger, they stumbled upon an inferno eagle. The 3 pangolins regarded Yi Chen with ill intent, seemingly deeming him an easy target, wrinkled and appearing as if drained of vitality. The leader of the pangolins made a couple of shrill calls, seemingly attempting to assert dominance. Yi Chen stood proudly atop the rock, coldly observing the trio. The pangolin leader, feeling a sense of irritation, sensed that this inferno eagle was provoking them. Squeak! The pangolin leader let out a strange cry, and the three pangolins quickly curled into ball-like shapes, resembling three small tanks charging toward Yichun. Innate skill, armored tank. Yichun let out a long cry as the fire-red eagle soared into the sky. The elderly eagle, previously appearing feeble, suddenly erupted with immense vitality and aura. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted from Yichun's mouth, the fiery breath descending like heavenly fire, engulfing the three pangolins. The pangolins showed no sign of retreat. The Yichun understood that the golden-backed pangolin shell contained a rich concentration of Earth attributes spiritual energy, rendering its defenses formidable beyond measure. This resistance was not merely a reflection of the shell's solidity, but also of its terrifying resilience. Ordinary fire spiritual energy could scarcely leave a mark. However, the fiery breath was not a typical spiritual attack. It was the purest flame from a demon core. The backs of the golden-backed pangolins visibly began to melt, albeit at a slow pace. The three pangolins curled up tightly, evidently employing a defensive strategy. The flames of the inferno eagle intensified. The golden-backed pangolins seemed confident that the eagle's flames would not last long, which emboldened them to huddle under their shells. Intending to exhaust the eagle until its spiritual energy was depleted, at that point, the inferno eagle would undoubtedly be defeated. However, the three pangolins gradually began to falter. The speed at which their backs melted was utterly absurd, the searing flames prompting them to let out shrill cries, squeak. After a few anguished screams, the backs of the three golden-backed pangolins completely melted away. Their ordinary flesh could not withstand such extreme heat, quickly transforming into three charred pieces of meat. That Yichun felt a surge of delight within. The inner breath technique was exceedingly powerful. The pure fire from the demon core enabled him to unleash a fiery breath far surpassing the typical first-tier power. Yet the duration of the breath had always posed a significant challenge. The marvelous route of the inner breath technique allowed him to replenish his spiritual energy while simultaneously engaging in combat. The combination of the two was nothing short of a formidable weapon. With the synergy of the inner breath technique and the fiery breath, the odds of defeating the demon-backed king had increased significantly. Truly, survival from great adversity must surely yield subsequent blessings. Abu gazed at his leader with admiration. That let's eat roasted meat. Abu drooled, and the two birds began to voraciously devour the roasted pangolin meat. The shell of the golden-backed pangolin was exceptionally hard, yet its flesh was surprisingly succulent. Abu, as long as you follow your leader, I guarantee you'll indulge in delicacies every day, enjoying a life of luxury. Yichun relished the meat while boasting to his little brother. Abu squawked excitedly at his leader's words that he held a genuine reverence for his leader, even if Yichun claimed he could transform him into a divine beast. Abu would nod in agreement without a second thought. Once we establish our own territory, we'll gather a band of followers, and I'll fetch you a flock of brightly colored parrots, the ones with large rears, so you can have a nest of eggs. Abu paused for a moment before erupting into raucous squawks. Indeed, he was a colorful bird. That Yichun chuckled inwardly. Meow also climbed down from Yichun's back, meowing at him. Now, it completely regarded Yichun as a parental figure. Clinging closely to him, the Yichun tore off a large chunk of roasted meat and presented it to Meow. Meow's small eyes lit up. Before long, Meow devoured the entire piece of roasted meat. Sated, it rubbed against Yichun's feathers. Meow, meow, little one, don't make such a racket. I'm not your mother. The Yichun chuckled as the rubbing tickled his feathers. I am still a dashing young eagle. You should call me brother. Understand? Meow, meow. Seeing Meow's docile demeanor, Yichun nodded in satisfaction. After the delightful meal, Yichun departed from the area. Once demon beasts acquire their own territory, they tend to prefer remaining in a single location. Initially, Yichun had harbored similar thoughts, finding a spot to hide and develop in seclusion. However, he now realized that if he remained in one place to forage, the local food and spiritual material resources would quickly be depleted. Only by constantly changing locations, harvesting, and moving on could he amass a substantial amount of blood and flesh energy in a short time. Moreover, Yichun conceived a rather ingenious idea. After mastering the inner breath technique, Yichun suddenly recognized that he had long been trapped in a misconception. Being a demon beast did not necessitate adhering to the lifestyle of demon beasts. This notion was too one-dimensional. Yi Chun, utilizing his insights, created an inner breath technique that could only be employed by human cultivators. This was the finest example that if he could transcend the limitations of being a demon beast and apply human methods, he would undoubtedly reap great rewards. Currently, Yi Chen's plan was to capture sandworms. During his time foraging in the canyon desert, he had discovered an abundance of sandworms lurking beneath the sands. Countless avian demon beasts scoured the area daily, yet the population of sandworms remained unaffected. One could easily unearth one or two from almost anywhere that if he could devise a tool to hunt sandworms. The efficiency of foraging would significantly increase. After all, he was in dire need of blood and flesh energy. The Yi Chen paced thoughtfully across the sandy terrain, deep in contemplation. Abu watched Yi Chun with a dazed expression, while Meow scratched at the sand dunes, seemingly sharpening its claws. Observing the small pit Meow had excavated, Yi Chen's mind sparked with inspiration. Eureka! Chapter 23. Sandworm Trap in the Expansive Desert. A vast clearing lay open. The parrot Abu was diligently digging a hole that Yi Chen flew in from a distance, tossing a large rock onto the ground. Abu, no slacking off? Abu squinted his small eyes, wearing an expression of grievance as he surveyed his dirt-streaked face. He glanced at Yi Chun, who was leisurely transporting fragments of rock. With a tone of complaint, Abu let out a sound of discontent. Nevertheless, after a few grumbles, he obediently continued to follow the orders of his leader. Before long, a massive pit had been excavated, and the rock fragments collected by Yi Chun had piled up to resemble a small hill. Yi Chun methodically broke the rocks apart with his claws, revealing the beautifully fractured surfaces. The exterior of the gray-yellow rocks belied the vibrant, multicolored interiors, showcasing a plethora of mysterious minerals in hues of red, black, and purple. Yi Chen picked up a piece of pale yellow rock and unleashed his fiery breath. However, instead of maximizing the flames, he controlled a small stream of fire to melt the pale yellow rock. Abu, extending his little head in curiosity, observed Yi Chen's actions, struggling to comprehend his intentions. In a short while, the pale yellow rock was entirely melted, transforming into a viscous sludge. Sensing the high temperature, Yi Chen extended his claws. Unaffected due to his level 3 fire resistance, he stirred the molten material with his claws, and soon it cooled into a solid mass, forming a metallic substance. With a decisive swipe, the pale yellow metal unexpectedly shattered, prompting Yi Chen to shake his head in disappointment. The hardness was insufficient. This pale yellow metal couldn't even withstand the force of his own claw, rendering it unsuitable for traps. Subsequently, Yi Chen employed the same method to melt 5 different metals. 4 of these proved unusable, either too soft in texture or too brittle and prone to breaking. However, among these 5, one particularly satisfied Yi Chen, a glossy black metal that upon solidification bore specks of white on its surface, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, radiating a captivating beauty. Yi Chen named this metal stellar iron. The stellar iron exhibited remarkable hardness and resilience. When Yi Chen struck it with his claw, he nearly jarred his own talon. This is it, he thought, elated that it was perfect for crafting traps. Having finally found a usable material, Yi Chen instructed Abu to search for raw stellar iron. The two birds busily scoured a vast area, only to be taken aback by their findings. Less than 10 pieces of stellar iron raw stones. Yi Chen felt a headache coming on. At this rate, the amount of stellar iron they could extract would only suffice for a small iron basin, and even with a bounty of sandworms, it would be woefully inadequate for sustenance. Just then, a call from Abu broke his thoughts. Goo goo. Yi Chen became alert, instantly soaring into the sky. Following Abu's guidance, he arrived at a rocky area within a canyon. Abu emitted a few goo-goo sounds, signaling Yi Chen to look upwards. There, embedded deeply in the rock face, was a massive chunk of deep black stone, an enormous raw piece of stellar steel. Yi Chen estimated it could yield enough stellar iron to fill a large vat. Elated, Yi Chen spread his wings, ready to ascend. However, Abu jumped up and caught hold of him. Curious, Yi Chen followed as Abu veered off to the side, only to discover that Abu had circled the rock wall before landing on a large stone not far from the stellar steel. Abu, what brings us here? Yi Chen inquired. Abu pointed ahead, and upon focusing, Yi Chen's feathers bristled in alarm. Beneath the stellar steel, a very concealed figure blended seamlessly with the rock wall. Nearly undetectable unless one looked closely, it was a three-eyed serpent, coldly flicking its tongue while suspended on the wall's edge. Due to the distance, Yichen initially failed to detect the second-tier beast through his danger perception ability. Had it not been for Abu's keen eyesight, he might have been ambushed by the serpent as soon as he approached the rock wall. What a cunning snake, Yichen mused. This creature was exceptionally clever, hanging upside down on the wall, shielded from sight by the large boulder. Anyone foolish enough to venture up would be met with a deadly confrontation. Yichen felt a wave of frustration. The three-eyed serpent remained motionless, and as long as it was undisturbed, accessing the stellar raw stone would be impossible. But how to divert this creature's attention? Turning his gaze to Abu, he saw the bewildered expression on the parrot's face. Why is it always me? Abu seemed resigned, yet upon catching sight of Yichen's narrowed eyes, his feathers quivered, and he finally relented. Hey. The sharp call echoed above the rock wall, and the three-eyed serpent squinted its eyes, catching the scent of prey. Abu cautiously made his way to the top of the rock wall. Moving gingerly to maintain a safe distance from the serpent, after some time, the three-eyed serpent appeared to grow impatient, flicking its tongue as if preparing to strike. In that moment, an unsuspecting footstep entered its range of attack. The serpent's cold eyes gleamed with intent, and with a swift motion, it lunged upward from the rock wall. Yet, what awaited it was a torrent of searing flames. The flames crackled as they engulfed the three-eyed serpent, causing it to writhe in agony before succumbing to its fate. Yichen successfully acquired the stellar raw stone, which weighed far beyond what the two birds could carry to manage it. Yichen used his beak to chip away at the stone, breaking it into smaller fragments. After considerable effort, the two birds finally dismantled the raw stone and transported the pieces to their trap site. The fiery eagle's flames were among the hottest in the avian world. And with Yichen possessing a pure fire core, it still took him nearly half an hour to fully melt the stellar steel raw stone. To minimize waste, he opted for a gentle flame, knowing that unleashing his full power would be unsustainable for such a prolonged duration. The melted stellar steel mixture was thick and boiling, resembling molten cement. Yichen stirred it with his talons, feeling the strain of the effort. However, the stellar steel gradually began to solidify. Yichen managed to mold it into a bottle shape, wider at the base and narrower at the top. Due to the significant addition of raw stellar stone, this storage vessel for setting traps was quite large, approximately 2 people tall. Consequently, the two birds had to dig the sand pit even deeper. Eventually, after exhausting work, they found themselves unable to lift their talons. What a laborious task, Abu lamented. Just a little longer, and we shall complete it. Yichen encouraged. At last, the two birds buried the trap bottle, leaving only a small opening exposed. Yichen diligently excavated the surrounding sand, creating 8 small tunnels that led directly to the trap. They then discarded 2 leftover pieces of roasted pangolin meat into the bottle, completing their mission to ensure everything was in order. Yichen lay low to the ground, his sharp eagle eyes fixated on the trap, observing for an entire hour. Initially, there was no response. Gradually, one by one, yellow sandworms emerged from the 8 small tunnels, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat, making their way into the bottle. Within the hour, dozens of sandworms had crawled inside. Yichen soared into the air, elated. This method was 3 to 4 times faster than sifting through the sand. Most importantly, he could sit back and enjoy the luxury of food without lifting a finger. What a delightful experience. Chapter 24. Feasting and Evolution. Buzzing. A large swarm of sand wasps darted through the air, collectively surging in a specific direction. Following closely behind them was the sound of a bird call. Goo-goo. The parrot Abu chased after the swarm with great enthusiasm. Thanks to his soul-eye ability, Abu merely needed to harmonize his aura with the spirit energy to send the primitive little insects fleeing in terror. While Abu's speed was not particularly swift, he would occasionally sense straggling sand wasps and send a fraction of his spirit energy to round them up, much like a shepherd herding sheep. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry broke through the air. The fiery red eagle made a grand entrance, spewing flames as if a dragon had descended from the heavens. The intense heat instantly roasted the sand wasps, which fell to the ground with a clattering thud. Yichen and Abu landed, relishing their meal. Abu emitted a series of joyful calls. Over the past few days, Abu had been in high spirits. Following his leader, he enjoyed ample food and drink, growing plumper by the day, that Yi-Chen occasionally found himself envious of Abu's carefree existence. Although parrots are known for their intelligence, Abu seemed blissfully happy in his simple-mindedness. "Abu, shall we check on the trap?" "Caw-caw." After the two birds had their fill, they soared towards the location where traps had been set the previous day, that it was still that expanse of flat sandy terrain. And the large sand pit remained intact, which brought a sigh of relief to Yi-Chen. The creation of this trap had required him to labor tirelessly with his claws, mixing molten iron for half the day until they were sore. It was a daunting task. Had he arrived early in the morning only to find the trap destroyed by other beasts, it would have surely incited his ire and caused him to shed feathers. Carefully, Yi-Chen dug through the sand dunes to extract the iron bottle from the ground. The sand pit needed to remain undisturbed, as its continued use would save him the trouble of digging another. When the iron bottle was finally unearthed, both Yi-Chen and the parrot Abu stared in astonishment at the ample bounty it contained. Plump sandworms. They had struck gold. Yi-Chen let out a delighted caw, while Abu drooled in anticipation. The contents of the bottle represented a quantity of food that would take them 4 days of foraging to acquire. This feast was pure sustenance, a treasure trove of flesh and energy. With this trap, they would have no shortage of energy to ascend in rank. The two birds eagerly began to divide the sandworms among themselves. Initially, Abu caught excitedly, but after consuming a few worms, it quickly lost interest, narrowing its 3 little eyes. "Abu?" Yi-Chen called, and after a few more caws, Abu nudged the bottle filled with sandworms towards Yi-Chen. Suddenly, Yi-Chen understood. Abu was aware that he needed to ascend to the second tier quickly, and thus was offering up its share. Although Abu appeared somewhat simple-minded, it was a beast with awakened spirit that as long as its leader grew strong, food would never be a concern. "All right, once I ascend, we shall take down that demon Bat King," Yi-Chen declared, not one to be coy, as he devoured the sandworms. Waves of pure flesh energy coursed into his body, and he could distinctly feel his physical strength amplifying. Ever since he had mastered the internal energy technique, the blood worms within him could no longer siphon even a sliver of energy. However, when the demon Bat King next harvested blood energy, it would undoubtedly detect the anomaly of this blazing eagle that if at that time Yi-Chen lacked the ability to protect himself, he might very well be torn apart on the spot the following days. Yi-Chen and Abu scoured the area for numerous star stones. They collected every star stone they could find in the vicinity. After considerable effort, Yi-Chen forged 5 iron bottles, each of a similar size to the first. In the end, he buried these bottles in 5 different locations, all in flat, sandy areas where demon beasts were less likely to roam. For several days thereafter, Yi-Chen and Abu lived a routine of foraging by day and harvesting from the traps by night. The sand traps provided such an abundant supply of food that, in just a few days, Yi-Chen's physique had noticeably bulked up. His feathers darkened in color, his wings elongated, and even the power of his fiery claws had increased significantly. Now, with a single swipe, he could leave cracks in the armor of a pangolin demon that he previously could not even pierce. When he encountered another pangolin demon, it was so frightened that it fled. Yet, it ultimately could not escape the wrath of Yi-Chen's fiery breath, ending up as a sumptuous roasted meal. Occasionally, the sand traps would yield unexpected outcomes. One day, Yi-Chen discovered that a trap left for a day had yielded nothing and was in disarray. Without a doubt, some fortunate demon beast had stumbled upon the deeply buried iron bottle and devoured all the sandworms within. Frustrated, Yi-Chen lost a few feathers in irritation. Nevertheless, such occurrences were merely accidents and had only happened once. Over these past 10 days, Yi-Chen's physical strength had been rapidly increasing. "System, check my attributes," he commanded after yet another hearty meal. "System host. Yi-Chen evolution stage. Blazing Eagle growth phase. Physical strength, 28. 8 spiritual power level. Late first tier, core formation stage, inherent talents. Disguise LV1, danger perception LV2, fiery claws LV2, flame resistance LV3, fiery breath elemental power. 1720, fire element 899, earth element 322, water element 258. Wind element 76, light element 60, dark element 5. Evolution points. 423. Yi-Chen's physical strength had undergone a monumental transformation. escalating from around 10 to nearly 30, that his spiritual power level was steadily accumulating towards the late first tier. Observing his feathers, Yichen noted that they were no longer a pure red, but had begun to exhibit a subtle bluish hue, that he understood this to be a sign of the accumulation of flesh energy within, enriching the spiritual essence in his plumage. Once he amassed enough to break through to the second tier, the concentration of spiritual essence would not merely manifest in the color of his feathers, but would directly materialize as spiritual fire. That was the origin of the second-tier spiritual fire. The more powerful the demon beast, the greater the potency of the manifested spiritual fire. The Yi-Chun had heard tales of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, whose mere breath could obliterate an entire city. Wherever it spread its wings, the ground would remain scorched and unyielding for a century. Ding! A notification from the system broke through his thoughts. The host's physical strength has reached its limit. Please expedite your tier advancement. A task has been issued. Tier 1 task. Break through to the second tier and ignite human-level spiritual fire. Reward: 1,000 evolution points, 100 single attribute points. Tier 3 task. Break through to the second tier and ignite earth-level spiritual fire. Reward: 2,000 evolution points, 500 single attribute points, 1 regular lottery draw. Tier 6 task. Break through to the second tier and ignite heaven-level spiritual fire. Reward: 5,000 evolution points, 1,000 single attribute points, 1 rare item lottery draw. The system presented a lengthy list of tasks. Tier 1, Tier 3, Tier 6. These are simply tasks categorized by ease, normal, and difficulty. Yichen marveled at the 3 tasks, his eyes widening at the rewards. 5,000 evolution points, 1,000 elemental points. If he could complete the Tier 6 task, he would be able to condense a second demon core. Yichen was filled with excitement, but he had to complete the Tier 6 task and ignite heaven-level spiritual fire. Yichen understood that the quality of the ignited spiritual fire depended on his physical strength at the time of the breakthrough. Greater physical strength equated to higher quality spiritual essence, thus leading to superior spiritual fire. System: what can I obtain from the regular and rare item lotteries? Regular lottery can acquire a common resource from second-tier demon beasts, such as second-tier spiritual materials or second-tier demon techniques. Rare lottery can acquire a scarce resource, such as ancient blood, fourth-tier spiritual materials, or techniques from third-tier or higher demon beasts. Upon hearing the term ancient blood, Yichen trembled with excitement. 1 portion of ancient blood had transformed him from a firebird into a blazing eagle. If he were to obtain another, he could only imagine the extent of his transformation. Chapter 25. The Poison Attribute. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yichen and Abu began to drive away a swarm of insects. This time, their target was rather special, that a mass of purple ants resembled a vast sea of violet, as Abu herded them forward. Abu, over here, Yichen called. Abu responded with a few gurgles, then unleashed its spirit pressure, driving the purple ants towards Yichen. Over the past few days, their teamwork had become increasingly seamless. Often, a mere glance was enough for Abu to grasp Yichen's intentions, that why Yichen concentrated his internal spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his fiery breath. Just as he was about to exhale a torrent of flames, several large purple soldier ants unexpectedly took to the air. Ants can fly. These soldier ants darted towards Abu, biting down fiercely. Ouch! The events unfolded too rapidly for Yichen to intervene. Abu let out a pained cry, its spirit faltering, and the vast swarm of purple ants broke free from their suppression, scattering into the sand and vanishing from sight. Yichen hurried over to inspect Abu's injury. The area that had been bitten by the purple soldier ants had turned a deep, blackish purple, exuding a potent burning stench. This scent was entirely different from that of roasted meat. It resembled the corrosive effects of an acid, that if the poison was not promptly treated, Abu could suffer further consequences, potentially even life-threatening ones. Yichen's expression turned serious. Without hesitation, he used his claws to slice away the small patch of flesh that had been bitten. With a piercing eagle's cry, he unleashed a small flame, quickly searing Abu's wound. Abu screeched in pain, nearly jumping up, but Yichen held it down with his claws. Don't worry, I've disinfected it. It will heal in a couple of days. That Abu's eyes brimmed with tears, clearly affected by the excruciating pain. Suddenly, an idea struck Yichen, that if such small soldier ants could inflict such significant harm, how potent must their poison be? Yi Chen pondered whether evolving a poison-related ability might provide him with a chance against the Demon Bat King. He was confident he could break through to the second tier before the Demon Bat King discovered his anomaly, yet he lacked assurance in defeating it. After all, the disparity between the second and third tiers was a formidable chasm. System, is there a way for me to evolve a poison attack capability? Yi Chen inquired immediately. Searching information on poison-related abilities has been located. By devouring the toxic beast demon core, there exists a chance to absorb the core's toxic essence and evolve a toxic attack. A toxic attack? Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, there was a method. The Demon Bat King was overwhelmingly powerful. In the face of that shadow that obscured the sky, Yi Chen, as a mere little fire eagle, felt as fragile as a chick. However, Yi Chen's physical strength had vastly improved, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier, that if he were to acquire the formidable toxic attack, perhaps he could defeat the Demon Bat King, down on a stone ground deeply buried in sand. A crimson figure was rummaging for something. Yi Chen stood atop the stone, incessantly, using his beak to pry away the large boulders hidden beneath the sand. Crack! Yi Chen unleashed his fire claw, shattering a large rock. Beneath the boulder lay a long, white figure, a white venomous snake, dozing peacefully, disturbed from its sweet dreams. The snake was infuriated and spat a stream of venom toward Yi Chen's head. Hiss! If that venom were to splatter in his eyes, it could lead to instant blindness. Yi Chen dared not be careless and swiftly dodged aside. Whoosh! With another strike of the fire claw, the white venomous snake was instantly torn apart. Reduced to chunks of flesh, amidst the pieces, a pale purple demon core lay quietly, emanating a faint glow. Found it, the toxic beast demon core. Without hesitation, Yi Chen swallowed the core whole. The taste of the white snake's demon core was exceedingly peculiar. Generally, demon cores imbued with pure energy were scorching hot, yet this toxic core was chilling and bore an indescribably sinister flavor. Once ingested, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable itching sensation surface on his skin. How itchy! Unable to resist, he began to scratch his feathers with his sharp claws, causing a cascade of plumage to fall away. Soon, a mound of feathers accumulated upon the ground. Yi Chen felt as if a swarm of ants were crawling all over him. An unbearable itch. Before long, the itching sensation subsided, and where his fallen feathers had been, a plethora of strange crystals sprouted. What is this? Why are there scale-like things growing on me? Yi Chen felt a twinge of panic. What a joke! What eagle grows scales? It felt as though he was evolving in a bizarre direction. The toxic demon core contained a significant amount of toxin. This was a normal reaction as the host body absorbed the toxin and fused it with its own demon core. The system explained, and Yi Chen genuinely felt that peculiar sensation gradually fading away. When the transformation ceased, Yi Chen discovered that his appearance had undergone a tremendous change. His once fiery red feathers had shifted to a hue tinged with black and purple, and his claws and beak slowly lost their crimson color, appearing somewhat disturbingly beautiful. System, what species do I now belong to? Yi Chen lamented in despair. Querying, query complete. The feather characteristics of the host are 85. 62 similar to the flame dragon eagle, 11.28 to the cursed poison sky serpent, and 3.1 to the purple bone serpent. Cursed poison sky serpent? Purple bone serpent. Could it be that I am evolving towards a serpentine form? The system explained that the demon core the host devoured contained a low bloodline, preserving only a degree of cursed toxicity, and only by consuming ancient blood could the fundamental bloodline traits be altered. So that's it. It's merely a slight cursed toxicity in my feathers, not a bloodline mutation. Yi Chen exhaled in relief that it would be disastrous if he turned into a half-snake, half-bird monstrosity. Cursed toxicity? That sounds formidable. It seems I need to find a target to test it on. Yi Chen, eager to try, shook his feathers, causing several dark feathers to fall to the ground. Yi Chen, accompanied by his parrot companion Abu, ventured into the stone forest region. This area was the most bountiful in the valley, also the lair of the demon bats. The Demon Bat King enslaved the beasts, forcing the avian demons to scavenge for food. While it occupied the most resource-rich territory in the valley, its loyal demon bat minions resided in the stone forest. Yi Chen dared not approach the heart of the stone forest too closely and instead peered cautiously from the edges. He was not yet prepared to confront the Demon Bat King head-on. However, to test his combat prowess and prepare for the impending confrontation, he could practice against the demon bat minions that Wai Ichin perched behind a large stone. Folding his wings, Dai in the low shrubs before the stone, for demon bats were scouring the gaps for food. The spiritual energy concentration in this low shrub area was not as potent as that in the core region where the demon bat king resided. But it was still far superior to that of the desert, that moment. A human-faced bird demon swooped down from above, stealthily landing in the stone forest. IT-2 began searching for food among the stones. Competing for food with these demon bats was perilous. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Yet sometimes, weaker bird demons lacked sufficient food, and with so many avian demons in the desert, they had no choice but to take risks and scavenge in the stone forest for leftovers. Occasionally, luck favored them, and they would escape unnoticed by the demon bats. However, this particular human-faced bird demon did not have such fortune. After a brief search, a sharp cry erupted from the other end of the stone forest. The human-faced bird demon's feathers stood on end. It abandoned the large worm it had just found and turned to flee. But as soon as it spread its wings, the 4 demon bats surrounded and overwhelmed it. Screech! The demon bats cruelly tore the human-faced bird demon into shreds, blood splattering across the ground. Hiding nearby, Yichin felt a tightening in his chest. Under the control of the demon bat king. These demon bats were rampant even in the slanting valley. Having mercilessly slaughtered countless creatures like the human-faced bird demon, the Wai Ichin stealthily followed the 4 demon bats. Chapter 26. The demon bat guards. The 4 demon bats were all first-tier beasts. They flew into the stone forest, and Yi Chun trailed behind them. After an indeterminate time, the 4 demon bats finally came to a halt. The Wai Ichin had come alone. Abu was not adept in physical combat, and was relatively weak, making it difficult to avoid detection if he followed. The Wai Ichin entrusted Miao to Abu, instructing them to wait in the desert sands. Chirp! The 4 demon bats began to stir. They had caught the scent of the flame eagle. In fact, upon entering the stone forest, Yichin had not made any effort to conceal his presence. After all, once a confrontation began, Yichin had no intention of allowing them to return alive. The 4 demon bats screeched in Yichin's direction that he emerged from behind the stone. The lead demon bat scrutinized Yichin, appearing quite disdainful that a first-tier fire eagle. The demon bat squawked, and one of them took flight. In its view, sending a subordinate to deal with a first-tier beast like Yichin was more than sufficient. That as the demon bat approached Yichin, it suddenly met its demise with a swift motion. Crushed by Yichin's razor-sharp, flaming claws, the flames roared as the charred body of the demon bat crackled under the heat, soon releasing a charred aroma. The remaining demon bats went into a frenzy. As first-tier beasts, they had never encountered a bird demon with such extraordinary physical strength. This was not a creature known for its brute force. How could its claws crush a beast of equal tier? Was this flame eagle actually just a flying cow? What a joke! With their limited intelligence, they could not comprehend the situation, only staring at Yichin and screeching in confusion. The flame eagle's claws were searingly hot, especially with the body of a companion dangling from them, and it was evident that the 3 remaining demon bats were terrified. After a moment, 2 of the demon bats mustered their courage and lunged at the flame eagle simultaneously. Yichin remained calm and charged forward to meet them head-dash on. In a single encounter, the 2 demon bats were reduced to mere fragments. The last remaining demon bat, terrified and frantic, fled for its life. Showing no inclination to look back, the demon bat soared into the air, ascending into the sky. An eerie aura enveloped the flame eagle's form. Alongside the searing heat of the flames, there was an unsettling chill, reminiscent of death itself. Even at a distance, the fleeing demon bats felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around their throats. Screech! The demon bat quickened its pace, desperate to escape. Just then, a slender feather shot forth like an arrow, striking precisely into the back of the demon bat. The demon bat felt a slight sting but showed no hesitation, continuing to flap its wings. Its singular focus was on survival, unaware of what had struck it. With a soft thud, the once swift demon bat suddenly lost its balance and plummeted to the ground as toxins coursed through its body. The demon bat continued to flap its wings, but its consciousness grew increasingly hazy. The effects of the toxin were remarkably evident. The Wai Ichin landed beside the unconscious demon bat, closely observing the spot where the cursed toxin feather had penetrated its back. The demon bat lost control for only a brief moment. The toxin acted swiftly. Unfortunately, the potency of the toxin seemed rather weak, merely rendering the first-tier demon bat's body numb, incapable of delivering a lethal blow. Crack! Yichen severed the demon bat's neck with his sharp claws. Ending its suffering, it appears I need to seek a stronger target for my next test, and on the other side of the stone forest, several patrolling demon bats wandered amidst the rocky formations, 3 of the first rank and 1 of the second. They served as the guards of the Demon Bat King, tasked specifically with seeking out intruders in this territory. Should they detect any trespassers, they would not hesitate to rend them to shreds on the spot. The 4 demon bats prowled aggressively through the stone forest while simultaneously foraging for food. Suddenly, one of them emitted a piercing cry. The leading second-rank demon bat unleashed a peculiar sonic wave. Summoning the other 2 to its side, they discovered a charred corpse of a demon beast on the ground, one of their own kin. The second-rank demon bat let out an enraged roar, clearly indicating that some beast had dared to infiltrate the stone forest, tauntingly slaying the Demon Bat King's subordinate, that it had already sentenced the intruder to death in its mind at that moment. A striking crimson figure descended from the sky. Without mercy, the flame eagle obliterated the 3 first-ranked demon bats, tearing them to pieces. The second-ranked demon bat shrieked frantically, its visage reflecting sheer ferocity and malevolence. The flame eagle's gaze was icy. It had come specifically for this second-ranked demon bat, deeming the 3 first-rank ones worthless and therefore dispatching them without a second thought. The second-ranked demon bat charged at the flame eagle. Screech! It unleashed its innate skill, Phantom Sonic Wave. A strange and sharp sound wave emanated from its mouth that Yichen felt as though his eardrums were being hammered mercilessly. What a terrifying method of attack. This was Yichen's first encounter with an enemy employing sonic waves that in his previous life. He had heard of creatures with poor eyesight that excelled at using sound waves for navigation. Whales and bats were among them. To his astonishment, this otherworldly bat not only utilized sound waves as its primary sensory tool, but it also evolved it into a distinct form of attack. However, despite the intense pain inflicted by the sound wave, it was not immediately lethal. Yichen held his breath and summoned a trace of sinister poison energy within him. With a swift motion, a feather shot forth like an arrow, striking the second-ranked demon bat. The demon bat exhibited no visible reaction, continuing to unleash its sonic assault. Was 1 poisoned feather insufficient? Then let there be more. Yichen spread his wings and launched 3 more feathers. The feathers zipped through the air, resembling a storm of arrows. The demon bats attempted to evade while simultaneously attacking, yet they could not withstand the overwhelming barrage of Yichen's feathers. 9 feathers struck the second-ranked demon bat in total. Its movements began to slow, albeit imperceptibly. This was troubling. It seemed the toxicity of the poisoned feathers was indeed inadequate. Such a degree of harm posed no threat to a second-rank beast that Yichen gradually felt overwhelmed. As the second-ranked demon bat continued to unleash its sonic onslaught, his head began to thrum painfully that if he remained in this state much longer, he might bleed from all 7 orifices. It was time to conclude this swiftly. Without hesitation, the swift flame eagle launched a surprise attack, diving toward the second-ranked demon bat. The demon bat appeared distinctly panicked, its mouth agape, as it emitted an angry cry. Just as Yichen was about to close in, the second-ranked demon bat ceased its sonic assault. Just when Yichen presumed the enemy had surrendered, a more sinister sound emanated from its mouth. This sound was entirely different from the previous sonic attacks, far from grating. Yet gradually, Yichen sensed something amiss as a searing pain began to blossom in his abdomen. Bloodworms. It could control bloodworms. The bloodworms thrashed against Yichen's abdomen and internal organs, inflicting agony far exceeding that of the sonic attack. Once swift in motion, Yichen now felt his muscles cramp, unable to control his body as he veered to one side, nearly collapsing to the ground. What a disaster, he thought. How could he have forgotten this? The Demon Bat King could control bloodworms, and this second-ranked demon bat possessed a degree of control over them as well. The expression of the second-ranked demon bat grew increasingly ferocious. It could tell that this flame eagle would not withstand the onslaught of bloodworms. The tide had turned. Gritting through the pain, Yichen hastily employed an internal breathing technique to regulate the energy within his demon core. The internal energy clashed against the bloodworms, significantly diminishing their biting force. Once he managed to regain control over the bloodworms, Yichen immediately began to condense pure yang fire energy within him. Observing Yi Chen's stillness, the second-ranked demon bat seized the opportunity to counterattack. That IT aimed to shred the flame eagle, while Yi Chen was distracted by the bloodworms. That moment, a searing mass of fire energy had already coalesced within Yi Chen's demon core. With a roar, the raging flames mercilessly engulfed the second-ranked demon bat, which was unable to react before being completely consumed by the inferno. Yi Chen remained vigilant, driving the flames to their utmost limits. Even as he witnessed the demon bat being reduced to charred remnants, he did not cease his fiery assault. Only when the fire energy within him began to wane did he finally withdraw the flames. The second-ranked demon bat had been reduced to a pile of scorched ash. Exhausted, Yi Chen collapsed to the ground, unable to lift his wings. Indeed, hesitation nearly cost him his life. Chapter 27. Sand-poisoned brown scorpion after flying back from the stone forest to the desert. Yi Chen rested for quite some time to test the efficacy of the poison feathers. He had endured the full brunt of the sonic attacks. Furthermore, the second-ranked demon bat had unexpectedly controlled bloodworms. Had it not been for Yi Chen's comprehension of the internal breathing technique allowing him to suppress the bloodworm's bites, the outcome of that battle might have been dire. The toxicity of the poison feathers was indeed insufficient. Yi Chen felt a sense of disappointment. He had anticipated acquiring a formidable weapon, only to nearly lose his life during a trivial experiment. What a failure! Such utter failure! He mused that as a demon beast. One must learn to be cunning. Without absolute confidence in victory, it is better to bide one's time and develop. Inwardly, Yi Chen longed to cultivate discreetly, yet circumstances would not permit such luxury. In half a month's time, the Demon Bat King would once again reap a harvest of blood energy. That was Yi Chen's final deadline to enhance his combat strength over the past few days. Yi Chen had diligently foraged for food and tended to his injuries. Other than daily checking traps, acting like a small pest, he had refrained from engaging in battle. It was not that Yi Chen was cowardly or despondent. Rather, he felt it necessary to contemplate how to elevate his combat prowess. Yi Chen had already reached the peak of the first rank, and with the sandworm traps along with Abu's assistance in capturing insects. Gathering enough blood meat energy for a breakthrough within half a month was entirely feasible. However, relying solely on second-rank strength would be insufficient to vanquish the Demon Bat King, that he must urgently enhance the potency of his toxic attacks to a level capable of inflicting significant damage upon third-rank demon beasts. Otherwise, when the deadline arrived in half a month, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Abu, come with me, Yi Chen soared into the sky, heading towards the most remote region of the desert. The reason it was deemed the most remote was due to its mixture of half-desert and half-rocky terrain. The soil in this area was peculiar, possessing both fire attributes, spiritual energy, and the frigid geology of stones scorched by flames for millennia. This peculiar environment harbored a multitude of demon beasts, many of which were particularly formidable, including numerous venomous creatures that Yi Chen instructed Abu to scout ahead while he observed from above, awaiting the emergence of a target, to swiftly elevate his toxic damage. He needed to hunt a considerable number of venomous demon beasts. For now, he could only attempt to capture as many as possible. Under the blazing sun, the impurity zone was surprisingly not overly hot. Many snakes, insects, rats, and ants sheltered beneath the cold stones, finding both shade and concealment. Abu, the parrot, circled above a large brown-green boulder, emitting a sharp cry. Simultaneously, Yi Chen dove down from the sky. With a crash, the brown-green boulder shattered into fragments, revealing a minuscule venomous snake, which Yi Chen promptly tore apart. Unfortunately, he found no demon core, and Yi Chen felt a pang of disappointment. Venomous demon beasts were already scarce in the desert, and those with demon cores were even rarer. Finding a venomous demon core would rely solely on luck. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had slipped by. Yi Chen rummaged among the rocks, initially approaching a stone with hopeful anticipation, only to shake his head in disappointment and move on to the next target. He had long lost count of how many times he had repeated this process. Here I am, the illustrious flame eagle, reduced to rummaging like a rat. How pathetic! Yi Chen lamented, nearly brought to tears. 2 days prior, he had released Abu. After the first day's search, he quickly realized that the efficiency was far too low. He had only captured 2 venomous demon beasts with cores in a single day, both of the first rank. After consuming them all, the toxicity of the poison feathers had indeed increased somewhat, but it remained insufficient to seriously injure a second-ranked demon beast. let alone defeat the Demon Bat King. Thus, Yi Chen decided to release Abu, allowing it to search independently in the distance. They split their efforts, with Yi Chen remaining among the rocks to search gradually. However, 2 days had passed without even a glimpse of Abu. Caw-caw in the distance, the familiar cries of Abu rang out, that why Yi Chen immediately lifted his head. Caw-caw, Abu called out excitedly. Upon hearing, Yi Chen's heart surged with joy. You found something. Moreover, it is a second-tier toxic demon beast. Quick, take me there at once. The parrot demon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, with Yi Chen closely following. The parrot demon Abu led Yi Chen towards the heart of the desert, where the surrounding yellow sands danced with the wind. The purity of the spiritual energy here was notably richer, yet the environment appeared to be far more hostile than in the midst of the swirling sands. Something began to rise from the ground, that why Yi Chen focused his gaze and discerned the figure buried within the sand. Found it! Through the storm of sand, Yi Chen's keen eagle eyes immediately recognized the concealed demon beast, the sand-poisoned brown scorpion. Previously, in order to understand toxic demon beasts, Yi Chen had specifically inquired with the system, which kindly informed him of several common toxic demon beasts found in desert terrains. The sand-poisoned brown scorpion was among them. With its toxic crystalline shell, it boasted astonishing defensive capabilities and an extremely high level of toxicity. Among demon beasts of the same tier, it was deemed a formidable opponent, possessing exceptional offensive and defensive prowess, an exceedingly dangerous foe. If not for its considerably poor mobility, it would be regarded as an external enhancement among demon beasts. The sand-poisoned brown scorpion before him was buried beneath the sands, and with the cover of the wind and sand. It was difficult for ordinary demon beasts to detect this terrifying predator. Had it not been for Yi Chen's perfect demon core, with his pure eyes and exceptional vision, he would have never noticed its presence. What a majestic figure! It certainly appeared formidable. The sand-poisoned brown scorpion's body length was nearly 3 times that of Yi Chen's, adorned with a layer of purple crystalline armor, studded with countless sharp spines, exuding an air of impenetrability. More terrifying than its appearance was the sand-poisoned brown scorpion's strength than a mid-tier second-tier demon beast. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. At his current strength, he could easily contend with early second-tier demon beasts. However, facing a mid-tier second-tier beast posed a significant challenge, especially considering the sand-poisoned brown scorpion's infamous reputation for being a master of both offense and defense. The Yi Chen did not possess complete confidence in this battle. Regardless, he resolved to attempt it. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind. Despite the disparity in strength, sometimes such a difference could become an advantageous condition. Deception is a potent strategy. The yellow sand swirled, obscuring the sky and sun. The sand-poisoned brown scorpion lay comfortably concealed in the sand. Each demon beast has its preferred environment, and the sand-poisoned brown scorpion favored hiding in the sands, launching surprise attacks on passing demon beasts. This tactic was a unique strategy developed by the sand-poisoned brown scorpion to compensate for its lack of mobility, often resulting in a lethal strike. The scorpion's 6 small eyes darted about, sensing the approach of prey. From its size, it appeared to be a bird, seemingly walking upon the sand at a measured pace. The sand-poisoned brown scorpion tightened its nerves, perceiving the vibrations as the creature drew nearer. When it was merely 5 steps away, the sand-poisoned brown scorpion burst forth from the sands. Its chilling stinger shot out like a soul-harvesting hook, aiming for the firebird. Just as it was about to strike, the firebird vanished into thin air. The sand-poisoned brown scorpion wore a puzzled expression. Vanished into thin air. Instinctively, it gazed upward, only to see a pair of claws lunging towards it. Clang! The claws left only a faint white mark on the crystalline shell. They failed to penetrate the sand-poisoned brown scorpion's defenses. How resilient, truly deserving of its reputation as a beast known for its armor. Feeling humiliated by Yi Chen's maneuver, the sand-poisoned brown scorpion became enraged. The surrounding winds and sands seemed to be drawn to its wrath, swirling towards Yi Chen. The power of a second-tier demon beast. Yi Chen was caught off guard. As the wind and sand pulled him down from the heavens, the second-tier demon beasts could manipulate the flow of spiritual energy around them, and with the elevation of their tier, the extent of their control became increasingly terrifying. Early second-tier demon bats could control the vibrations of the wind to amplify their sonic attacks, while mid-tier, second-tier sand poison brown scorpions could directly manipulate the swirling sands. The sand poison brown scorpion lashed its tail towards Yi Chen's lower body. Had Yi Chen not reacted swiftly, he would have been rendered a bird without wings. Darn, despicable, take this, my fiery breath. Yi Chen gathered the fire spirit energy within him and unleashed it upon the sand poison brown scorpion. Unexpectedly, his once unstoppable fiery breath faltered against the scorpion's toxic crystalline armor. The system alerted him that the sand poison brown scorpion's toxic crystalline armor was interconnected by dozens of veins, with its internal demon core continuously supplying spiritual energy to ensure its resistance. Thus, for a short period, the fiery breath was ineffective. What in the world? The fiery breath is ineffective. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. This toxic crystalline armor has a charging function. As long as the demon core remains intact, it will never run out of power. The current dilemma was that even if Yi Chen's fire demon core was exceptionally pure, it could never match the spiritual energy capacity of a demon beast at the spirit fire stage. Was he courting death? Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to take a gamble. With a resolute determination, Yi Chen charged towards the sand poison brown scorpion. The scorpion swung its tail once more, striking Yi Chen squarely in the chest. Despite the pain, Yi Chen maintained his momentum and collided with the scorpion. With the added force of the tail's thrust, Yi Chen astonishingly flipped the sand poison brown scorpion, which was 3 times his size. As the toxin coursed through him, Yi Chen felt his consciousness beginning to fade. No, I cannot give up. Yi Chen forced himself to rally, unleashing his fiery claws once more. This time, he aimed for the scorpion's vulnerable underbelly, where the crystalline armor was thin. Crack! The sturdy armor shattered, causing the sand poison brown scorpion to recoil in pain. Yet it refused to relinquish its tail sting. Both bird and scorpion had dealt each other grievous wounds, yet neither would let go. It was a contest of ferocity, a battle of life and death. Chapter 28. Evolution of Toxins. The sand poison brown scorpion's confidence stemmed from its venom. This venom could affect the soul, allowing it, a second-tier beast, to unleash the lethality of a third-tier soul realm demon beast. Up to this point, this move had never failed against demon beasts below the second tier. Crack! The sound of the crystalline armor fracturing further echoed. The sand poison brown scorpion was taken aback. How could a mere first-tier demon beast endure such excruciating spiritual pain and launch such a fierce attack against it? However, it ultimately could not comprehend. With a resounding blast, the sand poison brown scorpion's prized crystalline armor exploded into dust, and its body was torn apart. This colossal creature of the yellow sands perished on the spot. Evolution value 325. As the sand poison brown scorpion met its demise, Yi Chen felt his body gradually slip out of his control. A lethal threat detected. The toxin level within the host has exceeded safe limits. Body repair forcibly initiated. Evolution value -100. Evolution value -100. The system's notifications blared, with the evolution value being ruthlessly deducted. The evolution value has been fully depleted. Warning, lethal threat. Yi Chen sensed his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. What to do? A singular thought consumed him. Survive. In his dire straits, Yi Chen unleashed an unimaginable force, directly extracting the toxic demon core from the sand poison brown scorpion. Gazing at the glimmering purple core, he could only wonder how much toxin it contained. Could a diminutive first-tier fire eagle absorb such a vast amount of primal toxins? However, at that moment, Yi Chen had no time to ponder. He opened his mouth and swallowed the demon core whole, and then his consciousness sank, as if plunging into the depths of the ocean. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Why Yi Chen felt something pecking at him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Abu's gaunt face. I'm fine. Why Yi Chen weakly rose to his feet. Abu, how long have I been asleep? Abu responded with a series of clucks. 3 days. That means tomorrow is the day the Demon Bat King will harvest blood essence. In that moment, he suddenly recalled that when he had been on the brink of death due to the toxin coursing through him, the system had seemingly initiated a forced evolution value repair. Checking his evolution value, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. The evolution value that had once exceeded 1,000 had been entirely drained. While he felt a twinge of regret over the loss of his evolution value, he recognized that without those points, he would have perished long ago, so he felt no significant sorrow to that moment. He also noticed changes in his body. His once slender wings were now engulfed in terrifying purple-black flames. Was this spiritual fire? Yi Chen gasped in astonishment. He had broken through, rising to his feet. He realized his perspective had shifted. Looking down at his body, he was astonished to see that he had ballooned in size, that Yi Chen was dumbfounded. He had transformed into an entirely new species. His powerful wings shimmered with the eerie purple-black flames. His claws were long yet razor-sharp, resembling the scythe of death itself. Particularly striking were the feathers adorning his body, which had shifted from a red hue tinged with black to a radiant purple. Each feather was now a piece of crystalline armor. The texture was strikingly similar to that of the sand-poison brown scorpion's armor, except that Yi Chen's feathers were more slender and elongated, exuding a sense of grace. Each feather was a shard of crystalline armor, pulsating with toxic energy, radiating a deadly allure to, the toxicity. Yi Chen immediately activated his inner energy, inspecting his demon core to his astonishment. The originally fiery red core had transformed into a deep crimson hue, with countless sparkling black dots swirling at its center. The source of toxicity within the core had been entirely absorbed. Yi Chen promptly summoned the system interface. System host. Yi Chen evolution stage. Evil Flame Eagle, growth phase. Physical strength. 72.6, spiritual power realm. Early second stage. Spirit fire realm. Inherent talents. Disguise LV1. Danger perception LV2, fire claw LV2, flame resistance LV3, fiery breath, evil poison feathers elemental power, 1720, fire element 899, earth element 322, water element 258, wind element 76, light element 60, dark element 5, evolution value, 0 points with a staggering physical strength of 72 points. Yi Chen was now a second-tier demon beast. Overcome with excitement, he let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. After absorbing a sufficient amount of toxicity, he had evolved from merely being capable of fire attribute attacks as a flame eagle into the formidable evil flame eagle. Such a transformation was exhilarating. Having faced off against the sand-poison brown scorpion, Yi Chen had undergone a complete metamorphosis, with his combat prowess soaring. Tomorrow, he would confront the Demon Bat King. A flicker of murderous intent surged within Yi Chen's heart, his eyes gleaming with wildness and pride that if the flame eagle was a warrior among birds, then the evil flame eagle resembled a king of demons among them, whether it was due to the toxic core or the thrill of his recent breakthrough. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate those demon bats. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen soared into the sky. Great power only proves its worth through validation. In the Stone Forest region, numerous demon bats were scouring for something. 3 days prior, they had discovered several corpses of their comrades, inciting the wrath of the Demon Bat King. Someone dared to challenge their authority. Infuriated, the Demon Bat King ordered its subordinates to scour the stone forest, declaring that any demon beast found lingering or foraging within its borders would be met with lethal force. Many demon beasts fell victim to this decree. Some were merely hovering at the forest's edge. Yet they were mercilessly torn to shreds by the frenzied demon bats that a squad of demon bat guards, having just concluded a massacre of intruding demon beasts, was preparing to return to their lair when a ghostly figure suddenly appeared before them. Leading the charge were 4 second-tier demon bats, representing nearly a quarter of the forces within the demon bat lair. Yet, this spectral figure stood unfazed before them, inciting their wrath. The recent deaths among the demon bats had yet to be avenged, and this unexpected arrival was certainly marked for extermination. With a chilling cry, the ghostly evil flame eagle emitted a soul-shattering screech. The first-tier demon bats trembled and collapsed to the ground, while the second-tier bats felt a wave of cold wash over them. Nevertheless, they maintained their composure. The call of the 4 second-tier bats, the other demon bats swiftly gathered around them. They refrained from engaging in a frenzied melee that Yi Chen had already begun to discern their intentions. A chorus of shrill cries erupted from the 4 second-tier bats and over a dozen first-tier bats, unleashing a sonic wave attack that converged upon Yi Chen. The sound wave net expanded outward, prompting the hidden demon beasts nearby to screech and flee in terror, with many meeting a gruesome fate as their skulls shattered under the assault. The vast range of the sound wave net left no room for evasion. Yet, the anomalous evil flame eagle remained motionless, not even attempting to dodge. Countless strange feathers erupted from its body, creating a torrential rain of feathered arrows that clashed head-on with the sonic waves of the demon bats. The razor-sharp feathers tore through the air, ripping a gaping hole in the wave of sound. Over 30 evil poison feathers surged through the breach, striking the demon bats, that a cacophony ensued as the entire flock fell victim to the attack. The evil flame eagle stood resolutely, fixated on its adversaries, as Ichin observed, eager to ascertain the true power of his evil poison feathers. The afflicted demon bats suddenly froze in place, their bodies rigid as if paralyzed. At that moment, one bat ascended into the air, swaying drunkenly as it began to dance. Soon, a second and a third joined in, and inexplicably, all the demon bats began to dance in unison, creating a bizarre spectacle. Initially, their movements were chaotic and clumsy, but gradually, they became more fluid and graceful, even their demeanor betraying no signs of intoxication. As the dance reached its climax, the collective of demon bats emitted a strange cry. With explosive force, their bodies detonated in a vibrant display of colors, akin to fireworks. Under this surreal spectacle, the demon bats collectively self-destructed. Chapter 29. The unfettered resistor. Today marked the day the demon bat king would reap the essence of life. Within the familiar landscape of the stone forest, a multitude of demon beasts cowered like frightened slaves before their master, praying in terror. The demon bat king exuded a more formidable presence than before, appearing to have regained much of its vigor, and its mood seemed considerably improved. At least this time, it refrained from suddenly tearing anyone to shreds. The demon bat king roared, reveling in the fear and adoration of the demon beasts. Within this canyon, it was the undisputed sovereign, and none dared to defy it. Satisfied, it flapped its wings. Just then, a resounding eagle cry echoed from afar. This cry was extraordinarily piercing, imbued with an inexplicable aura of dominance. The demon bat king froze, its expression darkening with an unexplainable fury. It sought to identify the audacious creature that dared to intrude. Before its eyes, a peculiar eagle with plumage of deep purple materialized at the heart of the stone forest. Emanating an uncanny aura, the demon beasts present felt a strange sensation. Although this evil flame eagle was of a lower cultivation than the demon bat king, its aura resonated with a superiority reminiscent of a high-ranking demon lord. Enraged, the demon bat king glared at the evil flame eagle, recalling the red eagle from days past. The images from a fortnight ago aligned with the current scene, and the demon bat king realized with a shock. This was the flame eagle. The demon bat king was utterly taken aback. It vividly remembered implanting 3 blood worms within this creature. How could it possibly still be alive? The demon bat king screeched in confusion, yet quickly dismissed its doubts. To it, the form of the evil flame eagle was irrelevant. What mattered was how much fleshly energy it could extract. That if the 3 blood worms survived, then there would be 5. If 5 survived, it could host 10. The demon bat king's gaze was filled with greed and malice. Meanwhile, Yichin remained silent throughout the encounter. The demon bat king opened its maw, issuing a bizarre call to summon the bloodworms. One by one, the bloodworms emerged from the demon beast bodies, swarming towards the demon bat king. The demon bat king took note of the direction of the evil flame eagle. 3 bloodworms flew from Yichin's mouth, ultimately entering the demon bat king's gaping as the demon bat king closed its eyes to relish the influx of fleshly energy. It abruptly felt a jolt of alarm. It sensed that the 3 bloodworms had withered and shriveled within, devoid of vitality, as though they had been starved. It abruptly turned to gaze at Yichin, who was grinning in amusement. Oh, don't be shocked. I have something delightful for you. The evil flame eagle let out a series of cries. The demon bat king suddenly felt its spiritual energy stagnate, an icy, sinister sensation rising from its abdomen. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, the demon bat king understood. The evil flame eagle had tampered with the bloodworms. In a fit of rage, the demon bat king soared into the air, only to find its limbs feeling as though they had been drained of all strength, rendering them weak and flabby. This numbing sensation swiftly morphed into an agonizing burn, inflicting unbearable pain upon the demon bat king. With a savage roar, it violently tore 2 nearby demon beasts apart and lunged toward Yichin, opening its massive maw to unleash its signature move, the sonic attack. The horrifyingly shrill sound echoed like the wails of countless souls in their final moments, reverberating throughout the stone forest. Many demon beasts were shattered under the impact, their spirits extinguished without a sound. Unfazed, the evil flame eagle exhaled a stream of eerie purple fire. Taste my newly upgraded poison fire. Upon breaking through to the second tier of the spirit fire realm, Yi Chen found that the concentration of flames within him had doubled. Even more terrifying was the fact that the toxic essence from the sand poison brown scorpion's core had fully merged with his flame core. As a result, all of Yi Chen's flame attacks now bore a venomous quality. His fiery breath had transformed into a toxic inferno. This blaze not only suppressed the demon bat king, but also enveloped the other demon bats in its vicinity. The moment these demon bats were scorched by the poisonous flames, they did not experience pain, but rather succumbed to darkness, for they had been blinded. The toxins of this deadly fire were fully contained within the smoke and ash. And those demon bats that inhaled the poisonous haze found their eyes turned a deep purple black, that a large swarm of demon bats flailed about like headless flies, wailing incessantly. Witnessing this scene, the demon bat king was consumed by rage. It released another sonic wave, yet this time, the wave was entirely different from the previous one, that just as the demon bat king's wave was unleashed, a demon beast close to Yi Chen suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. The shockwave from the blast sent Yi Chen flying to the side, leaving him with a new wound. Such underhanded cruelty. If you're so powerful, why not blow up your own demon beasts? Yi Chen scoffed. Only for another demon bat nearby to explode as well. How ruthless. The demon bat king's cruelty has truly surpassed my understanding. The demon bat king regarded its kin as mere tools that Yi Chen took to the air, swiftly ascending to a safe distance from the demon beasts. Seeing its attack thwarted once more, the demon bat king lunged directly at Yi Chen. That a melee battle, was it? The calm, evil flame eagle raised its claws, as if polishing its battle blades. When the demon bat king charged forward, the figure of the evil flame eagle vanished, and in an instant, the eagle and bat clashed mid-air, their claws meeting in a fierce encounter. Yi Chen's claws remained unscathed, while a large chunk of the demon bat king's claw was severed. The injured demon bat king screeched in agony, incredulously staring at the evil flame eagle. What transpired next was beyond comprehension. A second-tier demon beast possessed greater physical strength than a third-tier one. An utter anomaly. For the first time, a glint of wariness appeared in the demon bat king's eyes, that IT could not fathom how this evil flame eagle had managed to break through to the second tier while being infested with 3 bloodworms. Moreover, such formidable physical prowess required an immense amount of flesh and blood energy. All of this remained a mystery. The aged eyes of the demon bat king began to dart around, and soon it made a resolute decision. A gust of howling wind swept through as the demon bat king vanished from sight. That IT reappeared atop a small tornado, coldly gazing at Yi Chen. The tornado beneath it seemed to possess a will of its own, swirling menacingly toward Yi Chen. This was no ordinary tornado. Yi Chen could distinctly sense the abundant wind attribute's spiritual energy within it, and it was exceedingly violent. Any ordinary second-tier demon bat would likely meet a grim fate if merely grazed by this wind. This was the demon bat king's most fearsome trump card, a talent skill requiring a substantial release of spiritual energy, the sand tornado. The demon bat king relentlessly urged forth the sand tornado, hurtling toward Yi Chen. Violet light flickered around Yi Chen, emanating from the evil poison feathers. Countless feathers, like impenetrable scales, formed an unyielding defense. The raging tornado struck Yi Chen like a sword against a shield, producing a resounding clang. The demon bat king frantically channeled its spiritual energy, intent on tearing Yi Chen apart, while the toxic crystalline feathers on Yi Chen glimmered with energy, countering the demon bat king's assault. A hint of arrogance flickered across the demon bat king's expression. Did a second-tier demon beast truly believe it could compete with a third-tier demon beast in terms of spiritual energy? A foolish dream, as the demon bat king thought this. It became even more reckless in its exertion of spiritual energy, that IT was convinced that, as long as it gave its all, this evil flame eagle would undoubtedly fall before it. The evil flame eagle's form was gradually consumed by the sand tornado, until it vanished entirely. The demon bat king continued to propel the sand tornado, seemingly striving for absolute certainty. Its eyes gleamed with arrogance, as if to boast that it was the victor of this battle. That moment, A purple-black figure gradually revealed itself amidst the swirling sands. What? Upon seeing that the evil flame eagle was still alive, the demon bat king's eyes nearly bulged out of its sockets. That it had ceased its assault because its spiritual energy was completely drained, and thus it was certain that the evil flame eagle had been shredded to pieces by the sand tornado. Yet here it stood, unscathed before it. Something must have gone awry. At that moment, a wondrous rhythm of spiritual energy emanated from the body of the evil flame eagle. This energy seemed to operate in an exceptionally orderly and efficient manner, allowing Yi Chun to continuously replenish his energy during the battle. The Demon Bat King sensed this peculiar rhythm but could not comprehend its nature. It had never encountered human techniques and could not conceive that this was the evil flame eagle's self-created method. The only thought that crossed the Demon Bat King's mind was to flee. The bloodworms had been neutralized and even counterpoisoned. Its talent skill had been thwarted by what seemed to be the pure flame of the demon core. It was outmatched in physical strength, and its spiritual energy was utterly overwhelmed. The Demon Bat King's instinct screamed for it to escape. Unfortunately, Yi Chun would not allow it that opportunity. Now it wished to flee? Too late. There was but one path left for it. Yi Chun unleashed a resounding roar, his purple figure descending like a demon king, swiftly pursuing the Demon Bat King. That path was death with a sharp sound. The Demon Bat King's body was cleaved in two, the gash from the razor-sharp eagle claws exuding a thick, purple poisonous mist. The poison fire claw. After transforming into the evil flame eagle, the fiery claws not only possessed immense power, but also carried a toxic attribute. The flesh of a third-tier demon beast could be sliced open by a single claw, not merely due to strength, but also because of the potent toxins, which corroded and dissolved its very flesh. The Demon Bat King lay dead. Yi Chun exhaled deeply, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Upon first arriving in the canyon area, he had been controlled by the Demon Bat King and infested with bloodworms. Experiencing despair and struggled at long last, through a series of efforts, he had triumphed over the Demon Bat King. Victory over the Demon Bat King. Task completed. Reward: 5,000 evolution points and a fragment of spiritual essence. Yi Chun retracted his wings and slowly descended to the ground. Yet unexpectedly, the system suddenly announced with an eerie tone. Additional task activated. Eliminate the Blood Goo Worm Mother. Task reward: Goo Heartbone. Blood Goo Worm Mother? What on earth is that? Before Yi Chun could process this information, a loud explosion rang out. The dismembered body of the Demon Bat King exploded into fragments, from which a palm-sized pink, eight-winged worm emerged. Yi Chun was utterly stunned. It turned out that the Demon Bat King had also been a controlled beast, the one behind the scenes, siphoning the life energy of demon beasts and enslaving them. Was this Blood Worm Mother? A chill ran down Yi Chun's spine. He sensed that the Blood Goo Worm Mother was blood-red and exceedingly dangerous, its aura far surpassing that of the Demon Bat King. Yi Chun suddenly realized he had miscalculated. Though the Demon Bat King was also a third-tier demon beast, it was aged and had long been parasitized by the Blood Goo Worm Mother, rendering it a weak contender among early-stage third-tier beasts. In contrast, the Blood Goo Worm Mother was a true third-tier demon beast, its vibrant life force suggesting that it was a far more formidable foe than the Demon Bat King. The Blood Goo Worm Mother regarded Yi Chun with its 8 eerie, blood-red eyes. Its instincts warned it that this evil flame eagle possessed unimaginable pure flesh and blood energy within, that if it could devour this evil flame eagle, it would become even stronger. The Blood Goo Worm Mother emitted a buzzing sound, and countless bloodworms congregated around it. For creatures like the bloodworms, as long as they could obtain sufficient flesh and blood energy, they could kill anything living. The myriad bloodworms behind the Blood Goo Worm Mother resembled a terrifying army of bloodsuckers. Any demon beast that fell under their grasp would be reduced to a pile of bleached bones in an instant. Yi Chun's expression hardened. He could not have anticipated that defeating the Demon Bat King would lead to the emergence of an even more terrifying Blood Goo Worm Mother, rather than await the dreadful encirclement and consumption by the bloodworms. He chose to take the initiative. The evil flame eagle charged forward, unleashing a torrent of pure flames. Toxic flame breath. The poisonous fire heated the very sky, causing the bloodworms to scatter in all directions, desperately avoiding the flame's reach. The central Blood Goo Worm Mother, however, skillfully dodged, effortlessly positioning itself beyond the flame's influence. Wind attribute. In that fleeting moment, Yichen distinctly sensed a surge of wind attribute spiritual energy far more potent than that of the demon Bat King. The speed of the Wind Master and the Blood Goo Mother was incomparably superior to that of Yi Chen's Flame Eagle. Even if he transformed into the evil Flame Eagle, it did not imply that he could rival the Blood Goo Mother in speed. Not only the Blood Goo Mother, but even the ordinary blood worms managed to evade the toxic fiery breath. This was a comprehensive suppression of attributes. After dodging this lethal flame, the bloodworms quickly encircled Yi Chen. No matter how formidable Yi Chen was, he was still a flesh and blood eagle. Once surrounded by hundreds of bloodworms, his fate would be reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. A sense of life-and-death crisis reverberated in Yi Chen's heart. System. Exchange my heavenly grade spiritual fire reward for 1,000 points of wind attribute elemental value. That he uttered softly, that I in the blink of an eye, Yi Chen gained an additional 1,000 points of wind attribute elemental value. Condensing a pure wind attribute demon core. A stream of azure spiritual energy began to coalesce and compress within Yi Chen's body, gradually forming a cyclone. This pure wind current caused the blood worms to sway unsteadily. The wind attribute demon core was complete. With the system's notification, it seemed as though some shackles within Yi Chen's abdomen had been released and an exceptionally pure wind attribute demon core was born. Wow! Yi Chen roared, summoning a vortex of wind around him. What a graceful power! This was the wind attribute demon core of the Wind Master. Yi Chen danced freely in the air, his ethereal purple feathers glimmering. At that moment, he truly transformed into an evil eagle, an evil flame wind eagle. The Blood Goo Mother's movements remained unchanged. Even with the formation of the Wind Demon Core, it did not alter her intent to devour this eagle. Under her command, the bloodworms recklessly charged toward Yi Chen. Unlike ordinary demon beasts, bloodworms were entirely subservient to the orders of their mother. Even if she commanded them to perish, they would heed without hesitation. Yi Chen's expression grew grave. He spread his wings and engaged in a chase with the bloodworms in the air. You wish to feast upon my flesh? It won't be that simple. With the assistance of the pure wind demon core, Yi Chen's flight speed more than doubled, and despite the frenzied pursuit of the bloodworms, they could not catch up. Continuing in this manner would not suffice. He needed to take the initiative. The purple feathers upon Yi Chen's body glowed brightly. Whoosh, 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 feathers shot forth, claiming the lives of several bloodworms. However, feathers were limited in number, and after unleashing 5 waves of feathers, Yi Chen noticeably felt a significant depletion of spiritual energy within him. Damn, I can't just pluck all my feathers, Yi Chen lamented. But then an idea struck him that if he could merge the intricacies of the wind attribute with the fire attribute's innate skills, perhaps he could contend with these troublesome creatures. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen simultaneously activated the 2 demon cores within him. Wind assists the fire's might. Fire bolsters the wind's ferocity. The originally planar toxic fiery breath was compressed into a cylindrical stream of energy, akin to launching a fiery breath contained within a tube. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying flames pursued the airborne bloodworms, and soon after, the toxic flames exploded into a vast area. Bang! Crackle! The Blood Goo Mother let out a mournful cry, engulfed in the epicenter of the fiery explosion. Moments later, Yi Chen heard the system's notification. Blood Goo Mother slain. Mission accomplished. Reward. Goo Heartbone. Chapter 31. Crossing the Storm Valley after the demise of the Demon Bat King and the Blood Goo Mother. The entire canyon descended into chaos. The demon beasts that had been enslaved for years broke free from the control of the bloodworms and began to flee wildly. The avian demons soared into the sky, dispersing in various directions. The Demon Bat King's oppressive presence had left these bird demons with memories only of endless servitude. Now liberated, they all sought to leave this cursed place as swiftly as possible. Yet, the one who had liberated them, the evil Flame Eagle, was met with indifference. Truly, no good deed goes unacknowledged, Yi Chen thought with a bemused smile. Yet he understood, demon beasts were not humans, and it was unreasonable to expect them to hold a commendation ceremony in his honor. Yi Chen flew with Abu toward the heart of the stone forest, the nesting site of the demon bats. Upon their arrival at the nest's entrance, 2 bird demons were engaged in a fierce struggle, seemingly vying for this coveted territory. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's eagle call, the two bird demons retracted their necks and fled in opposite directions. "Let us make this our temporary abode," Yi Chen resolved. Having just endured a fierce battle and recently achieved a breakthrough, he needed ample time to recuperate. The forms of demon beasts are the most versatile, akin to human cultivators. Upon each advancement, demon beasts require a period to adapt to the changes in their physical forms. More importantly, Yi Chen needed to thoroughly examine the spoils of this encounter. Reflecting on the rewards from the mission, Yi Chen felt elated. Struck it rich. The defeat of the Demon Bat King yielded 5,000 evolution points. Combined with the additional 5,000 points from his recent breakthrough and the 2,500 points accrued from the demise of the Demon Bat King and Blood Goo Mother, totaling a staggering 12,500 evolution points. Furthermore, various task rewards filled his inventory. The Goo Heart Bone obtained from slaying the Blood Goo Mother remained an enigma that a fragment of spiritual essence also held an unclear purpose. Yet, most importantly, he had secured a rare opportunity for a draw, which could potentially yield ancient blood. Following this battle, Yi Chen not only vanquished the monumental threat of the Demon Bat King, but also transformed into a small fortune. With over 10,000 evolution points at his disposal, he was at a loss for how to spend them. Yi Chen examined his skills. Aside from the two foundational talents, disguise and danger perception, all other skills were maxed out. Without hesitation, he allocated over 2,000 points to elevate disguise and danger perception to level 3. Leaving him with the remaining 10,500 evolution points, Yi Chen decided to refrain from further expenditures for the time being. Having just achieved a significant enhancement, he needed to solidify his newfound strength. Once his foundation was stable, he would assess the situation and consider exchanging skills. This approach also allowed him to retain some leverage. System: what are the uses of these two items? Goo Heart Bone, the spiritual core of the Blood Goo Mother that governs other bloodworms. After devouring and merging, it can strengthen the host's spirit, enabling it to withstand all spirit attacks from enemies below the 5th tier. Spiritual Essence Fragment, capable of sensing the spiritual energy accumulation within 1,000 miles. It has a high probability of locating precious spiritual materials and lost treasures of cultivators that disappears after a single US. Yi Chen gleefully flapped his wings. Fantastic. Enhancing my spirit is precisely the defensive attribute I urgently require. Before reaching the 3rd tier, spirit attacks impose an overwhelming suppression on lower-tier demon beasts. Often, when confronted by powerful demon beasts, once suppressed by spirit, escape becomes impossible, rendering one utterly vulnerable. After enhancing his spirit, both his survival prospects against formidable demon beasts and his suppressive power over lower-tier demon beasts would see a monumental increase. As for the other item, the Spiritual Essence Fragment, it served as a one-time treasure map. The likelihood of acquiring rare spiritual materials and treasures made it exceedingly enticing. Through his battle with the Demon Bat King, Yi Chen discovered the truth behind the concept of a hidden card. The more resources one could draw upon during combat, the greater the chances of overcoming an opponent. Otherwise, how could a mere 2nd-tier Fire Eagle continuously triumph over 2 3rd-tier foes? Nevertheless, Yi Chen did not intend to utilize the Spiritual Essence Fragment just yet. The canyon region had been thoroughly explored, and he now had a more spiritually dense destination with a higher probability of hidden treasures: the plains on the opposite side of the Storm Valley. Rather than using it here, it would be wiser to save it for the Demon Beast Plains, where unexpected gains might await. As for the rare draw. System: I wish to initiate the rare draw. The system obediently displayed the draw interface. This draw offered a 10 chance of acquiring ancient blood, a 50 chance of obtaining 3rd-tier spiritual materials, a 30 chance of acquiring 3rd-tier demon beast innate abilities, and a 10 chance of receiving 4th-tier spiritual materials or 4th-tier demon beast innate abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen clicked on the Start Draw option. The small spinning wheel whirled before him, and Yi Chen fervently chanted within his heart, "Ancient blood, ancient blood, ancient blood." Moments later, the pointer came to a halt, seemingly within the 10 range. Could it be? Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spirit flower. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Chen felt an immediate wave of disappointment. Where's the ancient blood? However, he did not let despair take hold. Although he did not acquire ancient blood, he had at least secured a rare item from the 10 chance, an essence flower of the 4th tier. Yet, he remained curious about its function. The spirit flower, a 4th-tier spiritual material, naturally contains abundant non-attribute spiritual energy. When planted in a specific area, it will transform into different types of spiritual materials based on the concentration of spiritual energy, yielding a substantial amount of elemental value upon absorption. Once fully matured, it can metamorphose into a fifth-tier spiritual material that Yi Chen's previously disheartened mood lifted instantly, even causing his breath to quicken. Truly, a high-tier spiritual material with the ability to undergo secondary growth. Most importantly, this spirit flower could generate attributes as needed, making it the epitome of a versatile spiritual material. Yi Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction, embodying the essence of the adage lose in the East, gain in the mulberry. Although he did not acquire the ancient blood, the value of this primal spirit flower was by no means inferior as long as he found a suitable location for the flower to thrive. Yi Chen could significantly enhance the demon core, leading to a substantial increase in combat power for the demon beast that was akin to the difference in performance between vehicles with varying engine horsepower. Fundamentally, the distinctions were immense. Having managed all his affairs, Yi Chen settled in the heart of the stone forest. Soon, a month had passed to solidify his realm. Yi Chen spent this month foraging and hunting low-tier demon beasts daily, dedicating fixed hours to practice his inner breath technique. That he increasingly realized the immense benefits of this technique, which he considered his most precious trump card. Who would have thought that a demon beast could devise its own martial arts? Though it was of the lowest tier, it brought Yi Chen unimaginable advantages that he even contemplated acquiring a genuine cultivator's technique when the opportunity arose. After a month, Yi Chen's realm was thoroughly consolidated. During this time, Abu progressed from the early stage of the first tier to the mid-stage, while the little cat had grown several times larger, now resembling a sizable feline. The little cat was currently displaying its claws in front of a large mouse that Yi Chen had captured specifically for training. The mouse stared with beady eyes, chattering at the little lion. Not to be outdone, the little cat charged forward, scratching fiercely. The mouse scurried away in a panic, and Yi Chen did not intervene, allowing it to escape. The little cat proudly waved its tiny paw before leaping onto Yi Chen's shoulder, seemingly fond of rubbing against his feathers, which Yi Chen indulged. This little creature would soon grow into a majestic lion. He mused while Yi Chen glanced at the sky outside their lair. It was time to set out. Tomorrow, he would challenge the Storm Valley. The eerie winds howled, and dark clouds churned. The sky over Storm Valley always seemed shrouded in gloom. Perched upon a large stone, Yi Chen concentrated on the sensation of air brushing against his feathers, feeling ready for the challenge ahead. Chapter 32. Lost again when Yi Chen faced the Storm Valley once more. He was no longer a powerless flame eagle buffeted by the raging winds. With dark, eerie feathers and a fiery dragon tail, he was now enveloped in swirling wind attribute spiritual energy, a malevolent flame wind eagle. Within the Storm Valley, the howling winds resonated with a mournful wail, as if spirits were lamenting. The enchanting malevolent flame wind eagle spread its wings and soared into the tempest. The fierce wind attribute energy lashed against Yi Chen's body, each strike producing a resounding crack. Yet a natural protective layer formed by swirling winds shielded him within. Abu, keep up, Yi Chen called, and the pursuing Abu complied. This was Yi Chen's most promising strategy for both birds to traverse the Storm Valley. Due to his growth after breaking through to the second tier, Yi Chen's size had more than doubled compared to Abu, and with wings spread, he appeared 4 times larger. With Yi Chen leading the way, utilizing the wind spirit energy to carve a path, Abu faced significantly reduced resistance as they flew deeper. Yi Chen sensed the intensity of the winds increasing. The once raindrop-sized wind attribute energy streams swelled to the size of eggs, and eventually morphed into invisible wine projectiles. With each impact, Yi Chen's body was jolted slightly off course. Even with the protective wind vortex, he felt sharp pangs of pain. Clearly, he had underestimated the risks of the Storm Valley. Silently maintaining a steady speed, Yi Chen advanced toward the valley's far side. As he delved deeper into the tempest, he gradually discerned that, beyond the wind pressure projectiles, even more terrifying challenges awaited him. With keen eyes, he sought clarity on the path ahead, but soon realized that his vision was becoming increasingly blurred. What was happening? Yi Chen quickly discovered that it was not his eyesight deteriorating, but rather the air ahead had developed a transparent distortion layer due to the heightened wind pressure. In a short while, this distortion became exaggerated, warping his perception that he soon spotted a flock of skewed white cranes. Their destination also the demon beast plains across the Storm Valley, but they had launched from the opposite side of the canyon. Through his senses, Yichen noted that all the cranes were at least second tier, with the leader boasting peak second tier strength. What a formidable group of demon beasts! Yichen had never witnessed so many second-tier demon beasts acting in unison. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. The cranes seemed to notice Yichen as well, gazing at the peculiar flame eagle with astonishment, their calls echoing in disbelief. This flame eagle dared to venture alone into the Storm Valley. Upon seeing Abu trailing behind, their expressions turned to sheer incredulity. After all, even the robust Chao Tianhe, a powerful flying demon beast, would not dare enter the valley lightly. Even during migrations, they would group together to minimize the pressure of the wind. Yet this flame eagle had the audacity to go solo. Such audacity! The Chao Tianhe shared skeptical glances, doubting Yichen's ability to successfully reach the opposing demon beast plains. What is so impressive about numbers? It's just the Storm Valley. I'll show you. Yichen scoffed, his proud gaze solidifying with determination that a flock of white cranes and a solitary flame eagle advanced side by side through the Storm Valley, their journey gradually reaching its midpoint. Suddenly, the air currents ahead became exceedingly unstable. The previously downward-blasting winds began to swirl chaotically, lacking any discernible pattern. This erratic behavior instilled a sense of danger among the birds. If the wind pressure were to strike in one direction alone, they could merely exercise caution to maintain a steady flight. After all, such levels of attack were anticipated and could be prepared for. However, the current wind pressure resembled a wild spray, making it impossible to predict from which direction the next assault would come in one moment. Yichen was struck by a diagonal wind blast from above. And as he adjusted his posture to brace for the next strike, an opposing gust surged from the opposite angle. It was akin to a sudden break in a vehicle, with passengers leaping forward heedlessly. Yichen's form was abruptly thrown off balance. He flipped in midair, spinning before barely managing to stabilize himself. Unfortunately, Abu was not so fortunate as Yichen was tossed about. Two gusts of wind pressure barreled toward Abu's wings. Without his protective barrier, Abu could not withstand such a potent spiritual energy attack. It cried out in terror, plummeting downward into the abyss below in that instant of life and death. Yichen quickly steadied himself, diving downwards in a desperate attempt to reach the falling Abu. During his descent, he sustained several cuts from wind blades, but he had no time to dwell on the pain. Abu was Yichen's second companion, one of the few he had since transforming into a demon beast. Could it be that I am the legendary companion slayer? Anyone who follows me meets calamity. Yichen let out a frantic cry, accelerating his dive. The two birds drew closer to the unfathomable abyss. Above, the formation of the Chao Tianhe had disintegrated, thrown into chaos by the turbulent winds, leading to a complete loss of control. Stealing a glance back, Yichen saw the Chao Tianhe beginning to plummet as well. In the brief moment he turned, three of them had already vanished into the abyss, their fates unknown. Peering into the endless darkness below, Yichen felt a chilling terror. It was as if he were gazing into the eyes of an unknowable, malevolent entity, his sanity fraying at the edges. Steady yourself. Just as Yichen felt the grip of despair tighten around him, a crimson light flickered from the purple-black feathers along his spine. The Gu Exen bone. This was a transformation Yichen had experienced after assimilating the Gu Exen bone. Its potency was still partially unabsorbed, lingering within his spine. In that critical moment, Yichen's instinct for survival activated the medicinal power of the Gu Exen bone. A solid, icy sensation surged from his core, shattering the fearful thoughts clouding his mind. The blood Gu worm mother possessed immense power, capable of controlling hundreds of blood worms with a single consciousness. It was precisely with the aid of the Gu Exen bone that Yichen could awaken from the paralyzing dread of the abyss. At the same time, Yichen finally grasped Abu in his talons. Summoning every ounce of strength, he lifted Abu upward, propelling them away from the all-consuming void. The two birds distanced themselves from the gaping chasm. And as they soared back into the open sky, Yichen was drenched in cold sweat, the surroundings falling into a profound silence. Had the entire Chao Tianhe flock perished? Yichen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A whole squad of second-tier demonic beasts had perished within the Storm Valley. Upon further reflection, Yichen realized he was exceedingly fortunate. Due to Abu's fall, the two birds plummeted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the most ferocious area of the chaotic storm. As they neared the apex of the abyss of fear, Yichen fortuitously activated the spirit power of the Gu Xan bone, which pulled the two birds back from the brink of death. Had there been even the slightest deviation, the two birds would have ventured into the heart of the chaotic storm, or, in a moment of delay, fallen into the abyss of fear, leading to an inevitable demise. Thank heavens, this time, it felt as though I had exhausted all my good fortune for 8 lifetimes. Reflecting on the recent ordeal, Yichen was left with nothing but a lingering sense of dread, tempered by overwhelming relief. Just as Yichen was lost in thought, the storm ahead underwent another transformation. This time, it was no longer a violent torrent of wind, but rather a storm corridor that split into 7 pathways. This corridor was invisible, situated perilously close to the exit of the demonic beast plane. Consequently, Yichen failed to discern it. Before he could react, Abu, firmly grasped, veered into another storm corridor that moment. The storm corridor began to deviate significantly. Yichen's claws were flung apart by the powerful currents, while Abu was swept away towards the demonic beast plane. Yichen, however, was enveloped by another current, propelling him in the opposite direction. Chapter 33. The demonic beast plane on the flat expanse of grass. A faint scent of fresh greenery lingered that a bizarre flame hawk, with purple-black feathers and fiery red tail plumes, lay unconscious on the grass as the blazing sun ascended. Yichen slowly opened his eyes. The scenes from earlier flashed before him, and with a start, he leapt up. Abu! Now, the familiar forms were nowhere to be seen, and it dawned on Yichen that, just as they were about to fly over the storm valley, they had been swept away by the winds towards the other side of the demonic beast plane. Damn it. Yichen let out a pained eagle cry. Abu possessed only the strength of the condensation realm, and Meower was but a mere cub. Lost in this demonic beast plane, their chances of survival were grim. Yet, at that moment, Yichen had no way of knowing where they had flown, completely unaware of their fate. His mood plummeted, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rage. However, upon channeling his internal energy, the restless spiritual energy within him was subdued, and his keen eagle eyes regained their sharpness. That I must not act in haste. I need to remain calm. Abu has the heavenly soul, granting it a heightened sense of danger, so as long as luck is not particularly against it, it should be able to survive with Meower. The immediate priority is to address my own survival. Only by staying alive can I hope to find them. With this thought, Yichen managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, and his disheveled feathers grew smooth once more. It was then that he began to take notice of his surroundings. The demonic beast plane was vast and boundless. When he had been on the other side of the canyon, Yichen had assumed the entire demonic beast plane was a grassy expanse. However, upon arrival, he realized how mistaken he had been. The terrain of the demonic beast plane was rich and varied. Meadows, dense forests, thickets, swamps, and valleys stretched as far as the eye could see. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy in this area was several times denser than in the canyon region. It seems that coming to the demonic beast plane was indeed the right choice. Yichen thought to himself. Nodding in approval to AT present, Yichen resolved to seek sustenance in the tall grass. A captivating and sinister flame wind hawk darted about like a shadow. Yichen chose not to fly, prioritizing safety. The demonic beast plane was exceedingly vast, yet he had not spotted many flying demonic beasts. It was highly likely that high-tier demonic beasts roamed the skies here. Yichen found his heightened vigilance and meticulous thinking astonishing even to himself. It seemed that as his cultivation and physical prowess increased, so too did the speed of his thoughts. Of course, he was unaware that this was a result of the Gu Xan bone enhancing his spirit. Yichen leapt and bounded across the meadow, eventually reaching a dense forest. Due to its impenetrable nature, the forest often teemed with abundant food, yet correspondingly, it was also home to many lurking predators. However, for Yichen, who possessed breath concealment and a keen sense of danger, the more complex the environment, the more adeptly he could thrive. Rustle. Ahead in the forest, it seemed a massive creature was passing through, the sound of trees snapping underfoot sending Yichen into a defensive crouch, tucking his wings in and concealing his presence like a coiled-up rooster. The hulking creature soon revealed itself. Its dry, grayish skin and thunderous footsteps left Yichen trembling in silence. This beast was enormous, No wonder, for it was none other than a Tyrannosaurus rex. Trees dozens of feet tall were treated as mere scratching posts. Splintering under its weight, that Yi-chun could scarcely believe that such a dinosaur-like demonic beast existed in this other world. Judging by its aura, this Tyrannosaurus was undoubtedly above fourth tier. In Yi-chun's memory, perhaps only that fearsome pterosaur beast could rival it. Ordinary demonic beasts appeared as mere fledglings before such a colossal creature. The Tyrannosaurus frolicked in the forest for a while, and its playfulness resulted in the toppling of more than a dozen towering trees. Yi-chun remained motionless, silently praying, "Please don't step on me." If he were to be crushed here for no reason, he would have no choice but to complain to the King of Hell. How could such a terrifying behemoth exist? Finally, as if responding to Yi-chun's prayers, the Tyrannosaurus soon wandered off into the distance, leaving a shaken Yi-chun trembling uncontrollably, his feathers rustling in a cacophony. This place is not safe. I should seek a more secure location to forage. With that thought, Yi-chun hastily fled. Eager to leave this cursed place behind, he trotted away, looking quite comical, a proud eagle moving with the gait of an ostrich. Nevertheless, he was surprisingly swift. Eventually, Yi-chun came to a halt beside a small stream. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting sparkling flecks of light that Yi-chun delightedly drank from the mountain spring, his spirits lifting with each sip. The spring water was remarkably sweet, surpassing even the sweetest bottled water he had tasted in his previous life, that Yi-chun could even discern the icy spiritual energy contained within the water. Having often heard others speak of the sweet waters of Tianshan, could this be the flavor they referred to? As Yi-chun indulged in the refreshing drink, he suddenly noticed a black and white figure observing him intently. It was a skunk demonic beast. "What are you staring at? Don't interrupt my enjoyment." Yi-chun released his aura as a second-tier demonic beast, causing the skunk to flee in fright, leaving behind a cloud of foul-smelling mist. Unbelievable. What a mood killer. Yi-chun was quite displeased, but there was nothing he could do. Just then, feeling he had drunk enough, he washed himself with the spring water, stretched his wings lazily, and prepared to leave. At that moment, the gray and white figure returned. "What nerve to come back? Who gave you the audacity?" Yi-chun chuckled inwardly, intending to unleash his second-tier spiritual fire to drive the creature away. However, at that instant, a horde of black and white figures emerged from behind the trees. What seemed to be a mere gathering turned out to be an astonishingly large number, behind rocks, atop branches, beneath grass. Hundreds upon hundreds of them. Yi-chun was left dumbfounded. Surely this is not happening. I'm just one, and yet you've summoned your entire extended family here. With no time to be astonished, Yi-chun took off running. The skunks pursued him relentlessly, shrieking in outrage at the intruder. Damn it. Yi-chun cursed, hastening to escape the forest. The sheer number of these creatures was utterly ridiculous that as he fled, the skunk horde rapidly multiplied, swelling from hundreds to over 1,000. Yi-chun had never witnessed such a multitude of a single species before. Even the bloodworm swarms, known for their numbers, would bow down before this overwhelming mass of skunks. Yi-chun felt tears welling up. This world was terrifying. "I want to go home." I ventured into the forest to forage and nearly got crushed by a Tyrannosaurus. Now, I'm being stripped of my feathers by this bunch of skunks. Having dashed several miles, Yi-chun could still detect the lingering stench of skunks on his feathers. Once the skunks finally disappeared, he made his way toward a patch of wild grass, finding a small clump of grass. He burrowed into it to hide, at the foot of the mountain forest, battling flame lizards and wolf kings. In the canyon desert, slaying venomous scorpions and exterminating bat kings. After all these experiences, Yi-chun once believed himself a grand and formidable demonic beast. Yet upon arriving at the demonic beast plain, he realized his own insignificance. Here he was, cowering in a clump of grass. Just as Yi-chun wallowed in self-pity, a sudden system prompt rang out. Third-tier mission. Exploration. Mission description. Explore the northwestern regions of the demonic beast plain, the wild grass area, mountain spring area, and waterfall area. Task reward. Evolution points 1,000. Update system exchange items. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Yi-chun felt a stir of curiosity. This time, the mission turned out to be an exploration task that required no combat, and the rewards were shrouded in mystery. Exchange items for system updates. Yi Chen harbored a bold conjecture that the system might likely develop corresponding exchange items based on the local beasts and resources, alongside various pieces of information. This notion had already been validated in the canyon region. It seemed that visiting these three areas was imperative, that a month slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Yi Chen learned the true meaning of hardship. The beasts of the Beast Plains were indeed far superior to those in the canyon area. Here, the beasts appeared to move in packs, reminiscent of skunk herds numbering in the thousands, which Yi Chen encountered several times, often fleeing in terror. Gradually, he became accustomed to this reality, the AS for the colossal dinosaur-like beasts. He encountered one as well, which spotted him. Fortunately, it was a docile herbivorous triceratops. Otherwise, he might have been crushed on the spot, to why Yi Chen discovered that the beast plains were dominated by either gigantic beasts or densely packed beast packs. Alone and vulnerable, he struggled to survive. The sole piece of good news was that he had nearly completed the tasks assigned by the system, that he had roamed through the wild grass area and the mountain spring area. And now he was en route to the last location, the waterfall area. Chapter 34. The pack with a distant rush. Yi Chen heard the sound of cascading water. As he approached, he realized the waterfall's grandeur was beyond comparison. Its width was far more exaggerated than that of a river, with torrents spilling into the pond below, sending countless sparkling droplets into the air. Upon arrival, he noticed many beasts foraging near the waterfall. Predominantly avian species, some soared above the pond, while others fished in the water, exuding a tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. Before long, the other birds noticed the oddly shaped flame eagle, but after a brief observation, they resumed their activities. This truly was a celestial paradise, unable to resist. Yi Chen spread his wings and soared above the vast azure pond for a while. While flying, he activated his internal breathing technique and sensed a dense mist of spiritual energy beneath the pond. This mist seemed to emanate from the waterfall itself. The powerful water currents, upon striking the pond's surface, stirred the spiritual mist, which was rich in energy, yet remarkably gentle. Such a marvelous spiritual mist. Yi Chen marveled at the wonders of this misty waterfall, that he then gazed upward at the waterfall. The mist beneath rose gracefully, while the rocks on either side formed a step-like structure. This meant that beasts stationed at higher elevations could enjoy pure spiritual energy. At the peak of the waterfall's rocky face, a massive crimson crow rested with its eyes closed at a mid-stage divine soul realm beast. Yi Chen had encountered third-tier beasts before, having defeated the demon bat king and the blood goo mother. So this was not particularly astonishing. However, what piqued his curiosity was that this was a fire-tongued crow, that in the realm of beasts, the fire-tongued crow was as common as sparrows on earth. These creatures, with their impure bloodlines, were already rare to find possessing a demon core, let alone evolving to the third tier of the divine soul realm. This was not merely unusual. It was truly precious. Yi Chen scrutinized the fire-tongued crow with keen eyes. Its plumage was far more vibrant than that of an ordinary fire-tongued crow. Adorned with distinct patterns on its wings, he hypothesized that this fire-tongued crow had likely undergone some form of mutated evolution. The crow atop the cliff seemed to sense being watched and immediately glanced downward, yet found nothing. With that, it closed its eyes once more. The dark purple evil flame wind eagle kept its head low. Blending in with the foraging beasts, completely inconspicuous, the Yi Chen had no intention of making eye contact with the fire-tongued crow. Being new to this place, he was already struggling to survive. Attracting the attention of a third-tier beast would not bode well. Just then, the beasts in front began to stir. The previously tranquil foraging birds erupted into chaos, with those nearest to the pond suddenly taking flight in a panic. However, as they ascended, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from behind. With a sharp sound, a charred bird carcass plopped into the pond. That Yi Chen was alarmed. This was clearly the effect of a lightning attribute spiritual attack. The assailants revealed themselves. Dozens of leopards adorned with blue-purple markings appeared at the pond's edge. Their eyes filled with greed and possessiveness. Lightning beasts, thunder leopards. The leading leopards issued commands, and the pack began to disperse, surrounding the other beasts near the pond. The avian creatures spread their wings and fled skyward. While the fire-tongued crow atop the cliff opened its eyes and, witnessing the scene, let out an enraged cry. "Thunder leopards! You are courting death!" The raspy voice of the fire-tongued crow echoed throughout the waterfall, leaving Yi Chen momentarily stunned. The crow was not speaking in human language, but rather in a unique beast dialect. Yet, regardless of the language, the fire-tongued crow was indeed speaking. Moreover, Yichen could comprehend its words. This revelation left him bewildered. So, beasts in this world possess their own language. Moreover, it is a beast language system. Do beasts have their own language? The system emitted a buzzing sound. Intelligent life, upon evolving to a certain level of consciousness, naturally acquires the ability to communicate. Good grief, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Apologies. Host did not raise the relevant question, and Yichen stood dumbfounded. Two thunder leopards of strikingly similar appearance and size stepped forward from the pack. Fire-tongued crow, this territory has been claimed by my thunder leopard tribe. From now on, the cold pool waterfall belongs to us. They sneered. Claimed, thunder leopards, my fire feather tribe has lost 4 of its 6 territories to you. Do not push your luck. The fire-tongued crow trembled with rage. Territory is the cornerstone of survival for beasts, especially for those that thrive in packs. Without a fixed habitat, they are forced to wander in search of sustenance. Such beasts cannot even be called a tribe, merely a group. Both the fire feather tribe and the thunder leopard tribe possess defined territories. However, from the fire-tongued crow's words, Yichen sensed that the fire feather tribe was on the brink of collapse. Having lost 4 of 6 territories, now they were about to lose a 5th. The world of beasts was indeed cruel. You fire feather tribe are nothing but a horde of bloodline mixed mongrels, unworthy of being called a tribe. If it weren't for the resources and territories left behind by your ancestors, how could you have lasted for over a century? In my view, you are not even deserving of the title of a tribe. The chief of the Thunder Leopards scoffed derisively. Thunder Leopard brethren, occupy the spiritual mist waterfall. Leave no single one of the fire feather tribe's mongrels alive. Without a hint of hesitation, the Thunder Leopard chief issued the command. The hundreds of Thunder Leopards behind him leaped into the pond like frenzied wild dogs, unleashing lightning attacks from a considerable distance. Crackling, the violent lightning surged through the water, causing the nearby avian beasts to scream in agony. Most of them perished in this lightning assault, their carcasses floating atop the pond, staining it crimson. The Fire Feather tribe's leader, the Fire-tongued crow, watched in fury, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Ha ha, Fire-tongued crow. With your cultivation, do you really think you can challenge my brethren? The Fire-tongued crow was in the mid-stage of the divine soul realm, while the 2 thunder leopards were already in the late stage. No matter how furious the Fire-tongued crow was, it could not alter the situation single-handedly. The ferocious thunder leopards began their slaughter. The avian beasts of the Fire Feather tribe emitted wails of despair. Yichen, positioned on the opposite side of the pond, glanced at the blood-stained waters and sighed that it seemed he would not be returning to this pond anytime soon. The waters of the beast plains were far too perilous. Even a mere waterfall required a pack to enjoy. In a fit of rage, the fire-tongued crow swooped down from the cliff, engaging in a battle with one of the younger thunder leopards. Crow and leopard unleashed their respective spiritual energy attacks, causing the pond to resonate with a thunderous clash of energies. Yichen flapped his wings, deciding it was time to leave this place of strife. This was a battle between 2 tribes, one that was far beyond his capacity to intervene, roar. However, at that moment, a thunder leopard had inexplicably circled around to the other side of the pond. Upon emerging from behind the rocks, it commenced a ruthless slaughter. This was a second-tier thunder leopard that had already ignited its spirit fire. Under the onslaught of its lightning attacks, the surrounding avian demons were swiftly reduced to mere souls under its claws. Slain by the second-tier thunder leopard. Damn, these creatures can even target the backline. Yichen abruptly altered his previously held perceptions of the demon beasts. The intelligence and tactical understanding exhibited by these creatures could no longer be simply described as beastly. However, Yichen had no intention of waiting for his demise. As the second-tier thunder leopard approached, a peculiar gleam ignited in his sharp eyes. Did you think that only you could wield spirit fire attacks? Yichen unleashed his aura, releasing a profound energy from his demon core. The once arrogant and fierce second-tier thunder leopard widened its eyes in astonishment. An exceptionally pure flame energy erupted from the mouth of this anomalous fire eagle. Before the second-tier thunder leopard could react, it was already reduced to ashes. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The fire-tongued crow, which had previously worn a face full of grievances, was left astounded. unable to close its beak upon witnessing this spectacle. A second-tier demon beast capable of flame breath. When did the Fire Feather clan acquire such a formidable second-tier demon beast? The Fire-tongued crow distinctly remembered hearing the anomalous fire eagle utter a phrase in beast language moments prior. This meant that this fire eagle had awakened its divine soul even before reaching the third tier. At this moment, the Thunder Leopards looked at Yi Chun with eyes filled with icy malice. All Thunder Leopards, heed my command. Surround and kill this fire eagle. It must be slain on the spot. I want to feast on its innards and bones. Yi Chen's expression grew solemn, to be by virtue of his flame breath. He had garnered significant attention from the demon beasts. However, he had simultaneously become the unyielding nemesis of the Thunder Leopard clan. Yi Chen flapped his wings and gazed anxiously at the sky. He was uncertain whether he could escape the waterfall region, in the presence of two high-ranking third-tier demon beasts. His combat prowess was hardly sufficient for self-preservation, I seemed to have gotten myself into a serious predicament. Yi Chen let out a helpless C-R-Y-A-T that moment. The leader of the Fire Feather clan, the Fire-tongued crow, made a move that Yi Chen could not comprehend. Upon seeing Yi Chen on the verge of falling into the encirclement of the Thunder Leopards, the Fire-tongued crow roared, "All members of the Fire Feather clan, listen up. At all costs, protect that Fire Eagle." Chapter 35. The Fire Feather clan. The words of the Fire-tongued crow possessed an immense rallying power. The Fire Feather clan's demon beasts, which had been fleeing in all directions, began to converge into small circles, cooperating with one another to confront the enemy. Astonishingly, these small encirclements gradually formed around Yi Chen, creating a natural protective barrier. The demon beasts of the Thunder Leopard clan charged mindlessly toward Yi Chen. The second-tier demon beasts, with their pure demon cores, possessed divine souls comparable to those of the third tier. This was perhaps the essence of what it meant to be a genius. However, for every ounce of Yi Chen's brilliance, the Thunder Leopard clan desired his demise even more, though we must not let that black-feathered fire eagle escape. Kill it at all costs, roared the patriarch of the Thunder Leopard clan. A few Thunder Leopards formed a small team and rapidly pursued Yi Chen. What the hell? I merely came to observe. And suddenly I've become the center of attention. Time did not permit Yi Chen to indulge in frivolous thoughts. He channeled the inner energy within him, unleashing his utmost combat prowess against the charging Thunder Leopards. Two Thunder Leopards were the first to strike, pouncing down from the sky towards Yi Chen. Their intentions were straightforward. Avian demon beasts were disadvantaged in close combat, to prevent this fire eagle from escaping. They aimed to pin him down before he could take flight, encircling him within the confines of the pond. However, the Thunder Leopard's plan faltered at the first step. The two Thunder Leopards barely made contact with Yi Chen before being torn to shreds by his razor-sharp fiery claws. The intensity of his physical strength was astonishing. The Fire-tongued crow was left in a daze. This fire eagle had delivered an immense shock, filling it with uncontainable delight. All units, converge over there. We must protect him. The Fire-tongued crow bellowed hoarsely in beast language. Hundreds of demon beasts from the Fire Feather clan rushed from all directions of the pond, using their bodies to shield Yi Chen from the oncoming enemies. Soon after, many demon beasts fell victim to the ensuing slaughter. Watching these creatures reduced to ashes filled Yi Chen with a sense of melancholy. He could not comprehend why the Fire Feather clan held him in such esteem. Yet these demon beasts had ultimately perished because of him. A surge of nameless fury ignited within Yi Chen. He unleashed a fierce aura, commanding all demon beasts to disperse. Yi Chen shouted at the Fire-tongued crow. The Fire-tongued crow was momentarily taken aback, then issued the command. Fire Feather clan, disperse and break through upwards. The avian demons soared into the sky, moving toward the periphery, resulting in a swift reduction of casualties among their ranks. The Thunder Leopards, however, paid no heed to these avian demons, fixated solely on charging towards the center where the Fire Eagle resided. The Thunder Leopards had ceased to care for the lives of these avian demons. Their sole target was Yi Chen. A swirling vortex of red and purple spiritual energy enveloped Yi Chen's body, rendering this already anomalous Fire Eagle even more sinister in appearance, surrounded by the toxic spiritual energy. Yi Chen's aura reached its zenith at that moment. The charging Thunder Leopards were already upon him. Evil poison storm. Countless black and purple crystalline feathers, akin to thrown daggers, harvested the lives of the Thunder Leopards. At the center, Yi Chun resembled the eye of a storm, unleashing a formidable aura. This technique, the evil poison storm, was a skill of Yi Chun's own creation that, to a large extent, it relied on the potent toxicity of the evil poison feathers. However, it was not solely dependent on this. The true key lay in Yi Chun's extraordinary physical strength and the remarkably high control afforded by his divine soul's intensity. Point one could say that the evil poison storm was a genuine manifestation of all of Yi Chun's current abilities and potential. Its power could easily be likened to thunder striking the earth. The thunder leopards struck by the evil poison feathers were mostly pierced through by their tremendous force, with some even having their heads penetrated, resulting in instantaneous death. Those thunder leopards that survived were soon reduced to a state of decay and death in the toxic waters of the pond that ate the release of this technique. Chaos ensued among the thunder leopard clan. Over 30 thunder leopards were slain and poisoned on the spot. The fire-tongued crow in the skies was at a loss for words upon witnessing this scene. Yi Chun was undoubtedly the most monstrous second-tier demon beast it had ever encountered. The piled corpses halted the thunder leopard's advance. The Yi Chun immediately took flight into the sky. You dare, mixed feather bird. How dare you slaughter my thunder leopard kin so mercilessly? Our clan will never rest until we have avenged this. The patriarch of the thunder leopard clan bellowed in frustration, watching the surviving avian demons of the fire feather clan depart. Yi Chun coldly observed the other party's agitated demeanor, his heart icy. The thunder leopard clan had firmly etched itself into his memory as a sworn enemy that as the fire-tongued crow flapped its wings. It glanced back at the land it had inhabited for so long, an expression of sorrow crossing its features. The pond was adrift with the corpses of both avian and leopard demons. The purple toxic waters and blood rendering the pond a dismal hue. This territory, which had nurtured the Fire Feather clan for many years, would likely become desolate from this day forth. Uncertain of how long they had flown, Yi Chun accompanied the remaining members of the Fire Feather clan past the waterfall region, traversing a perilous gorge, and further into the depths of the plains, arriving at a low-lying marshland. This marshland was filled with gray-black muck. Yet many avian demon beasts could be seen scurrying within. Judging by their composition, most were nesting females and juvenile birds. Clearly, this muddy marshland was the final refuge of the Fire Feather clan. Upon witnessing the return of their kin, the remaining females and fledglings of the Fire Feather clan erupted in melodious cries. The fire-tongued crow brought Yi Chun to a rocky outcrop at the center of the marshland and came to a halt. The fire-tongued crow stepped aside into the muck, grasping a handful of black-gray sludge, gesturing for Yi Chun to apply it to his wounds. Try this marsh mud. Applying it to your wounds can accelerate healing and will not cause any decay. Do not underestimate this filthy mud. It's a treasure of my Fire Feather clan. The fire-tongued crow rasped while Yi Chun applied some of the marsh mud to his wounds, feeling an extraordinarily soothing coolness at the sight. The painful burning sensation dissipated, and the wound sealed by the marsh mud. Why did you save me? Finally able to catch his breath, Yi Chun immediately posed the question that had been gnawing at him. Today's bizarre encounter was too peculiar for Yi Chun, bordering on the unfathomable. He had merely been passing through, only to be regarded as the core to be protected at all costs by the Fire Feather clan, while simultaneously enduring the Thunder Leopard clan's frenzied assaults. Clearly, only the fire-tongued crow could elucidate this matter. All members of the Fire Feather clan, gather here. The fire-tongued crow observed Yi Chun's expression with fervent excitement. Yet it refrained from answering his inquiries. Soon, a multitude of avian beasts encircled Yi Chun, forming a respectful gathering around him. We bow to our new clan leader, the fire-tongued crow proclaimed as it lowered its body in reverence. We bow to our new clan leader. We bow to our new clan leader. The air was soon filled with a chorus of bird calls. Most of the birds in the fire-tongued tribe had yet to awaken their intellect. Apart from the fire-tongued crow, the clan leader, only 2 initial-stage spirit beasts could communicate in beast language. The rest of the avian creatures could only chirp and squawk in agreement, their expressions reflecting the same adoration. New clan leader, Yi Chun was utterly perplexed. Before he could ponder further, the fire-tongued crow interrupted his thoughts that, "My lord, you have only recently arrived at the Beast Plains, and yet you have traversed Storm Valley?" Yi Chun nodded in affirmation. "Then it is indeed true. Only a warrior capable of overcoming Storm Valley possesses such extraordinary talent," the fire-tongued crow concluded, as if confirming its suspicions. Wait a moment. Do not speak without answering my questions first. Besides, I have not agreed to your peculiar titles. Yichen said, visibly flustered. My lord, since you hail from that side, you must have noticed the distinct characteristics of the beasts in the Beast Plains over these past few days. The Beast Plains are rich in spiritual energy. Many lesser beast tribes can thrive here for extended periods, forming vast populations, not to mention some major tribes that have occupied this land for thousands of years. Beasts in the Beast Plains regard their tribes as homes. Generally, a tribe composed of a single species of beasts, led by an awakened spirit beast, can be called a clan. The group of thunder leopards that attacked you today belongs to the thunder leopard tribe. And we are currently a tribe as well, the fire-tongued crow explained slowly, its expression tinged with melancholy. Yichen noted the undertone of lament in the fire-tongued crow's words. The thunder leopard tribe was strong, while the fire feather tribe was weak. However, my lord need not worry for the time being. As the saying goes among human cultivators, a dead camel is larger than a horse. My fire feather tribe will not be easily crushed in the short term. If those thunder leopard scoundrels wish to seize our last territory, let them come. The fire-tongued crow's raspy voice held a sharp edge. In the Beast Plains, while tribal strengths may vary, the disparities are not excessively vast. My fire feather tribe has endured oppression for a century and yet survives to this day. But then, the fire-tongued crow adopted a cautious demeanor, lowering its voice as if sharing a secret that must not be disclosed. But my lord must remember one thing. Never provoke beasts bearing a purple mark. Yichen was left bewildered. Purple mark? What does that signify? Because such a mark indicates that the beast belongs to a tribe that we cannot afford to antagonize. Should we provoke them, an entire tribe could be instantly annihilated. Annihilation of a tribe? Such exaggeration. The super tribes I speak of are referred to as clans. The fire-tongued crow's voice resonated with conviction. A clan is typically composed of dozens, if not hundreds, of tribes, and clans are often made up of similar species of beasts. The naming of a clan does not follow the usual single-species method. Instead, it is named after its homeland, combined with the clan's bloodline. For instance, on the other side of the Beast Plains, there exists a formidable clan known as the Thunder Mountain Bear Clan, and every tribe within the Beast Plains is aware of the might of the Bear Clan. Over 100 tribes forming a clan? How powerful must such a beast population be? Yichen mused. The Thunder Mountain Bear Clan includes branches such as the Illusion Demon Sky Bear, the Golden Horn Bear, and the Dominator Mountain Bear, each possessing the strength to overpower ordinary tribal beasts. Within the same clan, tribes often unite against common enemies. Provoking a clan member may result in the wrath of the entire clan. Yichen's heart raced with trepidation, yet he began to sense a growing confusion. The fire-tongued crow's words clearly held deeper meanings. Beasts of similar bloodlines live together. Yichen murmured. He glanced at the various avian creatures surrounding him, and suddenly understood. Indeed, my lord has grasped it. The fire-tongued crow's expression turned mysterious. The My fire feather tribe was once a clan. The fire-tongued crow's face radiated with nostalgia and pride. The Southern Marsh fire feather tribe was the most powerful clan in the Southern Marsh region 200 years ago. Our territory stretched for 1,000 miles, encompassing a significant portion of the Beast Plains. Encompassing the Beast Plains? Yichen's mind reeled at the thought of the vast scale of the Beast Plains, which was divided into thousands of regions and territories. Then why do you not bear the purple mark you mentioned? Yichen inquired. My lord, please observe here. The fire-tongued crow gestured towards its wings. There, upon its crimson feathers, were cloud-like markings, faintly tinged with purple, their presence subtle and elusive. The other two initial-stage spirit birds also revealed their markings, which bore even weaker purple hues than that of the fire-tongued crow. This, the fiery cloud pattern, is the remnant clan mark of my fire feather tribe. However, as our tribe has declined, this bloodline mark has slowly faded. This day, only the three of us possess such a mark. It is precisely because of this ancestral bloodline's fiery cloud mark that I was able to advance from a lowly first-tier beast to the spirit realm. Wow. Yichen was so astonished that he nearly lost his balance. A remnant clan mark, diluted over a century, could enable a first-tier beast like the fire-tongued crow to break through its bloodline limitations and ascend to the third tier. How incredibly powerful must the true clan mark be? Furthermore, if every member of a clan possessed such a mark, how terrifying would the growth potential and strength of that tribe be? My lord need not be overly astonished. Clan marks are indeed treasures of bloodlines. But acquiring a clan mark is no simple feat, the Fire-Tongued Crow promptly clarified. There are two ways to obtain a clan mark. The first is through bloodline inheritance, like the remaining members of my Firefeather tribe. Due to the dilution of our bloodline, there is roughly a 1 in 10,000 chance that a descendant may exhibit bloodline reversion, thus producing a fortunate individual like myself. In contrast, the descendants of beasts within a clan have a much higher probability of possessing pure bloodlines and obtaining marks. Though it is still not high enough for every member. Only about 1 in 10.1 in 10. Yichin nodded. Indeed, if every member of a clan could easily awaken such a mark, it would be rather astounding. The second method is through cultivation, by refining the bloodline of beast spirits. One can, through personal effort, alter the bloodline of an entire tribe. My Firefeather tribe's ancestors achieved greatness by refining a 6-tier heavenly spirit bloodline, thereby transforming the entire tribe's bloodline, and leading to the glorious era of the Firefeather tribe that a 6-tier heavenly spirit. Yichin was taken aback. Such a level was beyond his current comprehension. The most powerful beasts he had encountered were 2 dinosaur-like creatures, one Tyrannosaurus rex and one pterodactyl, both around the 4th to 5th tier. Even so, their mere presence made Yichin feel as though he could scarcely breathe. Let alone a 6-tier beast, that wouldn't a mere fart from such a creature be enough to obliterate him. Ancestor Firefeather Lawn is the pride of my Firefeather tribe. Unfortunately, during a subsequent clan battle, the ancestor perished, and my Firefeather tribe gradually declined, and in the 200 years that followed, no other beast within the Firefeather tribe has been able to refine the bloodline of beast spirits. To this day, only the 3 of us have awakened a trace of the bloodline mark and advanced to the spirit realm. It is for this reason that I, the Fire-Tongued Crow, vow to never forget the grace of my ancestors. Since ascending to the spirit realm and awakening my intellect, I have sworn to lead the Firefeather tribe's people to thrive in the beast plains, honoring the legacy of my ancestors. If I can achieve this, I shall have no regrets in death. Observing the resolute expression of the Fire-Tongued Crow, Yichin found himself deeply moved in certain respects. Beasts were far more pure than humans. Beasts bear grudges and are not without their vengeful and ferocious natures. Yet, equally, they are unwavering in their gratitude towards those who have shown them kindness. In an instant, Yichin felt a newfound respect for this devoted leader of the Firefeather tribe. My lord, do you now understand why my Firefeather tribe is willing to risk everything to protect you? The Fire-Tongued Crow's voice was charged with emotion. You are the most talented beast I have ever encountered, and you share a bloodline similarity with my Firefeather tribe, that if you would lead the Firefeather tribe, we may yet see a revival. With your potential, breaking through to the 3rd tier is merely a matter of time, and there is a significant chance you may reach the 4th tier of spirit fusion in your lifetime. The emergence of a spirit fusion beast within a tribe would undoubtedly signify the arrival of a king, and at that point, my Firefeather tribe would no longer fear oppression from other tribes. Our suffering kin would finally have a stable sanctuary, free from the fear of becoming a wandering beast horde. The expression of the Fire-Tongued Crow was earnest, and beneath the torrent of genuine emotion, it let out a mournful cry, imploring its master with utmost sincerity, "You must take on the mantle of chieftain for our clan. The survival of my Firefeather tribe hinges upon you. As long as my tribe can endure, I, the Fire-Tongued Crow, am willing to lay down my life for you. Willingly, I shall die." The Fire-Tongued Crow knelt once more, accompanied by the 2 spirit-bound avian demons, who also bowed deeply, tears glistening in their eyes. In that moment, a chorus of lamentations echoed through the AI. Yichin found himself at a loss, rendered utterly helpless. "Please rise." Yichin sighed and urged them. The trio of demon birds remained motionless, as if awaiting Yichin's consent to remain prostrate upon the ground. "Fire-Tongued Crow, you have saved my life. I cannot stand idly by while the Firefeather tribe loses its territory and becomes a wandering band of beasts." After a lengthy pause, Yichin finally spoke these words. Upon hearing this, the 3 birds erupted in joyous calls. "However, let me make one thing clear. I will certainly aid the Firefeather tribe. But I cannot make promises lightly. As for the matter of refining bloodlines, it is still a distant goal for me. To become a chieftain is premature." Upon hearing Yichin's words, the Fire-Tongued Crow appeared somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, If you agree to my two conditions, I can assure you that as long as I dwell on the Beast Plains, I will spare no effort in protecting the members of the Fire Feather tribe." The three birds instantly brightened at this prospect. "Master, please speak. We would not hesitate to sacrifice our lives for your will, even if it means abandoning our last piece of territory," declared the fire-tongued crow resolutely. "First, I have two friends who went missing while traversing the Storm Valley with me. I hope you can assist me in locating them. Rest assured, your friends are our benefactors, and we, the Fire Feather tribe, excel in aerial searches that we will do our utmost to find them." The three birds pledged immediately. "Second, I require that when other tribes come to attack, you must heed my commands without hesitation, even if it means relinquishing your final territory." Yi Chen's hawk-like gaze glinted with intensity. Upon hearing the mention of abandoning their last territory, the fire-tongued crow's hesitation was evident. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, the three birds resolved to commit. "Very well. We swear to obey your commands without fail, even if it means forsaking our ancestral land." Chapter 37. Thunder Demon Stone. After agreeing to let the fire-tongued crow temporarily lead the Fire Feather tribe, Yi Chun rested in the marshy lowlands for several days. These days served both to recuperate and to devise strategies against the Thunder Leopard tribe that on that day at the Spirit Mist Waterfall. Yi Chun had slain a considerable number of Thunder Leopards, earning the enmity of their tribe. Moreover, given the Thunder Leopard tribe's history of relentless encroachment, they would undoubtedly not spare the Fire Feather tribe's remaining territory. In the short term, the Thunder Leopard tribe would likely need to recuperate, thus delaying their assault. However, once they were sufficiently prepared, they would surely aim to seize the marshy lowlands that Yi Chin knew he could not remain passive. He had to formulate a countermeasure. He pondered silently. The most fearsome aspect of the Thunder Leopard tribe lay in their unique lightning attacks, a rare phenomenon. Among the elemental forces Yi Chun had collected thus far, none possessed the lightning attribute. This was due to the volatile nature of lightning elemental energy, which was inherently unstable and could not be preserved under normal circumstances. It only manifested abundantly in certain special terrains. The Thunder Leopard's lair undoubtedly belonged to such a terrain. This lightning attribute was immensely destructive. Its impact was not overt in singular combat, but in a tribal conflict, the resultant damage could be staggering. System: are there any exchangeable items specifically targeting lightning attribute attacks? Yi Chin inquired, prompting the system's activation. Currently searching, came the system's response, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds that Yi Chin suddenly recalled that after his visit to the waterfall area, he had unlocked a new selection of exchangeable items, yet had been too preoccupied with thoughts of the Thunder Leopards to examine them closely. Search complete. Point 2 relevant items have been identified among the current exchangeable goods. 1. Purple Lightning Bamboo, a 4th-tier lightning attribute material, requires 20,000 evolution points for exchange. This bamboo flourishes atop peaks beset by perpetual thunder, absorbing lightning energy throughout the year, granting it formidable immunity to lightning. It is also a treasure imbued with dense lightning spirit energy, coveted by human cultivators for crafting lightning attribute artifacts, providing immunity against lightning attacks from beasts of 4th tier and below. 2. Thunder Demon Stone, a 2nd-tier lightning attribute ore, requires 100 evolution points for exchange. Found in the soil layers, this elemental mineral possesses the ability to absorb lightning elements. When worn, it significantly reduces lightning attribute attacks from 2nd tier and below. The system promptly presented the options. Yi Chin scrutinized them closely and soon arrived at a decision. The purple lightning bamboo was undeniably a divine object. The system's description highlighted its value, noting its use as a primary material for crafting lightning attribute artifacts by human cultivators. However, its exorbitant exchange price of 20,000 evolution points rendered it unattainable for Yi Chun, who currently possessed just over 13,000 points that he would have to bid farewell to the purple lightning bamboo. Conversely, while the Thunder Demon Stone's utility and effectiveness against lightning attribute attacks paled in comparison to the purple lightning bamboo, its low exchange cost was appealing. With 100 points, Yi Chin could acquire over 100 of them, making it a viable option for mass production of protective gear. Furthermore, although the Thunder Demon Stone's resistance to lightning was relatively weak, it was still effective against 2nd-tier beasts, which was more than sufficient. After all, tribal conflicts do not merely hinge on top-tier combat prowess. The core strength lies in the substantial number of mid-level combatants. For instance, even if Yi Chun had the capability to defeat the leader of a rival tribe, If his subordinates were too weak, it would lead to rapid attrition, ultimately forcing him to confront overwhelming odds. That Wei Chun was confident in his ability to contend with mid-phase third-tier beasts and had a degree of self-preservation against late-phase third-tier beasts. However, facing hundreds of second-tier beasts would inevitably lead to his demise. Often, quantitative changes can precipitate qualitative transformations. Thus, Yichen concluded that investing in an exorbitantly priced item solely for personal use was less advantageous than mass exchanging Thunder Demon Stones to bolster overall combat capability. Moreover, Yichen had another consideration in purchasing the Thunder Demon Stones. Unlike the purple lightning bamboo, which could be utilized as a material for crafting due to its inherent properties, the Thunder Demon Stone had a unique function that the purple lightning bamboo lacked. It could store lightning. Yichen conceived a bold idea. If he wore the Thunder Demon Stones while battling the Thunder Leopards, could they absorb lightning energy for his own use? Much like a battery, he believed this method was worth a try. After all, lightning energy was exceedingly rare. Being able to collect it through this means would be an unexpected boon. System, I choose to exchange for 80 Thunder Demon Stones, Yichen declared. The primary combat force of the Fire Feather tribe comprised only about 70 bird demons at the Spirit Fire stage. Thus, acquiring 80 should suffice, especially with the possibility of replenishing during combat. With a flash of white light from the system, a small clearing before Yichen was soon piled high with blue-violet stones resembling a miniature mountain. These Thunder Demon Stones were smooth to the touch and emanated a cool sensation that Yichen attempted to infuse a trace of spiritual energy into one. Despite being fire energy, the Thunder Demon Stone absorbed a small amount nonetheless. The sensation of absorption confirmed its energy-storing capabilities. Next, it was time to commence training. Yichen was thoroughly satisfied. The dark purple evil flame, winged eagle circled above the marshy lowlands, emitting clear and resonant eagle cries that reverberated throughout the area. Below, more than 70 avian demons of various colors were tethered to stones by fine threads, practicing their pounces and leaps in the mire that do not cease. Continue training. Yichen soared through the air, calling out with a serious tone. The avian demons below maintained a focused demeanor, diligently training without a hint of laziness. The fire-tongued crow and the other two birds supervised attentively, embodying a rare seriousness. Physical training was an almost unfathomable concept among beast kind. While beasts valued strength in combat, training in a formal sense had never been part of their culture. It was often through the natural struggles of hunting that they honed their skills. Although the three birds were initially taken aback by Yichen's commands, they had sworn an oath to heed their new chieftain's instructions, and without hesitation, they ordered the Fire Feather tribe's beasts to comply. Master, we have followed your orders and have been training for 3 hours now. The fire-tongued crow respectfully addressed Yichen, saying that in addition to physical training, Yichen also instructed the bird demons in constant calculations. He had specially procured a large circular disc, which, after meticulous carving, was fashioned into a rudimentary sundial to serve the purpose of timekeeping. The fire-tongued crow found the ideas of this new chieftain to be extraordinarily ingenious. Truly befitting of a leader, the wisdom displayed was beyond their comprehension. The fire-tongued crow reflected that the spirit realm beasts possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, yet the mastery of technique could not be gleaned solely through intellect. It was the crystallization of experiences accumulated by humanity over millennia. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, the training would resume for 3 more hours. Yes, my lord, the fire-tongued crow replied, receiving the command to instruct the subordinate bird demons. Self-discipline and planning. These were concepts that most beasts had never encountered. Often, they acted purely on instinct and emotion. Yichen resolved to make full use of the physical talents of the bird demons from the Fire Feather tribe, training them to become the elite among beasts. A rogue with martial arts can easily take on 5 opponents. If a rogue were versed in tactics, even celestial beings would be hard-pressed to stop him. Yichen thought optimistically. For some time, he had been surviving alone, often finding himself at a disadvantage. However, if he could command a collective of his kin, many of the plans he had previously envisioned would become feasible. For instance, in the desert, he had previously utilized simple metals and bait mechanisms to create sandworm traps, yielding far greater resources than ordinary beasts could amass. What a tremendous increase in productivity could be achieved by harnessing the power of a tribe to create tools for gathering and hunting. Yichen had originally consented to temporarily assume the role of chieftain out of a sense of obligation. But now he was increasingly aware of the value it held. He was beginning to eagerly anticipate the days to come. Chapter 38. The Thunder Leopard's Assault. Huffing and puffing. In the mire, a group of bird demons was fervently training in flight. To be precise, they were engaged in weighted flight. Each bird demon had a thick rope tied to its claws, the ends of which were connected to a simple pulley system, with the other end attached to a massive boulder weighing more than 3 times the weight of the bird demons. Despite the burden of such a heavy object, the bird demons managed to perform weighted flights with remarkable ease, which greatly pleased Yi Chun. This training apparatus had been crafted by him a month prior using large logs and vine, specifically designed to enhance the physical capabilities of the bird demons. After a month of rigorous training, these 70 bird demons had progressed from being unable to leap to sustaining weighted flight for as long as 15 minutes. With noticeable muscle development in their wings, my lord, according to your methods, the main combat members of the Fire Feather tribe have shown significant improvement, the Fire-Tongue Crow reported joyfully to Yi Chun. Yesterday, I led a small team to scout the territory of the Thunder Leopards, easily evading their pursuit. Those fearsome bolts of lightning seemed to be much easier to dodge now. The Fire-Tongue Crow held an immense admiration for this new chieftain. This is the desired effect. What were the results of your scouting? Yi Chun inquired. After a month of recuperation, the Thunder Leopards have nearly completed their recovery. The number of Thunder Leopards stationed near the Spirit Mist waterfall has significantly increased, and I estimate they may soon launch an attack on the mire, replied the Fire-Tongue Crow, his expression filled with concern. Just as I suspected. Preparations must commence today, Yi Chun stated. Old Fire, summon White Claw and Black Feather to cease training and gather here. Understood. Shortly thereafter, over 70 second-tier bird demons stood atop a rocky formation in the center of the mire. They appeared vibrant and full of energy, yet their gazes towards their chieftain, the evil flame Wind Eagle, were filled with utmost respect. Many of the bird demons' eyes were brimming with admiration and reverence. This sentiment stemmed not only from submission, but also from their personal experience of their newfound strength. White Claw, distribute these thunderstones. Each tribe member shall receive one to wear around their necks, Yi Chun commanded, producing the thunderstones and instructing White Claw, a white-pawed gale bird, and one of the 3 third-tier beasts of the Fire Feather tribe, alongside Black Feather and the Fire-Tongue Crow. Initially, these 3 birds had no names, but Yi Chun found it tedious to refer to them as Gale Bird or Fire-Tongue Crow, so he decided to bestow them names instead. White Claw stepped forward, obediently following the directive. The 3 birds were quite pleased with the names Yi Chun had given them, for such designations were typically reserved for the higher-ranking members of beast tribes. To be named by the new chieftain was a distinct honor. Soon, the thunderstones were distributed, and each of the 70 bird demons adorned a blue-purple stone around their necks, giving them an amusingly peculiar appearance. White Claw, retain 20 members here, while Black Feather will accompany me with the rest, Yi Chun declared, emitting a sharp eagle cry as he soared high into the sky, followed by a throng of bird demons. Under the sparse moonlight, the mire appeared particularly desolate that night that a pair of menacing eyes emerged from the darkness, emitting a low, beastly growl. Soon, hundreds of eyes glimmered beneath the hills at the rear of the mire. Concealed by the wind, poised to strike, inform the younger ones. Prepare to commence the assault as per usual. We will encircle from the rear, launching lightning strikes where the numbers are greatest. The second chieftain of the Thunder Leopards ascended the hilltop, issuing commands to his subordinates. Such ambush tactics were second nature to them. For the Thunder Leopards, whose nature inclined them to seize territory, organizing such assaults was as effortless as quenching thirst. Roar. The second chieftain of the Thunder Leopards let out a low growl, and dozens of Thunder Leopards began to sprint, encircling the mire from both sides. The second chieftain led the remaining Thunder Leopards in ambush behind the hill, remaining still as they awaited the success of the other 2 teams. The tactics of the Thunder Leopard tribe were quite straightforward. Strike from both sides, initiate a surprise attack, and upon command, charge ahead with reckless abandon. Crackling. The crackling of electricity erupted on both sides of the mire, and the second chieftain of the Thunder Leopards peered out, his expression one of smug satisfaction. We've struck gold. Young ones, charge roar. The Thunder Leopards were quintessential predatory beasts, thriving on launching surprise attacks against their prey. They moved with astonishing speed, bolts of electricity flickering across their bodies as they charged towards the mire. However, to their astonishment, the scene they envisioned. The Fire Feather Tribe's bird demons sprawled helplessly from the electric assault did not materialize. Instead, numerous thunder leopard corpses lay scattered in the mire, still crackling with residual electricity. There, an ominous evil flame, Wind Eagle led a flock of bird demons, coldly observing the intruders. "Itsu, you scruffy bird." The second chieftain of the thunder leopards recognized Yi Chun, the second-tier beast who had annihilated his large group at the Spirit Mist Waterfall. "All my subordinates were slain by you." The second chieftain glared at the unharmed bird demons, filled with a mix of fury and dread. The thunder leopard's lightning attacks had always been effective, particularly against these mottled bloodline bird demons. Typically, a single hit would be fatal. Just moments ago, he had distinctly heard the familiar sounds of lightning explosions. Yet these bird demons remained unscathed. This was not merely strange, it was downright supernatural. However, he had no time to ponder further. The thunder leopard strategy. The second step of a surprise attack was simply to charge forward. There was no third step. Kill them. The second chieftain of the thunder leopards, eyes blazing with rage, lunged forward, followed closely by a large group of thunder leopards, the air crackling with electricity. Whoosh! The sinister evil flame Wind Eagle soared high into the sky, letting out an eagle's cry, while the bird demons dove like fighter jets. The thunder leopards unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, a density so great that evasion was impossible. The second chieftain of the thunder leopards wore a cruel expression. These bird demons are doomed. No second-tier beast could survive under such a density of lightning. Even if one managed to endure, they would be left grievously injured. A torrent of electricity struck the bird demons. Yet, just as the electric onslaught was about to engulf them, a miraculous shield materialized from their bodies, enveloping them like a protective barrier. The terrifying bolts of electricity collided with the shield, akin to leaves sinking into water, creating only small ripples without inflicting any harm upon the bird demons. Whoosh! The bird demons broke free from the electric net, directly confronting the thunder leopards. Their aerial assault was brief yet lethal. The bird demons soared back into the sky before the thunder leopards had a chance to react. Accompanied by anguished cries, numerous thunder leopards fell victim to their razor-sharp claws, meeting instant demise. The second chieftain of the thunder leopards was left dumbfounded. This level of physical attack truly within the capability of ordinary bird demons. They could likely shatter rocks. The bird demons' combat was swift and unadulterated. The thunder leopards were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Before long, another wave of attacks from the bird demons commenced. To Yi Chin's surprise, the thunder leopards' response was to flee. They were terrified. "Come back, do you wish to perish?" The second leader of the thunder leopard clan let out a furious roar, yet not a single thunder leopard was inclined to heed him. The leopards scattered in all directions, their retreat more tumultuous than their arrival. "Scoundrels! You are betraying the clan." The second leader, both enraged and agitated, lunged towards Yi Chun. A fierce bolt of lightning arced forth, prompting Yi Chun to swiftly maneuver out of harm's way. The second leader of the thunder leopard was a formidable mid-tier third-grade beast. Should he be struck, the thunder demon stone would be utterly incapable of absorbing such an assault. "Surround and eliminate him," Yi Chun commanded, as Bai Zhua suddenly soared from the mire, accompanied by 20 avian beasts, forming a pincer attack alongside Yi Chun. Originally, this counter-encirclement was a tactic Yi Chun intended for ensnaring a large group of thunder leopards. Yet he never anticipated that the leopards would flee after the initial onslaught, leaving the second leader as a lone commander. "How dare you attempt to kill me, Dai?" The second leader of the thunder leopards bellowed in rage, recklessly unleashing bolts of lightning. Two avian beasts, caught off guard, were struck down instantly. The evil flame Windhawk's eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. "Bai Zhua, Hei Ling, assist me in vanquishing him. There shall be no escape." Yi Chun displayed no trepidation, leading the two birds in their assault on the second leader of the thunder leopards. Hei Ling, a massive black falcon, closely resembled Yi Chun in terms of species, yet preferred silence, always stoically executing commands. However, once Hei Ling engaged in combat, a fierce side emerged. With an expansive wingspan, it swooped down like a tempest of darkness, slashing across the second leader's back with a resounding whoosh. Yi Chun and Bai Zhua seized the opportunity to attack, delivering successive blows to the thunder leopard leader, who emitted a series of defiant roars. "Join me in death." A surge of violent energy coalesced within the Thunder Leopard leader. Yi Chen's heart sank in alarm that he intends to self-destruct. Chapter 39. Triumphant Victory and Recuperation. The thought struck Yi Chen with foreboding. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the second leader, revealing a violet glow beneath, akin to an unstable bomb. Boom! A powerful current surged towards Yi Chen, the My Lord. At that moment, He Ling and Bai Zhua rushed towards Yi Chen, that a cacophony of electric light enveloped Yi Chen, and he felt darkness engulf him as he plummeted to the ground. Detecting lethal danger. Repairing. Repair complete. That in his dazed state, Yi Chen heard the system's voice, followed by the chirping of birds. Upon awakening, he found the three birds anxiously watching over him. My lord! The fire-tongued crow gazed at Yi Chen, brimming with astonishment that Yi Chen's revival was beyond belief. After all, this was the self-detonation of a third-grade beast. Typically, if a beast witnessed a kin suffer such grave injuries, it would promptly bury itself in the earth. Were it not for the fire-tongued crow's lingering hope in Yi Chen's exceptional nature, he would have thought Yi Chen was doomed. Old fire. How long have I been out? My lord, it has been 3 days, the fire-tongued crow replied, eyeing Yi Chen with concern. 3 days. Yi Chen recalled the system's earlier announcement and immediately accessed the interface. Evolution value. 0. Indeed. All the evolution points he had previously possessed had been expended on healing, leaving him utterly impoverished at Yi Chen felt like weeping without tears. Old fire. What news from the Thunder Leopards? Yi Chen inquired. My lord, upon hearing of the second leader's demise at our hands, the Thunder Leopard clan was incensed that it is said their great leader intends to lead the clan to exact revenge immediately. They dare return? Yi Chen nearly spat blood. Once was sufficient for such a counter-encirclement. Another wave could prove overwhelming. Rest assured, my lord. The Thunder Leopard clan has suffered significant casualties in both battles, and having just taken possession of our Spirit Mist waterfall. They require personnel to garrison it in the short term. They lack the resources to dispatch forces against us. The fire-tongued crow reassured that Yi Chen nodded in agreement. The Thunder Leopard should not pose a significant threat for the time being. However, the enmity between the Thunder Leopards and the Fire Feather clan was irreconcilable. Thus, vigilance towards their movements was imperative to prevent a resurgence. For now, the priority was to allow the entire clan to recuperate. It would be advantageous to enhance the Fire Feather clan's productivity and overall strength in the coming period to prepare for future developments. Old Fire, summon He Ling and Bai Zhua to bring the second-tier clan members over. We shall convene a meeting. The fire-tongued crow nodded. Although he did not fully comprehend the meaning of a meeting, he sensed that the clan leader had devised a new strategy. Soon, the high-ranking members of the Fire Feather clan gathered together. Yi Chen began to articulate his thoughts that we shall form an elite team, most beast clans. Members foraged freely, merely required to contribute a portion of their food to the clan while retaining the remainder for themselves. This rudimentary and haphazard method was inefficient for foraging. Moreover, conflicts often erupted among clan members over food, leading to fierce battles that could end in death. Yi Chen deemed it essential to reform the foraging system, with the first step being the establishment of a disciplined and intelligent elite beast team. That he initially selected 30 highly intelligent avian beasts from among the elite members. These birds were all at least second-tier high-grade, with several having reached the peak of second-tier. Due to bloodline limitations and insufficient physical strength, they could not ascend to the spirit realm. Nevertheless, years of accumulation had bestowed upon them considerable wisdom, enabling basic communication, aside from the inability to utilize beast language. Old Fire, from this day forth, these 30 members shall be under your tutelage. Once their training is complete, they will oversee the foraging of the first-tier and second-tier members. At that point, they would operate in groups, each responsible for a designated area, collecting food and distributing the gathered provisions uniformly each day. The fire-tongued crow and the 3 birds brightened at the prospect, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. They had never encountered such an approach, akin to discovering a new world, and fell into contemplation. Furthermore, I shall establish a reward and punishment system. The top 3 groups in foraging will receive an additional 30% of food daily, while the bottom 3 groups will face a deduction of 20%. Do you have any objections? Yi Chen inquired. The fire-tongued crow and the 3 birds promptly nodded in agreement, observing their stupefied expressions. Yi Chen momentarily feared they had reservations. Unbeknownst to him, The three birds were merely astonished by his proposal. They suddenly regarded Yi Chun with newfound respect. Thus, Yi Chun's foraging supervision plan was set into motion. The 30 elite team members underwent approximately 10 days of training, during which they became entirely obedient to Yi Chun's commands. Their inherent intelligence, combined with the oversight of the three birds, quickly transformed them into Yi Chun's trusted subordinates. On the second day after the elite team completed their training, they began supervising the clan members in foraging. The terrain surrounding the mire was exceedingly complex, with varying landscapes in different directions. Yi Chun designated 30 areas for the elite team to oversee the foraging efforts of the clan members while ordering He Ling and Bai Zhua to remain alert to any messages from the elite team. Should any clan members encounter unexpected circumstances, they were to rush to their aid. And if the situation proved insurmountable, they could abandon all collected resources on the spot, prioritizing safety above all else. In summary, the principle was one. Stability. 2 words. Cautious development. The world of beasts was rife with slaughter. From this brief experience in the realm of beasts, Yi Chun learned an invaluable lesson. The energy of beasts is ultimately finite. The more one seeks to seize resources, the more easily one becomes ensnared in conflict, unable to find respite. Thus, I refuse to engage in conflict any longer. From today forward, I shall develop cautiously, enhance productivity, and remain securely in my lair, diligently cultivating that I aspire to become the CEO of the beast realm. Yi Chun resolutely declared. The plan for grouped foraging yielded astonishing results that in just 3 days, the clan members collected enough food to sustain them for half a month, an unimaginable feat in the past. Not only did this satisfy the clan's hunger, but it also provided ample food to nurture higher-tier members that Yi Chun relished his newfound status as a small landlord that in the mire. A scene of flourishing prosperity unfolded. The returning avian beasts orderly placed their gathered sustenance upon the central rock of the basin, while Yi Chun and the three birds supervised. The 30 elite team members stood before the avian beasts, displaying utmost seriousness that Yi Chun sensed the stability of his soul's thread. After confirming the elite team members, Yi Chun performed the blood ritual upon them, although these elite members were already sufficiently loyal. Yi Chun deemed it prudent to take this precaution. After all, the thought processes of beasts could not be measured by human standards, considering the thunder leopards that had ambushed the mire, who fled in disarray after suffering a wave of attacks. Yi Chun concluded that caution was indeed warranted. That my lord, our foraging speed has increased fourfold. The fire-tongued crow spoke with palpable excitement. Moreover, the casualty rate during our foraging excursions has significantly diminished. Instances of tribe members going missing or perishing have become exceedingly rare. Indeed, Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Additionally, one of the elite members of our team discovered this while supervising the foraging. Please take a look, my lord. Just as Yi Chun was about to return to the nest for cultivation, the fire-tongued crow suddenly called out to him. Turning around, Yi Chun beheld a treasure that stirred his heart profoundly, a slender spirit material. Though he was unaware of its name, he could sense the rich fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it. Third-tier spirit material? Yi Chun mused in astonishment when a blue avian demon emerged from the ranks of the elite team. This is the elite team member who found the spirit material, Old Fire remarked. Well done, Old Fire. Remember to reward him with an extra month's worth of food. The blue avian's eyes sparkled with delight. The prospect of a month's worth of food was enticing, especially considering that the elite team's daily foraging only yielded enough for the ordinary members for 4 days. This bounty would enable it to undergo a significant transformation. Other elite avian demons cast envious glances in its direction. From now on, any member who finds high-tier spirit materials will be rewarded with additional food based on the tier of the material submitted. Along with the supervising team leader, Yi Chun declared. Upon hearing this, the elite avian demons erupted with exhilaration, as if invigorated with newfound motivation. Rest assured, in the future, our Fire Feather tribe shall ensure that all members are robust and well-fed. We shall not only grow rapidly, but also reclaim the territories that have been taken from us. Chapter 40. Mapping the terrain with the implementation of the group foraging system, Yi Chun found himself considerably relieved. No longer occupied with training the avian demons daily, as they were now out foraging, the Flame Eagle leader enjoyed newfound leisure. Even the marshy lowlands appeared eerily quiet. This moment, Yi Chun was tearing into a sizable piece of lamb, his sharp beak glistening with grease. Since the establishment of the group foraging system, the avian demons had enjoyed a bountiful supply of food. Building upon this foundation, Yichen established 6 additional hunting squads dedicated to eliminating low-tier beasts. This satisfied the carnivorous avian demons within the Fire Feather tribe, while also allowing Yi Chun to indulge in the pleasure of hearty meat consumption. Now, as the Flame Eagle leader, he had an ample supply of 5 large baskets of meat daily, which was utterly delightful. Yi Chun felt his physical strength ascend to new heights. After finishing the lamb, he approached a pile of small stones. These were the thunder stones taken from the avian demons following the ambush by the thunder leopard. Having absorbed a substantial amount of lightning power, these thunder stones emitted a brilliant blue-violet light, exuding a remarkable quality that a gentle touch with his claw revealed the surging power of lightning within, immense and tumultuous. Thunderstones are indeed treasures. Yichen thought, how much lightning essence might I absorb from these? He closed his eyes and began to circulate his internal energy. The lightning spirit energy, gradually extracted from the thunderstones, coursed through his meridians into his abdomen. Lightning Element 58, Lightning Element 44. The system continuously prompted him, as the color of the thunderstones began to fade. Soon, the small mountain of thunderstones was completely absorbed by Yi Chun, who now felt filled with the ferocious energy of thunder. He promptly opened the system panel. System host. Yi Chun Evolution Stage. Evil Flame Eagle Growth Stage. Physical Strength. 108. Spiritual Power Level. Mid-Stage 2nd Tier. Spirit Fire Realm. Innate Talents. Disguise LV1. Danger Perception LV2. Fiery Claws LV2. Flame Resistance LV3. Fiery Breath. Evil Toxic Storm Elemental Power. 3058. Fire Element 1899. Earth Element 522. Water Element 277. Wind Element 80. Light Element 70. Dark Element 14. Lightning Element 858. Evolution Value 0 points, a remarkable 858 points of Lightning Element. Yichen exclaimed with delight that if I could engage in a few more battles, not only would the 2nd tier Lightning Beast Core be within reach, but perhaps even the 3rd tier, upon closer inspection of the system panel. He noticed not only an increase in Lightning Element, but also a boost in his physical strength to 108 points. Notably, the slender 3rd tier Spirit Herb, contributed by the Blue Avian Demon, had already been consumed by Yi Chun, its rich spiritual energy aiding him in successfully advancing to mid-stage 2nd tier. Now, all aspects of Yi Chun's attributes were on the rise, and his plumage had taken on a brighter hue. His extraordinary physique radiated an even more violent and surging aura. The only downside was that due to his increased consumption and daily retreat into the nest for cultivation, the spiritual energy within him had become somewhat stagnant, resulting in a noticeable increase in his size that if this continues, I may become quite rotund. Yichen thought self-deprecatingly. It seems I must seek an opportunity to venture outside for some exercise. My lord. Old Fire's raspy voice echoed from a distance as he descended from the sky. Old Fire, you've arrived. Yichen called him over. Quickly find several proficient flyers, preferably from the elite team. Those with good stamina and memory. Around 10 will suffice. Understood. Old Fire immediately set out to gather individuals. Before long, he returned with 12 avian demons in TOW. My lord. These meet your requirements. Yi Chun glanced over and noticed that more than half of the 12 were not elite team members. Yet their abilities were commendable. Furthermore, their intelligent gazes indicated their high spiritual awareness. My lord. These are recent advancements among our tribe members. The number of Spirit Fire Realm members in our Fire Feather tribe has now surpassed 100. Old Fire said, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Excellent. The tribe is flourishing, which bodes well for our bright future. Follow me. Today we shall conduct reconnaissance. The avian demons responded with enthusiastic calls. Yi Chun led the scouting team. Soaring above the rocky terrain adjacent to the marshy lowlands they circled. Yichen instructed the scouting team to memorize the topography. Old Fire's selection skills were commendable. The 12 avian demons were all of the eagle and swift species, known for their flying abilities and high intelligence as Spirit Fire Realm beasts. With a clear and resounding eagle cry, Yichen issued a command, and the scouting team promptly followed him downward. The flock settled amidst a patch of shattered rocks, where Yi Chun began to sketch on the ground with his claws. As he drew, he compared notes with the scouting team, striving to create an accurate topographical map. Thanks to the enhancement from the Gu Xi and Gu's divine spirit, Yi Chen's memory was currently exceptional. The purpose of leading the scouting team was to draft a detailed map of the area surrounding the marshy lowlands. Knowledge of oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. The marshy lowlands represented the Fire Feather Tribe's last territory. Understanding the nearby terrain and potential enemies was paramount to effectively countering any emerging threats. The resplendent evil flame Wind Eagle soared ahead, followed by more than 10 avian demons of various colors, exuding the regal presence of a sovereign eagle. The Yi Chun guided the scouting team, thoroughly surveying 6 areas surrounding the marshy lowlands. Leaving only the Black Water region in the southeast, the atmosphere in the Black Water region was chilling. The vegetation was sparse, with only a few desiccated trees. Below, the sluggish Black Water River flowed, shrouded in black mist, presenting a most eerie and sinister visage. This place does not bode well. Be cautious, Yi Chen advised. The scouting team of avian demons grew increasingly vigilant as they passed above the riverbank. Yi Chen felt a sense of unease. Below the water's surface, something seemed to be watching him. The avian demons in the scouting team could sense the ominous presence as well, beginning to display signs of panic. With his spirit perception heightened above the flock, Yi Chen was able to discern what lay beneath. There were dozens of beastly auras lurking below, and none bore good intentions. Yi Chen quickly grasped the situation. This was a territory claimed by beasts. In the realm of beastly plains, not all terrains are suitable for dominion. Only those rich in spiritual energy, with a stable food supply, can serve as territories. The Black Water River was such a territory, with the lurking figures likely being the beastly denizens. However, due to their altitude, Yi Chen could not clearly perceive the forms of these beasts. That a few cold and sinister auras emanated from below, stirring a sense of restlessness. Suddenly, a resounding and authoritative eagle cry pierced the air above the Black Water River, followed by a surge of formidable presence. The evil flame Wind Eagle unleashed its spirit pressure. The sinister auras below receded significantly, the figures hesitating before ultimately choosing to remain concealed. That was a close call. Yi Chen sighed, relieved. Had I not frightened them off, another fierce battle would have been inevitable. As Yi Chen was secretly reveling in his good fortune, a shout erupted from the front of the reconnaissance team. Emanating from the azure jade swallow, Yi Chen turned his gaze forward, where on the opposite bank of the Black Water River lay a patch of low-lying woods. What was peculiar was that both banks of the Black Water River were devoid of life and color. Yet this particular grove flourished vibrantly, with verdant foliage and blossoms, vines and leaves sprawling from the heart of the thicket. This scene resembled a vivid blossom in a world washed in shades of gray. That a glimmer of brilliance shone in Yi Chen's eyes. Under such circumstances, he could only conceive of one possibility: high-grade spiritual herbs. Chapter 41. Life-spawned herb. Yi Chen issued a command, signaling the reconnaissance team behind him to land first. The evil flame Wind Eagle circled in the air, its keen eyes surveying the ground below. Yi Chen sensed the absence of any traces of demonic beasts within this low grove. He proceeded cautiously. Many spiritual materials often lurked with a waiting beast. Should one impulsively rush in upon seeing a treasure, they might easily become a meal for another creature. Fortunately, after confirming there was no danger, Yi Chen gestured for the reconnaissance team to follow. The bird demons, not particularly adept at walking, hopped clumsily along the ground, presenting a rather comical sight. Yi Chen led the way, taking measured steps. The radiant eagle unleashed a powerful spirit attack, enveloping the area within a 10-jong radius. The following bird demons carefully trailed behind their new leader, aware that he was probing for hidden enemies with his spirit. However, after a prolonged activation, there was still no response from any lurking beasts, which allowed Yi Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. He ventured deeper into the low grove, where he encountered a crystal-like, emerald-green spiritual herb quietly exuding its essence atop a pile of bones. Yi Chen's breath quickened at life-spawned herb. It was said that in places rife with deathly energy, where corpses lay strewn about in barren lands, a rich, dark spiritual energy would manifest. This energy was so potent that ordinary demonic beasts, merely by inhaling its essence, would be corroded by the malevolent aura, transforming into half-dead zombies. Few beasts could endure such an environment. Yet one innate divine entity thrived there, the life-spawned herb. Born from death, It emanated a powerful life force that it was said that severely injured and dying beasts. Upon consuming the life-spawned herb, would not only heal their wounds, but also undergo a transformative rebirth, gaining a chance for mutation. Yi Chen's keen gaze scrutinized the herb, eager to discern its quality. It was rumored that based on the concentration of deathly energy in its habitat, the life-spawned herb could be classified into 3 grades: bone, abyss, and hell. What quality would this particular herb possess? As Yi Chen cautiously approached, he struggled to contain his excitement. The highest quality, the hell-grade life-spawned herb, was said to grow in the endless wastelands of divine and demonic battles, feeding upon the decayed remains of deities and demons. Consuming the death energy of one body daily for 3,000 years to mature, Yi Chen was skeptical of such legends. What nonsense! The battlefield of gods and demons, feeding for 3 millennia on deathly energy. How absurd! If it were true, it would be utterly terrifying. This life-spawned herb before him could not possibly reach such extremes. Yi Chen could only hope for either the bone or abyss grade. Indeed, it turned out to be bone grade, Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, the conditions for the birth of such legendary materials were already exceedingly stringent, and to wish for a higher quality was rather greedy. Even if it were merely the lowest grade, it was still a legendary spiritual herb, a 4th tier one at that. With a sense of delight, Yi Chen stepped forward, intent on claiming it that moment. The bones surrounding the herb stirred at a skeletal remains, its original identity unrecognizable, suddenly rose and lunged swiftly at Yi Chen and his companions that a cold sweat broke out on Yi Chen's brow. Resurrected from the dead? Though it was merely a skeleton, its sharp claws were exceptionally fearsome, radiating a chilling light that exuded a palpable, deathly aura. This strike was aimed at the azure jade swallow at the front of the team. Sending the bird demon into a panic, Yi Chen instantly maximized his spirit power, pulling the azure jade swallow backward to evade. With a resounding crash, the skeletal claws shattered a large stone beneath them, sending countless fragments into the air. It was then that Yi Chen noticed something peculiar. The skeletal beast was suspended in midair, its movements awkward and uncoordinated. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, a mere trick. With a swift motion, the evil flame-winged eagle unleashed its might within this confined space. 2 toxic feathers shot forth, slicing through the air and striking the skeletal beast. With a crack, a fragile skull flew away, revealing a series of green tendrils beneath. Upon closer inspection, these tendrils were revealed to be some form of vine, long and writhing, resembling true appendages. The owner of the vines emerged, a carnivorous flower with a gaping maw peeked out from behind a pillar adjacent to the life-spawned herb. These tendrils moved like its limbs, stretching and writhing throughout the low grove. Was this a demonic beast? Yi Chen's immediate judgment was not mere conjecture. He observed that at the center of the entangled vines, beneath the flower's corolla, lay a radiant green crystal. This was the core of the demonic beast. To his astonishment, plants could also cultivate into demonic beasts. Yi Chen was truly taken aback, as this shattered his long-held beliefs. The notion that plants could solidify a demonic core and transform into beasts was utterly terrifying. Even more alarming was that this carnivorous flower demon utilized its unique traits, unlike ordinary beasts, to conceal itself within the thicket, creating the illusion that the life-spawned herb was unclaimed, luring in unsuspecting demonic beasts. What a cunning trickster! Yi Chen marveled as the true form of the carnivorous flower demon was revealed. The entire low grove underwent a transformation. With a rustling sound of falling leaves, the flower began to wave its vines. The tendrils that had once entwined the trees converged into a single mass, resembling a web designed to ensnare all the bird demons in sight. The reconnaissance team's bird demons displayed expressions of sheer terror, feeling as though their doom was imminent. The carnivorous flower demon opened its gaping maw, green acidic liquid oozing forth. Should they be ensnared by it, they would swiftly become just another member of the skeletal pile that moment. Yi Chen began to gather the fire's spirit energy within him. It was time to show this arrogant creature who was in charge. The crimson fire's spirit energy coalesced within him. Yi Chen's eyes blazed with intensity. Fiery breath. A torrent of ultra-high temperature flames surged forth toward the vines, thick black smoke billowing into the air. The carnivorous flower demon let out a beastly roar, screaming in agony. The surrounding bird demons, witnessing the spectacle, were filled with exhilaration. The clan leader's fire-breathing skill was simply astounding. Even from a distance, they could feel the intense heat radiating, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. The bird demons cheered for Yi Chun, their spirits soaring that a few fire attribute bird demons stepped forward, joining in to unleash their own flames, supporting Yi Chun. The Fire Feather clan was named for its fire-based bird demons. Although it had declined over time, incorporating many other attributes, fire still constituted the majority. Under Yi Chun's command, the bird demons began to unleash flames on a grand scale that if they set the entire grove ablaze, the carnivorous flower demon would be thoroughly suppressed. Before long, the carnivorous flower demon found itself encircled by flames. Yi Chun seized the moment, leaping forward, targeting the luminous green core. With the final agonized cries of the carnivorous flower demon, this bizarre plant beast finally succumbed to the fire, the Yi Chun joyfully harvested the life-spawned herb, the rich essence of life within it stirring his heart. Indeed, what a treasure! Yi Chun thought gleefully. This time, I've truly stumbled upon a great find. In such a barren place, to discover a legendary spiritual herb was nothing short of miraculous. After the life-spawned herb was plucked, the low grove began to wither. Deprived of the herb's spiritual energy, the trees were soon affected by the deathly aura of the Blackwater River, their vitality gradually dissipating. Before long, the grove vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind only a heap of dead wood and timber. To be why my command, return immediately to the marshland, Yi Chun ordered. Just then, the waters of the Blackwater River began to churn ominously. The bird demons of the reconnaissance team revealed expressions of sheer terror. From the depths of the river, a formidable aura began to materialize, cold and brutal. Dozens of figures resembling serpents, yet possessing wings, emerged from the water. Their eyes filled with greedy hunger as they gazed at Yi Chun. A massive winged serpent slithered forth from the rear of the group, causing the surrounding serpents to tremble and part in fear. Hiss, did you think you could take away the precious finds, both the life-spawned herb, and you shall remain forever in the domain of my winged serpent clan? Chapter 42. The winged serpents. The sudden emergence of a multitude of winged serpents filled Yi Chun with an ominous sense of foreboding. What struck him as particularly peculiar was the uncanny timing of their appearance, coinciding perfectly with his acquisition of the Shengxian grass, but he found it hard to believe that there was no ulterior motive at play. Are you pondering the remarkable coincidence of our arrival? The largest of the winged serpent elders hissed, flicking its forked tongue with a cunning malevolence. Hiss, have you not considered that without the permission of my winged serpent clan, ordinary beasts could never reach the opposite bank of the Blackwater River? I merely require your assistance in running an errand. Do you comprehend? The elder continued coldly. The Shengxian fruit has been flourishing on the far side of the Blackwater River for many years now, and our clan has long coveted it. However, it is worth noting that the flower spirits guarding the Shengxian fruit are unlike ordinary beasts. Our aquatic attacks are ineffective against them. Many of our kin have attempted to seize it, but have paid dearly, with numerous winged serpents devoured by the flower spirits. Ultimately, we concluded that the flower spirits possess a natural resistance to our aquatic attacks, and only those who advance to the 4th tier, the fusion spirit realm, can eradicate them. Yet our clan's most powerful beast, the winged serpent patriarch, is merely at the peak of the 3rd tier. Thus, the members of the winged serpent clan could only temporarily suppress their longing for the Shengxian fruit, realizing that only the patriarch could attain it. Little did they know, a significant upheaval was about to occur. What was originally meant to be a treasure solely for the patriarch was now in the possession of a few 2nd-tier avian beasts. The winged serpent elder reveled in this turn of events. Should it consume the Shengxian fruit, it might ascend to become the new patriarch. You, a mere group of spirit fire realm creatures, must find it exceedingly difficult to even comprehend my words. How pathetic! Hiss, the elder swayed its body, seemingly losing interest in the 2nd-tier beasts. Submit to my spirit. The elder unleashed its spirit, a colossal pressure enveloping the reconnaissance team of the Fire Feather clan. In the elder's eyes, these spirit fire realm beasts lacked even a semblance of intelligence, rendering them insignificant. With a casual release of its spirit, the Shengxian fruit would surely belong to it. However, at the very moment the winged serpent elder unleashed its spirit, an overwhelming and tyrannical spirit pressure surged through the area, nullifying the elder's own Who? Where did this spirit realm presence come from? The winged serpent elder was taken aback, only to hear the second-tier avian beast it had deemed inconsequential speak. It is merely the initial stage of the spirit realm. Is there truly cause for such arrogance? The brilliantly feathered evil flame wind eagle soared into the air, defiantly locking eyes with the winged serpent elder, radiating an untamed sharpness. The beasts of the winged serpent clan were left in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such a domineering and polished spirit fire realm beast before. That is this truly inflamed eagle. From where do you hail? The winged serpent elder squinted, perplexed by the extraordinary avian's origins and astonished that a second-tier beast could possess spirit pressure. Yet, it clearly did not intend to let this one escape easily. In the marshy wetlands, the Fire Feather Clan. The evil flame wind eagle spoke. The Fire Feather Clan? The winged serpent clan below paused momentarily before erupting into a chorus of derisive laughter. Hiss, you speak of the Fire Feather Clan. The one that has gathered a horde of scruffy birds? I have heard that 5 out of your 6 territories have been seized by the Thunder Leopard clan, and the only land left is a mud pit. Hiss, do you truly think you are worthy of being called a clan? Upon hearing the elder's mockery, Yichen maintained a cold demeanor. You wish to claim this Shengxian grass. Do you believe I would simply hand it over? A few winged serpents, grotesque creatures at best, dare to mock the Fire Feather Clan, underestimate us, and you may regret it. The winged serpents were infuriated by Yi Chen's words, their anger palpable as they hissed and bared their fangs. Their eyes fixed on him as if they intended to tear him apart. Arrogant. A mere spirit fire realm creature thinks it can stand against the spirit realm. The winged serpent elder's aura surged dramatically. With a powerful flap of its wings, the elder ascended into the sky. The winged serpents were indeed a unique breed among beasts. They could traverse land, soar through the skies, and dwell in water, embodying a triad of habitats. They considered themselves a superior race among beasts and often looked down upon weaker species, even boasting of being descendants of true dragons. Yet, only slightly more advanced beasts understood that they were merely remnants of a faint and feeble subdragon bloodline, utterly distant from true dragons. Nevertheless, the winged serpents remained self-satisfied. Now, with Yichen openly deriding their form, it struck a painful chord. The winged serpent elder charged with ferocity, intent on tearing the evil flame wind eagle to shreds. Yichen unfurled his wings, a powerful gust propelling his body sideways to evade the attack. When it came to flight, the winged serpents rarely utilized their wings, while Yichen, as the evil flame wind eagle capable of traversing the storm valley, found the elder's clumsy aerial maneuvers laughable. The elder missed its mark thrice in succession, eliciting raucous laughter from the reconnaissance team of the Fire Feather Clan below. Enraged, the elder seethed. What use is flying? In terms of physical strength, you scruffy birds stand no chance against my winged serpent clan. Suddenly, the elder's body swelled in midair, opting to use its formidable physique to knock Yichen down. Unfazed, Yichen vibrated his wings, channeling fiery aura. The sharp claws of blazing fire clashed against the elder's form, resulting in a pained scream as the elder gazed at Yichen with bloodshot eyes. How is this possible? You are clearly a second-tier beast. How can you possess such physical strength? I refuse to believe it. From the elder's mouth, a murky stream of black water coalesced, emanating a foul stench, with toxic properties surging within. This was the winged serpent's unique water poison attack. The Blackwater River, perpetually shrouded in deathly energy, had allowed the winged serpents residing there to absorb its essence, forming a distinctive corpse toxin. Coupled with the destructive power of the water's spirit energy within the serpents, it could dissolve beasts in an instant. To perish under my attack would be a source of pride for you. The noxious stream of black water spewed forth from the elder, while simultaneously, a radiant stream of flames took shape in its mouth. The winged serpent elder paused, astonished that this flame eagle could also unleash an attack. The two energies, fire and water, collided in the sky. Screech. At the moment of impact, a thick cloud of dark poison enveloped the area, prompting both the avian and winged serpent beasts to retreat. The toxicity in the cloud was sufficient to suffocate them on the spot. Both factions withdrew, eager to assess the situation. After a tense moment, the anguished cries of the winged serpent elder resonated. How can this be? You can also wield poison. The shrill cry sent shivers down the spines of the winged serpents below. As the poison mist dissipated, the winged serpent elder was engulfed in flames, the outer layer of which was a vivid purple. Poisonous fire. The winged serpents, who prided themselves on their toxic abilities, had been bested in this regard by a mere flame eagle, sending waves of terror through their ranks. Even more frightening was the fact that it was merely a second-tier beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the winged serpents abandoned their elder and fled. Wai Chun did not pursue them. Ordinarily, he would have exterminated them without mercy. However, today he possessed a prized treasure and deemed it best to return to his territory after neutralizing the threat. As the poison flames on the elder intensified, it was soon entirely consumed by the purple fire. Its cries dwindled into silence, confirming the elder's demise. Yi Chen promptly ordered a retreat. The avian reconnaissance team swiftly followed the evil flame Wind Eagle, carrying the Shengxian grass as they soared over the banks of the Blackwater River, quickly vanishing from sight. Not long after Yi Chen's departure, the waters of the Blackwater River began to churn violently. A massive, grotesque figure emerged. Judging by its length, this winged serpent was over 5 times the size of the elder. As it caught sight of the elder's charred remains, it glared at the thicket along the riverbank, which lay barren, save for a few dead branches. Soon, an enraged roar echoed across the Blackwater River. Fire Feather Clan, I, the Winged Serpent King, shall remember this. Chapter 43. The Rumors of Ascendance upon returning from the Blackwater River. Yi Chen immediately convened the elite beasts of the Fire Feather Clan. The sight of their leader in such a state filled Lao Hua with dread. My lord, is there a grave danger? Lao Hua inquired. It's a long story. It seems we have acquired yet another enemy. Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. To be honest, Yi Chen felt a twinge of shame. His outing had brought trouble to the Fire Feather Clan, making him question his competence as a leader. Am I, Yi Chen, a dignified Song-Ying king, truly so idle that I would venture out? I am meant to be a cautious and developing avian king. Yet, the allure of the Shengxian grass is simply too intoxicating. Yi Chen licked his lips, glancing at the raw Xian grass in his hand, before recounting the entire sequence of events to Lao Hua. Alas, Lao Hua sighed upon hearing this. My lord, there is no need for excessive self-reproach that I end the realm of the demon beasts. Each tribe reveres strength. It is the natural order of the weak being devoured by the strong. Moreover, the winged serpent of the Blackwater River has long-standing grievances with our Fire Feather tribe. Grievances? Yi Chen inquired, intrigued. Are the winged serpents and the Fire Feather tribe sworn enemies? Not merely grievances. It is an irreconcilable vendetta, Lao Hua retorted, his voice filled with indignation. That I end the days of my ancestor, the Fire Feather Phoenix. Our clan was a formidable force, renowned across the entire demon beast plain. At that time, the winged serpent tribe was a nomadic group without territory. Their leader petitioned my ancestor, claiming to possess twin wings, and sought to join our clan to share in our resources and power. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but snort in derision. How shameless of the winged serpent tribe. Just because they have wings, they believe they could worm their way into the Fire Feather Clan. By that logic, the winged serpents would be related to all races, whether they be reptiles, aquatic, or avian, considering them all brothers. However, my ancestors saw through their intentions. The winged serpents are inherently sinister and duplicitous. Allowing them to join would bring only harm and no benefit. Thus, the request was denied. Little did we know, the leader of the winged serpent bore a grudge and has since kept a watchful eye on our Fire Feather tribe. At this juncture, Lao Hua sighed heavily. Later, when my ancestor fell victim to an ambush, the winged serpent tribe was among the conspirators. That as a reward for their treachery, the Blackwater River was granted to them, serving as their territory for over 200 years. The remains of our ancestor still lie at the bottom of the Blackwater River. A flicker of sorrow flashed in Lao Hua's eyes as he spoke, his voice trembling towards the end. The bones of the Fire Feather Phoenix lie at the river's bottom? Yi Chen was taken aback, suddenly connecting the dots, and no wonder the banks of the Blackwater River are barren. The corpse of a 6-tier demon beast rotting here, especially one who perished in an ambush, would undoubtedly leave behind a palpable resentment. The demise of such a powerful being, compounded by countless casualties from the battle, explains why this place has become a site of death. Thus, the origin of the raw Xian grass is revealed. That Wai Chun felt a pang of melancholy, given the profound enmity between the winged serpents and the Fire Feather tribe. I need not hold back any longer. With the remains of the fire feather phoenix resting at the river's bottom, the hatred between our two clans is irreparable. Lao Hua, rest assured, I shall eliminate the winged serpent tribe whenever possible to appease the spirits of the fire feather clan. Yi Chen's voice rang out like a sharp eagle's sea. Our Y Lord's intention is noted. The fire tongue crow is grateful to our ancestor. Lao Hua replied, his expression softening slightly. However, my lord must exercise caution. Although the winged serpents are despicable, their leader is no weakling. He has reached the peak of the third tier. The peak of the third tier, Yi Chen's expression grew serious. Moreover, the leader of the winged serpent was but a small snake when he participated in the ambush against our ancestor. Now, over 200 years old, he is cunning and exceptionally difficult to deal with that Yi Chen could not help but etch the leader of the winged serpent into his memory. Such a seasoned foe would indeed be troublesome. We shall face what comes, and for now, let us set aside the winged serpent matter. Lao Hua, keep an eye on things while I consume this raw Xian grass. Even if the winged serpents come knocking at my door, I will be unable to regurgitate it. At your command. Lao Hua immediately organized an elite team for surveillance. Without hesitation, Yi Chen swallowed the raw Xian grass whole. However, after closing his eyes for a considerable time, he felt no reaction whatsoever. That Yi Chen initially thought it required time to digest, but after waiting an additional quarter hour with no change, he inquired of his system, "What's the matter with this raw Xian grass? Could it be fake?" Query complete. The raw Xian grass from Bone Land is a fourth-tier spiritual herb, extremely rare. Consuming it can instantly heal demon beasts below the fourth tier from severe injuries. Regardless of the type of ailment, directly infusing them with vitality and allowing them to undergo a transformation. Elder demon beasts, upon consumption, can significantly extend their lifespan. The raw Xian grass possesses a peculiar characteristic. If the consumer's vitality is robust and their blood energy is abundant, it will accumulate in the consumer's abdomen, activating its effects only upon severe injury. Yi Chen felt disgruntled. What do you mean by only activating upon severe injury? Am I supposed to deliberately put myself in danger to make it work? This is quite the trickery. Yet upon further reflection, he felt a sense of relief. Recently, he had consumed numerous spiritual materials and fresh blood, and the energy within him had yet to be fully digested. Adding raw Xian grass now might not be beneficial, even if it could help him advance to the third tier. Having unstable blood energy and foundation would not bode well for either a human cultivator or Yi Chen as a demon beast. For now, let us forget about it, that I must shift my focus to other matters. The Yi Chen set aside his thoughts and summoned San Yao. Upon entering, San Yao could distinctly sense a shift in Yi Chen's aura, a palpable tension, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. Lao Hua arranged for the elite team members to return to their designated areas and continue to monitor foraging, ensuring that other demon beast tribes perceive our actions as unremarkable. Bai Zhua and He Ling divide into two groups and take scouting teams to investigate the territory formerly held by the Thunder Leopard. Gather intelligence on the number of demon beasts stationed there, their routines, and more. Furthermore, Lao Hua draw a group of talented newly advanced members for retraining. I intend to cultivate a second elite team that Yi Chen paced along the rocky ground, issuing commands methodically. Lao Hua and Bai Zhua He Ling nodded in agreement. Finally, Lao Hua could not restrain himself any longer. The My Lord, what are your intentions? Yi Chen spread his wings with an air of nonchalance. That in this period, the Fire Feather tribe has also grown significantly. It is time to showcase our strength to the other tribes. The Thunder Leopard tribe has just fought us in 2 skirmishes and is currently in a weakened state. That we shall seize this opportunity to reclaim our former territory. Upon hearing this, San Yao's faces flushed with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. The words of their new leader struck at the long-standing sore spot of the Fire Feather tribe. The lost territory would finally be reclaimed. My lord, do you have confidence in this endeavor? Lao Hua asked, suppressing his fervor as he cautiously inquired. The Thunder Leopard tribe has grown arrogant. They believe the Fire Feather tribe is easy prey. At this juncture, they shall learn what it means for the tides to have turned. Yi Chen halted, his claws suddenly exerting force, shattering a massive boulder into fragments. Dust exploded forth, startling a nearby, skittering insect. San Yao exchanged glances, recognizing the fervor in each other's eyes. That we shall obey your command. In the following half-month, various tribes in the southwestern region of the Demon Beast Plain received numerous whispers. Reports from the Blackwater River indicated that the leader of the Winged Serpent tribe had recently flown into a rage for unknown reasons, but had returned to silence after a few days of commotion. Any Demon Beast tribe with keen insight could sense the Winged Serpent tribe was concocting something. Meanwhile, despite the Thunder Leopard tribe's recent victory over the Fire Feather tribe, which included seizing the Spirit Mist Waterfall, they suffered significant losses. Even more astonishing was that a few days later, the Thunder Leopard tribe attempted a surprise attack on the ancestral grounds of the Fire Feather tribe, only to meet a crushing defeat, with both their leaders perishing in the mire. Due to their dwindling numbers from the battle, although the Thunder Leopard tribe harbored deep resentment towards the Fire Feather tribe, they could not muster the manpower to retaliate, swallowing their pride for the time being. These two pieces of news pointed towards one tribe, the Fire Feather tribe. The southwestern region of the Demon Beast Plain, once a quiet place, was stirring with renewed activity due to the resurgence of this long-dwindled clan. Rumors began to circulate that the Fire Feather tribe was on the cusp of a resurgence. Numerous tribes dispatched scouting demon beasts to assess the situation of the Fire Feather tribe. The consensus was that the Fire Feather tribe was quietly foraging, seemingly uneventful. However, their foraging methods were unusual, employing a bizarre strategy of scattered searching. When encountering enemies, they would flee faster than rabbits, abandoning any food they had gathered, leaving the other demon beast tribes perplexed at a newly risen tribe. Is this truly the case? Subsequently, further rumors emerged that the Fire Feather tribe had produced a remarkably gifted ancestral revert, who had taken on the role of the new leader. Yet, this assertion was met with skepticism from the various demon beast tribes. Ancestral reversion? The Fire Feather Phoenix has been deceased for over 200 years. With such thin bloodlines, it would be a challenge to even nurture a spirit realm being. The tribes of the southwestern Demon Beast Plain regarded this as a jest that as the Fire Feather tribe continued to stabilize and develop. Avoiding conflict and foraging, most Demon Beast tribes gradually forgot about the rumored resurgence of this clan, preoccupied with their own battles for territory. Meanwhile, within the Fire Feather tribe, subtle changes were quietly unfolding. Chapter 44. The Fiery Forest of Earth Veins. Swish, swish. Amidst the crimson-hued woods, several shadows darted swiftly below, but a few patrolling thunder leopards seemed to sense a disturbance and looked upwards, yet detected no signs of life. Soon, they lost interest and sauntered away. Meanwhile, the fleeting silhouettes in the sky hastened past the mountains, heading towards a lowland within the plains. Russell. Yi Chun was meditating with closed eyes when Bai Zhua appeared before him. Nearby, Lao Hua and He Ling stood beside a marsh that My Lord, we have gathered all the information. Please have a look at why Yi Chun accepted the sheepskin scroll from Bai Zhua's hands. The technique used to create the maps was one that Yi Chun had taught to the three birds. In his previous life, Yi Chun had been an avid mountaineer, well-versed in various wilderness survival skills, including the crafting of simple maps. Well done to Yi Chun unrolled the sheepskin scroll, examining each piece meticulously. 5 scrolls corresponded to 5 territories occupied by the Thunder Leopards: Lingwu Waterfall, Tianyan Spring, and the Fire Forest of the Earth Veins. Each map was detailed, with numerous notations indicating sentinels and their numbers. Bai Zhua, which of these territories do you believe is more feasible to conquer? Yi Chun inquired as he perused the maps. Bai Zhua tilted his pristine head thoughtfully. My Lord, based on my analysis, Tianyan Spring and Xiefang Valley present the best targets for assault. These two territories are rugged and mountainous, providing a significant advantage for our Fire Feather tribe in combat, as the Thunder Leopard's electric attacks and ambushes would be greatly restricted. Lao Hua and He Ling nodded in agreement upon hearing Bai Zhua's assessment. From their perspective, these two targets indeed represented the most optimal choices. Your analysis is quite sound. Yi Chun concurred. Then, my lord, which location do you intend to target? Bai Zhua asked, with Lao Hua and He Ling casting anxious glances at Yi Chun. Yi Chun narrowed his keen, eagle eyes, his gaze fixated on a distinctly different place. The Fire Forest of the Earth Veins. That he pointed to a map marked with numerous red crosses. The Fire Forest of the Earth Veins? The three birds were taken aback. The multitude of red crosses indicated the number of thunder leopards stationed there, revealing it to be the territory with the highest concentration of them among the 5. It was worth noting that when Bai Zhua led the reconnaissance team to chart the maps, the most perilous location was indeed the Fire Forest of the Earth Veins, where 2 members of the Fire Feather tribe nearly fell victim to capture. My lord, the fire forest of the earth veins is the most perilous. The terrain is flat, and there is ample cover from the fire forest, making aerial assaults exceedingly difficult. Please reconsider, Lao Hu urged urgently. I am aware that the fire forest of the earth veins is not an ideal target. Yet have you considered a crucial question? Why do we seek to seize territory? Yi Chen asked calmly. The three birds exchanged hesitant glances, pondering for some time. Naturally, it is to reclaim territory and restore the glory of our fire feather tribe. He Ling affirmed. Restore glory? You are thinking too simplistically. Yi Chen shifted his posture. The vibrant feathers of his eagle form glistening in the sunlight. Restoring glory is not about slogans. It requires tangible actions. What our fire feather tribe currently lacks is resources and strength. Since we have decided to concentrate our forces for an assault, we must seize the territory that offers the greatest benefit at once. Otherwise, if the thunder leopards are on guard next time, it will be far more challenging to act. The three birds gradually appeared to grasp the implications of his words. Yi Chen leisurely soared between the rocks, with Bai Zhua following closely behind. The fire forest of the earth veins, expansive in terrain, abundant in food and prey, is also rich in fire spirit energy, making it the optimal training ground for the fire feather tribe. Furthermore, the hidden mineral veins within may be conducive to the growth of various spiritual materials. Capturing the fire forest of the earth veins would signify a qualitative leap for the fire feather tribe. Yi Chen's cool voice carried an enticing allure. Excitement filled the eyes of the three birds. The insight and strategy displayed by their new leader surpassed their expectations, reinforcing their belief in having chosen a worthy chief. However, unbeknownst to the three birds, Yi Chen harbored another ulterior motive. The fire spirit energy within the fire forest of the earth veins was the primary reason for selecting it as their target. As he had a rare flower awaiting cultivation in his system space, since arriving in the Beast Plains, Yi Chen had been contemplating his next steps for enhancing his power. Currently, he was still some distance from the third tier, with options limited to either beast cores or skills. Previous battles had depleted his stock of evolution points, leaving only the evolution of beast cores as a viable path. The fire forest of the earth veins was an exceptional place to cultivate the rare flower. Unlike other beasts, Yi Chen's greatest advantage lay in the evolution provided by his system. While having multiple skills is beneficial, mastering a single craft surpasses having many. The beast core, a fundamental essence, distinguished Yi Chen from ordinary beasts. A pure beast core could even be upgraded. The mere thought exhilarated him. Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with determination. Convey my orders. Immediately assemble Elite Team 1 and Elite Team 2 for drills. The formal assault plan will commence tomorrow afternoon. The following day, at noon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. In the fire forest, the fiery cicadas chirped incessantly, their cacophony seemingly reminding those nearby of the sweltering heat. Within the fire forest of the earth veins, the thunder leopards languidly sought refuge from the heat. Dominated by fire attribute spiritual energy, the area was characterized by extreme temperatures, particularly during midday, rendering the nocturnal thunder leopards uncomfortably restless. This is unbearable. A third-tier purple-skinned thunder leopard lamented to another third-tier thunder leopard. They were among the weakest of the 7 spirit realm beasts within the thunder leopard tribe. Why are we, the 2 unfortunate souls with the lowest strength, stuck here? The green-skinned thunder leopard lay lazily on the ground. Being assigned to this scorching fire forest of the earth veins is truly unfortunate. The purple-skinned thunder leopard let out an exasperated growl. The Grand Chief is enjoying leisure at the Spirit Spring waterfall, utterly oblivious to our plight. This desolate fire forest of the earth veins is ill-suited for our thunder leopard tribe. The purple-skinned thunder leopard continued to grumble. Keep your voice down. If the Grand Chief catches wind of this, we won't fare well. The second chief just died, and the Grand Chief is already in a foul mood. Don't make it worse for us? The green-skinned thunder leopard warned, succumbing to a sleepy state. You have no idea how maddening it is to guard this fire forest of the earth veins. Just the other day, that group of burrowing rock rats invaded the mineral caves. And 20 of our brethren were brutally killed. We surrounded them thrice, but those little fur balls managed to escape every time. The purple-skinned thunder leopard's frustration mounted as he clawed at a fire forest tree, splintering it in anger. This is all the fault of that damned fire feather tribe. If they hadn't failed to ambush the marsh lowland, we wouldn't have lost so many members. Curse it. One day, I will roast those feathered nuisances. The purple-skinned thunder leopard continued to vent his ire. Beside him, the green-skinned thunder leopard remained more tranquil, dozing beneath the fire forest trees, with no audience left. The purple-skinned thunder leopard fell silent and began to doze off as well. For thunder leopards, the peak of midday was when they felt the most lethargic and needed rest. Not only at the center of the fire forest of the earth veins, but also at the other thunder leopard outposts scattered throughout the area. Snores reverberated like thunder. That moment, dozens of swift and agile figures streaked across the sky. Leading the pack was a stunning figure adorned with resplendent feathers, its long tail trailing behind. Harnessing the surrounding wind attribute energy, the figure increased the speed of the bird demons, following closely behind by 20%. The evil flame wind eagle coldly surveyed the slumbering thunder leopards below, concluding, as expected, the most dangerous places often provide the best cover, while those deemed safest are the easiest to let down one's guard. The thunder leopards have made a grave error. Elite Team 1. Head southeast. Team 2, proceed northwest, following by Zhua and He Ling. Yichen issued commands, which by Zhua and He Ling relayed promptly. Soon, the Fire Feather Tribe's assault teams began to disperse and take action. Yichen led his group down from the sky, landing precisely above one of the thunder leopard strongholds. Blazing breath, a torrent of flames ignited the trees within the stronghold. The once slumbering thunder leopards let out agonizing cries, meeting their demise in the flames before they could even sound an alarm, turning to ash. With a single cry from the evil flame wind eagle, Bai Zhua and He Ling received the signal. The Fire Feather Tribe, having preserved their strength for days, revealed their formidable feathers. For the Fire Feather Tribe, Charge, Chapter 45, the ambush. The Fire Feather Tribe surprise attack yielded remarkable results. Simultaneously, at least 5 thunder leopard strongholds were obliterated. What on earth is happening? In the depths of slumber, the purple and green leopards were startled awake, only to be met with the chilling screams of their kin that a distant blaze illuminated the sky. An enemy attack. It was the raucous band of the Fire Feather Tribe. The purple leopard's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. Impossible! How dare they? How dare they? The green leopard muttered in shock, utterly stunned. Not to mention the audacity of the Fire Feather Tribe to choose to counterattack after suffering 2 defeats. Their target was nothing short of reckless. The Firewood Forest was the most heavily fortified territory among the 5. Were they courting death? As the green leopard gradually emerged from its stupor, it rose to its feet. Its previously languid gaze now filled with a chilling intensity that I cannot fathom whether these raucous birds are mad or seeking their demise. Yet, since they have dared to come, it is evident they have a death wish. In a swift motion, the blue leopard leapt to a high branch of a firewood tree, unleashing a furious roar. This bellow reverberated throughout the firewood forest, gradually calming many leopards who had been in a state of panic. They trembled, as if recalling a terrifying memory. Soon, numerous leopards, initially inclined to flee, began to gather at the heart of the firewood forest, some even braving the flames to rush towards the blue leopard. The once vocal purple leopard now fell silent. The guardians of the firewood forest had always been the 2 of them, though it appeared that the purple leopard often took the lead, accompanied by fury and roars that projected an aura of strength. The true terror lay in the seemingly languorous blue leopard. When it came to battle, the blue leopard's bloodthirsty command struck fear into the hearts of its kin. This was why the great chieftain had chosen it to defend the firewood forest. Soon, a throng of leopards gathered before the 2. As they settled, the blue leopard suddenly dashed forth, targeting the last member of the troop. A wounded leopard, trembling and scorched by flames that in an instant, it was mercilessly slain, blood gushing forth from its severed neck. The other leopards stared at their leader, frozen in fear that if we lose the firewood forest, we may as well abandon our tribe. The blue leopard showed no change in expression as it easily dispatched its kin. With the second chieftain recently fallen and the great chieftain engulfed in rage, should the most heavily fortified territory be seized now? The blue leopard's words trailed off into a cold chuckle. Yet the other leopards sensed the chilling specter of death within them. Indeed, if the largest territory were to be taken, what punishment would suffice? Being torn asunder tenfold would not be enough. Was there any retreat left for them? Thus, for those who wish to survive, they must fight with their lives. Moreover, thoughts of escape should not even enter their minds. With each determined step, The blue leopard tread upon the hearts of the leopards. Within the ancestral grounds, there remained one who was watching, that a collective shiver ran through the leopards that on the other side of the firewood forest, Yi Chun and the elite members of the Firefeather tribe were setting the forest ablaze. The Whiteclaw Blackfeather and the leopards were engaged in a fierce battle. To their surprise, the anticipated bloodbath unfolded with far greater ease than expected. What impressed them even more was the remarkable effectiveness of the Firefeather tribe's flame attacks within the firewood forest. Initially, the Whiteclaw Blackfeather had predicted that the expansive terrain and dense foliage of the firewood forest would hinder aerial assaults. Yet now, under the leadership of their chieftain, the forest had transformed into a fiery prison. The leopards, lacking wings, could not take to the skies to evade the flames, and many cried out in despair. Countless leopards fled in panic. The chieftain truly was a paragon of wisdom. The piercing cry of the evil flame-winged eagle echoed once more as the Whiteclaw Blackfeather led a squad of elite members towards the southeast. A few surviving leopards hastily limped away from the firewood forest. Upon their meeting, Yichen immediately sensed something amiss. The Whiteclaw Blackfeather, bewildered, inquired, "My lord, the leopards have been decimated by our tribe. What seems to be wrong? Do you not find the number of leopards to be peculiar?" Yichen furrowed his brows, deep in thought, prompting the Whiteclaw Blackfeather to ponder, as well done on the map. The number of strongholds in the southeast should certainly exceed this. Evidently, a significant number of leopards had fled en masse in a specific direction at the onset of the attack. That my lord, while many leopards have fled, we likely lack the resources to pursue them all. The Whiteclaw noted. Perhaps the term fleeing is not quite accurate, Yichen amended. They did not scatter. Otherwise, I would have noticed. They must be converging towards a certain location. That direction must harbor the commander of the leopards from the firewood forest. Yichen sensed an unsettling development. The beast issuing such commands must possess keen awareness. Just as he contemplated this, a rustling sound arose from the surrounding firewood forest. Countless leopards burst forth from the flames, charging recklessly towards the Firefeather tribe. A conspiracy indeed. The moment Yichen laid eyes on the leopards, he activated the spirit realm. The members of the Firefeather tribe enveloped in the spirit realm felt as though a small alarm had been triggered in their minds. Their instincts for danger ignited, in an instant. They formed a defensive network that a green leopard, its fur glistening and fangs bared, stepped forward before the throng of leopards, for those who do not wish to die. Fight to the death. With that command, the leopards surged forward, undeterred by the specter of death. The two leopards at the forefront faced a barrage from dozens of Firefeather avians, launching a reckless thunderstorm assault. The bird demons' bodies radiated with the light of thunderstone shields, absorbing much of the lightning, and soon, the two leopards were torn to shreds by the bird demons. This ferocity left Yichun taken aback. These creatures were unlike the leopards that had ambushed the camp before. Their ferocity had indeed doubled. Yichun's gaze fell upon the green leopard. Recognizing its influence, it was clear that this individual was adept at psychological warfare, capable of igniting the fighting spirit within its kin. The green leopard sauntered closer to Yichun, scrutinizing the evil flame wind eagle. Not long ago, the second chieftain's ambush in the marshland failed, and a returning member reported that your Firefeather tribe possesses some treasure that can defend against lightning attacks. At the time, we dismissed it as mere exaggeration, for no one had ever heard of such an artifact in the southwestern part of the Beast Plains. That individual was deemed a coward and was subsequently torn asunder by the great chieftain. The green leopard's eyes held a deep-seated trepidation that I never anticipated it to be true. It appears we are doomed today. However, do not rejoice too soon, Firefeather tribe. The hidden strength of my leopard tribe is beyond your imagination. When you find yourselves complacent, you will understand the anguish of annihilation. Some powers are not to be trifled with by mere ants like you. The green leopard led its kin to assault the formation of the Firefeather tribe. With a roar, the leopards collectively ceased their lightning attacks, recognizing the futility in expending their energy. The leopards understood that their physical prowess was their true strength. The melee commenced, with the leopards leveraging their physical might to overpower numerous bird demons. Yet the tide soon turned to Yi Chun, and the Whiteclaw Blackfeather unleashed their spiritual energy attacks in beastly combat, should one side be unable to utilize spiritual energy. The outcome is inevitably lopsided. Were it not for the leopards' brief resilience through close combat, their defeat would have been swifter. Before long, the leopards were decimated under the onslaught of spiritual energy. their ranks thinning until the firewood forest was gradually filled with corpses. The purple and green leopards let out their final, desperate roars. Inferno breath. Under the searing flames of Yichun, the two small leaders emitted their final anguish cries. Chapter 46. Cultivating the Essence Flower. The campaign to seize the geothermal fire forest has concluded at last. After the Fire Feather tribe sacrificed over 20 members, they reclaimed this territory that was once theirs. Upon the news reaching the marshy lowlands, the entire Fire Feather tribe erupted with fervor. Although many elite members of the tribe perished, the remaining members were filled with an overwhelming sense of elation. Lao Hua, in particular, was moved to tears. The geothermal fire forest had been lost to the Thunder Leopard for 30 years, and it was finally returned to the Fire Feather tribe. Consequently, the entire tribe revered their new leader, Yichun, to an unprecedented degree. However, Yichun himself remained largely unfazed by the adoration, that he continued to issue commands with an air of calm, directing the tribe members to relocate, while the marshy lowlands served as the ancestral land of the Fire Feather tribe. The value of the geothermal fire forest far outweighed it. Not only was the terrain expansive, but it also boasted an abundance of potent fire spiritual energy. Residing in this locale would subtly and profoundly enhance the tribe's strength. Of course, the marshy lowlands could not be entirely forsaken to M.Y. Lord. Good news. As Yichin orchestrated the relocation of the tribe, Baizhua fluttered in from the side, accompanied by two avian demons adorned with yellow feathers atop their heads. Yichun, sensing their aura, immediately realized that these two birds had just awakened their intelligence. Our Fire Feather tribe has gained 2 new members of the spirit realm, Baizhua exclaimed with uncontainable joy. It was well known that the Fire Feather tribe lacked high-end combat power. The Fire Tongue Crow had been in the spirit realm for over a decade. Baizhua and He Ling had each broken through to the spirit realm 7 and 5 years ago. Respectively, in other words, the tribe had not welcomed any new spirit realm beasts for several years. M.Y. Lord. The 2 bird demons were so excited they could hardly articulate their thoughts, partly due to their recent breakthrough and the instability of their spirits, which rendered their beast speech less fluent. Both of them were the captains of elite teams and had remained at the peak of the second tier for many years, due to a scarcity of blood food. Their physical strength had not reached the threshold for a breakthrough. Furthermore, after years of oppression, they had refrained from provoking trouble as high-end combatants, lacking the opportunity for real combat experience. Recently, due to the grouping for foraging, they had received ample blood food daily, solidifying their physical strength. The fierce battle against the Thunder Leopard in the geothermal fire forest had finally loosened the long-standing barrier of their realms. During the most intense moments of the battle, they both achieved their breakthroughs. Excellent, very commendable. The Yichin called forth the 2 avian demons, bestowing upon them a steadfast and appreciative gaze, which filled the 2 birds with excitement. In their memories, the leader had always been a stern figure, devoid of mirth. This is the leader's encouragement. Truly, it is our honor. The rise of the Fire Feather tribe relies on your united efforts. You are destined to become the pillars of the tribe. Now, I shall bestow names upon you, Tai Huang and Xiao Huang. From this day forth, you 2 shall be responsible for guarding the marshy lowlands. I entrust this ancestral land to you. Do you have confidence? A wave of spiritual energy emanated from the evil flame Wind Eagle, causing the 2 third-tier demons, Tai Huang and Xiao Huang, to feel a tremor in their spirits. Thank you, esteemed leader. The newly named Tai Huang and Xiao Huang bowed deeply, their faces aglow with pride from the weighty responsibility. Everyone was filled with joy, and Yichin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about a lack of capable individuals, but now he had unexpectedly gained 2 high-end combatants. Very good, very good. My efforts in showcasing talent have not been in vain. Perhaps I should receive a small golden statuette from the Oscars. Yi Chun mused cheerfully. After briefing Tai Huang and Xiao Huang on some essential matters, Yichun led the members of the Fire Feather tribe towards the geothermal fire forest that he brought along the majority of the fire attribute members, leaving behind those unsuitable for the fiery territory, including Tai Huang and Xiao Huang, who were earth attribute beasts. Nevertheless, the number of tribe members relocating to the geothermal fire forest was still substantial. The avian demons busily settled into their new home in the geothermal fire forest, the Yichun first convened the elite team 2, replenishing it with a considerable number of Fire Spirit Realm birds from the newly joined members. It is time to expand our production plan. Yichen promptly arranged for Elite Team 2 to establish 20 new production units in the geothermal fire forest. Within the forest, there were numerous fire attribute fruits. Although they were not spiritual herbs, they contained rich spiritual energy and were far more valuable than ordinary blood food. With an astonishing quantity, Yichen estimated that the food production capacity of the entire Fire Feather tribe could at least double. Productivity is the key to steady development. In addition, Yichen organized 5 search teams, training them to seek out spiritual materials and herbs based on the diagrams he had copied from the system. After arranging all of this, Yichen discreetly sent Lao Hua, who was tearfully expressing his gratitude, on his way before making his way alone to a hidden mine within the geothermal fire forest. This location was the most concentrated in fire attributes within the forest. The walls of the hidden mine were embedded with various nameless ores, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. The entrance was initially wide, but it narrowed considerably within, making it impossible to fly. Finally, deep within the mine, Yichen came to a halt. He opened the system and retrieved the precious essence flower. My precious essence flower, my demon core will ascend to the 2nd tier all thanks to you. Without any subordinates present, Yichen no longer had to maintain a stoic facade. The once formidable and majestic evil flame, Wind Eagle, now bore a sly grin akin to that of a lecherous uncle. Yichen planted the essence flower in the soft soil at the center of the mine. Almost instantaneously, a warm red light surged from the earth. Gradually, the nearly transparent essence flower transformed into a vibrant red, converting into fire elements. Little flower, hurry and absorb. Suck in as much as you can, grow bigger. Yichen chuckled with delight, watching as the essence flower continuously absorbed the abundant fire spiritual energy surrounding it. After confirming the mine's concealment, Yichen left the hidden cavern with peace of mind. While Yichen busied himself nurturing the flower in the new territory, considerable upheaval stirred in the southwestern part of the Beast Plains. The first event involved a fierce battle between the water crocodile turtle tribe and nearby human cultivators, resulting in heavy casualties for the water crocodile turtle tribe, forcing them to abandon their territory and retreat deeper into the Beast Plains. It was said that these human cultivators were after the turtle shells of the water crocodile turtle tribe, intending to gather new materials from magical artifacts. This incident, while not insignificant, did not concern the majority of the other beast tribes, who merely exchanged knowing glances and cursed the humans' insidiousness before returning to their own territorial disputes. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon. However, a second event ignited considerable interest among many tribes. The Fire Feather tribe launched a surprise attack on the geothermal fire forest, reclaiming their ancestral land. This news was met with disbelief by the tribes in the southwest, many of whom regarded it as mere fabrications from scouting demons. The decline of the Fire Feather tribe was well known among the beasts. While the Thunder Leopard had become an unstoppable force over the past few years, bolstered by some mysterious backing, many tribes believed that the Fire Feather tribe was on the verge of being entirely consumed by the Thunder Leopard tribe within the next couple of months. Little did they expect that the Fire Feather tribe would rebound at this critical moment. Not only had they secured their ancestral land, but they had also seized a substantial portion of territory. This left the leaders of various beast tribes puzzled. Some tribes began to reconsider the 2 prior rumors. Yet upon reclaiming their ancestral land, the Fire Feather tribe organized their relocation in a manner that seemed entirely natural. It was as if they were returning home, neither ostentatious nor overly excited, and they resumed their steady foraging and production. This, in turn, caused other tribes to regard them with suspicion. The Fire Feather tribe, which had suddenly emerged, became a mysterious dark horse, and no one dared to take hasty action against this newly rising force, whose intentions remained unclear. Of course, some tribes began to harbor their own cautious thoughts in secret. At this moment, atop the rocks at the highest point of the Spirit Mist waterfall, the leader of the Thunder Leopard tribe, forced to calm his chaotic thoughts, was shrouded in an ominous expression. The news of losing the geothermal fire forest, the annihilation of over 100 high-tier combatants, and the death of 2 Spirit Realm members struck him like 3 silver needles, each piercing deeper than the last. Causing him considerable anguish, he was no longer enraged. Rather, he had become unnaturally calm. At this point, it was no longer merely a matter of pride for the Thunder Leopard tribe. the Fire Feather tribe had truly risen. All because of that mutated Wind Eagle. The Thunder Leopard tribe leader ground his sharp fangs in regret, wishing he had exterminated that Wind Eagle with all his might from the very beginning. A sleek, ebony Thunder Leopard, its figure cloaked in darkness, stealthily ascended to the summit of the waterfall from an unknown direction. Upon noticing this dark feline, the patriarch of the Thunder Leopard clan emerged from the cascading waters. He gestured for the visitor to continue speaking. That esteemed individual has requested an increase in the offerings. The black leopard hesitated, acutely aware of the patriarch's temperament, yet unable to withhold the message. It lowered its voice incrementally, that a flicker of ferocity crossed the Thunder Leopard patriarch's gaze, though it quickly reverted to calmness, an increase in the offerings. Let it be so. Inform that individual that I, the patriarch of the Thunder Leopard clan, shall personally deliver the offerings. That it seemed the patriarch had reached a resolute decision. Since the request had been made, why not provide even more? How about tripling the offerings? It is time for my Thunder Leopard clan to reveal its fangs. Chapter 47. The Rodent clan, ever since the majority of the Fire Feather clan relocated to the geomantic fire forest. The tribe's productivity has surged remarkably. Moreover, the daily foraging now yields more than mere seeds, fruits, blood meals, and insects. They have also discovered the fire forest fruits. This has led to a steady enhancement of the overall combat prowess of the Fire Feather clan members. The medicinal herbs collected by the search teams have sufficiently met the dietary needs of the tribe. Nevertheless, Yichen refrained from hoarding these resources, retaining only a few specimens of third-tier spiritual materials while distributing the remainder among the tribe members. During this period, Yichen gradually unraveled the mysteries surrounding the evolution of demon beasts. Firstly, the energy derived from flesh and blood is indispensable. However, the quantity of this energy that can be absorbed daily is finite. Excess does not yield further benefits. Regardless of the creature, the capacity for digesting and absorbing flesh and blood energy is limited. That why Yichen adhered to his daily intake limit and refrained from consuming more. Recognizing that surplus would serve no purpose. This realization prompted him to ponder whether there might be methods to enhance the absorption of flesh and blood energy. The system's response was clear: cultivation techniques. Techniques such as the internal breath method fundamentally alter a demon beast's energy absorption rate, thereby increasing the daily growth of flesh and blood energy. This left Yichen feeling somewhat helpless. As he found himself at a loss for suitable techniques in the desolate wilderness, where could a solitary avian demon seek cultivation methods? The system also proved incapable of providing items unavailable within the host's activity range. Secondly, there is the element value. However, this element value is peculiar. Yichen discovered that he could no longer derive element value from consuming low-tier spiritual materials due to their insufficient potency. That he hypothesized that the system's absorption of element value is akin to extracting salt from seawater. When Yichen's element value was low, it was like a glass of fresh water swiftly absorbing salt. However, once he condensed his demon nucleus, he became akin to a glass of highly concentrated salt water, making it nearly impossible to extract element value from materials with minimal content. This also elucidated why Yichen had ceased consuming spiritual herbs of late. Combining these observations, Yichen made a significant discovery. Spiritual energy is, in essence, a fusion of flesh and blood energy with element value. This explains why the system's evaluation of Yichen's combat power did not include spiritual energy, flesh and blood energy, or bodily strength. Combined with element value, constitutes the very essence of spiritual energy. When demon beasts absorb spiritual energy, they are indirectly assimilating minute quantities of flesh and blood energy and element value. Therefore, the fundamental approach to enhancing spiritual energy levels must focus on increasing flesh and blood energy and element value. The primary source of element value, the spirit flower, is currently undergoing cultivation. As for cultivation techniques, Yichen could only shelve that thought for the time being. Compared to human cultivators, demon beasts are inherently endowed with formidable physical strength, allowing them to absorb flesh and blood energy more effectively. This is why most demon beasts surpass mortals in strength. However, human cultivators, through the use of techniques, elevate their upper limits of flesh and blood energy absorption, enabling the possibility of miraculous transformations. What if a naturally powerful demon beast were to master human techniques? The thought was tantalizing. Huff, huff. Within the hidden mind, Yichen was diligently regulating his breath. since occupying the geomantic fire forest. He no longer had to worry about daily flesh and blood energy, allowing him to focus on refining his techniques. Though his self-created internal breath method was rudimentary, it nonetheless contributed to an increased absorption rate. Representing a modest advancement, .as for the element value. Well, he could only leave that to fate, for high-tier spiritual herbs are indeed rare treasures. My lord. Lao Hua rasped, his voice tinged with urgency. It echoed from afar, swiftly reaching Yi Chen's ears deep within the mine. What is it, Lao Hua, that has you in such a frenzy? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. In recent days, his only source of improvement had been meditation, aside from nurturing the spirit flower. Thus, he preferred to remain secluded within the mine, avoiding unnecessary excursions. The high-ranking avian members of the Fire Feather clan were likewise cautious not to disturb their esteemed leader. Lao Hua's arrival evidently signified an urgent matter. Patriarch, we have encountered some troubles. Lao Hua lamented, appearing somewhat awkward. I am on my way. Without further ado, Yi Chen followed Lao Hua out of the mine. The two avians soared above the geomantic fire forest, ultimately halting at a newly excavated mine pit. Lao Hua gestured for Yi Chen to observe the excavation site. This pit seemed recently unearthed, the fiery or below having been stripped bare, while the surrounding firewood trees lay broken due to the ground's collapse, strewn haphazardly as though an earthquake had struck. Scarlet fire forest fruits littered the ground. Today, the 17th group of the fire forest came here to gather, only to find the earth thoroughly excavated, and many firewood trees broken as a result. This hollowed-out tunnel is likely no longer suitable for the growth of firewood. To add insult to injury, there was a small nursery above that we had planted according to your guidance, but now it is entirely gone. Lao Hua fumed, his feathers ruffled as he lost several plumes in frustration. Yi Chen felt a surge of indignation. How could I be robbed while peacefully developing in my own domain? Who dares to commit such an act? I was safely meditating in the mine, nurturing my flowers, and suddenly, I am beset by thieves. Is there no law, no justice? Have the culprits been apprehended? Yi Chen demanded sternly. Not yet, but we have discovered some clues. Lao Hua dug into the soil, extracting a shard of sharp gray scale. Yi Chen scrutinized it closely. This appeared to be the scale of some demon beast, remarkably tough, akin to rock. This is a scale from the burrowing rock rat. They inhabit the caves on the opposite side of the geomantic fire forest and are notorious for excavating underground ores. It is said that these thieves have been plundering from the geomantic fire forest since the time of our ancestors. When the Thunder Leopards took control of this area, they incurred significant losses trying to deal with them, yet never succeeded in capturing these cunning little thieves who are swift at tunneling. Truly a pack of scoundrels. Lao Hua spat vehemently, resembling a parrot mimicking foul language. Burrowing rock rats. Yi Chen fell into contemplation. Spending days confined in the cave for meditation had indeed grown tedious. Now, it seemed, was the perfect opportunity to find something to occupy his time. Since these rascals dared to brazenly infiltrate my territory, I shall take action. Rest assured, Lao Hua, I will devise a plan to resolve this. Yi Chen exchanged a few words with Lao Hua before returning to the mine. He strived to recall the knowledge stored in his mind. Mouse traps, perhaps? That could be worth a try. On the second day, Yi Chen summoned two of his younger companions to accompany him in gathering raw materials. He traversed the entire firewood forest, discovering several exceptionally sharp and pliable soft-hard vines. This particular vine is remarkably supple, yet possesses extraordinary tensile strength, making it a challenge for even a typical second-tier demon beast to tear apart. Yi Chen also deliberately collected some tree oil from the firewood trees, soaking the soft-hard vines within it. After a few days, he retrieved them and skillfully wove them into a net-like trap. Once the trap was completed, he sought out a few sharp-beaked and clawed spirit firebirds to test its strength, yielding surprisingly effective results. That night, a soft hard vine net was set up amidst a mineral-rich vein. Yi Chen called upon Black Feather, and together they lay in wait behind the nearby thicket for their prey to ensnare. Choosing Black Feather over other birds was deliberate. First, Black Feather possessed formidable physical strength, rivaling Yi Chen's own. Having feasted on high-quality meat recently, it had noticeably bulked up, becoming the muscle of the Fire Feather tribe. Secondly, Black Feather was not particularly talkative, unlike Old Fire and White Claw, who tended to chatter incessantly. Yi Chen was not inclined to deal with a sycophant while attempting to catch thieves. The moonlight that night was dim, obscured by clouds, casting a veil over the surroundings. In recent days, several nearby spirit herb gardens had been excavated, and Yichen had intentionally instructed his tribe members not to intervene, as these rock mice seemed to be emboldened in their encroachments. The plan was to lure them into coming tonight, that as Yichen and Blackfeather waited until the later hours of the night. Fatigue began to set in. However, Yichen circulated his inner energy. Feeling revitalized, indeed, the practice of such techniques was beneficial to that moment. The thin strands connecting the soft hard vine net began to quiver. Yichen's heart stirred. His little thief had taken the bait. Chapter 48. The transaction as the strands trembled. Yichen promptly roused the drowsy Blackfeather. Beneath the strands, a shadow was burrowing into the earth. With its forceful digging, the soil above began to cave in, creating a substantial fissure in a small spirit material garden. Rendering it unusable, Yichen narrowed his eyes. The rock mouse was not drawn by the spirit herbs, but rather by the rich fire, spiritual energy beneath, where numerous fire spiritual ores have been nurtured over time. However, it was precisely because of the abundant spiritual energy that the bird demons of the Fire Feather tribe had established herb gardens above, leading to the collapse of their hard-earned creations. With a sudden commotion, the long-tailed rock mouse continued its destructive antics when a loud eagle cry echoed from the other side of the woods. Startled, the rock mouse darted into the ground, making its escape. Its pace was leisurely, for it had heard the voice of the flame eagle from a great distance and felt no urgency to flee. Just then, while the rock mouse was burrowing through the soil, it suddenly felt its limbs tighten, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Instantly, it bared its sharp teeth, attempting to gnaw free, but its formidable teeth, which could easily tear through sharp rocks, felt as if they were biting into rubber bands. The oil-soaked soft hard vines were exceedingly sharp, and the rock mouse found itself firmly bound. Another eagle cry rang out, but this time it was not from Yichen. The robust black feather descended from the sky, landing with a paw firmly upon the rock mouse's tail. The creature let out a terrified squeal. Little thief, still thinking of escaping? Yichen chuckled, descending from the sky with outstretched wings. Upon landing, he fixed a chilling gaze upon the creature. You have ravaged a significant portion of our Fire Feather tribe's gardens. How do you propose we handle your transgression? The rock mouse squeaked in a plea for mercy that it was already a second-tier demon beast, possessing a fair degree of intelligence. Though it could not speak, it understood Yichen's intent, its eyes reflecting sheer terror, convinced of its impending demise that we could spare your life. Yichen offered. The rock mouse's eyes brightened, chattering in excitement, seemingly eager to curry favor with Yichen. But do not rush to flatter me. Listen carefully. Take us to your tribe of rock mice. Once we arrive at your territory, I shall consider releasing you. The rock mouse displayed a look of confusion, unable to comprehend the intentions of the somewhat sinister flame eagle. Blackfeather, equally astonished, remarked, "My lord, this might not be wise. The rock mice tribe is not known for their friendliness." "Fear not. I have my own plans," Yichen replied with a smile. Eventually, the rock mouse acquiesced to Yichen's demands, leading the way while the two birds followed closely behind. Exiting the firewood forest, they encountered a steep decline. The walls of the mountain were smooth, offering no foothold. Yichen suddenly realized why the rock mice had thrived without falling prey to the thunder leopards for so many years. There was indeed a natural barrier providing them sanctuary. The long-tailed rock mouse squinted its small round eyes, glancing furtively at Yichen. Yichen smirked. "Do you think I would let you go just because the path seems blocked?" With a powerful flap of his wings, he lifted the long-tailed rock mouse into the air. Descending rapidly, his talons dragged the soft hard vine net through the air as the frightened rock mouse squeaked in terror. Even the usually stoic Blackfeather couldn't help but chuckle. The chief certainly knows how to have fun. Upon reaching the bottom of the slope, the rock mouse was so frightened it could hardly make a sound. After a while, it finally gestured for Yichen to continue down the slope. As they progressed, they soon found themselves in front of a cave. The two birds followed the long-tailed rock mouse into the depths of the cavern. Before long, Yichen sensed an increase in hostile energies surrounding them. Initially subtle, these energies soon escalated to a palpable ferocity. With a sudden flare, Yichen ignited the flames between his wings, illuminating the cave's interior. Inside, the ground was littered with rock mice, scattered across the floor, hanging from stalactites, their scales glimmering in the light. Infuriated by the sudden intrusion of the two bird demons, they appeared ready to swarm. Yet, Yi Chen's aura surged, a powerful pressure emanating from him that instantly subdued the clamoring rock mice, that he remained motionless, asserting, "Bring forth your leader." With an air of haughty arrogance, the flame eagle calmly delivered this command. Several rock mice exchanged glances and ultimately, one scurried deeper into the cave. Moments later, the cavern erupted into a cacophony of indignant shouts. "Who are you? Who's here? A bird? What bird? I just want gemstones, gemstones." A rotund, misshapen giant rock mouse emerged from the cave, its plump form wobbling comically as it approached. This was no mere mouse. It resembled a tunneling pig more than anything else. Squinting its eyes, the enormous rock mouse took a long time to recognize the two bird demons before it. Well, there really are two birds here. In this day and age, even birds are coming to hang out in caves. The rotund rock mouse clucked in disbelief, its demeanor akin to a shrewd merchant. "Who are you? What brings you to my territory?" Strangely, as the massive creature propped its legs up, it embodied the essence of a self-proclaimed leader. The Yi Chun, confronted with such a ludicrous figure, could hardly contain his incredulity. How could a creature of the spirit realm be so utterly ridiculous? "Just like you, I too am a leader," Yi Chun replied unflinchingly. "That oh, really?" The rotund rock mouse perked up, clearly displeased with Yi Chun's claim. "A second-tier demon beast? You, a mere second-tier beast, can open the spirit realm, which is somewhat remarkable. But to call yourself a leader in front of me, you must be tired of living." The rotund rock mouse spat as it ranted. "I, the great leader of the rock mice, have always loathed pretentious beasts, that an obese dares to act superior in my presence." The Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation at the absurdity of this creature. "I speak nothing but the truth. The firewood forest behind your cave is my tribe's territory, and I am the chieftain of the Fire Feather tribe." "The firewood forest? Your territory?" The rotund rock mouse erupted in laughter. As if Yi Chun had told the most absurd joke imaginable, its entire body shaking with mirth. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the leader finally regained composure, squinting with a bemused expression. "Since you claim to be the chieftain of the Fire Feather tribe, what brings you to my rock mouse cave?" "I've come to deliver a guest," Yi Chun stretched, casually tossing the bound, long-tailed rock mouse onto the ground. The creature flopped about, squeaking for help. Upon seeing the ensnared, long-tailed rock mouse, the rotund leader's expression shifted instantly from amusement to sharp intensity. "You dare to meddle with my subordinate? Have you eaten a leopardess gallbladder?" The rotund rock, gnawing mouse suddenly unleashed a formidable aura characteristic of the realm of divine spirits, its demeanor shifting dramatically. "Your subordinate has trespassed upon my clan's territory, and I am merely here to discipline him on your behalf. Esteemed leader, as for the leopard's gallbladder, I must confess I have indeed sampled it. However, I found its flavor to be both fishy and bitter, quite unpalatable." Yi Chun, maintaining an ambiguous stance, remarked, while the rotund rock gnawing mouse grew momentarily perplexed, fixating on Yi Chun's resplendent tail feathers. "Surprisingly, you are an altered being, aren't you? How intriguing." The creature's ire dissipated, replaced by curiosity towards Yi Chun's tail. This chief of the rock gnawing mice proved to be an amusing beast, oscillating between laughter and anger, exhibiting an unpredictable nature. "Speak, what brings you and my subordinate to my domain?" The rotund rock gnawing mouse squinted its small eyes. In its own territory, it held the prerogative to eliminate any intruding beasts, a principle universally acknowledged. Yet, it refrained from doing so. I find myself rather intrigued by you," Yi Chun, perceiving the chief's capriciousness masked a keen intellect, cut to the chase. His observations revealed that this colossal rock-gnawing mouse was adorned with an array of colorful oars. Resembling a wealthy noble draped in jewels, that a glimmer of unusual light flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. "I am here to discuss a collaboration." "Collaboration? We are but a band of burrowing rodents, and the nearby 17 or 18 tribes scorn the idea of allying with us rock-gnawing mice." "Have you lost your senses?" The rotund rock-gnawing mouse chuckled. "It discreetly observed the self-proclaimed leader of the Fire Feather tribe, having heard whispers of its rise as a formidable and mysterious faction. Many beasts spoke of the new leader possessing fourth-tier strength. Otherwise, they could not have claimed the domain of the Thunder Leopard. Yet upon meeting, it appeared to be a youthful beast, barely reaching third tier in cultivation." The rotund rock-gnawing mouse's eyes narrowed, studying Yi Chun with increased interest. Noble leader, you just a Yi Chun replied calmly. The rock-gnawing mice possess an innate aptitude for detecting and excavating veins of ore. When embedded in the earth, ordinary beasts are powerless against you. The disdain shown by those tribes stems from their belief that you wallow in the soil, shunning battle, and thus underestimate your combat prowess. Yet their contempt is their loss. I perceive your innate talents as unparalleled. That My Firefeather tribe is precisely in need of an ally, such as the rock-gnawing mice. Yi Chen's words flowed with sincerity, leaving the other rock-gnawing mice momentarily stunned. Are we truly that formidable? And how do you wish to collaborate? The rotund rock-gnawing mouse's expression remained unchanged as it fixed its gaze upon Yi Chun. My Firefeather tribe excels in the mastery of fire, while your rock-gnawing mice are adept at extracting ore and spirit stones. Should we join forces to mine the mineral resources of the fire forest within the Earth's veins? The rare ores we could acquire would be astounding. Yi Chen's voice brimmed with temptation. Youngster, our penchant for collecting ores is merely a matter of nature. What utility do you have for the ores? The rotund rock-gnawing mouse retorted, though a fleeting moment of uncontrollable licking of its lips betrayed its desire. This misconception is the greatest misunderstanding held by other beast tribes. Yi Chen's voice grew clear and resonant. The noble leader is adorned with no ordinary ores. These are refined through the earth's fiery essence, that if human cultivators were present, they would undoubtedly drool over these materials, for they are prime ingredients for crafting superior artifacts. If my assumptions are correct, your rock-gnawing mice must possess a method of artifact creation akin to that of the human race. Yi Chen's words echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the cavern. The rotund rock-gnawing mouse's expression darkened as the entire cavern fell into a profound silence. Yet after a moment, it erupted into laughter. Ha ha! The rotund rock-gnawing mouse gazed at Yi Chun with a sense of profound satisfaction. It then approached Yi Chun, almost pressing its face against him, speaking in a tone that bordered on candid revelation. Youngster, I find you quite admirable. Yi Chen's earlier trepidation finally dissipated. Indeed, my rock-gnawing tribe once basked in glory. The rotund rock-gnawing mouse reminisced. Though not as illustrious as your ancestral Firefeather Phoenix, we held a modest reputation across the beast plain. The name of the golden devouring mouse once shone brightly in those lands. In those days, our ancestors possessed the ability to melt gold as if it were water, reshaping it at will, allowing our tribe to forge simple artifacts rivaling those of certain human artisans. Alas, time has passed, and our exceptional gifts have drawn envy. With a sigh, the rotund rock-gnawing mouse lamented, our ancestors were hunted to near extinction by humans, leaving the remnants of the golden devouring mice to flee underground. Their bloodline gradually diluted, evolving into what we are now. The rotund rock-gnawing mouse regarded Yi Chun with admiration. You possess keen insight. For years, no beast tribe has discerned our true nature. That I never anticipated you would propose a collaboration with us. The rotund rock-gnawing mouse excitedly slapped Yi Chun on the back. Our tribe has waited for an opportunity like this for many years, regardless of the reason, whether for this chance or your discerning eye. The Firefeather tribe shall stand by us rock-gnawing mice. Yi Chen's previously piercing gaze softened. Thus, the two factions became esteemed guests within the rock-gnawing mouse's lair, following their transformation from foes to allies. The mouse chief exhibited immense enthusiasm, guiding Yi Chun through the caverns, showcasing various rare ores. This is purple vein gold, perfect for crafting sharp weapons. Even third-tier beasts cannot withstand its piercing. Look, that is jade pearl stone. Fashioned into adornments, it can enhance one's spiritual essence. And those black stones? Oh, they are of no consequence. I merely toy with them out of boredom. After conversing for quite some time, Yi Chun gleaned much from the mouse chief's discourse. The once mighty golden devouring mice could melt ores with their inner strength, effortlessly crafting simple artifacts. However, the now diminished rock-gnawing mice had lost that ability, relying solely on the earth's fire for basic processing. The Firefeather tribe's proficiency in high-temperature flame control was precisely what they needed. The collaboration of the two tribes was a perfect complement. Once pleasantries were exchanged, the discussion shifted to the more competitive aspect, bargaining. Although it was a collaboration, the exchange of benefits remained a paramount concern. Both parties engaged in a spirited negotiation, each vying for the maximum advantage for their tribe. Yi Chen's leverage lay in the mineral veins within the fire forest and the fire feather tribe's refining capabilities, while the Mouse Chief's bargaining power seemed somewhat limited. Despite Yi Chen's pressing need for the rock-gnawing mice's abilities, the latter had not truly offered any resources to the table. Seizing upon this weakness, Yi Chen relentlessly pursued the point, leaving the Mouse Chief's face flushed with embarrassment. No. If we continue this way, our profits are far too meager, the Mouse Chief protested. With such a small quantity of ore, I might as well go steal. Such is the nature of negotiations, dear Mouse Chief. Sincerity is key in partnerships. Our Fire Feather Tribe's commitment is sincere, yet you have offered nothing of substance during our lengthy discussion. Yi Chen replied with an air of feigned helplessness, inciting the Mouse Chief's annoyance. You little rascal, you are quite cunning. The Mouse Chief glared with its round, beady eyes, and after a moment's deliberation, resolved firmly. You lot, go fetch our most treasured goods. The Mouse Chief bellowed, as if venting its frustrations. That Yi Chen felt a surge of delight. It appeared he had indeed managed to extract some benefits from the situation. Shortly after, dozens of rock-gnawing mice emerged, laboriously hauling large chests, moving as if they might topple over at any moment. They placed the chests before Yi Chen, and even before the lid was lifted, he could sense an ancient rhythm emanating from within, causing his heart to race. My dear brother, I must tell you, had it not been for my current predicament, I would never have revealed this treasure. Consider yourself fortunate. Today I, the Mouse Chief, will let you behold this marvel. Yi Chen's expression froze in astonishment as he beheld the item within the box, a bone-white artifact radiating an eerie, pitch-black glow. This luminescence was not static. Rather, it flowed through the bony material, presenting an enchanting spectacle. Little brother, this is a treasured heirloom of my rock rat clan. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's astonished expression, the elder rat's face brimmed with pride. This is the most prized possession of my ancestors, the devouring golden demon rats. Yi Chen extended a claw to caress the bone-like structure, only to feel a strange energy coursing through it. Oddly enough, this energy was not spiritual essence, but pure, vital flesh energy, alive. Yi Chen was taken aback. Despite being a mere skeleton, it exuded abundant life energy. What precisely was this artifact? An inanimate object? A living being? This is the remnant of a great demon's shedding. Shedding remnant? Yi Chen found the term unfamiliar. The elder rat, noticing Yi Chen's confusion, elaborated. Legend has it that when a great demon undergoes metamorphosis, it sheds its original corporeal form, emerging anew from its old shell. However, some great demons encounter misfortune during this transformation, perishing within their old shells. Thus, the newly birthed body, devoid of spirit and intelligence, is referred to as a shedding remnant. Yi Chen listened in astonishment. The embryonic form of a failed transformation. Is it truly that remarkable? Since it is a new body, lacking a soul imprint, demon beasts can absorb it through certain secret methods. Thus, this shedding remnant can become part of their new form. The elder rat explained. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? If so, wouldn't it be easy to acquire a great demon's body? Yi Chen inquired skeptically. Not at all, the elder rat scoffed. The vitality of a shedding remnant dissipates rapidly. Generally speaking, a shedding remnant produced from a great demon's failed transformation lasts less than a quarter of an hour before turning to mere bone. Our ancestors, by sheer fortune, managed to seal part of this great demon's shedding remnant using the immensely precious legendary metal and the sacred crystal, combined with this specially crafted treasure chest, allowing it to be preserved. Now I understand why Yi Chen realized that the birth of such extraordinary items often demanded exceedingly stringent conditions. Though it is merely a portion of the remnant, it is far from trivial, according to our ancestors' accounts. If demon beasts below the third tier absorb it, their physical strength will increase by over 30%, and with each subsequent advancement, it will enhance by another 30%, all the way to the sixth tier celestial origin. Upon hearing the term sixth tier, Yi Chen's mouth watered. This treasure was indeed capable of growth. Unable to resist, he reached out once more to touch it, feeling an irresistible allure. However, after a brief caress, an unusual stir occurred within Yi Chen's demon core. A spark of realization flickered through his mind as he glanced at the elder rat, whose eyes seemed to harbor a hint of mischief. It was evident that he was hiding something, that a bold hypothesis took shape in Yi Chen's mind. Yet he betrayed none of his thoughts, maintaining a facade of indifference as he addressed the elder rat. "Brother Rat, are you truly willing to part with such a marvelous item?" Hee hee. The elder rat smirked mysteriously, his small eyes gleaming with cunning. He did not immediately respond to Yi Chen's inquiry, but slowly began to waddle away. "Little brother, in business one must naturally uphold integrity. Since this item has been presented, you may certainly take it," but he squinted, his expression turning decidedly roguish. "But what?" Yi Chen pressed. "But I fear this item may be beyond your capacity to handle." The elder rat proclaimed loudly, "Ditto. Does Brother Rat imply that integrating the shedding remnant requires certain special conditions?" Yi Chen queried. "Indeed," the elder rat nodded. "To fuse with such a divine object, a demon beast's physical strength must be unmatched within its tier. A careless third-tier demon could easily perish in the process, that if you cannot successfully integrate it, you may very well meet your end on the spot." The elder rat feigned a look of helplessness, sighing and frowning as if the loss of this treasure to Yi Chen would be a grievous blow to him. "Little brother, I am quite troubled. If I give you this item, I fear you may not withstand it. Yet if I refuse, it would seem our clan has taken advantage of your fire feather tribe." Alas! Yi Chen comprehended the elder rat's underlying intentions. Unfazed, he approached the elder rat to speak plainly. "The shedding remnant is indeed a divine object. If I were to claim I do not desire it, that would be a deception towards Brother Rat. However, given that our clans have just formed an alliance, and since Brother Rat has articulated his concerns, I cannot put you in a difficult position." The Yi Chen's gaze remained calm as he continued. "Let me attempt to integrate the shedding remnant. If I succeed, splendid. If I fail, it shall merely be that I am fated to be without this divine object, and I shall harbor no grievances. Regardless of the outcome, I shall consider it a contribution to our collaboration in crafting, a gesture of goodwill between our clans. What say you?" His words, ever so composed, moved even the loyal Black Feather, who discerned the elder rat's ulterior motives. Yet, their leader stood resolute, prioritizing the greater good over petty gains. What was this? A display of regal demeanor. Black Feather silently admired Yi Chen while simultaneously scorned the elder rat's duplicitous intent. As for the elder rat, he beamed with delight, his whiskers standing on end. "Little brother, you do not disappoint as the leader of the Fire Feather tribe. No wonder there are rumors of your ascendant rise." The elder rat showered Yi Chen with flattery, employing every conceivable commendation to exalt him to the heavens. "Then it is settled. Should the integration fail, I shall reclaim the shedding remnant, that in turning back. Lest you accuse the Rock Rat clan of bullying you." After a torrent of praises, the elder rat concluded with a stern note, his tone starkly contrasting his earlier demeanor. "Once a word is spoken, it shall not be retracted." Yi Chen raised his wings affirmatively. "Agreed. Let us commence," the elder rat declared. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chen, without further ado, plunged his claws into the treasure chest, extracting the shedding remnant. The moment the shedding remnant was removed from the chest, a brilliant white light illuminated the entire Rock Rat cave, emanating a vast, oceanic surge of physical energy. As this energy washed over the assembled demon beasts, they felt a rejuvenating vitality blossom within their chests, akin to the gentle caress of spring's first breeze. Extraordinary. The Rock Rats stirred restlessly, their small eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Chen, too, felt an undeniable thrill. Having encountered numerous spiritual materials and treasures, none possessed the overwhelming life energy of the shedding remnant. Yet, amidst the astonishment of Yi Chen and the other rat demons, the elder rat displayed a subtle, cunning expression. A treasure. Indeed, it is. However, it is not one you are worthy of receiving. The elder rat scoffed inwardly. He could not be entirely certain that Yi Chen's physical strength was sufficient for the integration of the shedding remnant. In other words, the mere fact of physical strength alone did not allow the elder rat to confidently relinquish the shedding remnant. After all, this was a treasured relic of the Rock Rat clan, once considered among the most precious, even during the glorious times of the blood-devouring golden demon rats, that if one were to solely consider the physical strength of the integrator, this artifact would have long been absorbed by the Rat clan, leaving no opportunity for Yi Chen. "Young one, soon enough, you shall discover the peculiarities of this item. But by then, it will be too late for regrets." The elder rat mused, eyes half closed. Ah, the impulsiveness of youthful demons. A simple provocation has hooked you, saving my clan a significant expenditure. Consider this a lesson for you. The older demons are always the craftier ones. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained composed that he observed the elder rat's every move, having surmised his intentions with a fair degree of accuracy, that in truth, during his earlier caress of the remnant, Yi Chen had sensed something amiss. The strange sensation of the black energy and the unusual agitation within his demon core immediately alerted him to a vital truth. This shedding remnant was toxic, though it appeared brimming with life. Beneath the surface of the skeletal structure lay a peculiar poison entwined with its vitality, alive in its own sinister way. Yi Chen is currently unable to deduce the mechanism behind the production of this active toxin. Yet he is certain that this is precisely the reason why the remnants of the deceased have not been absorbed by the demon beast to this day. The apparent generosity of Boss Mouse in handing it over to Yi Chen is also based on this rationale. The greatest obstacle to integrating the remnants of the deceased is not the strength of the flesh, but rather this ominous black active toxin, a glimmer of unwavering confidence shone in Yi Chen's sharp eyes. "Brother Mouse, I am about to commence," Yi Chen declared. "You must act immediately, dear brother. If we delay, the vitality within the remnants will dissipate." Boss Mouse hurriedly responded. He was fully convinced that Yi Chen would not succeed in the fusion. Hence his primary concern now was the integrity of the remnants. Even though he understood that this was merely a formality, Boss Mouse still felt a pang of regret for the dissipating vitality. "This is the essence of my treasure." He could hardly contain his impatience, wishing for Yi Chen to finish quickly, for he would need to preserve this treasure for later. Chapter 51. Bone Armor. Yi Chen grasped the remnants, and the energy within him surged wildly. The surface of the remnants was adorned with some milky white liquid, appearing almost alive as it began to flow towards Yi Chen's wings. Accompanying it was the ominous black active toxin. Just as the milky liquid was about to enter Yi Chen's body, the black active toxin clutched tightly onto the fleshly energy like a pair of hands. The active toxin had manifested. "Ah, I've been waiting for you." Yi Chen gritted his teeth and activated the toxin within the demon core. His feathers transformed into a deep black hue, demonic black against purplish black. Boss Mouse stared in shock at this scene. Bewildered, he was uncertain about what was transpiring, but was certain that Yi Chen was confronting the toxin. This kid has a method to deal with the toxin. Boss Mouse's jaw nearly dropped, and his gleeful eyes narrowed into slits to, "Oh my, if this kid succeeds, I will be at a tremendous loss. He must not succeed. He must not succeed." Boss Mouse fervently prayed within. The eerie purple-black radiance of the wind eagle intensified. The two black forces clashed, and Yi Chen began to howl. "Fuse with me." The cave of the rock mouse resonated with Yi Chen's eagle cry. Moments later, the purplish-black light finally gained the upper hand, completely engulfing the sinister blackness. Witnessing this, Boss Mouse was left dumbfounded. The active toxin that had eluded the Mouse clan was vanquished by this bird. What a tremendous loss! As he watched Yi Chen gradually absorb the milky white pure, fleshly energy, Boss Mouse began to regret his decision. Boss Mouse stammered. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Mouse. I shall accept this on behalf of the Fire Feather Clan." Yi Chen replied, brimming with pride. A flash of white light illuminated the area as Yi Chen's wings began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Surrounding the dazzling contours of his wings, a ring of jade-like bone gradually emerged. Resembling a pair of white jade bone armor draped over his wings, Yi Chen spread his wings and soared out of the rock mouse cave. "Brother Mouse, our cooperation is thus confirmed. We shall discuss the details further next time. No need to see me off." The air was filled with Yi Chen's audacious eagle cry. Rustling sounds filled the air as Boss Mouse, staring at the now empty treasure chest, slumped onto the ground. What a loss! Yi Chen, soaring high in the sky, was blissfully unaware of Boss Mouse's lament. Having acquired such valuable items, I must make my swift escape, lest that mouse imposes further conditions on me. I certainly do not wish to incur any losses. Quietly, he summoned the system panel. System host. Yi Chen evolution stage. Evil Flame Eagle, growth phase, body strength. 156, 20-point Spirit Power Realm. Mid-second tier, Spirit Fire Realm, inherent talents, disguise LV1. Danger Perception LV2, Flame Claw LV2, Fire Resistance LV3, Flame Breath Evil Poison Storm Elemental Power 3058, Fire Element 1899, Earth Element 522, Water Element 277, Wind Element 80, Light Element 70, Dark Element 14, Lightning Element 858. Evolution Points, 455 points indeed. His body strength had increased significantly, over 30 points. Yichen relished the enhanced power of his wings. Yichen noticed a peculiar display on the system panel following the body strength, a supplementary figure of 20 points. Activating new talent, White Bone Shield. Just then, the system provided its prompt. White Bone Shield. Capable of withstanding a certain amount of damage, its effectiveness increases with body strength, automatically replenishing vitality after combat consumption. A passive shield? Yichen joyfully exclaimed, as it was akin to granting himself an invisible shield that in the face of life-threatening situations, an added layer of protection was now at his disposal. Hailing, you return first. I wish to take a stroll, Yichen commanded. Hailing, momentarily stunned, then complied and took flight. That Yichen's words now held the weight of a military order. None from the Fire Feather clan dared to question them. Observing Hailing's departure, Yichen flapped his wings and flew towards a dense forest. He aimed to test his newly awakened skill. It was deep night, and the forest lay in eerie silence. Ahead, he detected a high-level second-tier demon beast. Yichen's danger perception immediately pinpointed the creature's location. It was a tooth wolf, a type of wolf demon. That a feeling of revulsion welled up within Yichen. Back when he was merely a small firebird, he had clashed with a pack of wind silver wolves. His deep-seated disdain for these exceptionally cruel beasts was undeniable. All right, I'll take down this fellow. Yichen steadied his breathing and swiftly lunged towards the tooth wolf, which was lurking in the underbrush, seemingly poised to pounce on its prey. That moment, the aura of the flaming eagle approached rapidly. The tooth wolf also sensed the impending threat, the mid-level spirit fire realm. It scoffed disdainfully. It seemed to hold Yichen in contempt. With a gaping maw, it lunged ferociously. Crack! The massive fangs clamped down on Yichen's bony wing. Shield value. -7. The system notification rang out, and Yichen simply twisted his body in delight. The impact felt akin to a mere tickle. The tooth wolf, taken aback by the formidable defense, quickly launched a second attack. However, at this juncture, Yichen had lost all interest in playing with it. With a swift slash, the gigantic form of the tooth wolf was torn asunder in two. This strike employed not a shred of spirit power. It was a purely fleshly assault. Powerful. Yichen relaxed the roots of his wings, relishing the invigorating sensation of tearing this moment. He had become a demon beast endowed with both body strength and elemental density. This was the legendary dual cultivation of martial and magical prowess. How exhilarating. Yichen mused joyfully. In a few days, once the spirit flower ripens, I shall reap a bountiful harvest of elemental values. The demon core should also be due for an upgrade. With a flap of his wings, he set his course for the Earth Vein Fire Forest. What? Forming a metallurgical team. My lord, you cannot be serious. In the heart of the Earth Vein Fire Forest, Lao Hua and the other three birds sat encircled with Yichen, discussing the matter at hand. Upon hearing Yichen's proposal, Lao Hua felt that the clan leader was jesting. Leader, the Rockmouse clan has always been an outlier in the southwestern plains. Be cautious of deceit in collaborating with them. Lao Hua advised. Rest assured, Lao Hua, no one can cause the Fire Feather clan to suffer losses, let alone me. Yichen narrowed his eyes. Forming a metallurgical team will be immensely beneficial for us. If you doubt it, just look behind you. Lao Hua turned to glance behind him, where beneath a large rock, an unexpected tunnel had appeared. Soon, sounds emanated from within. A massive rock mouse, with an exceptionally large rear, emerged from the tunnel, leading a group of smaller companions. Who else could it be but Boss Mouse? Brother Mouse, how delightful to see you. Yichen greeted with a beaming smile. Alas, Boss Mouse, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, took a long time to respond with a simple The fact that the remnants had been absorbed by Yichen left him feeling utterly robbed. This was a treasured heirloom, now lost forever. It was gone, absorbed. He certainly could not peel it off this bird. Boss Mouse could only silently resign himself to the reality. Haha, Boss Mouse, I have a proposal. Observing Boss Mouse's demeanor, Yichen felt a twinge of embarrassment. A proposal? What do you intend to do? Boss Mouse's demeanor sharpened, having experienced Yi Chen's formidable prowess. The subtle artistry of his performance, alongside the concealed method to counter the toxin, had left the Rock Mouse clan at a significant disadvantage. The typically shrewd Boss Mouse now harbored a sense of trepidation towards Yi Chen. I wish to add a clause to our previous agreement. Henceforth, all metallic ores mined by our two clans shall belong entirely to the Mouse clan. In exchange, the Mouse clan must provide an additional 20% of fire-type artifacts. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Boss Mouse's spirits lifted. 20% of fire-type artifacts in exchange for metallic ores was a substantial gain for the Mouse clan. It is worth mentioning that the Rock Mouse clan were metallic demon beasts. Metallic ores held immense value for them. Given ample elemental values, a transformation into the ancestral gold-devouring mouse was entirely plausible. Excellent. Brother, this time do not deceive me. Trading metallic ores for magical artifacts is a promise, the Rat Chief immediately proclaimed. Rest assured, this poses no loss for our Fire Feather tribe. The metallic essence is robust and offers minimal enhancement for our avian beasts. This is a mutually beneficial exchange, Yi Chen remarked. The Rat Chief let out a hearty laugh, his mood considerably lifted. But Yi Chen is not the type to think solely of personal gain. As long as the other party treats him well, he would not easily allow them to suffer losses. How could the astute Rat Chief be oblivious to this? Instantly, he felt an even greater fondness for the young leader of the Fire Feather tribe. Chapter 52. The first batch of battle armor clang, bang. The sound of hard objects striking echoed from a cavern within the Fire Vein Forest. Ever since the Fire Feather tribe and the Rock Rat tribe established their cooperative agreement, the Rock Rats have formally settled in the Fire Vein Forest in recent days. They have already excavated a considerable quantity of ores that my lord. We have extracted over 1,000 ores, Old Hua reported to Yi Chen. Excellent. I am quite pleased with this progress, Old Hua. Have the Rock Rats committed any violations of our agreement in the past few days? Yi Chen inquired. My lord, the Rock Rat tribe has not breached the contract in any way. All ore proceeds have been allocated as agreed, and their work efficiency is commendable. Old Hua replied that, see, I did not deceive you, did I? The cooperation between our tribes is beneficial and without detriment. The Rat Chief chimed in, grinning. My lord is wise. I should not have doubted your decisions, Old Hua said, bowing his large black-red head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Internally, he was even more convinced of his leader's capabilities. How foolish of me to question the wisdom of our leader. From now on, I must unconditionally obey his commands, Old Hua thought to himself. Brother, come take a look at this. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and the Rat Chief emerged with a large head, startling Yi Chen. Whoa, Rat brother, must you be so sudden? I'm on my way, Yi Chen quipped, following the Rat Chief as they delved deeper into the underground path toward the cavern. Inside the cavern, a substantial tunnel had already been excavated. At the entrance of the tunnel stood a large furnace, where over 20 Spirit Fire Realm firebirds were expelling flames, roasting the ores within. The furnace was filled with molten metal. On the other side, several agile rock rats were gnawing at the cooled metal, which was gradually being shaped into specific forms. Then, at the end of the furnace, several elderly rock rats were assembling these metals. Different shapes corresponded to different positions, ultimately forming a complete suit of armor. This armor was somewhat elongated, with ample space on both sides, evidently crafted to suit the physique of the avian demons of the Fire Feather tribe. Brother, look at this light gray one. It is a first-tier magical artifact armor, and there are already 20 pieces, the Rat Chief proclaimed proudly, picking up a piece of armor that he then approached a small wooden box and squinted his eyes. Now for the main event, a white second-tier magical artifact. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. For him, a second-tier magical artifact was not particularly precious. Given Yi Chen's current combat prowess, a second-tier armor would be insufficient to withstand his attacks. However, if the core warriors of the Fire Feather tribe could be outfitted en masse with second-tier armor, they would face the Thunder Leopards without worry. In previous battles, Yi Chen had cleverly exchanged for some Thunderstones to thwart the Thunder Leopard's ambush. Yet, this method had its limitations. Firstly, he did not possess enough evolution points to exchange for Thunderstones. Secondly, if a large-scale battle with the Thunder Leopards were to ensue, the number of combatants from both sides would be at least in the thousands. With just a handful of Thunderstones, it would hardly alter the tide of battle. Second-tier armor would be a boon for the Fire Feather tribe. This second-tier armor is not to be underestimated. Brother, please observe, the Rat Chief squeaked, summoning a spirit fire realm rock rat, which scurried to the forefront at the rat chief's command. The rock rat began to gnaw on the second-tier armor, with a series of clinks. Aside from a few white marks, the second-tier armor sustained minimal damage. Its hardness could withstand attacks below the intermediate second tier. Even against a high-tier physical attack, it would require several strikes to inflict damage. This was remarkably effective against the Thunder Leopards. The rat chief chuckled with pride, feeling a sense of honor for his tribe's craftsmanship. However, a hint of concern crossed his face. What's the matter? The issue lies with the materials. Ordinary attribute ores lack the requisite durability to forge second-tier armor. Only your essence is effective, the rat chief explained, stroking his whiskers. The ore essence in the outskirts of the Fire Vein Forest is scarce. Thus far, we have only excavated enough ore essence for 3 pieces of second-tier armor, that we must delve deeper into the vein, that I called you here, dear brother, to discuss this matter, the rat chief stated earnestly. Upon hearing the rat chief's words, Yichen felt a sense of reassurance, and even a touch of emotion. The rock rat tribe, viewed as despicable and nameless thieves by other beast tribes, held a rather poor reputation. Yet in cooperation, Yichen discovered the rock rats were quite earnest, at the very least. They genuinely valued the collaboration between the two tribes. Then let us dig deeper into the vein, Yichen declared, extending his wings and patting the rat chief's back. Rest assured, you may work freely. Since this is a cooperation, do not harbor any worries. The more vigorously you excavate, the greater the benefits for both our tribes. Excellent. That is all I need to hear, the rat chief chuckled, issuing orders loudly. Brothers, did you hear that? Dig with all your might. Those who work swiftly shall be handsomely rewarded. The little rock rats, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement, hastening their digging efforts. Time swiftly passed in a certain mountain range adjacent to the Fire Vein Forest. Yichen was darting through the mountains. He sprinted rapidly, his sharp eagle feathers slicing through a swath of leaves. From the commotion, one might mistake him for an agile feline beast. That why Yichen was on the hunt. As a beast leader safeguarding his territory, he must frequently defend it. Tio assumed that merely possessing a territory guarantees safety would be a grave error. The Fire Vein Forest is a resource-rich domain, often coveted by larger tribes like the Thunder Leopards. Moreover, there are many rogue beasts lurking in the shadows, causing disturbances around the territory. These solitary beasts are quick to appear and vanish, often plundering resources with a rather rogue-like demeanor. The beast Yichen is currently lying in wait for his one such rogue. According to Old Hua, the fire fruits on the outskirts of the Fire Vein Forest have recently been subject to significant theft, causing Old Hua to lament greatly. This was no small source of sustenance. From the movement patterns, Yichen could ascertain that the culprit was a beast adept at climbing, moving with great agility. He had specifically come here to lie in wait. Swish, a rustle emerged from the treetops ahead. The Yichen focused his eagle eyes, catching a glimpse of subtle movements among the foliage that a shadow lurked, twisting its body incessantly. You little thief, dare to wreak havoc in my domain. Yichen emitted a piercing eagle cry, surging forward like the wind, that as he landed among the treetops, Yichen froze. Before him stood a small wild boar, writhing helplessly, ensnared by a vine, a trap. Yichen instantly realized. Just then, a crimson monkey darted past from the nearby underbrush, making a beeline for the fire fruit grove. That it even employs tactics. Yichen felt an inexplicable fury. He had been outsmarted by a mere monkey. That he spread his wings and swiftly pursued the monkey. However, the low-hanging trees in this mountainous area hindered his speed, allowing the monkey to navigate the terrain far quicker. You think this will thwart me? Yichen chuckled, soaring into the sky. This allowed him to keep pace with the monkey's movements. Yet the monkey sensed Yichen's actions. That in the thicket, it suddenly vanished from sight. Gone? Yichen remained composed, concentrating his spirit to focus entirely on his eagle vision. From high above, everything below became crystal clear. Suddenly, he detected subtle movements in the underbrush of a grove. This did not escape Yichen's keen eyes. He dove from the sky, unleashing a crimson fireball from his mouth. Bang! The high-temperature fireball exploded in the grove, sending a dark, sooty figure tumbling to the ground. The Yichen landed beside the fallen figure. Damn it! How dare you treat me, the great flame sage, in such a manner? Just you wait. I will make you pay. Yichen was taken aback. Great sage? What nonsense is this? Chapter 53. The little monkey. This little monkey, having been captured by Yichen, was relentless in its verbal onslaught, hurling insults and declaring, "You little bird, do you know who I am? The great sage will surely pluck your feathers one day." In a manner reminiscent of indifference, Yi-Chen chose to ignore the small monkey's incessant chatter and began to scrutinize the creature before him with astonishment. This little monkey, much like himself, was merely at the spirit fire realm. Yet it had activated its divine soul, allowing it to articulate in the language of beasts. The small monkey's fur was dense and lustrous, with a subtle flow of fire spiritual energy coursing across its surface, indicating an exceptionally pure concentration of spiritual energy. The Yi-Chen's initial assessment was that this creature possessed remarkable innate talent. Despite its boisterous demeanor, the small monkey's potential was undeniably impressive. That it was indeed peculiar for a solitary monkey to exhibit such capabilities. "Where do you hail from?" Yi-Chen inquired, disregarding the monkey's insolent remarks as he playfully kicked its singed backside, eliciting a pained grimace from the creature. "Bah! You feather creature, if I revealed my origins, it would terrify you. Release me at once, and perhaps this esteemed sage might spare your life if I am in a generous mood." The small monkey was evidently a creature oblivious to the gravity of its situation, displaying a haughty attitude even when captured. "Who bestowed upon you such a grand title, Asage?" Yi-Chen retorted. "Why, it was I who declared it upon myself." Yi-Chen mused, "This little monkey is indeed shameless. I nearly mistook it for a version of the legendary Monkey King from another realm. Fear not, for I shall one day ascend to the heights of a demon sage. Whether it is sooner or later matters not. For now, I shall adapt to being called Sage." The monkey shook its head, seemingly convinced of its own importance. "Enough of your arrogance. You dare to pilfer from my fire-feather tribe. Do you not fear the flames?" Yi-Chen questioned, both amused and exasperated. "Humph. It was merely a few trifling fruits. Can one truly call that theft?" The monkey scoffed nonchalantly. "When I become a true sage, I shall repay you with thousands upon thousands." Yi-Chen was rendered speechless in his previous life. He had heard tales of mischievous children, but encountering a mischievous monkey was an entirely different experience, with its brash temperament and refusal to repent. It was quite the spectacle. "You little monkey," Yi-Chen chuckled. "Let me ponder how best to deal with you. Shall I braise you, boil you, or perhaps roast you? Or better yet, I could tear you apart. I have never tasted monkey sashimi, and you appear quite delectable with your shiny fur. Surely you bear no viruses?" Yi-Chen lifted the small monkey by its scruff, cackling with glee. This. The monkey's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you intend to do with me, you feathered fiend?" "Ouch! Release me, I implore you." Yi-Chen continued to ignore its pleas, cackling uncontrollably, which only served to further frighten the small creature. He carried it towards a mountainside bordering the fire vein forest, observing intently as if selecting the perfect place for a barbecue. Wah! The small monkey finally could no longer contain itself and burst into tears, the bravado it had previously displayed vanishing entirely. "Please don't eat me. My meat is tough and unpalatable, and I carry that virus you mentioned. Yes, I'm riddled with viruses." Yi-Chen found the monkey's transformation amusing. "Viruses, you say? That is of little concern. A good roasting will eradicate any such issues. After all, cleanliness is next to godliness. Just look at the drool I can't contain." He unceremoniously tossed the small monkey onto a rock at the foot of the mountain, relishing the sight of the once arrogant creature now in disarray. After a lengthy bout of wailing, the monkey discovered it remained unscathed. Gradually, it quieted, opening its eyes to find the fiery eagle, which had threatened to cook it, watching with a smug expression as it sobbed. "How dare you toy with me?" The small monkey seethed, anger flooding its cheeks as it kicked at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen effortlessly dodged the blow, which instead caused the monkey to jolt its singed back, prompting another round of cries. "You're not going to eat me," it whimpered after the commotion subsided, gingerly rubbing its charred behind. "Guess what?" Yi-Chen flapped his wings. "My stomach isn't feeling well today. I only desire vegetables." The monkey's expression turned to one of disdain. Yi-Chen, undeterred, scratched his head. "You little imp, I shall spare you this time, due to your youth. But do not wander into other beast tribes in the future." Before the monkey could respond, Yi-Chen, adopting a serious demeanor, took to the skies, leaving behind a parting remark. "Return promptly to your own tribe." The small monkey stood bewildered at the mountain's base, and after a moment, An unusual glint appeared in its eyes that it scratched its head and underarm, revealing a glimmering purple-gold mark, due to its hidden location. Yi-chun had been entirely unaware of this mark throughout their encounter. Humph! You great feathered bird, consider yourself fortunate. One day, I shall return. Yi-chun soared beyond the periphery of the fire vein forest. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Teaching that little brat a lesson was a worthwhile endeavor. Though the small monkey was somewhat arrogant, to Yi-chun, it was merely a lost creature from its clan. Despite the beast world being dominated by conflict, bullying a young creature was beneath him. He valued his dignity too much as he flew back from the mountain's base. Yi-chun quickly dismissed the incident with the monkey from his mind. Upon returning to the fire vein forest, he was met by the 3 elders of the Fire Feather tribe and the chief of the Rat clan, all awaiting his arrival. A sense of foreboding rose instinctively within Yi-chun. What has transpired, brother? There has been trouble in the mine, the chief of the Rat clan replied without preamble, gesturing towards the mine entrance, which was completely blocked by 2 massive boulders. How did the entrance become sealed? Yi-chun queried, perplexed. It was sealed on our orders, the chief of the Rat clan replied, his expression grave. After our last discussion, I instructed my subordinates to expedite the excavation. The fastest team managed to breach the surface layer in just 2 days. However, within the depths, we encountered a terrifying breed of insect. Insects? Yi-chun felt a sense of dread creeping in. Indeed, brother, when I previously sought your counsel regarding the excavation depth, it was not only to gain your approval, but also due to my own apprehension. For decades, my Rat clan has frequented the fire vein forest without ever breaching the surface layer. The depths are an independent space filled with unknowns, and we were wary of stirring up trouble. I never imagined we would uncover a species of insect never before seen. Yi-chun began to contemplate the implications. These ancient insects seem to have existed within the depths for ages, and their characteristics bear a resemblance to those recorded by our ancestors. These creatures become frenzied at the sight of flesh. One of my teams was entirely devoured in an instant. Had it not been for Black Feather's quick thinking to collapse the mine entrance, we could have faced catastrophic consequences. The chief of the Rat clan recounted the events in a single breath, eager not to omit any detail. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun fell into deep thought. These ancient insects are insatiable for blood and flesh, displaying a savage and irrational nature. Brother Rat, is there any way to bypass these insects? He asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. None. The Rat clan has mined these stones for countless years, and I am certain that the depths contain a wealth of precious ores. To obtain these ores, we must confront the ancient insects. The chief of the Rat clan shook his head, resigned. Before them lay a trove of mineral wealth. Yet they were obstructed by the ancient insects. Yi-chun pondered deeply as the other 3 birds continuously offered their suggestions. Ultimately, after much discussion, they could not devise a suitable plan. After a period of contemplation, Yi-chun resolved to venture into the mine alone to investigate. This proposal was met with vehement opposition from the 3 bird elders of the Fire Feather tribe, who believed that the life of their tribe leader was far more valuable than the precious ores. Nonetheless, Yi-chun remained steadfast in his decision. Among the current beasts, he possessed unparalleled strength, and having recently merged with the remnants of his past life, his physical prowess had reached new heights. It was clear that he was the most suitable candidate for this reconnaissance mission. Despite the elders' attempts to dissuade him, after much persuasion and assurances, they reluctantly relented. The following day, at the entrance of the mine, Yi-chun looked at the cumbersome armor enveloping him in disbelief. Are you all overly anxious? This gear is far too heavy, my lord. Your life is at stake. We felt compelled to take precautions, the chief of the Rat clan stated earnestly. But this is absolutely excessive. I resemble a tortoise. Yi-chun sighed. Brother, being overly cautious is always prudent, the chief of the Rat clan replied. His eyes narrowed. Do not underestimate this armor. It is crafted from the sturdiest 3rd tier or in my inventory. Even if those flesh-eating insects swarm you, this will afford you ample protection. Thank you, Brother Rat. Yi-chun conceded with a nod. Before him, the mine entrance was supported by a robust metallic rod, poised to hold back the rocky barrier. With a simple shift, Yi-chun could descend into the depths. Everyone, I shall return shortly. My lord, please exercise utmost caution, the chief of the Rat clan urged, his expression serious. Rest assured, if anything seems amiss, I shall return at once. Yi-chun ceased any further chatter, and leapt into the depths of the mine without hesitation, pursuing the darkness ahead. Chapter 54. Heavenly Constraint. As Yi Chun delved deeper, his surroundings grew increasingly obscured. However, the fire's spirit energy intensified, and soon, a lake of magma materialized before him. Countless dark spots bobbed upon the surface, moving about the lakebed to why Yi Chun surmised that these must be the ancient earthworms of the subterranean veins. Without a moment's pause, Yi Chun plunged into the magma lake. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by the overwhelming heat emanating from the flames surrounding him. Even with the pure fire demon core within him, he could feel the terrifying temperature. Truly, this was the inner layer, akin to a hellish inferno. Yi Chun lamented as he flapped his wings, propelling himself through the molten depths. The ancient earthworms sensed the disturbance in the water and began to thrash about wildly. The dark spots converged upon Yi Chun from all directions. Thousands of ancient earthworms amassed at the lakebed, the surface, and the cavern walls. The Yi Chun's eyelids twitched in astonishment. The sight alone was enough to unsettle one's spirit. The fastest of the ancient earthworms surged toward him and began to gnaw at his armor. The armor gifted by Mouse Boss was indeed of superior quality, even when besieged by dozens of ancient earthworms. It showed no significant signs of wear. However, Yi Chun soon realized something was amiss. The ancient earthworms began secreting a peculiar acidic fluid, leaving corrosive marks upon his armor. "Damn, this is utterly grotesque," he exclaimed. Before long, the entire suit of armor began to dissolve. Reacting swiftly, Yi Chun kicked off the armor, discarding it just in time as the ancient earthworms devoured it entirely. Can these creatures consume metal? Yi Chun pondered but quickly deduced the truth. Having been trapped within the subterranean veins for millennia, these ancient worms must have evolved a unique feeding mechanism that if they did not consume mineral metals, they would have gone extinct long ago. And no wonder they were so ravenous for flesh. While he contemplated this, several ancient earthworms underwent a transformation, sprouting wings from their backs. They surged forth in a swarm. Shield value -1. Shield value -3. The passive shield of his bone armor began to erode, and the shield value plummeted rapidly. Entangled by the ancient earthworms, the infernal gale eagle immediately began to gather its demon core. Bang! Yi Chun activated the wind demon core, unleashing a gust of air to repel the ancient earthworms. However, these relentless creatures charged at him once more. Realizing the severity of the situation, Yi Chun knew he had to resort to area of effect attacks. Fiery breath, the searing flames erupted, engulfing the worms within. Yet as the flames dissipated, Yi Chun felt a chill run down his spine. The ancient earthworms appeared utterly unscathed. They possessed fire resistance. In that moment, Yi Chun truly felt the gravity of his predicament. Metal consumption, a thirst for the energy of flesh. His most prized fire-based attacks were rendered ineffective. "Damn it, I shall return to practice against you lot," Yi Chun declared defiantly before spreading his wings and fleeing. The ancient earthworms pursued relentlessly, and Yi Chun dared not pause. Gradually, he neared the cavern entrance. Bang! He sealed the exit. Bursting forth from the cave, Yi Chun shouted, "Black Feather, activate your innate skill." He crashed into the boulder with his body. Feeling it was insufficiently secure, he ignited a massive explosion to collapse a substantial portion of the rocky terrain, commanding his companions to retreat. My lord. Old Fire was at a loss for words. He had never witnessed the clan leader in such a disheveled state. These worms would prove difficult to deal with in the immediate future. Yi Chun, covered in soot and dust, muttered in frustration. The fire attacks of the Fire Feather clan have been utterly countered by the ancient earthworms. Mouse Boss and the other demons exchanged glances, sharing a collective sigh. After Yi Chun's exploration, the mining operations in the cavern were temporarily suspended. The Rock Mole tribe was now only permitted to excavate in the outer layers of the subterranean veins, and the yield of various ores was disappointingly meager. Creating a single piece of second-tier armor would take a day or two at best. At this pace, equipping hundreds of bird demons would take an indeterminate amount of time. Yi Chun began to isolate himself. Though he was not wallowing in despair. Within the hidden cavern, Yi Chun vigilantly guarded the spirit flower, meticulously observing its maturation. The spirit flower had begun to sprout, yet it was still far from fully grown. System, can the second-tier demon core provide a means to combat the ancient earthworms? Yi Chun inquired. Second-tier demon core, fire fusion degree increased by 300. fire has transformed into White Lotus Flame. Dealing an 80 increase in damage to fire-resistant foes, the system replied coldly. From the perspective of elemental concentration, it can completely suppress the ancient earthworms. Yi-Chen felt reassured. It seemed imperative to cultivate the spirit flower successfully. However, there was a lack of fire spirit ore. The problem was that to acquire large quantities of fire spirit ore, he would have to venture into the inner layers of the subterranean veins. Wasn't this a vicious cycle? Damn. The wool comes from the sheep, he muttered. There was no choice but to proceed. Yi-Chen glared with determination, ultimately making his decision. The next day, at the entrance to the inner layers of the subterranean veins, My Lord, are you truly resolved? The other demons regarded Yi-Chen with incredulity. Just yesterday, he had returned from the inner layers in a state of utter disarray, mud-streaked and exhausted, crawling and flapping in a frenzy. Yet today he declared he would return. You may not comprehend, but this is the only path forward. Yi-Chen replied, smoothing his feathers with his wings, that Tio nurture the spirit flower. A substantial quantity of high-concentration fire spirit ore is required. The spiritual energy within ores differs from that within spiritual materials. The energy in spiritual materials is mostly gentle and can be absorbed by demon beasts, whereas the energy in ores is violent and contains impurities that I can only steal small amounts to cultivate the fire spirit flower. Since my lord has made his decision, we cannot impede you. Should I send a few smaller demons to accompany you? Old Fire inquired. That won't be necessary, that it is far too perilous within. An additional companion would only increase the danger. Yi-Chen declined. Old Fire and the other demons could only watch as Yi-Chen once again ventured alone into the inner layers of the subterranean veins. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, crash, Black Feather sealed the cavern entrance. A grayish infernal eagle sprang forth from the cave, bouncing and leaping. Black Feather wore a look of exasperation. What was the necessity of this? He lamented as he observed the entrance being sealed once more. Initially flustered, the infernal eagle then became smug. Ha. Yi-Chen spread his wings wide, beneath his bone armor, clutching several gleaming pieces of fire spirit ore. Mouse Boss's eyes sparkled with excitement. These pieces were all of superior quality that if handed over to the Rockmole tribe, they could craft at least 5 pieces of second-tier armor. Merely one trip was not nearly sufficient. He would remain at this entrance for several days. Rest assured, in a short while, I shall ensure these creatures meet their demise. Thus, Yi-Chen embarked on his life as a thief. Ironically, not long ago, the avian leader of the Fire Feather clan had captured Rockmole and small monkeys. Yet today, he found himself pilfering ores from the lair of the ancient earthworms. What a twist of fate! Nevertheless, Yi-Chen reveled in his newfound skill. Growing increasingly proficient, he descended into the cave numerous times, at least bringing back dozens of high-quality ore pieces. Fortunately, these ancient earthworms lacked a leader in intelligence. Otherwise, if they had merely waited at the entrance, Yi-Chen would have been unable to claim a single piece of ore in the hidden cavern. Yi-Chen urged, Little Flower, hurry and absorb. He piled the recently stolen ore pieces beside the spirit flower. The soil surrounding the spirit flower was filled with a pale, white powder, the remnants of consumed ore essence. The ground of the cavern had transformed into a white expanse, a testament to the multitude of trips Yi-Chen had made. The color of the spirit flower deepened once more, its stem stretching upward, the blossom resembling a mesmerizing blood-red crystal. The white Yi-Chen patted his rear, letting out a satisfied cackle. Not every attempt at thieving ore was successful. The last time, Yi-Chen had been surrounded by ancient earthworms. Had it not been for the protective shield of his bone armor, he might have been reduced to mere bones. The flesh on his rear had yet to fully heal. A gentleman's revenge is never late. Little worms, wait for me. Yi-Chen vowed fiercely. 3 days later, the spirit flower reached full maturity, exhibiting a perfect bloom that released a gentle fragrance. The rich fire spirit energy invigorated him with just a single breath. Yi-Chen beamed with a paternal smile. After such a lengthy cultivation period, he could finally partake. Chapter 55, Linger. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen devoured the spirit flower, activating his internal breathing technique as waves of heat surged through him. He felt the elemental value within him rise sharply. Elemental value 155. Elemental value 189. As the system announced the increments, Yi-Chen felt as though his stomach was ablaze, filled with elemental energy. What a delightful sensation. Moments later, the spirit flower was finally digested. Y Yichen opened the system panel. Host. Yichen evolution stage. Evil flame eagle growth phase. Physical strength. 164, 22-point spiritual power realm. Late stage second rank. Spirit fire realm. Inherent talents. Disguise LV1. Danger perception LV2. Fiery claw LV2. Flame resistance LV3. Fiery breath. Evil poison storm. Bone shield elemental power. 7157. Fire element 5998. Earth element 522. Water element 277. Wind element 80. Light element 70. Dark element 14. Lightning element 858. Evolution points. 845 points, a staggering 7,000 elemental points. With nearly 6,000 in fire elements, the second-rank Demon Core can be upgraded. Yichen clicked on the system interface. Do you wish to consume 5,000 elemental points to enhance the Fire Demon Core's rank? Confirm. After pressing the confirmation button, Yichen felt a tempest brewing within his Demon Core. This sensation was entirely different from the simple act of consuming the Spirit Flower. It was a complete fusion of fire elemental power into his Demon Core. With a crisp crack, a fissure appeared in Yichen's existing Fire Demon Core, radiating an even more brilliant and searing light. As the old Demon Core shattered completely, a blue lotus-shaped Demon Core took form. Congratulations, host! Successfully upgraded Demon Core quality. Second rank, Blue Lotus Fire Demon Core. Yichen was overjoyed. Curse that ancient earthworm. I have transformed. No, I have fundamentally changed. Yichen surged with energy and soared towards the cave entrance. At the entrance of the inner layer of the earth vein, several bird demons were stationed, including the black feather white-clawed My Lord. They bowed, then sensed something was amiss. The aura of the clan leader? Strangely, they could feel a significant change in Yichen. He had broken through to the late stage of the second rank. However, this change in aura was not only denser, but also more violently imbued with firepower. My lord, what has happened to you? White Claw inquired with evident excitement. Just a minor breakthrough. I'm off to settle the score with those flesh worms. Yichen cleaved the massive rock at the entrance and spread his wings, darting into the depths like an arrow. Before long, he arrived at the familiar magma lake. Whoosh! Yichen let out a resounding eagle cry, filled with a strong sense of provocation. Previously, he had approached stealthily, but now he boldly challenged these flesh worms. The ancient earthworms, with their low intelligence, quickly gathered in response to the rich scent of blood and flesh emanating from Yichen, intending to devour him. At last, I've been waiting for you. Yichen grinned, channeling the fire spirit energy within him. Moments later, a terrifying flame of a bluish hue erupted from his mouth. Hiss! The ancient earthworms cried out, having lived in the magma for many years. They had developed a high resistance to heat, yet they could not withstand this terrifying bluish fire. Yichen sensed that the second-rank Blue Lotus Fire contained a hint of mysterious essence. How else could a flame take the form of a blue lotus? Without further contemplation, he unleashed a torrent of fire upon the ancient earthworms. Initially, the ancient earthworms attempted to swarm the flaming eagle, but soon it became a chaotic slaughter, with the arrogant flaming eagle relentlessly pursuing and annihilating the worm horde. After a brief while, the surface of the magma lake was strewn with the corpses of the ancient earthworms. Yichen did not let his guard down. He clutched the rocky wall tightly with his talons, expelling fire into every crevice and hole until no living creatures remained. Satisfied, Yichen retracted his fire spirit energy. Following his extermination of the ancient earthworms, the bird demons of the Fire Feather tribe occupied the area within a day. A large number of rock-eating mice were also transported to the inner layer of the earth vein. Each day, vast amounts of mineral essence were mined at a speed 15 times faster than before. In just one day, they could extract the equivalent of half a month's worth. Yichen felt exhilarated. It wouldn't be long before all the bird demons of the Fire Feather tribe were outfitted with second-rank armor. At that point, they could launch a new wave of counterattacks against the Thunder Leopard in the inner layer of the earth vein. Yichen was supervising the bird demons as they refined the minerals. Standing proudly atop a large stone, Yichen was increasingly embodying the essence of an Eagle King. His overall demeanor transformed. That moment, the system was undergoing an upgrade. 58 during the suddenly, Yichen heard the system's voice. Upgrade, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. 99100. Upgrade complete. Bestowing system with a personality activation. Ling Er-das. The system's announcement concluded. A human-like girl suddenly appeared before Yi Chen. She was petite, resembling a legendary flower sprite. Adorned with 4 transparent wings, her face exquisitely sculpted as if chiseled from marble. So, you are my host. The system sprite regarded Yi Chen coldly. You are Ling Er. Yi Chen was astonished. He had never anticipated that the system would evolve into an intelligent form, let alone as a little girl. Little girl, from your tone, it seems as if I'm your servant. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. That shouldn't a little girl be innocent and adorable? Why did this sprite seem as if he owed her a fortune? Oof. The system sprite huffed coldly, her cute little nose lifted disdainfully. You are simply too weak. Hey, Yi Chen chuckled wryly. Is this the attitude of a system after its evolution? I expected something more. I have indeed evolved. The intelligent system sprite can provide diverse suggestions for the host, making interactions more adaptable and humanized, Ling Er replied. Originally, only hosts achieving a 3rd rank system could evolve, but due to your spirit strength reaching the 3rd rank level early, the system unlocked its evolution prematurely. Late stage 2nd rank to 3rd rank spirit. You are not entirely useless. Ling Er nodded as if it were a matter of course. However, Yi Chen felt a surge of frustration. He had always considered himself exceptional among demon beasts, yet the tone of the system sprite made it seem as if he had only barely escaped the realm of uselessness. Host, the path of evolution for demon beasts is far more extensive than you can imagine. Your current strength is exceedingly weak. Ling Er seemed to see through Yi Chen's thoughts, speaking earnestly. Keep striving. This tone sounds like you are encouraging a subordinate. Do you not possess even a modicum of respect for your master? Yi Chen retorted, slightly displeased. How could I, Yi Chen, a grand figure, no, a great noble bird, be subjected to a little sprite? Yi Chen felt the urge to educate this little girl. Ahem, perhaps you could consider modifying your address. Something like master might suffice. Why not try it now? Yi Chen chuckled mischievously. Oomph. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from within the system sprite. Ling Er. Why? Yi Chen was taken aback. Is there an issue with my words? Host? Ling Er inquired coldly, her small face displaying a fierce determination. No, not at all. I said nothing. Yi Chen immediately adopted a serious demeanor, feigning solemnity. Good. That's all right. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Curse this system. I expected an upgrade, yet you send me a little miss. Yi Chen felt like crying without tears. Chapter 56. News. After a long separation on a cliff, an inflamed eagle was bound to a massive stone. Hanging precariously from the rocky wall, the inflamed eagle was exhausted, its muscles aching, yet it persevered. Just a quarter of an hour. Ling Er floated beside Yi Chen, her expression devoid of emotion. A quarter of an hour it is. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his talons. Ever since the birth of the system, sprite Ling Er, she had subjected Yi Chen to an array of incredulous training regimens for the past half-month. For instance, now she was training the muscles in his talons, a method Yi Chen had never even considered. The level of hardship and pain was remarkably high. Nevertheless, Yi Chen remained resolute, driven by the thought of not allowing a little sprite to look down on him. And he endured all the training. This impressed Ling Er, who began to see Yi Chen's willpower and endurance as remarkable. However, in her eyes, his strength remained insignificant. A few times, Yi Chen half-jokingly probed Ling Er's strength. Pathetic, not even 1/10,000th of my peak power, Ling Er remarked, adding, but it suffices to overwhelm you now. Before Yi Chen could respond, she delivered another blow to his ego. Yi Chen could only silently sulk. Dealing with this proud little sprite was truly a trial. Do not stop. The sooner you reach a higher rank, the more powerful abilities I can unlock for you. Right now, you are too weak. And so am I. Only when the host grows stronger can the chances of survival increase. Ling Er relentlessly urged Yi Chen. Understood. Worst case, you can just train me to death, Yi Chen, with a hint of irreverence, remarked. Though the journey has been arduous, my determination and physical stamina have significantly improved during this period. Despite claiming he could no longer endure, Yi Chen persevered for a full quarter of an hour before finally halting. Utterly exhausted and breathless. Ling, do you know the origin of this system? He began to engage in conversation. I can't recall. Many of my memories seem to have been sealed away, that if the host can ascend to a higher level, perhaps those memories could be unlocked. Linger furrowed her brow, as if struggling to recall something yet unable to do so. What level is required, Demon Saint? That should barely suffice to unravel some of it. Yichen nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Just then, two figures, one black and one white, swiftly approached from below the cliff. White Claw and Black Feather, the two demons that my lord. Their appearances clearly indicated they bore significant news. What is it? My lord, we have located the three-eyed parrot you mentioned. White Claw exclaimed excitedly. What? Where? Ignoring the soreness in his claws, Yi Chun soared into the air with fervor, his reckless demeanor causing Linger to raise her eyebrows in surprise. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. Abu Miao, they are the most important companions and kin from my humble beginnings. Upon arriving at the Demon Beast Plains, my greatest regret was losing them. Now that I finally have news, how could I not be thrilled? White Claw's expression turned solemn. Host, a scouting team from our tribe discovered your mentioned friends near the Blackwater River, a three-eyed parrot and a lion demon cub. At that time, they seem to have been in a conflict with the winged serpents that I have dispatched an elite team for their rescue, but it appears the winged serpent tribe is causing quite a stir. Crack! Upon hearing this, Yichen crushed a boulder beside him with a single claw that a murderous glint flickered in his sharp eagle eyes. Once again, the winged serpent tribe, I shall return shortly, in an instant. Yi Chun vanished from the sky, soaring rapidly towards the territory of the winged serpents, his thoughts racing. Abu and Miao had actually been targeted by the winged serpents downstream of the Blackwater River. Several winged serpents darted forward through the overgrown grass along the riverbank. The leader emanated the aura of a mid-level third-tier black-winged serpent demon. Chase them down. We cannot let them escape. The black-winged serpent's expression was filled with fury and urgency as it set its gaze upon a certain overgrown path. Cold and enraged, that three-eyed parrot dared to steal our winged serpent tribe's treasure. Pursue them with all your might. They must be eliminated. The black-winged serpent's wrath was not without cause. The lost treasure was of utmost importance to the tribe's leader. Should the leader learn of this, the black-winged serpent would face severe punishment. The thought of that sinister aura made the black-winged serpent's expression grow even colder. Leading the winged serpents, it flanked and pursued a thin trail on the ground. Blood from the demon beast. After crossing the overgrown path, the blood trail became increasingly evident. The bird's injuries have worsened. A sinister grin appeared on the black-winged serpent's face that it is ultimately inescapable. Follow the blood trail and ensure nothing goes awry. The winged serpents received their orders and swiftly encircled the grass ahead, gradually closing in. The two figures hidden in the underbrush soon emerged, a brilliantly feathered three-eyed parrot glaring furiously at its pursuers. One wing drenched in blood, rendering it unable to move. Beside the three-eyed parrot lay a small lion cub, gasping for breath, its vitality waning. Who dares to touch what belongs to my winged serpent tribe? The black-winged serpent crawled closer, inching forward menacingly. Tear them apart, Russell. As the black-winged serpent issued its command, a chorus of bird calls echoed from the sky. Over 20 bird demons of the spirit fire realm descended from above. Leading them was a blue fish eagle named Lan Xiang, a rather whimsical name bestowed by Yi Chen. Lan Xiang was the sixth spirit realm demon beast of the Fire Feather tribe and one of the earliest members of the elite team. Upon receiving White Claw's orders, it had rushed over without delay. The winged serpent tribe, how dare you harm my esteemed guest from the Fire Feather tribe? You seek death, Lan Xiang roared. The black-winged serpent was taken aback. It was well aware of the Fire Feather tribe's background, an ancient clan of weakened lineage, filled with inferior bird demons in the southwestern corner of the Demon Beast Plains. Yet the formidable assembly of bird demons now, before it was astonishing. Each of these bird demons was at least a mid-level spirit fire realm beast, brimming with vitality and pure spirit essence. The leading spirit realm bird demon was entirely unfamiliar to it. This is the Fire Feather tribe? Esteemed guests, they have stolen from my winged serpent tribe. Today, our clan shall surely slay them. Regaining composure from its shock, the black-winged serpent roared in fury. The three-eyed parrot was its primary target. After all, the tribe's treasure remained in the parrot's possession. Little bird, you are merely a fledgling who has just ascended to the spirit realm. How dare you contend with me? The black-winged serpent sneered. Children, kill them. The winged serpent tribe charged forth aggressively, while the Fire Feather Tribe's rescue team showed no signs of retreat. Fight! This is the leader's command. As long as we are here today, not a single feather from the leader's friend shall be harmed. Lan Xiang bellowed, and the birds behind it surged forward, fearless. Soon, the Winged Serpent Tribe began to gain the upper hand. The rescue team was indeed powerful, a force to be reckoned with in any tribe. However, the pursuers from the Winged Serpent Tribe were equally composed of core members above the second tier, and the rescue team gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Are these insects insane? Lan Xiang roared. The Winged Serpent Tribe seemed to have dispatched their strongest team to pursue them. Although not numerous, each member was a cunning and ruthless veteran. Mongrel birds. We must take the three-eyed parrot with us. The black-winged serpent screeched incessantly, its venom spraying forth. Lan Xiang was caught off guard and splattered by the toxic liquid. Soon, large patches of its feathers turned black. This is bad. The rescue team was completely overwhelmed. And it appeared they, along with the three-eyed parrot, were about to be encircled that a towering aura surged from above the overgrown grass, and a magnificent tail plume traced a fiery arc in the air. Yi Chen's imposing eagle form appeared, accompanied by a resounding cry. Winged Serpent Tribe. Dare to injure my brothers. Prepare to die. Chapter 57. Annihilation of the entire field. After the chilling cry, the evil flame Wind Eagle descended from the heavens. The injured Abu widened its three eyes, filled with disbelief. Ka. Abu's voice resonated with uncontainable joy. Although the appearance of their leader had changed, the familiar aura remained unchanged. After advancing to the second-tier demon core, Yi Chen's fiery presence became even more formidable. Surrounding the resplendent flame, eagle form was a swirling ring of fire, which pulsated rhythmically with the eagle's breath. You are the leader of the Fire Feather Tribe. The black-winged serpent squinted its eyes, recognizing the formidable foundation. That a pity. You are too weak. Today, I shall slay you and utterly extinguish the Fire Feather Tribe's lineage. The black-winged serpent shrieked as it lunged forward. Confident in its strength, it felt a complete tier of dominance over Yi Chen. Spewing venom, the black-winged serpent corroded a vast expanse of land that Yi Chen nimbly evaded. Insect, allow me to demonstrate my power. Gathering fiery energy within, Yi Chen's eyes transformed to a vivid crimson that a lotus flower insignia emerged upon his eagle form, imbued with the power of the second-tier blue lotus fire. Blazing breath, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen unleashed his most potent attack. Blazing breath was an unranked skill, its destructiveness entirely reliant on the concentration of fire spirit energy within the demon core. The Yi Chen referred to this upgraded version as Blue Lotus Breath. The azure flames distorted the very air around them, their scorching heat palpable even from a glance. The black-winged serpent trembled in fear, sensing the terrifying essence of Blue Lotus Breath. Yet it was too late to evade. Water venom spray. An eerie web of water venom formed midair, seemingly sentient as it attempted to obstruct the azure flames. However, upon contact, the water venom was effortlessly dissolved. Impossible! A spirit fire realm beast cannot possess such a level of spirit energy. I refuse to accept this. The black-winged serpent cursed vehemently. What is impossible? It is merely your incompetence. The evil flame Wind Eagle chuckled darkly, showing no sign of diminishing its assault. Moments of suppression swiftly transformed into a tide of victory. As the blue lotus fire ignited the black-winged serpent, the latter could only emit one final, mournful sea or Y.my lord, they have begun to flee. Lan Xiang called out as it observed the swarm of serpents. Flee? Yi Chen soared through the air, flames incessantly erupting from his mouth, resembling a rampaging dragon of darkness, incinerating the very earth beneath him. The winged serpents, once tainted by this azure lotus fire, could only succumb to their agonizing cries. In no time, the entire desolate expanse lay cleansed by Yi Chen's relentless onslaught. None were spared. The second-tier fire demon core served as his ultimate trump card. Before confronting a true adversary, every foe he encountered must meet their demise. Abu! After annihilating the adversaries, Yi Chen soared to Abu's side. Although Abu was immobilized, its vitality remained intact, presenting no immediate danger to its life. What eased Yi Chen's worries further was the fact that Abu had also advanced to the mid-second tier. It seemed that its recent days had been rather favorable, that why Ichin exhaled a sigh of relief. But when he beheld Meow, a surge of fury ignited within him. Meow had grown significantly, now resembling a diminutive lion cub. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, its aura was alarmingly feeble. There were no apparent wounds on its exterior. Abu, what has happened to Meow? Gaga. Abu emitted several calls, each oscillating between anger and guilt. Through its fragmented utterances, Yi Chun gleaned the unfortunate tale of their plight. Since parting ways with Yi Chun, Abu had wandered the plains with Meow. Due to its limited strength and the presence of the young cub, Abu could only construct a rudimentary nest within the desolate mountains that it hunted with utmost caution, ever wary of the tribal beasts prowling in packs. Fortunately, Abu possessed the heavenly eye, which provided a semblance of security for their lives. Albeit requiring constant evasion that a few days prior, a leopard demon had discovered Abu's newly constructed lair. Utilizing its advanced heavenly eye, Abu repelled the intruder, only to attract more leopard demons. Thus, in desperation, Abu brought Meow to this very location, fortuitously encountering the winged serpent tribe. Did you say you pilfered from the winged serpents? Yi Chun's expression turned peculiar. The winged serpents were notorious for their unscrupulous nature, always the oppressors rather than the oppressed. It was astonishing that any beast would dare to seize from them. Gaga. Abu's call was laced with disdain, clearly regarding the winged serpents with contempt. It seems you too have adopted a bit of that roguish spirit. Indeed, they are but winged serpents, if one dares to seize from them. What of it? With a big brother by your side, not only can you take something from them, but you could also storm to the very depths of their Blackwater River. Yi Chun erupted into laughter, reminiscent of the days when the two feathered friends engaged in petty thievery in the canyon. Gugu. Abu observed its leader's striking eagle form, accompanied by a throng of loyal followers. It could surmise that its master had indeed prospered. Perhaps drawn by the familiar sounds or by instinct, Meow let out a low whimper, to why Yi Chun's heart ached. Fire Feather tribe members, heed my command. Return to the territory, yes. Yi Chun swiftly cradled the feeble Meow, his gaze sharp as a hawk, that I shall take you home. The group hastened towards the geothermal fire forest, Yi Chun's concern for Meow's condition urging him to fly rapidly, leaving the avian demons far behind. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they arrived at their territory's resting place. The members of the fire tribe were still preoccupied with mining operations. My lord, what brings you here? Old Fire gazed in astonishment at the young lion upon Yi Chun's back. Old Fire, find me a quiet place for healing. Yi Chun, frantic and without a moment to spare, provided no further explanation. Of course, please follow me. Old Fire, fully aware of the urgency, abandoned his current task and led Yi Chun into the depths of the geothermal fire forest. They arrived at a dense grove of flames, where a high platform rose above the surging energies of the geothermal fire spirit, a natural sanctuary for nurturing vitality. Yi Chun placed Meow upon the platform and summoned the system. Ling-er, come forth. With a resounding thud, Ling-er materialized. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's frantic demeanor, she inquired, what is it you seek? Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly, ascertain the situation. Yi Chun exuded an aura of intensity, teetering on the brink of an eruption. Ling-er, usually so proud, furrowed her brow, pondering the significance of this little beast to Yi Chun. Extending her arms, mystical runes danced across her palms, flowing into Meow's form. Moments later, she opened her eyes. There resides within it a formidable destructive force, coiled at the convergence of its meridians, unable to be released, resulting in its unconscious state. Ling-er remarked, this little lion appears to have ingested a potent spiritual herb of considerable rank. Spiritual herb? Yi Chun's mind raced back to Abu's mention of robbing the winged serpents. Did Meow consume it? The gravity of the situation dawned upon him. The spiritual essence of this herb was immensely powerful, serving as a boon for most beasts, yet its consumption could lead to a bloodline transformation. However, this little lion was far too fragile, lacking even a demon core, let alone the ability to digest such potency. Ling-er shook her head. If this continues, the herb's effects will completely obliterate its vitality, leading to meridian depletion and death. Is there any hope? Yi Chun's voice turned icy. There is, she replied, hesitating slightly. Then waste no time, save it. Yichen interjected before could finish. Ling-er's eyes flickered, a hint of uncertainty crossing her features, yet as her gaze met Yichen's solemn expression, warmth seeped into her proud demeanor, captivating him. Very well. With that singular word, green lines began to coalesce around Ling-er, flowing toward the weakened Miao. The nearly lifeless form gradually regained vitality. Even more astonishingly, it seemed something within Miao was being awakened, a golden light washing over its body, enveloping it entirely, transforming it into a radiant lion. Miao's pained whimpers ceased, and soon, it fell into a deep slumber, its breathing steadily becoming more tranquil. Miao. Observing the resurgence of life within Miao, Yichen exhaled deeply. Thank you, Ling-er, this time. Before he could finish, Yichen's eyelids twitched. I owe you a favor. He began, but suddenly, the light surrounding Ling-er dimmed. In the next instant, the proud figure of the enchanting being collapsed. Ling-er, Yichen rushed forward, supporting her frail body with his broad wings. Ling-er appeared diminished. Her glow significantly faded. I am fine. Ling-er quickly regained consciousness, her tone retaining its chill, yet her weakened gaze tightened Yichen's heart. You mustn't be harmed. I still rely on you to become a divine beast. Yichen jested lightly, although the smile on his face masked a deeper concern. I am unharmed. I merely infused that little lion with some of my essence. Although there has been some cost. I should recover in due time, Ling-er clarified. Then that is a relief. Yichen replied with a grin. I still wish to hear you call me master. With a sudden crack, a fissure formed in the ground before Yichen, startling him. What did you just say? Ling-er's eyes turned icy. What? I said nothing. Yichen scurried aside, hastily shifting the topic of conversation. The awkward moment passed, and Yichen's thoughts turned serious once more. How is Miao faring? It is no longer in grave danger. Ling-er floated before the glowing little lion, noting that this incident could prove to be a tremendous boon for it, with my essence guiding it. The effects of the spiritual herb will begin to manifest. Manifest? Upon hearing this term, Yichen's eyelids twitched. This little creature was about to grow stronger, and Yichen felt a swell of satisfaction. Initially, he saved Miao out of compassion for its loneliness, but now he regarded it as family, that if Miao could seize this opportunity for swift growth, it would indeed be a source of joy for him. For the time being, there were no significant issues with Miao. Yichen assigned several female bird demons to attend to it before heading towards the mining caverns. The rock mice continued their diligent work, while the firebird demons exerted themselves in smelting metals. During this period, the ample food supply and the nurturing energies of the geothermal fire forest had resulted in a substantial number of new firebird demons of the spirit fire realm being born, all imbued with pure vitality. Some even experienced bloodline transformations, showcasing the strategic value of the geothermal fire forest. Welcome, brother! The leader of the mice, Mouse Boss, greeted Yichen with enthusiasm, his face aglow with delight. Mouse brother, how goes the forging of the magical armor? Yichen inquired. Exceedingly well. We have now crafted 220 pieces of second-tier armor, which enables us to assemble a fully fledged team of Spirit Fire Realm warriors. 220 second-tier beasts equipped with magical artifacts. My goodness, the rat leader chuckled slyly. My brother, you must be quietly amassing great wealth. Wealth is a stretch. It's more about cooperation, dear rat brother. Your rock-eating rat clan has surely grown plump as well, hasn't it? Yichen revealed a cunning expression. I see your ample posterior has swelled a bit. You must have reaped a bountiful harvest. Haven't you? The rat leader remained silent. Yet the nodding of his head spoke volumes that in recent days, the rock-eating rat clan had experienced a qualitative transformation thanks to an abundance of metallic ores. Relying on the underground mines, they had stealthily begun to pilfer from other beast clans. The rat leader had also consumed a considerable amount of essence, faint signs of a breakthrough emerging. Having grasped the progress of mining and forging, Yichen summoned by Joie, he promptly ordered the distribution of over 200 suits of armor to establish a main battle force clad entirely in battle armor. At the heart of the Earth Vein Fire Forest, a multitude of Fire Feather Clan avian beasts gathered. These birds possessed strength above the second tier, with an astonishing number of 200. In the Beast Plains, a typical clan's spiritual fire realm members number around 150, placing the Fire Feather Clan's current foundation among the elite clans. Moreover, these 200 spiritual fire realm avian beasts were all outfitted in gleaming armor. The combat prowess of such a battalion could decisively influence the course of a large-scale clan battle. With a whoosh, the evil flame wind eagle made its grand entrance, its proud form hovering in midair. Surveying the vast assembly, the avian beasts regarded their young and promising leader with utmost respect. Dawai Ichin gazed at the armored beast brigade below, his heart swelling with delight. This feeling was exhilarating. No wonder the wealthy merchants and nobles of ancient times sought to cultivate their own loyal soldiers upon gaining power. Only with armed forces could one wield true influence. Resources, territory, and numbers were all mere illusions. Wishing to lounge comfortably, first, one must possess the capability to subdue others. To test the might of the second-tier armor, Yichin deliberately selected 50 firebirds from the throng of avian beasts to let the Thunder Leopard clan sample an appetizer. Thunderous storms perpetually roared over Thunder Mountain, shrouded in dark clouds. The rich aura of thunder attributed to this region made it the ideal habitat for thunder leopards. The Thunder Leopard clan's stronghold sprawled over an expanse nearly 4 times that of the marshy lowlands, which also constituted the clan as strength. Wai Chun led a team clad in battle armor, swiftly approaching from the slope of the mountains. Upon reaching the hillside, the birds folded their wings, awaiting their leader's command. The agile evil flame wind eagle clung to the rocky wall, activating its danger perception, revealing all enemies within sight. At the cliff's edge, a dozen thunder leopards stood vigilant. The Thunder Leopard clan appeared particularly cautious at their stronghold. Even the guarding beasts were highly alert. The calm, evil flame Eagle King remained motionless, leading the flock as they waited for a full hour. Finally, the command came. Heed my orders, prepare to attack. The Eagle King's command acted as an army's decree. The momentum within the avian beasts surged. The 50 chosen were all pure-hearted firebirds. Yichin intended to launch a surprise assault, inflicting maximum damage in the shortest amount of time. Not only would this test the prowess of the armored brigade, but it would also deal a blow to the Thunder Leopard clan. Kill! With a piercing eagle cry, 50 firebirds soared into the sky. The Thunder Leopards atop the cliff were momentarily stunned. Caught off guard, the firebirds, having gathered their strength, commenced their assault, transforming the entire cliff into a sea of flames. The Thunder Leopards erupted into chaos. Who dares to provoke my Thunder Leopard clan? Kill! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yichin's eyelids twitched. The Thunder Leopard clan's chief was indeed an old adversary, and their meeting was hardly coincidental. Wai Yichin chuckled. I might as well make you my target. On the cliff, the Thunder Leopards quickly regained their formation after the initial ambush. Under the chief's command, they began to fight in unison. Wai Yichin swiftly joined the fray. With a resounding explosion, 2 Thunder Leopards were torn asunder. The Thunder Leopard chief's fangs clenched as he recognized Yichin. Enemy's meeting was particularly fraught with tension, ever since the death of the Thunder Leopard's second chief in the marshy lowlands. The chief had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Had it not been for the inability to dispatch more personnel, he would have long since stormed into the marshy lowlands. However, this hesitation allowed the Fire Feather clan to regroup and counterattack under their new leader, the evil flame wind eagle, even reclaiming the earth-veined fire forest that the Thunder Leopards had occupied for years. With old grievances compounded by new ones, the Thunder Leopard chief was now seething with rage. You boy dare to come here today. It is evident your mind is addled. T.O. dare attack at Thunder Mountain, seeking death. Under the Thunder Leopard chief's command, a multitude of leopard beasts unleashed their thunderous assaults. The chief and his 2 trusted aides exerted all their strength, conjuring bolts of lightning. The Wai Yichin coldly observed, fire formation. With a fierce shout, the 50 dazzling firebirds assembled, their pure fire essence forming a blazing barrier. The clash of fire and thunder in the air resulted in a cacophony of explosions. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the firebirds emerged unscathed, while the Thunder Leopard clan suffered significant casualties. The ground was left charred and pockmarked. The firebirds, despite their smaller numbers, had gained the upper hand. The Thunder Leopard chief and the 2 third-tier Thunder Leopards were dumbfounded. How can this be? The chief stared incredulously at the firebirds above, his mind reeling. His attention was soon drawn to the armor adorning the firebirds. What is this? The Thunder Leopard chief had not encountered the rock-eating rat clan, let alone be aware of the existence of magical artifacts. This bizarre armor, gleaming like a tortoise shell, rendered the lightning that surged over it ineffective, unable to penetrate the firebird's bodies. This is human-made. Zhao bird, you are in league with humans. The Thunder Leopard Chief's voice was ominous. Among the beast plains, human cultivators were notoriously reviled, and the accusation of collusion with humans carried significant weight. Yichen could not help but marvel. In this day and age, even beasts are adept at casting aspersions. However, it was futile. Humans? I have no idea what you're talking about. The evil flame wind eagle hovered in midair, clearly feigning ignorance. What a farce! The so-called enmity among beasts is merely a facade that in the end, it all comes down to strength. Whoever is stronger dictates the narrative. You dare to conspire with humans? I will rally other beast clans to expunge your Fire Feather clan from the beast plains. The Thunder Leopard Chief roared, inciting the other Thunder Leopards to join in the clamor. Dare to pin a label on me? What good will it do? Yichen chuckled. Brothers, burn them. Reduce them to nothing but a pile of ashes. Let them howl like dogs. The Firebirds of the Fire Feather clan caught in response, launching volley after volley of fiery assaults. The cliff was reduced to a heap of ashes. The Thunder Leopard Chief bellowed in fury, though it was to no avail. Their spiritual attacks were thwarted by the second-tier armor, leaving them powerless to stop the Firebirds from wreaking havoc. Roar! The Thunder Leopard Chief, utterly incensed, began to howl, causing the entire valley to tremble. Not far away in Thunder Mountain, something seemed to respond to the Thunder Leopard Chief's roar, sending vibrations through the air. That why Yichen felt an unsettling premonition. This is a rallying cry. He had previously heard whispers of the Thunder Leopard clan possessing some unique backing. Otherwise, they could not have so systematically encroached upon the Fire Feather clan's territory for years. A sense of crisis enveloped Yichen's heart. His instincts warned him something was amiss. Everyone, retreat. The Firebirds of the Fire Feather clan echoed in agreement. Just right, after a bout of scorching, the fire essence within the birds had nearly depleted. Now was the perfect moment to withdraw. A great flock of firebirds soared away, as swift as the wind. They left behind a bewildered assembly of thunder leopards, the cliff now a barren expanse. The culprits, the avian beasts, had escaped unscathed. Roar! The Thunder Leopard Chief howled in frustration. Zhao bird, Fire Feather clan, await our reckoning. Upon returning from Thunder Mountain, Yichen was in high spirits. This raid had inflicted heavy losses on the Thunder Leopard clan. Most crucially, Yichen was immensely satisfied with the power of the Armored Brigade. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, they could coordinate their efforts in battle. The Yichen had now become a bird king commanding elite troops. With a couple of caws, Yichen summoned Bai Zhua, that he instructed Bai Zhua to take the 50 avian beasts to receive their rewards. Clear rewards and punishments were fundamental principles of leadership. Then he reclined lazily for a well-deserved rest, having exhausted himself in recent days. In the midst of slumber, Yichen seemed to hear birds calling. Awakening, he found his good brother Abu, who appeared anxious and was cawing frantically. The third heavenly eye flickered with a red glow. Having spent so much time with Abu, Yichen recognized this as a warning from the spirit of the heavenly eye parrot. A formidable enemy approached. Yichen jolted awake, spreading his wings as he flew out of the cave. Arriving to the south of his territory, Yichen heard a cacophony of rumbling sounds. Bang, bang, bang. A colossal giant ape was unleashing its fury upon the massive boulders at the foot of the mountain, lifting one heavy stone after another and hurling them towards the cliffs at the edge of the fiery forest. Upon merely casting a glance at the giant ape, Yichen felt a shiver run through his feathers. Nearly losing his grip in the air, a fourth-tier demon beast. Its enormous size was the most defining characteristic of a fourth-tier convergence realm creature. This giant ape, inherently a creature of immense strength, resembled a diminutive titan in its enlarged form, a true embodiment of physical might. Chief of the Fire Feather clan, come forth, roared the fourth-tier giant ape, its voice resonating with fury. It pounded its fists against the cliffside, causing the avian demons residing in the mountains to cower in fear. Not coming out, I shall obliterate this mountain range. You feathered demons shall all perish. Yichen was struck with trepidation, pondering, goodness gracious. The Fire Feather clan has always been known for its cautious development. What have we done to provoke such a formidable being? Then, Yichen noticed a small figure beside the giant ape. A little monkey? He recalled this demon beast, the audacious little monkey. Could it be that the giant ape had come because of it? Cease at once. Yichen folded his wings and landed before the giant ape. calling out from a distance, "How dare you address me? Who are you?" The giant ape, upon seeing the fiery eagle, exuded a powerful aura. "I am the chief of the Fire Feather clan. If you have matters to discuss, you may approach me." Unyielding in the face of the overwhelming pressure, the evil flame-winged eagle stood firm, blocking the path to the clan's territory that he could not allow this giant ape to advance further. Such an attack could destabilize the very foundations of the fiery forest earth veins. That moment, Yichen caught sight of the mark on the giant ape's body and was taken aback. He recalled the warning from the fire-tongued crow, "Never provoke demon beasts bearing purple marks." The clan, both this giant ape and the little monkey, hail from a clan. Yichen suddenly understood. No wonder the little monkey was so arrogant. It indeed had a powerful backing. Judging by the giant ape's furious demeanor, its background must be quite significant. "Command me to cease? You little chick lack the qualifications." The giant ape bellowed. "Since you have shown yourself, spare me the nonsense. First, self-destruct your demon core as an apology. Then we may converse." The giant ape's temper was extraordinarily volatile, its words akin to thunder. Self-destruct the demon core. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he must have misheard. Oldhu had warned him about the formidable nature of clan members, but this was utterly outrageous, to have to self-destruct just to gain the right to speak. Were clan members truly this overbearing? "Senior, while the territory of the Fire Feather clan may be modest, we are reasonable beings. You hail from a great clan, and thus, we ought to show you respect. However, your manner of speaking is itself a sign of disrespect." Yi Chen retorted, growing somewhat irritated, that if the giant ape insisted on being unreasonable, he would have no choice but to fight back. "Do you think you can spar with me? I will not waste my breath. Today, unless the Fire Feather clan provides a satisfactory explanation, all shall perish." The giant ape swept its fist, uprooting trees in its vicinity. "Did I ask you? Have you seen this little monkey?" "I have." "Did you lay hands on it?" The giant ape's eyes bulged, its mouth wide enough to swallow half of Yi Chen. "That I did." At this point, Yi Chen decided to speak candidly. "Roar good, since you have admitted it. Prepare to meet your end. In light of your willingness to take responsibility, I shall only slay you." The giant ape thumped its chest, producing a thunderous sound. "You speak of death. Do you not tire of it?" Yi Chen retorted coldly. "Do you dare question me?" The giant ape was incensed. Never had a lesser clan dared to provoke a clan member. This fiery bird was courting death. I was merely teaching the little monkey a lesson for stealing fruit. My actions were merely a reprimand, not intended to be fatal. Yi Chen replied icily. "Not intended to be fatal? What audacity! Do you think you can weave lies before me? If you were not serious, how could our young clan leader have been grievously injured?" Young clan leader. Yi Chen had never anticipated that the little monkey held such a status. The giant ape's fury now made sense. In a large clan like the Great Ape Clan, various smaller monkey clans coexisted. While the clan stood united against external foes, there was a clear hierarchy within. Clans with higher-tier leaders naturally held greater standing. Inflicting harm upon a young clan leader was akin to severing their bloodline. That if I had truly harmed the little monkey, would I have let it go? Yi Chen gestured towards the small monkey on the ground, who was unaware of the Great Ape Clan's reputation. Why would I engage in such self-destructive behavior? Of course, Yi Chen refrained from mentioning that if he had truly been the one to inflict harm, would he have left a survivor? Fool! Naturally, Yi Chen could not voice this. There was no point in reasoning with a brute, much less one of bulldozer proportions. As expected, the self-proclaimed stone ape remained furious. Wholly dismissing Yi Chen's defense, "Do you think I would be swayed by your empty words? I can see clearly that only the Fire Feather clan could inflict such wounds. Spare me your prattle. Accompany me to the Great Ape Clan to apologize. If you refuse, I shall break your chicken claws." Chapter 60. The Gamble Senior. "I have spoken the truth regarding the little monkey. If you remain obstinate, there is little I can do." The evil flame-winged eagle stood resolute in the air, exuding formidable energy. "Ha! You little chick, you possess quite a bit of courage. I have never encountered such an arrogant spirit beast at the spirit fire realm." The stone ape's eyes reflected both anger and admiration. It had a notoriously fiery temperament. Had Yi Chen simply retreated, the giant ape might have forced him into a self-destruct apology. However, the fiery eagle's bravery earned it a measure of respect. "Humph! You have guts. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you dare boast, I shall challenge you to a contest. The stone ape's voice was cryptic at a contest. Yi Chen pondered, fear not. I shall suppress my strength to the spirit-soul realm for our match. Only 3 strikes. If you win, I shall depart. Should you lose, you must come with me to the great ape clan to apologize. The stone ape scoffed. Very well. Without much deliberation, Yi Chen acquiesced. Ha! Seeing your eagerness, I shall afford you some leniency, that if you lose, I shall not harm your clan members. However, you shall surely perish. With a mighty fist, the stone ape struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, that Yi Chen could feel the shockwave even from the air. Powerful. This stone ape possessed the ability to shake the earth veins. It must be a high-level 4th-tier creature, fully realized in the convergence realm, if it were to enter the earth origin realm. It could truly devastate the fiery forest with sheer physical might. Despite the formidable adversary, Yi Chen understood there was no retreat. When reasoning failed, one must rely on force to resolve the matter. Come, Senior, I am prepared. Yi Chen spread his wings and soared into the air, halting before the stone ape. Very well, the first strike. Without further ado, the stone ape unleashed its spirit-soul pressure. The air above the fiery forest was enveloped by a dense aura of rock and soil. Yi Chen did not dare to underestimate the situation, promptly adjusting his spirit-soul to confront the onslaught. With a resounding crash, it was as though an invisible force had collided in Yi Chen's perspective. The stone ape's spirit-soul loomed like a great mountain, immense and overwhelming. Listen closely. I said I would give you a chance, but if you cannot withstand the first strike, it only proves your weakness. The stone ape squinted, contemplating in silence. Indeed, if the battle were to occur at the 3rd-tier level, Yi Chen must endure the spirit-soul pressure. The spirit-soul was the hallmark of the 3rd tier and the most fundamental offensive means within the spirit-soul realm. If he could not withstand even the pressure, how could he hope to engage in battle? Its reasoning was sound. The crimson spirit-soul struggled against the yellow mountain-like spirit-soul, valiantly resisting, that Yi Chen felt as though an enormous weight was pressing upon his very soul. While countless great hammers pounded at his spirit-soul, shaking, agony, Yi Chen gritted his teeth, refusing to yield in the least. The stone ape's spirit-soul was the strongest he had ever encountered. But so what? He had persevered through the trials of life since hatching from his egg. What was there to fear? The diminutive spirit-soul of Yi Chen was being compressed into a tight ball. As this fiery red spirit-soul reached its utmost compression, a potent consciousness crystallized within. Break for me. With Yi Chen's fierce shout, the mountain-like spirit-soul was utterly torn apart. The invisible pressure above the fiery forest dissipated entirely. Not bad, little one. You have passed the first strike. The stone ape nodded affirmatively. Yi Chen held his head high, regarding the stone ape with newfound respect. The creature had indeed kept its word. The promised fair contest had truly only seen the spirit-soul suppressed to the peak of the 3rd tier. This giant ape, though seemingly brutish and uncouth, was a principled and honorable demon. Yi Chen felt a slight relief. The worst of his fears had not materialized. Little one, prepare yourself. The second strike is upon you. Do not become too complacent. The stone ape bellowed coldly. Yi Chen observed as the stone ape opened its mouth wide, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, Yi Chen felt a sudden constriction in his breathing. It was as if the very essence of energy was being siphoned away. Yi Chen was astounded. The gap between the convergence realm and the spirit-soul realm was staggering. In his current form, as the flame eagle, he possesses the strength to contend with most beasts of the divine soul realm. Yet before the 4th-tier fusion realm, he is rendered defenseless that a thunderous explosion erupted from the mouth of the stone ape. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he immediately began to channel the spiritual energy within him. This was clearly the result of spiritual energy being compressed and condensed within his body, culminating in an explosion. The second strike was evidently a spiritual energy attack. The stone ape's massive jaws widened to an astonishing degree, and the wave of spiritual energy within its mouth fully took shape. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy ripped through the air, hurtling towards Yi Chen, and then detonated before him. Demon core fire, condense. Yi Chen also began to summon the pure spiritual energy from within his demon core. The azure lotus imprint manifested before him. And as the wave of spiritual energy approached, a torrent of intense fire spiritual energy erupted from the center of the Azure Lotus imprint. Azure Lotus breath. The flames of the demon core enveloped the wave of spiritual energy. Yi Chun could feel the oppressive spiritual pressure bearing down on him, but he spread his wings, swiftly stabilizing his form. This second strike was serious. Yi Chun sensed the flow of energy within the wave of spiritual energy, and he faintly grasped the intricacies of the spiritual energy techniques. This was no ordinary wave of spiritual energy. The Azure Lotus breath wrapped around it, struggling against its attempts to escape. Soon, a tear appeared in the fiery net formed by the Azure Lotus breath. "Are you unable to withstand it?" The stone ape sneered, evidently believing that this little flame eagle could only reach such a level. Then, a glimmer sparked in the murky eyes of the stone ape. The Azure Lotus breath began to change. Just as the wave of spiritual energy was on the verge of breaking free, the fiery net began to split and reshape, ensnaring the wave of energy once more. The stone ape furrowed its brow, visibly displeased that if the first attack had been deflected with some admiration, the failure of the second attack left it feeling quite embarrassed. Though it was a fair fight, it was ultimately a maximum attack compressed to the pinnacle of the third tier. A TO think it could not subdue a mere second-tier flame eagle was a blow to its pride. Meanwhile, after blocking the wave of spiritual energy, Yi Chun was left drained, gasping for breath, even struggling to maintain his flight. "You are fortunate." The stone ape let out a begrudging snort. "Senior, you may commence the third attack." This time, Yi Chun took the initiative to speak. The stone ape revealed a fierce glint. "This little flame eagle is far too arrogant. Just because you barely weathered 2 attacks, don't think it's over. I hope that in the third attack, you can manage to keep your entire corpse intact." The stone ape roared several times, beginning to strike the ground. Boom! After several resounding crashes, the valley began to tremble. The beasts of the Fire Feather tribe began to cry out in alarm. "Did the sky about to fall?" The evil flame wind eagle soared through the air with a calm gaze. After the first 2 attacks, he had already surmised what the stone ape's final move would be: divine soul and spiritual energy. The last strike would undoubtedly be a test of physical strength. Yi Chun's eyes were filled with an unprecedented calmness and seriousness. This was no simple physical attack. It was from a pinnacle third-tier beast, and moreover, a great ape demon renowned for its strength. One punch from it would likely, as the stone ape claimed, leave few beasts capable of emerging intact. The stone ape unleashed a series of furious roars, and cracks began to form in the ground. Its massive, terrifying hand gradually coalesced into a fist as the punch was thrown. Even before it made contact with Yi Chun, the latter felt as though every feather on his body was being crushed by immense pressure. Should it land upon him, the force would be devastating. Mountain-crushing fist. The gigantic fist approached ominously, and Yi Chun retracted his wings that a white bone armor materialized around him, enveloping him like a shield as the fist descended. The terrifying force almost instantaneously shattered the bone armor. Each inch of it exploded. Chapter 61. The Poison of the Winged Serpent. Shield value -30, block failed. The system's prompt echoed in Yi Chun's mind, making him feel as though he had collided with a massive bell. The overwhelming pressure left him breathless. Before he could catch his breath, a mouthful of blood surged forth, spurt. The evil flame wind eagle coughed up blood beneath the colossal fist. A tumult erupted among the Fire Feather tribe. The chieftain, the firebird soared into the sky. Old Fire, White Claw, Black Feather. The flock of birds, disregarding the stone ape's might, charged forward. "Do you wish to die? Get lost." The stone ape was enraged. Had these bird demons gone mad? When did the clan's name lose its power to instill fear? The stone ape recalled numerous instances where it had unleashed its fury upon smaller clans that had erred or defied the clan. It had torn the leaders of those clans to shreds without a single member daring to speak out. Were these bird demons courting death? The stone ape was unaware that, at this moment, Yi Chun held immense significance in the hearts of the Fire Feather tribe. The tribe had remained silent for far too long, transitioning from glory to decline, gradually sinking into oblivion. Surrounding tribes believed that this once magnificent entity's ultimate fate was to fade into dust. But who could have anticipated that the addition of a single flame eagle would rekindle the Fire Feather tribe's formidable vitality? Yi Chun had instilled confidence in the Fire Feather tribe. The elders of the tribe felt a renewed hope for resurgence, that if Yi Chun were to perish, Would the Fire Feather tribe still have a chance at salvation? At this moment, the bird demons unified in their thoughts. Chieftain must not die. Underneath the overwhelming force, Yi Chen trembled incessantly. He had never experienced such agony before. The power of the flesh coursed from his head down to his claws, then back up to the crown of his head. He felt as though he were on the verge of being shattered into countless fragments. Yi Chen barked, and a graceful figure appeared beside him. Host, your current situation is perilous. Linger's expression turned grave. Did I ask there any way out? Yi Chen shouted. Yes, burning my soul power can grant the host a brief enhancement. Yi Chen blinked, but before he could speak, he heard Linger's cold huff. But that is impossible. The system exists for your sake. Yet it cannot perish for you. I am the spirit of the system. I cannot perform such irrational acts. Linger spoke calmly. Then cannot you think of another solution? Yi Chen could feel his internal organs being compressed and deformed. He truly could not endure any longer. There is one way. Linger blinked her delicate brows. You still have some hidden physical energy. If you activate it all, perhaps it can withstand this blow. Hidden physical energy? Could it be referring to the remnants of the great demon? That would be the bone armor upon you. Remnants of a great demon. I will shatter the bone armor to unleash the physical energy within. This is the only way. Shatter it. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. The bone armor was a treasure he had painstakingly acquired, but there was no other option now as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear the lack of firewood. Shatter it. Yi Chen made up his mind and nodded at Linger. This will hurt. Prepare yourself mentally. Linger's eyes glimmered, and with a pointed finger, she touched the bone armor. Upon contact, the already fragmented bone armor began to dissolve under the immense force. Yi Chen felt the excruciating pain, as if his bones were being dissolved by acidic liquid within, a relentless piercing agony that threatened to overwhelm his spirit. He wished he could faint, if only he could just pass out. As the bone armor completely vanished, Yi Chen felt a mysterious fluid being drawn from his body. This fluid soothed his meridians and wings, and Yi Chen felt an unprecedented surge of relief. The stone ape sensed the resistance in its fist diminishing gradually. Ultimately just a feeble firebird. The stone ape scoffed, realizing it would have to return with a corpse this time. What is this? At that moment, it felt as though something was bracing against its right arm, encountering tremendous resistance. This resistance grew increasingly formidable, until finally, it came to a halt. How is this possible? The force was clearly diminishing. How could it whoosh? The exhausted evil flame wind eagle inexplicably soared again. Its body began to swell, and a milky light enveloped it. The radiance held back the stone ape's colossal fist. And at last, the giant fist came to a halt. Senior, the 3 strikes have concluded. Yi Chen felt his energy completely drained, his soul, demon core energy, and physical strength all expended. His eyes rolled back, and he plummeted to the ground. Time passed, and slowly Yi Chen opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar Fire Pulse High platform, where he rested as waves of fire, spiritual energy, washed over him, gradually mending his damaged meridians and muscles. Senior Stone Ape? Yi Chen was taken aback upon seeing the figure beside the high platform. This form was unmistakably that of the great ape from earlier, yet it appeared significantly smaller, not much different from the bird demons. Quit dawdling, kid. I can't maintain my true form indefinitely. The stone ape scoffed, seemingly unimpressed. You really have guts, managing to make me expend all my true power. Thus, I have emerged victorious. Yi Chen's expression reflected a sense of relief. Do not let your triumph cloud your judgment, he warned. Meanwhile, the stone ape widened his eyes, exuding an air of authority. I have expended over 80% of my energy, and it is only due to compressing my realm that I managed to withstand your onslaught. Should I discover that you boast of being able to challenge the fusion realm, I shall skin you alive. Rest assured, Senior, even if I had 10 more lives, I would not dare, Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. Observing the fiery eagle's demeanor, the stone ape snorted in disdain. Perhaps it was the frustration of losing the bet, or perhaps he found the arrogance of this minor spirit fire realm beast intolerable. The stone ape could not help but feel irked at the sight of the little bird demon. If it were not for my willingness to accept defeat, you would have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Upon learning of his victory in the wager, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although he mourned the loss of his bone armor, he had ultimately persevered. Senior, May I have a look at your young clan leader? Yi-Chen suddenly recalled that the little ape was still in a state of unconsciousness, that he felt an unsettling suspicion about today's events. The origin lay within the little ape, and he needed to see it for himself to feel at ease. At the mention of the little ape, the stone ape immediately radiated an overwhelming aura of malice. Do not think that just because you have won the wager, I will let you off easily. Until the young clan leader awakens, you remain on my list of targets that if I find out that you were responsible, your entire Firefeather clan shall await their demise. This chilling intent instilled fear throughout the surroundings, causing the two fiery bird guards to faint under its pressure. Senior, whether you acknowledge it or not, I am currently the one who wishes for your young clan leader's safety the most. Yi-Chen said helplessly. Humph. The stone ape grunted, stepping aside, allowing Yi-Chen passage. You may observe, but do not entertain any thoughts of mischief. That Yi-Chen sighed in relief and reached out to touch the little ape. The stone ape's voice echoed ominously. If I discover any foul play on your part, you know the consequences. Yi-Chen's feathers trembled in resignation as he nodded, infusing a strand of spiritual energy into the little ape. He quickly discerned something amiss. The wounds on the little ape bore a strong imprint of fire's spiritual energy, undoubtedly his own. However, the true obstruction to the flow of energy, which had plunged the little ape into unconsciousness, was a dark brown stain within its demon core. With a swift thought, Yi-Chen began to probe deeper. Moments later, his sharp eagle-like eyes glimmered with a hint of icy clarity. Poison of the winged serpent. Yi-Chen could sense that this black toxin was familiar. After a brief contemplation, he recalled the winged serpent. Those damned winged serpents. Yi-Chen's mind raced, swiftly connecting the dots. Given the cunning of the winged serpent clan leader, how could he not recognize the little monkey's origins? He likely discerned that the little monkey bore injuries inflicted by the Firefeather clan. The winged serpent clan leader had intentionally poisoned the little ape, clearly attempting to frame them. Cursed old reptile. Yi-Chen seethed, his feathers bristling with indignation. All I desire is a peaceful development, yet there are always those seeking to provoke me. What must we bird demons endure? In any case, the intentions of the winged serpent clan leader are treacherous, that he dares to poison and release the little ape, indicating he fears no repercussions from the great ape clan. Indeed, the black toxin was unlike any ordinary poison. It was completely undetectable on the surface. Had he not digested some life source poison while consuming the remains of a deceased creature, Yi-Chen would not have been able to sense it at all. Little chick, what are you staring at with those bird-like eyes? Speak quickly. The stone ape, noticing Yi-Chen's contemplative demeanor, grew increasingly impatient. Senior, I believe I have discerned the cause of the young clan leader's unconsciousness. It is highly likely he has been poisoned, Yi-Chen mused, choosing not to mention the winged serpent's involvement. The poison was far too insidious, having been injected directly into the demon core, although Yi-Chen possessed the source of the life source poison. Allowing him to sense the winged serpent's toxin, it did not mean that other demon beasts would be able to perceive it. Speak of it would be futile. It would be better left unsaid. If this foolish ape thought he was casting blame to deceive him, he might well end up with a fist to the face. Humph. Do you think I will believe you just because you say it wasn't you? If anything happens to the young clan leader, I will inevitably smash your bird head. The stone ape clearly remained skeptical. Senior, if I were to claim that I possess a method to cure the young clan leader, would you still threaten to crush my head? Yi-Chen grinned mischievously, his expression sly. What? The stone ape was momentarily taken aback. Do not play coy. If you can indeed heal the young clan leader, I shall be more magnanimous. Whether or not you were the one who poisoned him, I will let it slide. The stone ape's expression grew serious. Him. The life of the little ape was paramount. Everything else was negotiable. Senior, your words are rather misplaced, Yi-Chen replied, narrowing his eagle-like eyes. What do you mean? The stone ape, somewhat displeased, slapped his own forehead in frustration. You do not mean to suggest that you desire compensation? Senior, you are far too courteous. Compensation? Yi-Chen began to speak in a low, melodic tone, weaving a tale. Regardless of whether there is compensation, I will undoubtedly save the young clan leader. However, being wrongfully accused and suffering an unjust beating is simply unacceptable. The one who poisoned him might still be reveling in freedom. Since it was not my doing, would it not be inequitable for you not to offer some form of compensation? Yi Chun rambled on, ensnaring the stone ape in his words. What do you desire? The stone ape, realizing he had been drawn into the conversation, retorted, I did not bring any spiritual materials or treasures with me. The stone ape, suddenly struck by inspiration, continued, Do you think you can swindle me? I have nothing to offer. What do you hope to gain? Spiritual materials and treasures were far too mundane. Why Ichin shook his vibrant red head. Senior, your second move earlier was clearly a special technique. That is what I desired. Why Ichin narrowed his eyes cunningly. Why Ichin had previously heard from Old Fire that the great clan possessed immense power and a rich foundation, with many treasures belonging to humans. What he needed most at present was a method for internal energy cultivation. You truly have aspirations. You wish to obtain my techniques. The stone ape fumed. The great ape clan indeed possessed numerous human techniques suitable for demon beasts. But such internal energy methods were exceedingly rare in the demon realm. Even a prominent clan could not casually distribute them. Do you understand? In exchange for a single technique, I would have to slay over 100 spirit realm demon beasts. Such a feat requires a significant contribution. The stone ape was enraged. Senior, is saving the young clan leader not a significant contribution? Yichin remarked without lifting his head, chuckling. The stone ape paused, momentarily taken aback by Yichin's words, his expression shifting between shades of green and white. Alas, were it not for the young clan leader's sake, After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed. Thank you, Senior. Yichin leaped up, flapping his wings in celebration, a sight that made the stone ape feel an overwhelming urge to strike him. Little brat, you best do a good job healing him. Otherwise, I understand. If anything goes awry, you may strike me dead. Yi Chin replied, relieved that the matter of the technique had finally been settled. The stone ape wished to threaten him further, but Yi Chin's retort silenced him. Yi Chin ceased his chatter and approached the little ape, channeling spiritual energy while exuding an imposing aura. When not acting mischievously, Yi Chin returned to his composed and formidable self, the infernal flame Wind Eagle. The stone ape, witnessing this transformation, grew cautious and refrained from speaking, fearing he might disrupt the healing process. Spiritual energy coursed through the little ape like delicate threads, connecting with its demon core. As hundreds of threads intertwined with the little ape's core, Yichin's fire-feather demon core began to activate. A trickle of black liquid emanated from Yichin, moving as if it possessed a life of its own. Upon entering the little ape's demon core, the life source poison acted like a small serpent, engaging in battle with the black toxin. The black toxin swirled like a mass of ink, entwining with the small snake formed by the life source poison. The snake opened its mouth wide, fiercely biting into a large chunk of the ink mass. The little ape emitted a muffled groan, followed by the expulsion of a foul-smelling black blood. The snake pressed its advantage, and within moments, it completely shattered the ink mass. The little ape began to cough violently. Young clan leader, the stone ape, initially fierce in appearance, was now overwhelmingly excited upon witnessing the little ape's reaction. After expelling several mouthfuls of black blood, the little ape's breathing gradually stabilized, and its dormant spirit began to awaken. It worked. Yichin exhaled in relief. Although he had acted arrogantly during their negotiations, he had secretly harbored doubts that if anything were to happen to the little ape, he might very well meet his own demise. Senior, the young clan leader should be out of danger now. Yichin spoke calmly. Good. Very good. Little brat, consider this a favor owed to you by the stone ape. The stone ape's demeanor softened as he abandoned his previous arrogance, his murky eyes glistening with moisture. Yichin felt a jolt in his eyelids. Good heavens. Is this big fool about to shed tears? Yichun felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought. Youngster, the young clan leader has awakened, thanks to you. However, there is something I must caution you about. The internal breathing technique I employ is known as the Tongbei Heart Sutra, specifically designed for the great ape clan. It is ill-suited for someone of your tender age. The stone ape's leisurely discourse nearly left Yi Chun breathless.